Graduation inevitably leads to unemployment. In order to sustain himself, Jiang Chun reluctantly joins the ranks of delivery personnel. One day, a notification pops up on his phone. Do you wish to become a true tycoon? Click to claim your exclusive system. Thus, the most formidable Heir system is successfully activated. Verifying Heir, Jiang Chun, sole heir of the Holy Light Foundation. World line reconstruction in progress. Financial data overlay complete. Social relationships implanted. Years later, Jiang Chun stands atop the pinnacle of the world, gently extending his arms, exclaiming, "This is what life truly is." Chapter 1. Jiang Chun. A parallel world. August, the sun blazes fiercely. Jiang Chun stands in the shade of a tree at the crossroads, his Adam's apple bobbing as he crumples the empty plastic bottle in his hand. Drops of water slide through his fingers, evaporating before they can touch the ground. He gazes at the blinding reflections on the glass curtain wall of the office building across the street, his eyes narrowing slightly. Big brother, the income must be quite decent, right? Jiang Chun turns to the delivery worker beside him, who is also waiting for the red light. The delivery worker, clad in a yellow uniform and wearing a helmet, appears to be in his 30s, his skin rough and darkened from years of exposure to the elements. He chuckles in response, revealing a set of somewhat uneven teeth. "It's all right, at least I'm not going hungry." He casually wipes the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. "Last month, I completed over 1,200 orders and earned more than 7,000 yuan. Jiang Chun nods, maintaining an expressionless demeanor. At the crossroads, he watches a matte black Lamborghini rev its engine arrogantly at the red light, the roar of the exhaust reverberating against his eardrums. The window rolls down, revealing the carefully crafted profile of a girl in the passenger seat and the nonchalant expression of a young man in sunglasses at the wheel. As the light turns green, the supercar catapults forward, while the delivery worker hastily mounts his electric bike and departs. Jiang Chun gazes at the yellow-clad figure on the electric bike, suddenly recalling a winter break during his freshman year when his father, with calloused hands, patted his shoulder and said, "Our little Chun will surely surpass his father one day." Back then, he naively believed that a bright future awaited him post-graduation. It wasn't until the autumn recruitment, when an HR representative casually tossed his resume into a shredder before his eyes, remarking, "We do not accept resumes from non-985 institutions." Until his roommate secured a position in a state-owned enterprise through connections, his own resume sank into oblivion. It was only when he had to lower his expected salary from 6,000 to 4,000 that he found himself competing fiercely for even a 3,000 yuan job against vocational school graduates. Now, he realizes how ludicrous his former thoughts truly were. The metropolis resembles a dull blade. In a shared one-bedroom apartment, for households reside, and the bathroom is perpetually besieged by queues. The 15 yuan braised chicken rice must be divided into 2 meals. During the morning rush hour, the throngs in the subway can compress a suit to the consistency of pickled vegetables. The most ironic aspect is that sometimes the price of the takeaway meals he delivers surpasses his daily wage. Those urban elites, nestled in CBD office towers, indulging in salads that cost over 100 yuan per person, will never comprehend that the individuals delivering their meals may struggle to afford even a decent lunch. Kong Yiji's long gown. In this era that mocks poverty yet tolerates prostitution, dignity has become the cheapest luxury. When a landlord knocked on his door, demanding rent, he finally understood that in the face of survival, dignity is merely a decorative embellishment. Ding! His phone chimed with a notification. Jiang Chun retrieved his slightly cracked 1,000 yuan phone, indicating an order from the delivery platform. He sighed and hurried towards his second-hand electric scooter. At least delivering meals allowed him to survive temporarily, despite being exposed to the elements. The income was slightly higher than that of some office jobs. The electric scooter emitted a jarring noise as it started, drawing the attention of passers-by. Jiang Chun had long since grown accustomed to such scrutiny. He donned his helmet and merged into the unceasing flow of traffic in the metropolis. The order destination was a prestigious office building, where he parked his scooter and briskly entered the air-conditioned lobby with the delivery. The security guard scrutinized him before signaling that he could use the freight elevator. Inside the elevator, Jiang Chun gazed at his reflection. The ordinary white t-shirt had begun to yellow, the denim jeans were faded from washing, and his delicate features bore an unmistakable fatigue. 23rd floor has arrived. a mechanical voice announced. Jiang Chun exited the elevator and followed the directions to locate the company. The receptionist, impeccably made up, frowned slightly upon seeing him. "You can leave it here. A signature from the client is required," Jiang Chun insisted. Reluctantly, the receptionist dialed an internal extension. While waiting, Jiang Chun glimpsed through the glass wall at the office area, where suit-clad white-collar workers focused intently on their screens, the blue light reflecting on their concentrated faces. That was another world, one he seemed forever unable to touch. After the signature was obtained, as Jiang Chun turned to leave, he overheard the receptionist mutter under her breath. Another one of those lower-class people. His spine stiffened for a moment, but he quickly relaxed. Indeed, in this city, he belonged to the lowest echelons of society. Without connections, without the prestige of a renowned university, he couldn't even secure a respectable job. Upon returning to his scooter, Jiang Chun discovered someone had spat gum on the seat. He forced a bitter smile as he struggled to clean it with a tissue. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket, displaying a message from his mother. "Son, how's the job search going? Is the money sufficient? Should I send you some more?" Jiang Chun stared at the screen for a long time, his thumb hovering over the virtual keyboard before finally descending. He recalled his father enduring a herniated disc to continue working at the construction site, and his mother whose illness relied on medication for sustenance. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly typed on the keyboard, "Mom, I found a job. Everything is fine. No need to worry." Before hitting send, he added, "Next month, I will send you some money." After sending the message, he locked the screen and tucked the phone back into his pocket. "One day, I will surely rise above my circumstances," Jiang Chun murmured to himself. At 10 o'clock in the evening, he returned to the place he referred to as home, dragging his weary body. The landlord had partitioned the originally 50-square-meter one-bedroom apartment into 4 independent rooms, using plasterboard. Jiang Chun's room was the innermost, converted from a balcony, with just over 10 square meters of space crammed with a military-style bed and a second-hand desk. Even the wardrobe was a foldable type affixed to the wall. The monthly rent of 1,000 yuan is indeed considered cheap in the metropolis, but the cost is a stifling summer resembling a sauna and a winter akin to an ice cellar. At that moment, a fierce argument erupted from next door. The couple in room 2 began yet another quarrel over money, the woman's cries piercing through the thin partition. "Earning 4,500 a month, and I have to front the rent." Jiang Chun pressed his pillow over his head with a bitter smile. He was all too familiar with this scene. The girl in room 4, who had just been dumped the previous week, faced the same fate because her boyfriend deemed her unable to make it in the metropolis. Outside, the neon lights painted the night sky in shades of purple. Jiang Chun lay back on the creaking iron bed, the cold light from his phone screen illuminating his youthful face. In his friend's circle, a university classmate had just updated their status. A photo capturing the night view of the metropolis from the 108th floor of the Global Financial Center, captioned, "Reward for working until 9." In the corner of the picture, the price tag of that cup of Starbucks macchiato stood out glaringly, 38 yuan. Precisely the amount he earned from delivering 5 orders today. "Damn it," he exclaimed, abruptly tossing his phone onto the mattress, only to quickly retrieve it and check for damage. Fortunately, it was unharmed. His fingers aimlessly glided across the screen, eventually resting on the icon of the Red Tomato novel app. At least here, he could temporarily escape from reality. Upon opening the tome titled The Tycoon, My Assets Span the Globe from the bookshelf, the familiar narrative of the golden finger trope unfolds instantaneously. The protagonist unexpectedly acquires a signing-in system, swiftly amassing a fortune, cruising in a limited edition sports car, and surrounded by a bevy of goddesses. Jiang Chun's lips involuntarily curl into a smile. In this fictional realm, he revels alongside the protagonist in lavish expenditures, basking in the cheers of readers in the comments section exclaiming, "The big shot is incredible." His fingers glide over images of virtual mansions, as if he were genuinely caressing the Italian-imported leather sofas. Suddenly, a notification pops up on his phone with a ping. Jiang Chun, feeling irritable, swipes it away, only to inadvertently click on an advertisement page he had never encountered before. "Do you wish to become a true tycoon? Click to claim your exclusive system. 2-hour limited activation." At the bottom of the screen, a blood-red countdown timer pulses ominously. 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. Chapter 2. The Supreme Heir system. Jiang Chen's finger hovered above the Claim Now button, his heartbeat quickening unexpectedly. Rationality whispered to him that this was merely another clickbait scam. Yet a wild voice within him screamed, "What if it's real?" Suddenly, the neon lights outside flickered, casting his shadow upon the mottled wall, which distorted into the figure of a giant cradling a mountain of gold. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Jiang Chen clicked the screen. In the next instant, a blinding golden light erupted before him, illuminating the room as if it were midday. What on earth is happening? Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his eyes. Yet he felt a warm current spreading from his fingertips throughout his body. A mechanized female voice resonated in his ears. Supreme Heir system successfully activated. Identifying heir, Jiang Chen. Sole heir of the Sacred Light Foundation. World line reconstruction complete. Financial data overlay and social connections implanted. Could it be that his body was exhausted, inducing a hallucination? Jiang Chen closed his eyes, but the golden light persisted. He pinched his thigh with force, the sharp pain rendering everything before him even more tangible. Loading asset list of the Sacred Light Foundation. Holding companies, 372, including 47 Fortune 500 firms. Real estate, valued at 12 trillion US dollars. Cash reserves, 189 trillion US dollars. These figures surged into Jiang Chen's mind like an electric current, causing his temples to throb violently. His throat tightened abruptly, making it difficult to breathe. It felt akin to a beggar who had spent his days gazing at the stars from a basement, suddenly informed that the entire galaxy was his inheritance. As a child, he had been told by his teachers that he was the successor to socialism. However, as he grew older, he realized that the only inheritance awaiting him was a modest apartment from his family. Now, suddenly faced with a system declaring him the heir to an immensely wealthy foundation, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to adequately describe the magnitude of the Sacred Light Foundation. After a prolonged moment of daze, Jiang Chen snapped back to reality. The system, the assets of the Sacred Light Foundation, do they all belong to me now? Inheritance confirmation, 100. Inherited, 0. What does that mean? Jiang Chen sprang to his feet. I can't access this money right now. Prompt. Due to the host's currently inadequate abilities. Please enhance your overall capabilities as soon as possible. For further details, please refer to the System Management Interface. Immediately, a system interface materialized before him. It was divided into 4 main sections: Personal Center, Warehouse, Task Center, and Mall. The interface was relatively straightforward, presenting no significant comprehension challenges for Jiang Chen. He focused his intention on his avatar to enter the Personal Center. Host, Jiang Chen. Age, 22. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 63 kilograms. Physique, 65. Stamina, 65. Agility, 70. Charm, 12. Enterprises, none. Property, none. Vehicle, second-hand electric bike. Balance, 103, 400 yuan. Charm, a composite of appearance, culture, demeanor, education, assets, and social status. With a charm value of merely 12, he couldn't help but suspect that it stemmed solely from his looks. In other aspects, cultural refinement, eloquence, inner cultivation, not to mention assets and social standing, he likely fared dismally. After perusing his personal information, a crisp notification chimed. The main quest has been activated. Quest content, qualified heir. Quest description, once the host's charm value reaches a certain threshold, corresponding assets and permissions will be unlocked for you. Note 1. A qualified heir must possess exceptional overall abilities. You currently hold immense wealth, yet lack the capability to manage it. Strive for self-improvement to reap substantial rewards. Note 2. Upon reaching a charm value of 30, you will begin to unlock inheritance permissions of the foundation. Having read numerous novels about wealthy individuals, Jiang Chen had certainly indulged in similar dreams, and not just once. In the magical capital, an international metropolis brimming with wealth, opulent mansions were ubiquitous, and luxury cars and stunning women filled the streets. If given the chance, who wouldn't desire such a life? Luxury cars, grand estates, and beautiful women. These were the trifecta of a successful man's life. He yearned so intensely. Now, everything was about to become reality. Although he possessed nothing at present, he was the sole heir. All this would eventually be his. Jiang Chen held his breath and clicked on the Warehouse interface. The shimmering Beginner's Gift Pack lay quietly in the first slot. Open, he silently repeated in his mind, and then heard a crisp notification. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the active skill, Money Aura, LV1. Money Aura, LV1. As a future tycoon, how could one suffer for money? The host will receive a daily cash reward of 10,000 yuan, automatically dispensed at midnight. Note 1. All funds are provided by the Sacred Light Bank, and the source of funds is entirely legal and compliant. Note 2. This skill can be upgraded by completing system tasks with a maximum level of LV10. Before he could fully process this information, his phone suddenly vibrated. China Merchants Bank. Your account ending in 0117 received a deposit of 1,000,000 yuan on August 25th at 22:48. Current balance 11,034,00 yuan. It truly arrived. Jiang Chen stared intently at his phone screen, repeatedly counting the zeros. A slight tingling sensation in his fingertips reminded him that this was not a dream. He abruptly stood, then forced himself to sit back down, his hands instinctively clenching and releasing. Outside, the night had deepened, yet he felt his blood boiling. To think he worked tirelessly delivering takeout, waking up early and returning late, and after deducting rent and meals, his net income barely exceeded 300 yuan. Now, he could earn over 10,000 a day without lifting a finger. What is that noise in room 1? Who is making a racket at this hour? I still need to work tomorrow. Angry banging on the wall from next door broke his reverie. Jiang Chen suddenly realized he might have shouted aloud. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. Earning 10,000 a day means 300,000 a month. With a stable income, he could completely replan his life. Enroll in professional courses to enhance his skills, and hire personal trainers to improve his physique. Such growth, in turn, would unlock higher-level rewards from the system. He needed to find a new place to live. Jiang Chen glanced around the cramped rental room. Previously, he had no choices. But now he was entirely capable of improving his living conditions. He opened a rental app, filtering for listings under 5,000 yuan per month. Soon, an elegantly furnished one-bedroom apartment caught his eye, featuring a private bathroom, floor-to-ceiling windows, a gym in the complex, and just 3 subway stops from the city center. This is it. Without hesitation, he contacted the agent and scheduled a viewing for the next day. Then he resigned. The delivery job was both exhausting and perilous, subjected to the whims of the weather and the eccentricities of various customers. Previously, it was a means of survival. Now, he could entirely bid farewell to that life. He lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. Tomorrow heralds a new day. Chapter 3. Money is the courage of a man. The following morning, Jiang Chen was roused from slumber by the piercing rays of sunlight. He sprang upright, instinctively seizing his phone to check the time. 8:27. Oh no, I'm late. He instinctively leapt from his bed to don his delivery uniform, only to pause as his hand brushed against the delivery rider's jacket. Wait, do I still need to deliver takeout? The phone screen flickered to life, revealing an unread message. China Merchants Bank. Your account ending in 0117 received a deposit of 1,000,000 RMB on August 26th at 0000. Current balance 2,103. 400 renminbi. Jiang Chen's fingers quivered slightly. The second sum of money has arrived. This is not a dream. The system is real. The money halo is real. And his life has truly been transformed. He inhaled deeply and slowly hung the delivery uniform back on the wall. First, a good meal. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen stood before the breakfast shop at the entrance of the residential complex, a place where he had only ever dared to order vegetarian dumplings. This time, he boldly ordered crab roast soup dumplings, shrimp dumplings, and freshly ground soy milk. The shopkeeper gazed at him in astonishment. Not delivering today? Jiang Chen smiled. No, not today. He settled into a seat by the window, and as he took the first bite of the crab roast soup dumpling, the sweet, savory broth burst in his mouth, causing an unexpected wave of emotion to wash over him. So this is the taste of a life free from meticulous budgeting. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a call from the station manager. Jiang Chen, where are you? What time is it? There are so many orders during the morning rush today. I quit. Jiang Chen calmly interrupted. There was a moment of silence on the other end. What did you say? I said I'm done. Jiang Chen gazed out at the bright sunshine. Please return my equipment to the station this afternoon. After ending the call, he opened the rental app and messaged the agent of the one-bedroom apartment he had viewed the night before. Hello, I can come to see the apartment now. The agent responded almost instantly. Okay, I will wait for you at the entrance of the complex. As Jiang Chen stepped out of the breakfast shop, the sunlight warmed him pleasantly, a stark contrast to the irritation he often felt while delivering takeout in the past. He hailed a taxi, and as he stated the name of the complex, the driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Driver, could you please hurry? Leaning back against the seat, Jiang Chen unconsciously rubbed the casing of his phone. This phone was a second-hand model he had acquired 2 years prior, the screen marred by several cracks. And he suddenly recalled the advertisement for the latest model he had seen the previous night, stirring a desire within him. 40 minutes later, the taxi halted at the entrance of Yunding Garden. Bai Chuwei was already waiting there. Upon seeing Jiang Chen step out of the taxi, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, quickly replaced by a professional smile. Mr. Jiang, right? Hello, I'm Bai Chuwei. Please, come inside. The apartment is on the 12th floor with a fantastic view. Jiang Chen followed her into the complex, his gaze inevitably drawn to her. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating her graceful silhouette. She wore a well-tailored professional suit, and the black pencil skirt accentuated her long, beautiful legs. Her steps in high heels exuding elegance and competence. The landscaping of this complex was vastly superior to the dilapidated old building where Jiang Chen resided. Camphor trees lined the stone pathways, and a faint aroma of greenery wafted through the air. As they entered the building, the elevator required a keycard, its mirrored surface reflecting his faded t-shirt and jeans, making him feel somewhat out of place. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of timidity, yet he was not afraid. His hesitance stemmed from his incongruity, while his lack of fear arose from the fullness of his wallet. Money is the courage of a man, quite simply put. Here we are. Bai Chuwei swiped her card to unlock the door, and a beam of sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. This one-bedroom apartment, with a monthly rent of 4,800 renminbi, was the most cost-effective option in the entire complex. Stepping inside, he found the 45-square-meter space was ingeniously laid out. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, the city skyline shimmered under the late summer sun. Jiang Chen noted the kitchen was equipped with a built-in Siemens refrigerator, and surprisingly, the bathroom even had a small bathtub. The previous tenant had been a piano teacher who returned from studying abroad. Bai Chuwei leaned against the sliding door of the balcony, a gentle breeze tousling her hair. If it weren't for her sudden decision to further her studies in Vienna, I'll take this one, he declared. Reaching for his phone to initiate the transfer, the cracks on the screen glaring in the sunlight. Bai Chuwei suddenly grasped his wrist. Actually, the warmth of her fingertips seeped through his shirt. If you opt for an annual payment, I could negotiate the rent down to 4,300 renminbi. She opened her tablet's calculator. That way, you could save 6,000 yuan over the year. Upon uttering those words, she herself was momentarily taken aback. As a real estate agent, she typically recommended payment methods that were most advantageous for her commission. Yet, observing the young man's humble attire and that crack-screen phone, her professional instincts faltered. Jiang Chen watched as she bit her lip while calculating, the soft pink hue of her lip gloss slightly smudging. Her drooping eyelashes cast a fan-shaped shadow beneath her eyes, fluttering occasionally as she calculated. His throat involuntarily constricted. In 22 years, this was the first time a beautiful woman had touched his wrist so naturally, sending his heart racing to the point of near deafness. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, striving to keep his voice steady. Thank you for your suggestion, but I'll stick with the monthly payment. Bai Chuwei looked up, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes, quickly replaced by her professional smile. All right, I will prepare the contract. After signing the contract and exchanging contact information, Bai Chuwei politely took her leave. Jiang Chen stood at the door, watching her retreating figure until the elevator doors fully closed. Then he exhaled deeply. The impact of such a beauty on him was overwhelming. Leaning against the wall, Jiang Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. He had not dated throughout 4 years of university, not out of lack of desire, but rather due to emotional ineptitude and the inability to afford the costs of dating. He remembered that during his sophomore year, he had harbored a crush on the class beauty on her birthday, saving diligently for a month to buy her a necklace, only for it to be returned. Initially, he thought she was being considerate of his financial situation, only to later discover she disliked the necklace he had gifted. But now, things were different. Jiang Chen clenched his fists. With the system's support, beautiful women were no longer out of reach for him. At a newly opened restaurant beside the complex, Jiang Chen ordered the most expensive steak set. As the tender, juicy beef melted on his tongue, he suddenly grasped the essence of enjoying life. In the past, while delivering takeout, he often went hungry, inhaling the aroma of the meals in the delivery box, yet he couldn't even afford the cheapest lunchbox. Upon returning to his rented room to pack his belongings, Jiang Chen moved with a lightness in his step. The station manager hesitated before handing over the delivery equipment, ultimately just giving his shoulder a reassuring pat, indicating that his wages would be transferred to his account. There were no anticipated difficulties, nor any dramatic confrontations. Farewells in reality are often as mundane as this. When the last piece of luggage was moved into his new home, Jiang Chen was already drenched in sweat. He entered the bathroom, the cool water washing away his fatigue. Standing before the bathroom mirror, he scrutinized himself for the first time. Chapter 4, Time-Limited Task. The dark circles under his eyes, remnants of long nights spent delivering takeout, resembled two shadows, and his gaunt frame revealed the clear outline of his ribs. The prolonged burden of labor had caused his shoulders to hunch slightly, and his skin had become somewhat coarse from sun exposure. Upon closer inspection, his facial features were indeed quite refined, with a prominent nose, well-defined jawline, and a pair of bright, expressive eyes. Jiang Chen smirked at his reflection in the mirror. Water cascaded down his collarbone, pooling into a tiny stream upon his chest. He reached down to touch his abdomen, which was flat enough to count his ribs with ease. In the past, in an effort to save money, he often subsisted on merely 2 meals a day, both of which consisted of the cheapest takeout. However, times had changed. Jiang Chun turned off the faucet, droplets falling from his damp hair. As he dried his body, he noticed a layer of mist clouding the bathroom mirror. With a casual hand, he drew a smiley face on the surface. The water droplets slid down the curve of the smile, reminiscent of his past life being gradually washed away. Ding! You have triggered a time-limited quest, Cultivation of Inner and Outer Beauty. Please proceed to Quest Center to review the details. Quest objective. As the sole heir of the Holy Light Foundation, an exceptional outward appearance and profound inner cultivation are indispensable. Please cultivate quality habits continuously to enhance your personal charm and depth comprehensively. Quest duration, 30 days. Quest requirements, 1. Commit to 1 hour of scientific exercise daily to sculpt a perfect physique. 2. Dedicate 2 hours each day to in-depth reading to accumulate wisdom and knowledge. Note, self-discipline and perseverance are the core engines for achieving comprehensive enhancement. Long-term commitment is essential. Quest rewards, facial feature optimization, facial enhancement based on the golden ratio. Money Aura, LV2, daily earnings increased to 30,000 yuan. Jiang Chen's fingers tightened suddenly, water droplets from the towel cascading down. The prospect of Money Aura LV2 promised a daily income of 30,000 yuan, a reward that spoke for itself. Yet, what truly captivated him was the reward of facial feature optimization. Just as every girl yearns for exquisite beauty, every boy dreams of being the center of attention. Jiang Chun leaned closer to the mirror, his fingertips grazing his facial contours. While his features were indeed well-formed, he still fell short of being strikingly handsome. In an era where appearance equates to justice, an extraordinary visage serves as an invisible pass, whether in the workplace or in romance. Those who possess remarkable looks are often favored. He had to complete this task. Jiang Chun dried off and swiftly made his way to the living room. After paying the rent, he had just over 10,000 yuan left, and he needed to replace his phone, clothes, and shoes. Money was still tight. With a soft sigh, he donned the only shirt that could be deemed presentable and ventured out. Half an hour later, Jiang Chun found himself standing in front of the smartphone counter at the mall. This domestic flagship model boasted impressive performance, priced at merely 2,999 yuan. The enthusiastic salesgirl recommended it, adding that a year of extended warranty would be included with the purchase. "I'll take this one," he said, scanning the payment. As the data transfer commenced, the spiderweb-like cracks on his old phone were glaringly apparent. Once all the information had been successfully transferred, he unhesitatingly tossed the old device into the trash bin. The sound echoed, akin to a definitive farewell to his past struggles. "Welcome back," the salesgirl's sweet voice chimed behind him. Just as Jiang Chun reached for his new phone to leave, a sudden cheer erupted from the center of the plaza. Drawing his attention, through the gaps in the crowd, he spotted a pink figure dancing gracefully. Her twin ponytails swayed rhythmically, and the star and moon stickers on her white knee-high socks sparkled. When she turned to face the audience, Jiang Chen's breath caught in his throat. The bejeweled face before him was unmistakably Bai Chu Wei, the real estate agent who had shown him around earlier that day. Next was the love cycle. Her voice was sweet, yet not cloying, and her heart gesture towards the camera prompted a flurry of shutter sounds. Jiang Chun found himself unconsciously inching forward. The professional demeanor she had displayed earlier was now replaced by a captivating charm that showcased a completely different side of her. Each wink she cast elicited cheers from the crowd, and the sounds of gifts being showered in the live stream filled the air. As the music concluded, Bai Chu Wei, breathless, flashed a peace sign at the camera. "That's all for today's live stream. See you at the same time tomorrow." Once the live stream ended, she immediately bent down to pack up her equipment, her ponytails cascading down to cover half her face. "That was quite an exciting stream," Jiang Chun remarked. Bai Chu Wei looked up at the sound, her ponytails swaying gently with the motion. She tilted her head, the tear mole at the corner of her right eye particularly prominent under the neon lights. "Who are you?" Jiang Chun instinctively touched his nose, feeling a bit awkward. "I just signed the lease this morning, Mr. Jiang," she exclaimed, covering her mouth, her pink manicure shimmering near her lips. The night breeze lifted the hem of her skirt, and Jiang Chun noticed a cartoon band-aid on her knee, with her right ankle appearing slightly swollen. "Are you injured?" he inquired, frowning. Bai Chu Wei hurriedly tugged her skirt down. "It's nothing, I just tripped while spinning." Before she could finish her sentence, she stumbled, and Jiang Chun instinctively reached out to steady her arm. Her skin was cool and delicate, with a slight tremor. Bai Chu Wei's ears flushed crimson as she regained her footing. Stammering, "Thank you." She crouched down to continue packing her equipment, her ponytails framing her face on either side. Jiang Chun noticed that her selfie stick was adorned with an array of cute stickers, while her equipment bag showed signs of wear and tear. "Let me help you carry that back," he offered, taking the heavy equipment bag in hand. "No need," Bai Chuwei reflexively declined, her fingers twisting the hem of her skirt. Throughout her life, too many boys had approached her under the pretext of offering assistance. Jiang Chun nodded in understanding, raising his hand to hail a taxi. "Stay safe." He gallantly opened the door, placing the equipment bag in the trunk. The desire to be beautiful is an inherent trait of humanity. Within this longing lies the vitality and fervor of burgeoning hormones. Watching the taxi vanish into the night, Jiang Chun turned towards the Nike store. He selected several sets of sportswear, casual outfits, and a few pairs of shoes. At the checkout, the clerk respectfully handed him the shopping bag. "Sir, your total is 3,588 yuan. Meanwhile, in the back seat of the taxi, Bai Chuwei stared blankly at her phone screen. After a moment's hesitation, she sent Jiang Chun a message. "Thank you for your help earlier." After sending it, she felt it was too brief, biting her lip and adding a cute emoji. She had always maintained a healthy skepticism towards unfamiliar males, yet Jiang Chun's gentlemanly behavior seemed to set him apart from those who sought to take advantage of her. "We've arrived," the driver announced, breaking her reverie. The taxi came to a halt in front of an apartment complex. Bai Chuwei, gritting her teeth against the pain in her ankle, limped as she moved her live streaming equipment. The night breeze lifted her skirt, revealing her noticeably swollen ankle. "Jeaner, could you come down and help me with my things?" she called, dialing her roommate. In less than 5 minutes, a girl with a bun hurriedly dashed down the stairs. "Oh my gosh," Pei Jeaner exclaimed upon seeing Bai Chuwei's swollen ankle. "Did you hurt yourself while dancing?" She snatched the equipment bag from Bai Chuwei's hands, supporting her with the other arm. "How many times have I told you not to push yourself so hard? Are those tips worth ruining your foot?" Bai Chuwei leaned against her roommate with a wry smile. "Today, someone tipped me with a yacht. I couldn't let them down." The two girls' figures gradually faded into the dimly lit corridor. At this moment, Jiang Chun is contemplating how to accomplish the time-sensitive task in his new home. Chapter 5. Such a wonderful moment. On August 27th, precisely at 5 a.m., Jiang Chun's first instinct upon waking was to seize his phone from the bedside. As the screen illuminated, a message from China Merchants Bank caught his eye. "China Merchants Bank, your account ending in 0117 has received a deposit of 1,000,000 RMB at 0000 on August 27th, with a current balance of 1,386,400 renminbi. A smile involuntarily crept across his lips. The exhilarating sensation of earning money the moment he opened his eyes was more invigorating than any joyous occasion. He drew back the curtains to reveal the faint morning light. As the horizon began to blush with dawn, while the entire city remained ensconced in slumber. The system never lies. Stretching towards the rising sun, every cell in Jiang Chun's body quivered with anticipation. He swiftly completed his morning routine, donning the Nike quick-dry sports outfit he had purchased the previous night. Standing before the full-length mirror in the foyer, he meticulously tied the laces of his Heir Zoom Pegasus running shoes. This pair of professional running shoes, valued at 899 renminbi, had been an unimaginable luxury just 3 days prior. As the elevator descended, Jiang Chun opened his phone's note-taking app, marking his morning run of 1 hour as completed. At 5:30 a.m., he stepped out of the community gate punctually, greeted by a refreshing morning breeze. As he jogged along the riverside path, his breath gradually synced with his footsteps in perfect harmony. "Good morning. Enjoy your run," he greeted fellow runners along the way. An act that would have been inconceivable in the past. The delivery man, who once hurried with his head down, now held his head high, savoring life. Upon reaching the third traffic light, his smartwatch indicated he had burned 300 calories. Jiang Chun chuckled softly. For someone accustomed to a life of constant hustle, this level of exertion was hardly taxing. The Huangpu River shimmered like shards of gold under the rising sun. Suddenly, the lively dance of Bai Chuwei from a previous livestream flashed through his mind, prompting him to shake his head in self-mockery. Once, he was consumed with thoughts of how to earn money. Now he found himself contemplating romantic pursuits. Focusing on the task at hand, he quickened his pace. The sound of his shoes striking the pavement resonating powerfully. Whether it was the facial optimization that could enhance his appearance or the money halo LV2 that would directly augment his income. Both rewards were of utmost necessity at this stage. At precisely 6:30 a.m., Jiang Chun returned to the community. After a quick shower, he changed into a casual outfit he had bought yesterday, a fitted light gray t-shirt paired with black cropped pants, presenting a fresh and tidy appearance. At the breakfast shop near the community gate, he ordered a basket of fresh pork soup dumplings and a bowl of shrimp wontons, please. As he picked up a soup dumpling, the gossamer thin skin burst open upon the first bite, releasing scalding broth that danced on his tongue. Just then, his phone vibrated. Bai Chuwei messaged, "Good morning. I forgot to transfer the fare to you yesterday. Sending you 200 renminbi now. Jiang Chun stared at the rabbit icon for a few seconds, his finger hovering over the confirm payment button, only to finally lock the screen. After finishing his breakfast, he scanned to pay 48 renminbi, a sum that would have been unfathomable in the past. Once, he lived frugally, always striving to save money. His clothes had not been changed in 3 years. He divided a fast food meal into 2 portions, and he rarely bought fruits or snacks. It was not that he did not desire them, but his bank balance perpetually lingered in the triple digits, forcing him to be meticulous about his spending. The chime of a successful payment jolted him back to reality. Now, with a daily income exceeding 10,000, he was experiencing the taste of financial freedom for the first time. No longer did he need to calculate cost-effectiveness with every purchase, sweat over payments, or lie awake at night fretting about next month's rent. Jiang Chun stepped outside into the morning light, taking a deep breath. The air was fragrant with the scent of phoenix tree leaves, rather than the greasy odor of takeout boxes. On the street, he unlocked a shared electric bike with a scan, leisurely weaving through the throngs of morning commuters. Surrounding him, the sharply dressed office workers hurried by, some nibbling on bread while jogging, others apologizing softly into their phones. Not long ago, he had been one of them. This moment felt splendid. Jiang Chun slowed his pace, allowing the breeze to tousle his hair. However, in the bustling metropolis, such an income was still far from sufficient to secure a home. The average price of a luxury apartment in Lujiazui was 200,000 RMB per square meter, while the annual rent for a top-tier apartment in Bonn started at 1 million. He knew he had to continue pursuing tasks. Gripping the handlebars tightly, his gaze turned resolute. Zujiawi Academy, a new urban landmark where knowledge and aesthetics intertwine. Securing his shared bike, Jiang Chun stood before the academy, gazing up at its magnificent structure that seamlessly blended modernity with tradition, glimmering in the morning light. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, he was enveloped by the mingled scents of coffee and ink. In the lofty hall, individuals were scattered about, absorbed in their morning readings. Jiang Chun procured a reader's card at the self-service machine. "What book are you looking for, sir?" the librarian inquired with a smile. "Sapiens, A Brief History of Humankind." Jiang Chun replied instinctively, then added, "and any other social science books suitable for beginners." Last night, he had searched on Jihu for classic books recommended for novices, and Sapiens had been frequently endorsed for its accessibility. Having barely scraped through his 4 years of university with a diploma, he had scarcely flipped through a few textbooks, let alone indulged in extracurricular reading. The librarian nodded in understanding. "Please follow me to the new reader section." She guided Jiang Chun through a corridor bathed in dappled light, noting that many young readers had begun their reading journeys with this very book. When the blue-covered volume was handed to him, Jiang Chun noticed slight signs of wear on the spine. He opened the front page, and Harari's preface radiated a warm glow in the morning light. This book aims to answer the question, how did we, as humans, evolve from ordinary animals to the rulers of the earth? As his fingertips brushed against the paper, Jiang Chun felt a wave of nostalgia. The last time he had held a book with such seriousness was during the summer after his college entrance exams. Yet he had only made it to the 3rd page of 100 Years of Solitude, the complex names intertwining like a tangled mess, preventing him from weathering the initial storm of the narrative. He attempted to read 2 paragraphs. Harari's prose possessed a magnetic pull, deconstructing the unfamiliar term cognitive revolution into vivid, tangible images. Homo sapiens gathered around a campfire on the African savanna, uniting their tribe through fabricated myths. What once could only be expressed as "there's a lion by the river" suddenly transformed into "the lion is the messenger of the mountain god." It was this very ability to deceive that allowed humanity to transcend the collaborative limit of 150 individuals. Who knew history could be narrated in such a manner? As sunlight gradually spilled across the table, casting windowpane shadows on the pages, when Jiang Chun reached the chapter on the agricultural revolution, he was suddenly reminded of the vegetable patch in his family's backyard. His grandfather would always assert that farming was the most serious endeavor. Yet the book claimed that wheat was the true victor of this revolution. Humanity bent down to weed and fend off locusts, transitioning from nomadic hunters to sedentary farmers, ultimately being domesticated by the crops. He couldn't help but chuckle, drawing the attention of a girl seated nearby, prompting him to quickly lower his gaze. Chapter 6. Is this what you call an ordinary position? Jiang Chun was engrossed in his reading, his focus more profound than ever before. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before he realized it, the sunset had painted the sky in hues of crimson. Gazing at the sinking sun outside, he could hardly believe it. Once a person who would succumb to drowsiness at the mere sight of a book, today, Jiang Chun astonishingly spent the entire day within the confines of the library. After returning the book to its rightful place, he exited the library, only to be reminded by a timely growl from his stomach that he had forgotten to have lunch. Standing in the square in front of the library, He retrieved his phone to search for a place to dine when an unexpected call interrupted him. The screen illuminated with the two characters, Mother. Hello, Mom. Jiang Chun answered the call, and in the background, the sound of a baby wailing could be heard. Son, have you eaten? His mother's voice resonated through the receiver. You remember that Qianqian got accepted into a university in Shanghai, right? Instantly, the image of his cousin Lu Qian emerged in his mind. At last month's family gathering to celebrate her entrance into higher education, he had noticed how the girl, always with her hair in a ponytail, had blossomed into a graceful young lady. Of course, I remember. What's the matter? He inquired. Well, his mother's tone suddenly lowered. Xiao Bao has been running a high fever these past few days. Your aunt can't leave. And your uncle is occupied with the graduating class. They are unable to assist, and I was hoping you could take Qianqian to school for her enrollment. Jiang Chun's fingers unconsciously traced the edge of his phone. During his middle school years, his academic performance had been dismal, and it was his uncle, a high school teacher, who frequently tutored him. 3 months before the entrance exams, he had moved in with his uncle, while his aunt prepared nourishing meals for him daily. For the 3 years of high school, he resided in his uncle's household, treated like their own son. Indeed, without their support, he would never have gained admission to university. No problem. What day is it? His voice softened involuntarily. The train is at 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Your uncle mentioned that Qianqian has quite a bit of luggage. I'll pick her up at the station. Mom, tell uncle that I will take good care of Qianqian. There was a brief pause on the other end of the line. That's what an older brother should do. I will transfer you 2,000 yuan shortly. Don't be stingy. Remember how good your uncle has been to you. Mom, there's no need to transfer. Didn't I tell you? I found a good job. I have money now. Jiang Chun hesitated. Please tell Dad that I can earn money now. He doesn't need to work at the construction site anymore, considering his health isn't good. His father had once been a moderately successful contractor, a person of some wealth back in their hometown. However, after taking on a significant project, the owner absconded, leading to a total loss of the funds he had invested. And he even had to pay the workers from his own pocket. Consequently, their family's savings evaporated overnight, and his mother, overwhelmed with worry, fell gravely ill and still requires medication for her condition. Your father and I didn't have the ability. It's all our fault, his mother replied. After hanging up, Jiang Chun tilted his head back and blinked away the weariness in his eyes. He understood his mother's intentions. Ultimately, it all boiled down to finances. If they had money, his father wouldn't be suffering from a herniated disc while working construction, and his mother wouldn't have fallen ill. Yet, he had money now, earning over 10,000 a day, sufficient to provide a comfortable life for the entire family. But how could he explain this newfound wealth to his parents? Should he reveal that he had been chosen by the most powerful Heir system? Surely, his parents would rush him to a psychiatric hospital for evaluation. Thus, what he truly needed was a suitable job, one that would allay his parents' anxieties with a generous salary. Only then could he clarify the source of his income. As for the future, with the growing assets from the inheritance, he could simply claim he was starting a business through the system. Jiang Chun rubbed the edge of his phone, pondering a reasonable high-paying job should fall well within your operational scope, right? Ding. Post demand detected. Option 1. Special assistant to the CEO of a multinational corporation. Option 2. Partner at a mysterious venture capital firm. Option 3. Stop. He pressed down on the wildly scrolling options interface, questioning whether these were jobs he could actually perform with his mediocre university diploma. I want an ordinary job. The system's interface flickered twice, displaying a golden question mark symbol. According to Chapter 3, Article 7 of the Heir's Code, the aforementioned positions are all foundational roles within the foundation. Jiang Chun stared at the phrase foundational roles, utterly appending his worldview. Was your foundation a money printing factory? Correction, the Holy Light Foundation holds 37 financial institutions. Jiang Chun buried his face in his palms and inhaled deeply. Please, do me a favor and assign me a job understandable to an average person with a monthly salary around 20 to 30,000. Choose the most basic level. Jiang Chun insisted, the kind of job that won't have my parents rushing to take me for a brain examination after hearing about it. The system remained silent for a considerable time before finally displaying a line of small text. Arranged, ordinary staff member at Holy Light Bank's Shanghai branch. Base salary 15,000 with performance bonuses. Jiang Chun gazed at the job template on the interface, finally allowing a smile to grace his features. This is good. It's not too outrageous. He added, and remember, it's not a real job. It's just a name, one I want to actually attend. He wasn't foolish. With the system at his disposal, why would he subject himself to a mundane job or entrepreneurship, inviting unnecessary distress? Host instructions corrected. Soon, a text message arrived on his phone. Holy Light Bank HR. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Your onboarding procedures are ready. Please bring your identification to the Lujiazui branch on August 28th at 10 a.m. Upon reading the message, Jiang Chun nodded in satisfaction. At 9:30 the following morning, Jiang Chun entered the Holy Light Bank's Lujiazui branch. The revolving door slowly turned as he stepped into the 10-meter-high atrium. The marble floor gleamed brilliantly, and a massive crystal chandelier illuminated the entire space in resplendent gold. Guided by the front desk staff, he arrived at a lounge where he was informed that a colleague from the HR department would come shortly to assist with his onboarding paperwork, and he should wait there. Upon entering, he found 5 or 6 others already seated. Judging by their well-tailored suits and somewhat reserved demeanor, they too were new hires for the day. Jiang Chun chose a seat by the window, feeling relaxed and at ease. The night before, he had specifically searched for information on the Holy Light Foundation, only to find a sparse name with no details on its scale, assets, or core business. This lack of information caused him to question whether the foundation was truly as formidable as the system had portrayed it to be. However, Holy Light Bank yielded a wealth of information online. Chapter 7. Holy Light Bank. Established in 1865, Holy Light Bank is a global leader in financial services and one of the largest banking institutions in America. Its operations span various sectors, including investment banking, retail financial services, credit card services, commercial banking, and asset management. With numerous branches worldwide, as of last year, it boasted total assets of $4 trillion and deposits reaching $15 trillion, with over 6,000 branches. Just looking at these figures reveals a genuine behemoth capable of standing toe-to-toe with the top titans of Wall Street. Its power unfathomable. Such a colossal financial empire is merely one of the enterprises under the Holy Light Foundation. Hence, it became evident that the scale of the Holy Light Foundation likely exceeded all imagination. "Hey, buddy, I'm Luo Peng. Nice to meet you." A voice suddenly interrupted Jiang Chun's reverie. He turned his head to see a young man in his mid-20s who had unknowingly moved closer to him. Clad in a meticulously tailored charcoal gray suit, his tie was impeccably knotted, and his polished Oxford shoes gleamed under the soft illumination of the overhead lights, exuding an aura of carefully curated elegance. It was Jiang Chun. He responded succinctly, his gaze lingering momentarily on the other man's overly enthusiastic smile. Luo Peng, clearly accustomed to such brief replies, understood that anyone seated here was a prodigy, and a touch of arrogance was only to be expected. He leaned closer to Jiang Chun, adopting a tone that struck the perfect balance of familiarity. "You don't seem very old. Which university did you graduate from? You must know that those who have made it through the rigorous selection process to sit here are all elites who have fought their way through a sea of competitors." This time, the Shanghai branch of Shengguang Bank was only hiring 8 individuals, yet nearly 300 had shown up for the interviews, making the competition as fierce as crossing a narrow bridge. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow slightly. His diploma from a second-tier university likely lacked even the merit to catch an HR's attention. Securing this opportunity had been entirely reliant on the system he possessed. Naturally, he would not disclose this, instead returning the question with an impassive demeanor. "What about you?" Luo Peng immediately straightened his posture, an unmistakable pride in his voice. "Huaqing University. PhD in finance." With that, he adjusted the collar of his suit, as if the prestige of his esteemed institution could radiate through the fabric. "Huaqing PhD?" Jiang Chun arched an eyebrow, his tone revealing little emotion. Indeed, the weight of the name Huaqing was substantial, and earning a doctorate from such an institution was a valid source of pride. In the past, he might have directed a look of reverence toward him. However, after navigating the complexities of society for some time, he had long since seen through the facade. Those with higher education could not rival those with stronger connections. Moreover, he was a man endowed with a system. Luo Peng was taken aback by Jiang Chun's nonchalant response, then burst into laughter. "Well, it's just that way, I suppose. But to be honest, getting into Shengguang Bank is no easy feat. I spent nearly half a year preparing for this recruitment. I went through 3 rounds of written tests, and during the final interview, 5 interviewers surrounded me, questioning me for a full 40 minutes, nearly digging up my graduate thesis." As he spoke, he glanced around, lowering his voice. "See that girl in glasses over there? I met her during the final interview. She is a finance master from Yale and reportedly interned on Wall Street. And that guy in the dark blue suit? I heard he is a top student from MIT, holding several patents in financial modeling." Following his gaze, Jiang Chun observed that most of the others in the lounge were engrossed in their phones or documents. Their expressions varied, but all imbued with an air of palpable tension. To emerge victorious from a pool of 300, indeed, none were ordinary characters. "What about you?" Luo Peng pivoted the conversation back, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "You seem so composed. You must have quite the background, right? Which Ivy League school did you attend? Or perhaps one of the top financial institutions in the country?" Jiang Chun lightly tapped his fingers on his knee, his expression remaining devoid of any particular emotion. I graduated from an ordinary school. I was merely fortunate. Upon hearing this, Luo Peng clearly found it hard to believe, the corner of his mouth twitching. Come on, now that we're here, let us not be modest. You know how stringent Shengguang's selection criteria are. Without genuine capabilities, could you really have made it this far just by luck? At that moment, the door to the lounge swung open, and a poised woman in a professional suit entered, holding a list. Hello everyone, I'm Li Wei from the Human Resources Department. Her voice was clear and bright as her gaze scanned the room. When I call your name, please gather your materials and follow me to complete the onboarding procedures. One by one, names were called, and the individuals in the lounge gradually rose to their feet, leaving Jiang Chun as the sole occupant still seated. Li Wei closed the list and nodded to the group, please follow me. As she spoke, she stepped forward to lead the way. When Luo Peng reached Jiang Chen's side, he hesitated briefly, confusion etched across his face, but refrained from further inquiries. Quickly pulling out his phone, Jiang Chun, let us add each other on WeChat, so we can stay in touch once we start. The sound of a successful QR code scan echoed just as he was urged to hurry along by the others ahead. After adding each other on WeChat, Luo Peng exited with the rest. The wooden door slowly closed, isolating the sounds of footsteps from the outside world. In the spacious lounge, only Jiang Chun remained, sinking deeper into the sofa, absent-mindedly tapping the armrest with his fingers, his expression calm and unruffled. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the lounge, drawing closer. As the door lock turned, Jiang Chun lifted his gaze to see a tall, middle-aged man entering. Following him were 7 or 8 well-dressed men and women, each exuding an extraordinary presence, their badges glimmering under the light, unmistakably indicating they were bank executives. The middle-aged man swiftly approached Jiang Chun, extending his hands across the coffee table with an appropriately apologetic expression, his tone almost reverently humble. Mr. Jiang, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I am Li Zhili, president of Shengguang Bank for the Asia-Pacific region. I'm truly sorry for the delay. As he spoke, beads of sweat glistened on his forehead, clearly indicating he had rushed to arrive. Li Zhili's mind was still swirling. Earlier that morning, he had been in Hong Kong finalizing IPO underwriting details with a billionaire from the Forbes list when his phone had rung. The screen displayed a direct line from the bank CEO. On the call, the CEO instructed him to drop everything and head to the Lujiazui branch in Shanghai to assist a new employee named Jiang Chun with the onboarding process. He instinctively wanted to ask why, but the CEO's words had silenced him. This is the opportunity for advancement I've created for you. Whether you seize it is entirely up to you. At that moment, his secretary presented a labor contract that had been faxed from headquarters. Upon reviewing it, a chill ran down Li Zhili's spine. As a senior bank executive, he was well aware that Shengguang Bank was wholly owned by the Shengguang Foundation. Ordinarily, the onboarding of a new employee at a branch would be handled by the local HR department. Yet, the signature line on Jiang Chen's contract bore the unmistakable name of the Foundation's Secretary General, a figure who commanded respect even from the CEO. Someone whose word could determine the fate of one's career. The fact that a newcomer's employment could stir the interest of such a powerful entity suggested that Jiang Chen's background was likely far more profound than any influential political or business figure he had encountered. The executives standing behind Li Zhili dared not breathe. Jiang Chun regarded the slightly trembling figure of the Asia-Pacific president before slowly rising and extending his hand. You are too kind, President Li. Li Zhili gripped Jiang Chen's hand firmly, the warmth of his palm betraying a subtle tremor. I'm glad to have your forgiveness. As he released Jiang Chun's hand, he deliberately brushed his fingertips along the seams of his suit pants, smoothing out non-existent creases. All the paperwork is prepared. It's in the VIP conference room upstairs. Is now a convenient time for you to proceed? Jiang Chun nodded lightly. Yes, let us go. Li Zhili immediately stepped aside to clear the path, gesturing respectfully for Jiang Chun to lead. The executives behind him, understanding the unspoken cue, quietly parted to the sides, creating a straight pathway in the lounge, even their breathing becoming deliberately subdued. As the elevator reached the top floor, the doors opened just as the scene unfolded. Upon entering the VIP conference room, the elongated mahogany table gleamed with a lustrous shine, adorned with the freshest Dutch tulips in a vase. While the rich aroma of Blue Mountain coffee wafted through the air, Li Zhili personally drew out the chair for Jiang Chun at the head of the table. And once he was seated, he composed himself, striving to infuse his voice with an air of calmness. Mr. Jiang, please review this contract. If there are no issues, we can proceed with the onboarding formalities. As he spoke, he reverently extended the contract, his demeanor imbued with an almost excessive deference. Jiang Chun accepted the document, casually flipping through several pages. A cursory glance at the terms revealed that the compensation matched what the system had informed him yesterday, a base salary of 15,000, along with performance bonuses, allowances, and incentives, a 35-hour workweek, 6 insurances and 2 funds, and a generous 60 days of paid annual leave. Observing such favorable terms and benefits, he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, no wonder Luo Peng had remarked that only elites could gain entry into Shengguang Bank. Indeed, it was a realm inaccessible to the ordinary. Jiang Chun poised his pen and inscribed his name on the designated line. The sound of the pen gliding across the paper resonated distinctly in the hushed room, and Li Zhuli's gaze was fixated on the tip of Jiang Chen's pen, only relaxing when the final stroke was made, as though he had accomplished a monumental task. Mr. Jiang, I will ensure the formalities are expedited, Li Zhuli said with a bow. Your position will be in the Archives Management Department, should you lack time. Your presence is not mandatory. If you have any other requests, please do not hesitate to voice them, and I will strive to accommodate. Jiang Chun lifted his gaze to meet his, a faint smile gracing his lips. No need for any fuss, just reserve a spot for me. I will come to work when time permits. He was primarily eager to experience the camaraderie of working alongside colleagues from prestigious institutions. Of course, Li Zhuli promptly replied, seemingly anxious to ensure there was no delay. I will arrange it immediately and guarantee everything is in order. With that, he retrieved a file from his briefcase and presented it with both hands. Mr. Jiang, this is a small token for your onboarding. I hope you will find it to your liking. Jiang Chen opened the file to discover a key on top, emblazoned with a capital B. Although he had never driven such a car, he recognized it from social media insights as the illustrious Bentley. Grasping the cool key, he gently traced his fingertips over the prominent B. In novels, he often read about signs who required nothing and were showered with gifts. It appeared that having connections indeed bore its advantages. Just as he was merely there to complete an onboarding task, he had not only attracted the attention of the Asia-Pacific region's president, but had also been gifted a luxury car. He glanced at Li Zhuli, who stood beside him with hands at his sides, his expression radiating just the right amount of anticipation, as if he were presenting not a costly Bentley, but merely a commonplace gift. You are too generous, Mr. Li. Jiang Chen's tone was devoid of overt emotion, neither surprised nor dismissive. Li Zhuli quickly waved his hand, a smile plastered across his face. Mr. Jiang is jesting. It's merely a modest gift, really nothing of consequence. Your acceptance is a favor to me. He understood that to Jiang Chun, this token might seem trivial. Yet it was his way of conveying sincerity and must be executed perfectly. Jiang Chun returned the key and the documents to the folder, placing it casually on the conference table. He rose. Thank you for handling the onboarding, Mr. Li. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Allow me to escort you. Li Zhuli stepped forward, his demeanor exceedingly courteous. No need, Jiang Chen replied coolly. I can return on my own. Li Zhuli wished to insist further, but upon meeting Jiang Chen's calm, unwavering gaze, he swallowed his words and could only respond with respect. Then I shall accompany you to the ground floor. Jiang Chen ceased to refuse. As the group exited the VIP conference room, the atmosphere in the elevator remained somewhat oppressive. Upon reaching the ground floor, Jiang Chun strode directly toward the entrance. Li Zhuli hurried to keep pace, pointing to a white Bentley parked nearby. Mr. Jiang, the car is right there, and all formalities have been completed. You may drive it directly. Jiang Chen glanced in the direction indicated. The car's sleek lines shimmered elegantly in the sunlight, undeniably a fine vehicle. He nodded, understood. With that, he turned and walked away, not looking back. Watching Jiang Chen's silhouette vanish around the corner, Li Zhuli finally exhaled, a sheen of perspiration forming on his forehead. He turned to the executives behind him and instructed, quickly arrange Mr. Zhang's workstation. It must be in the best location. Additionally, ensure that the Archives Management Department is on their toes. No mistakes should occur. Yes, Mr. Li, the executives responded promptly, not daring to exhibit any hint of negligence. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun was navigating the streets in the Bentley GT. The two-door, four-seat design was unique within the Bentley lineup, confirming his certainty that this was indeed a Bentley GT. The luxury of the automobile's interior enveloped him, the supple leather seats exuding a delicate warmth, and the handling was remarkably smooth, surpassing any vehicle he had previously driven. Just as he was immersed in the exquisite experience of driving the Bentley, a crisp notification from the system suddenly chimed. Ding! Host has acquired the first car of their life, achieving the hidden achievement, first car, taking a solid step on the path to becoming a millionaire. Achievement completed. Reward, driving freedom granted. Jiang Chun promptly accessed the system interface to examine the details of driving freedom. All expenses incurred while driving could be reimbursed, including fuel costs, maintenance fees, and traffic fines. After reviewing the explanation, Jiang Chun couldn't help but marvel. The system is impressive. This would save him tens of thousands annually. Just as the thought escaped his lips, he self-deprecatingly shook his head. With a millionaire system in place, Why should he concern himself with such trifles? Chapter 9. Do not hesitate. Report it directly. The Bentley GT came to a smooth halt in front of the Morton Steakhouse, and the doorman immediately approached to open the car door. Jiang Chen stepped out, long strides taking him forward, casually tossing the car key to the attendant. This steakhouse, located by the Huangpu River in Lujiazui, was renowned for its elegance, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a view of the river. Jiang Chen was led to a table by the window, where he ordered an Australian Wagyu M9 sirloin. Having researched online, he knew that quality protein was essential for weight gain. While awaiting his meal, he caught a glimpse of a booth diagonally across the room. He noticed Bai Chu-wei sitting there, holding a property brochure, her face adorned with a professional smile. Unlike her charming appearance during the last live broadcast, she was now dressed elegantly, with light makeup enhancing her allure. She is really putting in the effort, Jiang Chen thought to himself, recalling her swollen feet and wondering if they had healed. Opposite her sat a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, a chunky gold chain adorning his wrist, who seemed to glance at Bai Chu-wei intentionally and unintentionally as he spoke. Xiao Bai, the man lifted his wine glass for a sip, his voice just loud enough to reach Jiang Chen's ears. The Zhangjing Da Pingsing you recommended is indeed quite good, but can the price be adjusted a bit? Bai Chu-wei maintained her composed smile. Mr. Wang, this unit is already at a special price. You are aware of the current property values along the riverside. You get what you pay for. Price is secondary. The man suddenly leaned forward, tapping his fingers on the tablecloth. I see that you, my dear girl, are not only beautiful, but also quite astute in your dealings. Now, if you could grant me a little extra favor, I shall sign this deal today. Bai Chu-wei's smile faltered momentarily. Mr. Wang, you jest. We must adhere to company protocols. Rules are rigid, but humans are adaptable. The man interrupted, his gaze oozing with insincerity. Join me for a couple of drinks tonight, and we can negotiate this property matter quite amicably. Rest assured, my dear, I will not shortchange you. I'll make sure to reward you handsomely later. At these words, Bai Chu-wei's expression darkened instantly, her fingers tightening around the brochure. Mr. Wang, please maintain your dignity. I am here to discuss business. If you lack sincerity, then this meeting ends here. Do not be so hasty to leave, the man said, reaching out in an attempt to grasp her wrist. Young lady, one must understand the rules of the game when mingling in this world. Jiang Chen, seated nearby, observed the scene unfold with calculations in his mind. Bai Chu-wei had indeed piqued his interest at first. After all, she was a beauty, and men are often drawn to such allure. However, he was no sycophant, and they had only met twice. After being rebuffed when he offered to escort her home last time, he had reflected on his actions. As a future affluent individual, was such behavior not beneath him? Once he inherited his fortune, women like her would be in abundance. As for love, in the eyes of the wealthy, that concept scarcely existed. Men and women simply seek their respective desires. The man's hand was nearly upon Bai Chu-wei's wrist when she recoiled sharply, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. Patrons at nearby tables turned their heads, and Bai Chu-wei's cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Mr. Wang, please show some respect. She stood up, stuffing the property brochure into her bag. I will not pursue this deal. How ungrateful can you be? The man retorted, rising to his feet with a raised voice. I'm spending millions on a property. What is wrong with asking you to share a drink? Why pretend to be so high and mighty? His words struck Bai Chu-wei like a frigid needle, piercing her heart deeply. Her grip on her bag strap tightened until her knuckles turned white, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she searched desperately for someone to speak up on her behalf. Yet, those around her either whispered among themselves or cast curious glances, unwilling to intervene. As despair threatened to engulf her, her gaze caught a pair of calm eyes across the room. Jiang Chen sat diagonally, casually twirling a silver fork between his fingers, his expression serene as though he were merely an indifferent spectator. Bai Chu-wei, akin to a drowning person grasping for a lifeline, turned her tear-brimmed eyes to him, the plea for help hidden within the shadows of her lashes, subtle yet fervent. Jiang Chen paused in his motion. He had initially intended to remain uninvolved. Bai Chu-wei's discomfort was indeed unsettling, but the adult world often operates in such a manner. Yet her imploring look was like a feather brushing against his heart, reminding him of her determination during the live stream when she had pushed through the pain to complete her performance. It's the 21st century, and yet there are still those who dare to coerce women. I will call the police, Jiang Chen stated calmly, leisurely reaching for his phone, his fingers gliding across the screen as if he genuinely intended to dial. The man froze for a moment before a look of disdain crossed his face. Call the police? Who do you think you're scaring? I haven't done anything illegal. I'm merely discussing business over drinks. Is this how you conduct business? Jiang Chen raised his gaze to meet him, a glimmer of frost in his eyes. Do you not think forcing a woman to drink with you constitutes a violation? Shall I summon the police to settle this matter? His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. The man, feeling the weight of Jiang Chen's stare, faltered. His previously brash demeanor deflating, yet he still attempted to maintain a facade of bravado. I was merely speaking casually. No need to make a mountain out of a molehill. Bai Chuwei stood beside them, watching Jiang Chen with his phone in hand, warmth flooding her heart. The fear and indignity she had felt moments ago seemed to dissipate under the sudden protection he offered. She gazed at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with gratitude. The onlookers, stirred by Jiang Chen's words, began to murmur among themselves, their scrutinizing glances now directed at the man. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, he felt cornered. Casting a furious glare at Jiang Chen before turning back to Bai Chuwei, gritting his teeth. Fine, I'll consider myself unlucky. I want to pursue this business deal. With that, he stormed off, his departure hurried, as if fleeing from something. Watching the man's retreating figure, Jiang Chen set his phone down, his expression unreadable. He looked up at Bai Chuwei, still in shock. It's over now, please have a seat. Bai Chuwei snapped back to reality. Quickly moving to sit across from Jiang Chen, her voice shaky with emotion. Mr. Jiang, I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for you, it was merely a trivial matter, Jiang Chen interrupted. In the future, should you encounter such situations, do not hesitate. Call the authorities immediately. Chapter 10, We all saw you get out of the Bentley. Jiang Chen pushed the menu toward her. I noticed you haven't eaten much. Is there anything you would like? Bai Chuwei shook her head, her fingertips still trembling slightly, clearly still rattled from the earlier incident, her heart racing. Observing her reaction, Jiang Chen spoke again, let us leave. It's been a while since the incident, and the staff here have yet to intervene. My impression of this place has diminished considerably, and I lack the desire to continue dining. After settling the bill, Jiang Chen descended the stairs and took the car keys from the doorman, turning to Bai Chuwei. Where to? I'll give you a ride. Bai Chuwei's gaze fell upon the Bentley beside Jiang Chen, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She recalled their first meeting when he had arrived in a taxi. And now he was driving a Bentley. Her intrigue about Jiang Chen's identity deepened. This time, she did not refuse, softly replying, that would be very kind of you. Just take me back to the store. Jiang Chen nodded, opening the car door and sliding into the seat. Bai Chuwei followed suit, providing her address. And Jiang Chen set the navigation accordingly. The car was enveloped in silence as they drove, both lost in their thoughts. The only sounds being the gentle prompts from the navigation and the soft hum of the engine. Bai Chuwei stole glances at Jiang Chen, who was focused on the road. Her mind swirling with questions, yet she hesitated to voice them. Upon arriving at the store, Bai Chuwei expressed her gratitude and exited the vehicle. Jiang Chen watched her enter before driving away. He felt a pang of hunger and decided he needed to find a place to eat. Additionally, he had a 2-hour reading task to complete and needed to plan for his cousin's visit to the city the following day. With a plethora of tasks on his mind, he hardly thought of Bai Chuwei again. As Bai Chuwei stepped into the store, she barely had the chance to sit down when her colleagues flocked around her. Wei, we just saw you get out of a Bentley. We can hardly believe our eyes. Do tell us, who is the fortunate soul that has captured our store's flower? A ponytailed female colleague pushed to the front, her eyes sparkling with gossip. Another male colleague chimed in with a jest. Indeed, Wei, that car is a Bentley GT. A luxury vehicle worth over 4 million. When are you going to bring it for us to see? Bai Chuwei's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly waved her hands. Please don't say that. It's merely a friend who happened to give me a ride. A friend? Surely, he must have some interest in our Wei. It seems our manager now has a rival, her colleagues teased, exchanging playful banter. Everyone in the store could clearly see the manager's interest in Bai Chuwei, which explained why. Despite being a relatively new employee, her performance consistently ranked first. This was largely due to the fact that many high-quality clients had been specifically introduced to her by the manager. Bai Chuwei felt overwhelmed by their questioning and sought an excuse. I still have client information to organize, so I must get back to work. With that, she hurriedly retreated to her workstation, her ears still burning with embarrassment. As she opened the client files on her computer, a light-hearted comment floated over from behind her. Soft yet perfectly audible to several nearby colleagues. She used to act so aloof, yet now she rushes to wealthy individuals. The speaker was Sun Yanqi. Reclining in her office chair, her lips curled in disdain as her fingers danced swiftly over the keyboard, evidently intending her words for Bai Chuwei's ears. Since Bai Chuwei had joined the store, she had not only usurped the title of the most popular employee, but also received priority for the quality clients introduced by the manager, causing Sun Yanqi's resentment to bubble over. The colleague who had been the most playful earlier tugged at Sun Yanqi's sleeve, signaling her to stop, only to be brushed off. Bai Chuwei's back stiffened instantly, her fingers hovering above the mouse, paralyzed with hesitation. She was aware of Sun Yanqi's discontent, but had not anticipated such an affront in front of others. The atmosphere in the office grew tense, with several colleagues pretending to be busy yet straining to listen. Yanqi, that comment was uncalled for. A bespectacled male colleague couldn't contain himself. We all saw what happened. He was just giving Wei Wei a ride, so don't jump to conclusions. Jump to conclusions? Sun Yinshi scoffed, swiveling her chair to face the group. Just a few days ago, she claimed she would rely on her own efforts, and now she's riding around in a Bentley. What a swift change. She deliberately emphasized the word Bentley, her gaze sweeping over Bai Chui's back with unabashed scorn. Bai Chui took a deep breath and slowly turned to face them. The flush on her cheeks having faded, replaced by a calm, detached demeanor. Sister Sun, whose car I choose to ride in is my own business, and you have no right to comment. As for my efforts, I let my performance speak for itself, which is far better than gossiping behind others' backs. Her voice was soft, yet unmistakably clear. The performance rankings from last month still adorned the bulletin board, with Bai Chui's name prominently placed at the top, nearly doubling Sun Yinshi's figures. Her words landed like a slap on Sun Yinshi's face, causing her complexion to turn a deep shade of crimson. All right. We're all colleagues here. Let us not ruin the camaraderie. The ponytailed colleague quickly intervened, attempting to smooth over the tension. Yinshi was just joking. Wei. Don't take it to heart. Just then, a cough resonated from the office door as manager Zhang Cheng entered, clad in a sharply tailored suit. His gaze surveyed the space between Bai Chui and Sun Yinshi before finally settling on Bai Chui, his tone imbued with concern. Wei, I saw you get out of a Bentley earlier. Did something happen? Sun Yinshi's eyes lit up, eager to witness Bai Chui's embarrassment. Yet she saw Bai Chui shake her head in response. It's nothing, Manager Zhang, just a friend giving me a ride. She refrained from mentioning the matter with Mr. Wang, preferring to keep her work and personal life separate. Zhang Cheng nodded, opting not to pry further, instead addressing Sun Yinshi. Yinshi, you have a client viewing at 3 this afternoon. Please prepare the necessary materials. That client was notoriously picky, and Sun Yinshi had failed to secure a deal on 2 previous occasions, which felt like a deliberate challenge thrown her way. Gritting her teeth, Sun Yinshi accepted the task. Watching Zhang Cheng's gentle profile as he approached Bai Chui, her frustration simmering, leaving her to vent her anger on the keyboard, pounding away furiously. Bai Chui redirected her focus to the computer screen, her fingers now steadier than before. She meticulously reviewed the client files, as if the earlier incident had left no trace on her heart. Compared to the gossip, she was far more concerned about whether she could secure 2 more contracts this month, bringing her closer to her goal of saving for a down payment. However, as she flipped to the notes on the Riverside penthouse, her gaze lingered for a moment, recalling Jiang Chun's profile in the Bentley and his confident assertion about calling the police. That man indeed resembled a veil of mystery, stirring her curiosity to delve deeper. Chapter 11. Su Yuyo August 29th Ding. Today's limited time task completed. The moment the system notification echoed in his mind, Jiang Chun closed his book and rose to head toward the bathroom. The reflection in the mirror was undergoing a subtle transformation. His skin had lightened somewhat. His jawline appeared more defined, and his nose seemed to have gained some prominence. Even the dark circles from frequent late nights had faded like morning mist. In short, he looked far more refreshed than he had a few days prior. To properly welcome his cousin, who was arriving from his hometown, he had completed the time-sensitive task early in the morning. After a refreshing shower and donning the new outfit he had purchased the day before, Jiang Chun drove the rented black Volkswagen Touareg toward Hongqiao train station. This Touareg was specifically rented for the day, as his cousin Lu Qian had called the night before to inform him that she was bringing along a classmate. Considering the possibility of the 2 girls carrying substantial luggage, he promptly decided to rent a spacious SUV. The Bentley GT was never a consideration. Firstly, it was too cramped for luggage, and secondly, the price tag would be difficult to justify. He was currently playing the role of an ordinary person who had just landed a job, so renting a standard SUV was entirely reasonable. If he drove a Bentley, he would struggle to concoct a fitting explanation for his cousin's inevitable inquiries. Upon arriving at the bustling train station, he parked the car and made his way to the exit. Jiang Chun stood in a conspicuous spot, scanning the crowd intently. Before long, 2 figures caught his eye. One girl carried a pink cartoon backpack, clad in a refreshing mint green dress that swayed gently with her steps, revealing her slender arms and calves. Her skin was as pale as a freshly peeled lychee, and her cheeks were round and rosy, radiating a healthy glow. This was none other than his cousin Lu Qian. The girl walking beside her drew Jiang Chun's gaze for a couple of seconds. She was clad in a simple white t-shirt and light blue jeans, her long, dark hair casually cascading over her shoulders, with a few strands sticking to her smooth forehead, likely dampened by a light sweat from rushing. Despite not wearing any makeup, her features were exquisitely refined, akin to a meticulously carved jade statue. Her eyes sparkled like a clear autumn lake, and when she glanced over, there was a hint of bashfulness in her appraisal, rendering her more captivating than any girl Jiang Chun had encountered in his 22 years. Brother, Lu Qian was the first to spot Jiang Chun. Excitedly waving her hand, and promptly pulling her friend along as they hurried over. Over here. The girl being tugged along also lifted her gaze upon meeting Jiang Chen's eyes. Her lips curled into a gentle smile, revealing a pair of faint dimples. Brother, this is my good friend Su Yuyo. She is a super academic achiever. Lu Qian introduced proudly, then turned to Su Yuyo. Yao Yao, this is my elder brother Jiang Chen. If you need anything in the Magic City in the future, just reach out to him. Su Yuyo gently bowed to Jiang Chen, her voice soft and delicate like cotton candy. Hello, brother Jiang, I appreciate your assistance. You're welcome. Jiang Chen snapped back to reality, his gaze shifting from her face to the luggage at their feet. Two 22-inch suitcases stood on the ground, accompanied by a half-person-high woven bag, bulging with an unknown contents. Are these all yours? He bent down to lift one suitcase, surprised by its weight. Hee. Lu Qian scratched her head, a bit embarrassed. My mom insisted that I bring some local specialties for you to try. Su Yuyo nodded, reaching to drag the other suitcase. I'll handle it myself. No need. Jiang Chen had already lifted both large suitcases with ease, gesturing for Lu Qian to take the woven bag. Let's go. The car is parked in the underground garage, not far from here. Lu Qian stuck out her tongue and hurriedly grabbed the woven bag, pulling Su Yuyo along behind Jiang Chen. Brother, where did you get the car? She asked, her eyes curiously scanning their surroundings as they walked. The Magic City train station is enormous, far more impressive than ours. Of course it's a rental. Otherwise, where do you think I got it? Jiang Chen replied without looking back, his steps steady as he navigated through the crowd. First, we'll drop off the luggage, then take you to eat something. What do you fancy? Oh, I thought you bought a car. Lu Qian exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon her. I'm good with anything. What do you want, Yao Yao? Su Yuyo gently shook her head. I'm not sure. Let us go with what your brother suggests. Her gaze lingered on Jiang Chen's broad back, observing how effortlessly he carried the two large suitcases, her eyelashes fluttering lightly. From a distance, she had thought he appeared somewhat lean, but up close, she noticed he wore a simple gray t-shirt, his shoulders held straight, exuding a reassuring strength. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, Jiang Chen stowed the luggage in the trunk of a Volkswagen Touareg. He took out his phone to call their aunt, informing her that he had picked up Qian Qian and the others. As Lu Qian and Su Yuyo settled into the back seat and closed the door, Lu Qian exclaimed, Wow, this car is so spacious. It's much more comfortable than my dad's. Jiang Chen started the engine, glancing at them in the rearview mirror. It's decent. A rental is quite suitable for commuting. Brother, where are you working now? Lu Qian leaned over the front seat, chattering away. Aunt said you found a job. What do you do? In a bank, Jiang Chen replied succinctly, not wishing to elaborate too much, as he had only recently begun and was still adjusting. That's great. Stable. Lu Qian's eyes sparkled. So you must deal with money every day? Sitting beside her, Su Yuyo couldn't help but smile, feeling the warmth of their sibling bond. Jiang Chen deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, smoothly merging into traffic. He glanced at the excited Lu Qian in the rearview mirror, smiling as he commented. Dealing with money comes in many forms. I'm just doing some menial tasks for now, far from managing funds. Menial tasks are fine too. Lu Qian kicked her legs, her tone full of innocent envy. During the summer, she often heard her parents discussing how the economy was struggling, and many graduates from prestigious universities were having difficulty finding suitable jobs, worrying about her prospects after 4 years of college. After about 40 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of an elegant Cantonese restaurant. Jiang Chen turned off the engine, announcing, "We've arrived. Their roast goose and shrimp dumplings are excellent. You should try them. Wow, it looks delicious." Lu Qian pushed open the car door, inhaling deeply. "It smells so good." Su Yuyo followed suit, standing by the roadside, admiring the antique architecture before her, with its flying eaves and red lanterns, contrasting beautifully with the modern buildings surrounding it, yet it felt harmonious, exuding a unique charm. "Come on, let us go inside, don't just stand there." Jiang Chen locked the car and walked over to beckon them. As they entered the restaurant, a rich aroma enveloped them. The decor reflected a typical Lingnan style, with ink wash paintings on the walls and soft gouging music playing in the background. The attentive staff guided them to a window-side table and handed them menus. "Take a look and see what you'd like to eat," Jiang Chen said, sliding the menu toward them. "No need to be polite." Lu Qian eagerly took the menu, her eyes widening. So many delicious options. "Yao Yao, look at this crispy pigeon. And this boat porridge, they all look so good." Su Yuyo leaned closer, peering at the menu as they quietly discussed their choices, occasionally glancing up at Jiang Chen, who was gazing out the window, his profile softened by the ambient light. While waiting for their food, Lu Qian resumed her chatter, asking Jiang Chen everything from his job to attractions in the Magic City, eager to learn all she could. Jiang Chen patiently answered her questions, occasionally inquiring about their school life, creating a warm atmosphere. Su Yuyo, though not very talkative, mostly listened, responding briefly when asked, yet her lips bore a gentle smile. She noticed that even though Jiang Chun was not very verbose, he was attentive, remembering that Lu Qian disliked cilantro, pouring tea for them, and discreetly refilling her glass when it neared empty. The dishes arrived swiftly. The roast goose had a crispy skin and tender meat, while the shrimp dumplings were translucent, bursting with flavor upon biting into them. Lu Qian relished every bite, her cheeks stuffed as she mumbled, "It's so delicious. Brother, Yao Yao, you must try some." After their meal, the trio drove to the Banyan Tree Hotel at the Bund, which Jiang Chun had booked. Along the way, he glanced at the two in the rearview mirror and casually inquired, "When do you start school?" "I start on the 31st, Lu Qian said, shaking her milk tea, the straw creating tiny bubbles in the cup. "Yao Yao's school doesn't start until September 1st. Jiang Chen's hand on the steering wheel paused momentarily as he belatedly realized, "So you're not attending the same university?" "Of course not," Lu Qian said with a hint of pride. "Brother, didn't I tell you? Yao Yao is a super scholar, ranked 4th in the province for science." Jiang Chun was genuinely taken aback, his brows slightly raised. This score was clearly enough to get into Peking University or Huazhong University. Why would she come to the Magic City? His confusion was evident, prompting Lu Qian to elaborate. Yao Yao chose to study clinical medicine at Fudan University, an 8-year direct program, and the school even awarded her a full scholarship. Isn't that impressive? I'm so envious. That is indeed impressive, Jiang Chun praised sincerely. Glancing at Su Yuyao in the mirror, she was looking down, sipping her milk tea, her ears tinged with a faint blush at the compliment, her long eyelashes fluttering like gentle fans, revealing a hint of shyness. As they spoke, the car slowly entered the Bund area. The iconic skyline of the Magic City unfolded before them, with the Bund's historic architecture on one side and the towering skyscrapers of Lujiazui gleaming in the sun on the other. The Oriental Pearl Tower and the three towers shining brightly, sketching the city's most emblematic silhouette. "Wow." Lu Qian pressed her face against the window, her fingers excitedly tracing the glass. "Is this the Bund? It's 100 times more beautiful than in the documentaries." She alternately pointed in awe at the spires of the European-style architecture and gasped at the skyscrapers across the river, resembling a bird that had just flown out of its cage. Sitting beside her, Su Yuyao did not react as exuberantly as Lu Qian. Instead, she quietly gazed out the window. Yet, Jiang Chun could clearly see in the rearview mirror that her wide eyes reflected the dazzling lights from both banks. Her pupils sparkling with unabashed amazement, her fingers gently tightening around the cup of milk tea, evidently shaken by the spectacle before her. Jiang Chun eased the car's speed, allowing them to take in the scenery more clearly. The evening rush hour traffic flowed languidly beside them, while the night breeze slipped through the half-open window, carrying the unique moistness of the Huangpu River, mingled with the distant sound of a cruise ship's horn, blending the city's vibrancy and romance into the car's interior. "Once we settle in, I will take you both for a proper tour," Jiang Chun said softly, realizing that it was also his first time to appreciate the Bund's beauty with such tranquility. Lu Qian immediately nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "That sounds great. You're the best, brother." Su Yuyao turned her head to Jiang Chun, inquiring, "Will this interfere with your work, Jiang Chunji?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun couldn't help but chuckle. Work? Merely a facade to mislead others. Did she truly believe he was bound for an office? Nonetheless, he found that his cousin's friend was quite pleasant to be around. Nowadays, many young women, accustomed to toxic platitudes, especially those with a hint of beauty, often exhibit an air of arrogance. Yet, Su Yuyao, possessing striking looks, remained modest and polite in all her interactions, an exceedingly rare quality. "Not at all. You both should first drop off your luggage at the hotel. Once it gets dark and cooler, I will take you out for a stroll," Jiang Chun reassured her. Su Yuyao finally relaxed, softly replying with an her lips curving into a delicate smile. The car swiftly arrived at the Banyan Tree Hotel on the Bund, where the doorman had been waiting. As the vehicle came to a halt, he promptly approached and respectfully opened the car door. After Lu Qian exited, she looked up at the magnificent hotel in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, this hotel is incredibly luxurious. Brother, how did you manage to book such a splendid place? It must have been quite expensive." Jiang Chun smiled lightly. "You just arrived. You ought to stay comfortably. Don't worry, it's not as costly as you think." He gestured for the doorman to assist with their luggage. Su Yuyao followed suit, taking in the hotel's blend of antique charm and understated opulence, her heart racing with astonishment. This was her first time staying in such a fine establishment. Upon entering the hotel lobby, an exquisite fragrance enveloped them, and the elegant decor exuded sophistication, with crystal chandeliers casting a soft glow overhead. Jiang Chun led them to the front desk to check in, and they quickly received their room key. "Your room is on the 18th floor, with a splendid view. You may rest for now, and if you feel hungry, simply call the front desk," They will arrange something for you. He handed the room key to Lu Qian. Thank you, brother. Lu Qian exclaimed as she took the key and eagerly pulled Su Yuyao towards the elevator. Yao Yao, let us hurry up and see. Watching their animated figures, Jiang Chen smiled helplessly and then spoke to a nearby staff member, instructing them to send the luggage to the room. He found a sofa in the lobby to sit down, glancing at his phone to check the time. It would still be a while until nightfall. He planned to take them for a walk along the Bund later to experience the allure of the city at night. Before long, Lu Qian sent a WeChat message. Brother, the room is amazing. We can see the Bund's view right from the window. It's breathtaking. She attached a photo of the scenery outside. Jiang Chen replied, I'm glad you like it. Rest well, I'll call you later. Setting down his phone, Jiang Chen leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes to savor a moment of tranquility. Although he had been busy all day, seeing the joy on his cousin and her friends' faces made it all worthwhile. Having received the room key, Lu Qian and Su Yuyao took the elevator straight to the 18th floor. With a soft ding, the elevator doors slowly opened, and Lu Qian eagerly pulled Su Yuyao to the door, and as they swiped the key to unlock it, both were momentarily stunned. Chapter 13. Why don't you become my sister-in-law? The spacious suite was adorned with a cream-colored carpet that felt as soft as walking on clouds, and the gilded framed furniture exuded an air of understated luxury. The enormous floor-to-ceiling windows spanned an entire wall, allowing sunlight to spill in, casting bright patches of light across the floor. Everything profoundly astonished the two young women who had just stepped out of a small town. Lu Qian was somewhat accustomed to such luxuries. Her parents were teachers, and while her family was not wealthy, she had traveled to several cities during vacations. However, she had never encountered a hotel suite of this caliber. Su Yuyao, on the other hand, was utterly taken aback. Her parents had divorced when she was very young, and she had grown up with her mother in an old residential building in the city, with crumbling walls and narrow corridors forming her entire memory of home. She had always understood the hardships of life, striving relentlessly in her studies, convinced that education was her only escape. Her greatest wish was to earn enough to move her mother out of that old house. It's so beautiful. Yao Yao, look, Lu Qian exclaimed, having dashed to the floor-to-ceiling window, pointing excitedly at the view while snapping photos with her phone. Su Yuyao followed her gaze, her breath catching in her throat. Outside was the bustling Bund, with the skyline of Lujiazui unfurling before them like a grand oil painting. Featuring the Oriental Pearl Tower and Shanghai Tower, buildings she had only seen in textbooks, now vividly displayed before her. Qian, ask your brother how much this room costs. I'll transfer half to him, Su Yuyao said, regaining her composure, her tone resolute. Lu Qian waved her hand dismissively. No need, Yao Yao, my brother would definitely refuse. That's not acceptable, Su Yuyao insisted. I've already troubled him too much. I can't let him spend more. Seeing her unwavering stance, Lu Qian reluctantly agreed. All right, I'll ask him later. Then, she suddenly squeezed beside Su Yuyao, raising her eyebrows mischievously. Yao Yao, what do you think of my brother? Su Yuyao was taken aback, involuntarily recalling Jiang Chen's demeanor. The way he had effortlessly carried 2 large suitcases at the train station, his gentle tone while patiently answering questions in the car, and his composed manner when speaking to the staff in the lobby. Her impression was indeed favorable. He's quite nice, why do you ask? She replied, puzzled by Lu Qian's line of questioning. Yao Yao, didn't we agree to be lifelong best friends? Lu Qian shook her arm playfully, her eyes sparkling. Why don't you become my sister-in-law? Look at my brother, handsome, you've seen his situation, working at a bank with a decent salary, and he has a good personality. He takes care of you too. If Jiang Chen were present, he would surely commend his cousin for her perceptiveness. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Yuyao's cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily pushed her hand away, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. Such matters should not be trifled with. I'm not joking, Lu Qian insisted earnestly. Think about it. If we became family, we could always be together. Plus, my brother clearly feels differently about you. Earlier in the car, the way he looked at you was so much gentler than how he looked at me. Su Yuyao felt flustered by her words and turned to organize her luggage, but Lu Qian pulled her back. Don't run away. I'm serious. Yao Yao, don't you think my brother has feelings for you? That is absurd. Su Yuyao's face turned even redder, hastily shifting the topic. Let us see if anything in the luggage got squished. I still need to give something to your brother. Lu Qian finally relented, crouching down to rummage through the suitcase. Su Yuyao approached the window, gazing at the dazzling lights of Lujiazui, her heart fluttering like a little rabbit. Having been admired for her beauty since childhood, she had never lacked suitors. However, her singular focus on gaining admission to a prestigious university had led her to decisively reject all advances. On the day the college entrance examination concluded, her mother had specifically advised her, once you enter university, you may consider dating. It is not necessary for your partner to be wealthy. What matters is that he treats you well. The musings of a young girl were inherently hazy, and with Jiang Chen's pleasing appearance and thoughtful demeanor throughout their journey, coupled with Lu Qian's earlier encouragement, her heart was thrown into disarray, thoughts flitting about like will-o'-the-wisps. Just as she was lost in her reverie, her phone chimed. It was a WeChat message from Jiang Chun. Have you rested well? Come down. I'll take you both to the bund. Su Yuyao took a deep breath, adjusted her bangs in the reflection of the glass, and turned to Lu Qian, saying, Your brother is calling us. Let us go. Lu Qian sprang up, exclaiming, Coming, coming. She leaned closer to Su Yuyao, lowering her voice. See, I told you my brother is interested in you. He only sent you a message, not even one to me. Su Yuyao shot her a glare. The WeChat contact had been added at Lu Qian's insistence during their meal, as she claimed it would be convenient for future matters in Shanghai. As they exited the room and descended in the elevator, Su Yuyao's heart raced. She stole a glance at Lu Qian, who was winking at her, prompting her to quickly lower her head and feign interest in her phone, her ears betraying her embarrassment with a subtle flush. The elevator doors opened to reveal Jiang Chun waiting in the lobby. Upon seeing them, he smiled and waved. Are you ready? Ready. Lu Qian interjected eagerly, shooting Su Yuyao a knowing glance. Su Yuyao lifted her gaze, meeting Jiang Chen's gentle eyes, and nodded quickly. No. The trio stepped outside the hotel, the evening breeze carrying the coolness of the Yangtze River, dispersing some of the earlier heat and stirring Su Yuyao's emotions. Jiang Chun led them along the bund. The pedestrian walkway illuminated with a warm golden glow from the streetlights, harmonizing with the brilliant lights of Lujiazui across the river. A cruise ship glided by on the Huangpu River, its colorful lights casting shimmering reflections on the water, resembling scattered diamonds. Yao Yao, look at that ship. It's so beautiful, Lu Qian exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a distant cruise vessel aglow with pink lights, tugging at Su Yuyao's arm in delight. Su Yuyao followed her gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips as her eyes lingered on the vibrant ship before subtly shifting to Jiang Chun. Observing the girls captivated by the night scene, Jiang Chun found himself contemplating when he might return home to encourage his father to retire. With the acquisition of his system, financial freedom was imminent, and his greatest wish was for his parents to enjoy good health and a peaceful old age. After all, what was the purpose of wealth if not to provide a better life for one's family? As the night deepened and the evening breeze grew cooler, the three made their way back towards the hotel. Along the way, noticing Lu Qian was too engrossed in the scenery to mention the room rate, Su Yuyao took the initiative to inquire, Jiang Chun, how much is the room for tonight? I can split the cost with Qian Qian. Jiang Chun chuckled softly. You both call me brother. How could I possibly charge you for treating you? Please, put that thought aside. No matter how Su Yuyao insisted, he remained steadfast. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, Jiang Chun halted and asked the two girls, Have you decided where you want to go tomorrow? Disneyland. Lu Qian almost blurted out, her eyes sparkling. I've longed to go. My parents always said it was too crowded to take me, but now I finally have the chance. I hope to fulfill this wish. Jiang Chun turned his gaze to Su Yuyao, who softly replied, I'm fine with anything, as long as I'm with you. Then it's Disneyland, Jiang Chun affirmed with a nod. Get some rest. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. With that, he turned and walked away. Chapter 14, The Lucky Stone. Shanghai Disneyland is a realm overflowing with joy and childlike wonder, a cherished destination for countless girls and children. On August 30th, when Jiang Chun arrived at the park with Lu Qian and Su Yuyao, a serpentine line had already formed at the entrance. Despite the scorching summer sun beating down, the sweltering heat did nothing to temper the enthusiasm of those eager to enter this fairy tale world. Scanning the crowd, most were families of 3 or couples. However, a young man accompanied by 2 strikingly beautiful girls, like Jiang Chun, drew particularly curious glances from passers-by. Lu Qian, gazing at the seemingly endless line, couldn't he help but pout in complaint. There are just too many people. It'll take ages to get in. Su Yuyao gently suggested, Jiang Chun, perhaps we should consider another place to visit? It's a waste of time to stand here. Yet, Jiang Chun, calm and composed, smiled reassuringly. No need to worry. I have everything arranged. Upon arriving and witnessing the throng, he had called Li Zhili to inquire if there was a way to bypass the queue. Such is society. While equality is often proclaimed, one cannot deny that people are stratified into different tiers. Those perched atop the pyramid hold the majority of society's resources, which is precisely why countless individuals strive to ascend. Undoubtedly, Li Zhili is one of those few. In the future, he would be one of those standing at the pinnacle. Moments later, several individuals emerged from the Disneyland gates, swiftly approaching Jiang Chun. The leading middle-aged man respectfully inquired, Are you Mr. Jiang? Jiang Chun nodded in acknowledgement. The man immediately extended his hands, his face adorned with a warm smile. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Xue Jun, the general manager of Shanghai Disneyland. I just received a call from Mr. Li and came to welcome you and your companions. Jiang Chen shook his hand lightly. His tone casual. I brought two sisters to have some fun. The line is quite long. I understand. Please, Mr. Jiang, right this way. Shuijun quickly gestured for them to follow, instructing his staff to open the VIP entrance and arrange for two guides to accompany them throughout their visit. Lu Qian's eyes sparkled as she subtly tugged on Su Yuyao's sleeve, her face a canvas of confusion. Su Yuyao felt a bit uneasy, glancing at the mixed expressions of the queuing crowd, instinctively slowing her pace. Noticing her discomfort, Jiang Chen slowed his steps to match hers and softly reassured. Don't mind what others think. The purpose of this outing is to enjoy ourselves. His gentle voice was like a refreshing breeze, dissipating much of Su Yuyao's unease, prompting her to respond with a soft As they traversed the exclusive VIP passage into the park, it felt as though they had been transported into a vibrant fairy tale world. The castle's spires pierced the clouds, gilded by the sunlight, while the flower-adorned floats alongside the path were embellished with radiant balloons, and costumed characters smiled and waved greetings. Shuijun enthusiastically introduced, Mr. Jiang. Feel free to explore the attractions at your leisure. Should you need anything, don't hesitate to inform your guides. If you wish to experience popular rides like roller coasters, I can arrange for priority access. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. No need for such trouble. We'll just wander about and enjoy the experience. He turned to the two girls, asking, what would you like to do first? Lu Qian, unable to contain her excitement, pointed at a nearby carousel and shouted, I want to ride that. In her childhood, every visit to the amusement park was a must. As Su Yuyao gazed at the resplendent carousel, a glimmer of yearning sparkled in her eyes. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Then let us first ride the carousel. The two climbed onto the ornately adorned horses, gently revolving to the enchanting melody. Su Yuyao chose a white steed. Her skirt swayed delicately with the horse's rhythmic rise and fall. Sunlight bathing her face and illuminating her crescent-shaped eyes, her smile radiant like that of a child. Jiang Chen stood outside the railing, quietly capturing this moment with his phone. The image of the girl and the spinning carousel merged seamlessly with the dreamlike castle backdrop, creating a scene as beautiful as a painting. After their carousel ride, Lu Qian eagerly urged them to experience Dumbo the flying elephant. At midday, Shuijun arranged for them to dine at a themed restaurant within the park. The restaurant was decorated like a grand banquet hall from a fairy tale, and the dishes were fashioned into delightful cartoon shapes, exquisite and charming. Lu Qian incessantly snapped photos, exclaiming her intent to flaunt them on social media. As the afternoon sun mellowed, they braved the exhilarating roller coaster, the high-speed light cycle, and the Pirates of the Caribbean. In the evening, they settled on the lawn before the castle, awaiting the fireworks display. The sunset painted the sky in soft shades of orange and pink, while a gentle breeze carried a hint of coolness. After a day filled with excitement, Lu Qian leaned back on the grass, drowsy. Su Yuyao gazed at the lights gradually illuminating the distance and softly expressed, Thank you so much, Brother Jiang Chen. This has been the most joyful day of my life. Her modest background had confined her freedom, and everything she experienced today had been seen she could only admire through the screen of her phone in the past. Jiang Chen turned his head, observing her soft profile, now cloaked in twilight. Her long eyelashes cast a delicate shadow beneath her eyelids, her nose elegantly defined, and her lips, naturally tinted with a rosy hue, were undeniably captivating. At that moment, a notification from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! New items have been listed in the store, available for a limited time. Please proceed to check. It had been so long since the store had been barren. This was the first time items were available. Jiang Chen's heart stirred, and he quickly opened the store interface with his mind. On the previously empty shelves sat a solitary new item. He mentally touched it, and the information about the product vividly appeared in his mind. Lucky Stone. This is a stone imbued with abundant luck. Once activated, it can bring unexpected surprises. Note: it must be held by an adult female who sincerely wishes for it to be activated. The ultimate reward is closely linked to the comprehensive score of the wishing female and the sincerity demonstrated towards the host. Jiang Chen glanced at the price, 5,000 yuan, not exorbitant. However, the activation condition puzzled him. How was the comprehensive score determined? He speculated it might relate to appearance, character, and virtue. As for sincerity, he understood that well. Presently, with Lu Qian and Su Yuyao by his side, Su Yuyao undoubtedly surpassed in every regard. Yet how could he broach the subject of seeking her assistance to activate the lucky stone? Noticing Jiang Chen's prolonged silence and his unwavering gaze upon her, Su Yuyao felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Feeling somewhat uneasy, she lowered her head and softly inquired, Brother Jiang Chen, is there something on my face? Chapter 15, The Aura of Luck. Jiang Chen finally snapped back to reality, quickly averting his gaze and shaking his head. No, I was just lost in thought. Hastily, he used his mind to pay the 5,000 yuan, and a stone the size of a pigeon's egg materialized in his hand. The stone was a pale milky white, smooth and warm to the touch, glimmering softly under the twilight glow. Holding the lucky stone, Jiang Chun turned to Su Yuyao, his tone imbued with subtle trepidation. Yao Yao, could you do me a favor? Without hesitation, Su Yuyao nodded. Of course, brother Jiang Chun, just tell me. Over the past few days, from the moment they picked her up to the luxurious five-star suite by the river, indulging in exquisite meals and reveling in the wonders of Disneyland. Though primarily to entertain Lu Qian, she had indeed received meticulous care. These experiences surpassed anything she had encountered in her 18 years combined. Jiang Chun extended the lucky stone toward her, explaining, "This stone was a gift from an old monk I once sought out. He said it possesses a spirit and needs to be held by a girl who is very important to me, who sincerely wishes for me. In order to unleash its powers and bring unexpected benefits, I have no other suitable candidates, so I hope to trouble you with this." Su Yao gazed at the warm stone, and upon hearing Jiang Chun refer to her as an important person in his life, her heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks deepened in color. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out and gently accepted the lucky stone. The stone felt cool to the touch, its texture exquisite, almost as if a unique energy flowed within. She lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Chun's expectant eyes and softly asked, "Then, what should I do?" Jiang Chun, warmed by her earnest demeanor, replied, "Just hold it and make a wish for me in your heart. Any wish will do." Su Yuyao tightly grasped the lucky stone. Closing her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, she silently wished, "May brother Jiang Chun be safe, successful, and free from worries." This heartfelt sentiment was pure and untainted. At that moment, the lucky stone in her hand suddenly emitted a faint white light, and immediately, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. The lucky stone has been activated, detecting a comprehensive score of 92 for the wishing female, with a sincerity value of 100. Rewards have been deposited into the warehouse. Please check. Jiang Chen's heart soared with joy. He had not anticipated Su Yuyao's comprehensive score to be so high, and her sincerity value was at a perfect score. Just as he was about to check what the reward was, he noticed Su Yuyao had opened her eyes, looking curiously at the now dim stone in her hand. "Brother Jiang Chun, it seemed to glow just now." Jiang Chun smiled, taking back the lucky stone. "Yes, this means it has felt your sincerity. Thank you, Yao Yao." Su Yuyao shook her head, a shy smile gracing her lips. "You're welcome." Just then, a booming sound erupted in the sky as the first firework burst forth, followed by a myriad of fireworks exploding in the night, dazzlingly illuminating the entire castle as if it were a wonderland. Lu Qian was startled awake by the sound of the fireworks. Rubbing her eyes, she beheld the sky filled with colorful blossoms, her excitement spilling forth in exclamations. "Wow! The fireworks are so beautiful." Su Yuyao also looked up, her face radiating with joy as she beheld the brilliant display. Jiang Chun admired her profile, glancing back at the lucky stone in his hand, his heart brimming with delight. Not only was today the happiest day for Su Yuyao, but it was also a day of great fortune for him. The fireworks continued to burst forth in the night sky, reds, yellows, purples, and greens, like blooming flowers or shooting stars streaking across the heavens. Su Yuyao was entranced, her eyes sparkling, and her smile unwavering. Jiang Chun occasionally glanced at her, then back at the fireworks, savoring the beauty of the moment. Meanwhile, Lu Qian excitedly snapped photos, incessantly chattering, "It's so beautiful. So beautiful. I must post this on social media when we return. I'll make them all jealous." The fireworks display lasted nearly half an hour before the sky returned to tranquility, leaving only the castle's lights still aglow. Exhausted from a day of fun and the lengthy wait, Lu Qian leaned against Jiang Chun's shoulder and fell asleep. Jiang Chun gently supported Lu Qian, turning to Su Yuyao and saying, "The hour is late. We should head back." Su Yuyao nodded in agreement and assisted Jiang Chun in rousing Lu Qian from her slumber. Lu Qian, still half asleep, managed to stand up, mumbling, "But the fireworks haven't finished yet." Jiang Chun smiled helplessly, guiding her towards the exit. Su Yuyao followed closely behind, warmth blooming in her heart as she gazed at Jiang Chen's silhouette. As they walked, Jiang Chen accessed the system's repository with his thoughts, eager to discover the rewards bestowed by the lucky stone. There lay a package, quietly awaiting him, labeled as the lucky gift pack. Jiang Chen mentally opened it, and the system's notification chimed. "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the following rewards. Lucky Aura, List Piano Legacy." A surge of joy welled within Jiang Chun as he opened his personal profile. Host, Jiang Chun, age, 22 years, height, 178 centimeters, weight, 64 kilograms, physique, 66, endurance, 65, agility, 70, charm, 15, enterprise, none, property, none, vehicle, Bentley GT. Balance, 236, 530 yuan. The most significant change was in his charm value, which had soared from 12 to 15, leaving him just 15 points shy of unlocking additional rewards. Over the past few days, by enhancing his wardrobe and cultivating good habits, he had accumulated an increase of 3 points. Additionally, his weight had risen by 1 kilogram, and his physique had improved by 1 point. Jiang Chun felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Everything was evidently progressing in a positive direction. He then examined the lucky aura. Active skill, already activated. The host will bask in auspicious blessings, experiencing smooth sailing in all endeavors, enjoying health and safety year after year. Note, derived from the heartfelt blessing of a sincere maiden. At that moment, Jiang Chun felt a warm sensation enveloping his heart, as a refreshing energy coursed through his entire being, making him feel considerably lighter. Unable to resist, he cast a sidelong glance at the girl in the passenger seat. Not only was her beauty striking, but her spirit was also pure and lovely. He couldn't help but wonder which fortunate man would eventually win her heart. The thought left him with a tinge of regret. Su Yuyao noticed his gaze and turned her head, their eyes meeting in an instant, the air thick with an indescribable intimacy. The atmosphere inside the car seemed to be tinged with a subtle sweetness from their brief exchange. A love song from the radio had seamlessly shifted to a softer tune, its gentle melody brushing against their souls like a feather. Jiang Chun promptly diverted his gaze, lightly tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. A barely perceptible smile lingering on his lips. Su Yuyao quietly turned back, gazing out at the neon lights flashing by, her ears still slightly flushed from being caught by Jiang Chun's glance. Her palms still lingering with the warm touch of the lucky stone and the peculiar energy from that fleeting moment. Chapter 16. Liszt Piano Legacy. The back seat was filled with even breaths. Lu Qian had likely worn herself out from the festivities, her head resting against the seat as she slept soundly, a smile still gracing her lips, as if she were still chasing after fireworks in her dreams. Jiang Chun glanced through the rearview mirror, slowing the car as he gently maneuvered into the evening rush hour traffic. Yet, his thoughts wandered back to the system reward. Liszt Piano Legacy. This reward had come unexpectedly, but filled him with inexplicable anticipation. He wasn't entirely bereft of musical foundation. During his childhood, before his family's financial troubles, his parents had insisted he learn the piano for several years. Though he couldn't claim mastery, his fundamentals were solid, but his studies had gradually led him to neglect it. Now, with the Liszt Piano Legacy, did it mean he could instantly possess the skills of this piano maestro? Lost in contemplation, the car passed by a piano bar with an elegant ambience. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, a pianist clad in a tailcoat was immersed in his melody, his fingers dancing over the black and white keys, the notes flowing with a hint of melancholy. Jiang Chun felt a stirring within him and slowly parked the car by the roadside. "Why have we stopped?" Su Yuyao inquired, puzzled. "I noticed Qian might be a bit thirsty. This bar serves excellent fresh juices. Let's go in for a while, let her wake up, and take a breather ourselves." Jiang Chun explained with a smile, his gaze falling on the drowsy Lu Qian in the back seat. Su Yuyao had no objections. She too felt a bit weary from standing while watching the fireworks. Jiang Chun exited the vehicle first, moving to the back seat to open the door, carefully helping Lu Qian out. The gentle stir was enough to rouse her fully, and she rubbed her eyes, murmuring, "Are we at the hotel yet?" "Not yet. We're going to grab a juice to refresh you," Jiang Chun chuckled, patting her head. The three of them entered the piano bar, where the lighting was soft, and the air was infused with the mingling scents of coffee and wine. The lilting sound of the piano resonated throughout the space, with patrons engaged in hushed conversations, creating a wonderfully cozy atmosphere. They settled into a window-side table, and Jiang Chun ordered 3 fresh juices, also treating Lu Qian to a small dessert. As Lu Qian nibbled on her dessert, her eyes sparkled with curiosity, particularly drawn to the pianist at work. Jiang Chun's gaze also fell upon the sleek, ebony grand piano, his desire to try it growing ever stronger. He could almost sense a familiar yet foreign energy stirring at his fingertips, the wildness and delicacy belonging to Liszt, the tumultuous waves and gentle whispers of the black and white keys. "That pianist plays beautifully," Su Yuyao remarked softly, her eyes alight with yearning. No girl could resist the romantic allure of such artistic expression. "You understand the piano as well?" Jiang Chun turned to her, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Su Yuyao shyly shook her head. "I can't play. I just genuinely enjoy listening." Her fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the table, mimicking the rhythm of the melody they had just heard. At that moment, the pianist finished his piece and bowed to the audience before stepping off the stage for a break. The piano stood silently, seemingly awaiting the next touch of fingers. Jiang Chun could no longer contain his urge, smiling at Su Yuyao and Lu Qian. "Wait here for a moment. I want to give it a try." "Huh? Are you going to play the piano, Brother Jiang? Lu Qian exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Su Yuyao was also taken aback, but her expression was more one of anticipation as she nodded, sure. Jiang Chen stood up and walked steadily towards the grand piano. Several patrons at nearby tables noticed him. Seeing his casual attire and youthful demeanor, curiosity flickered in their eyes, some even wearing expressions of amused expectation. Jiang Chen settled himself at the piano, taking a deep breath. As his fingertips first touched the keys, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Countless scores, fingering techniques, and emotional expressions. Liszt's musical soul seemed to meld with his own. His demeanor shifted. The previous casualness was replaced by an intense focus. Without a moment's hesitation, he lifted his hands and struck the keys, the first note resonating instantaneously, causing the entire bar to fall into a hushed silence. He chose to play Liszt's Liebestrom No. 3. A soothing and heartfelt melody gradually unfurled. Unlike the mechanical elegance exhibited by the previous pianist, Jiang Chen's performance exuded an ineffable vitality. Each note seemed to surge forth from the depths of his soul, imbued with genuine emotion. At times tender and lingering, akin to whispered secrets beneath the moonlight, and at other moments tinged with a faint sadness, as if narrating unspoken sentiments. Su Yuyao gazed transfixed at Jiang Chen at the piano, having never witnessed this side of him before. Under the soft glow of the lights, his profile appeared gentle yet focused, long eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath his eyelids, while his fingertips danced nimbly across the keys, as if he and the piano were one. The melody possessed an enchanting quality, completely captivating her heart, drawing her into a realm of tender and profound music, stirring a gentle warmth in some hidden corner of her being. Lu Qian was equally spellbound, forgetting to chew on the dessert in her mouth. Astonished by the charisma Jiang Chen displayed as he played the piano, a stark contrast to his usual casual demeanor. The surrounding guests were utterly mesmerized. Conversations faded into silence as all eyes turned to Jiang Chen, their faces reflecting awe and admiration. The resting pianist stood nearby, eyes wide with shock and respect, recognizing that this young man's skill had far surpassed his own. Particularly remarkable was his understanding of music and the emotional depth he conveyed, reaching heights he could scarcely aspire to. As the final note dissipated into the air, a stillness enveloped the bar for several seconds, before erupting into fervent applause and exclamations of admiration. Incredible! His level is worthy of a concert. Jiang Chen emerged from the musical reverie, a hint of relief gracing his smile. He rose to bow before the audience and then returned to his seat. Brother, you were amazing. Lu Qian rushed over, her eyes filled with adoration. When did you become such a skilled pianist? I had no idea. Jiang Chen simply smiled, offering no elaborate explanation. I learned a bit in the past, but I haven't played in a long time. I just felt the urge today. He glanced at Su Yuyao, who was looking at him with bright eyes, expressing unabashed admiration and a hint of a complex emotion he could not decipher. It was beautiful, Su Yuyao murmured softly. Truly beautiful. I'm glad you liked it, Jiang Chen replied, feeling a stir within as the image of Su Yuyao's radiant smile beneath the fireworks flashed in his mind. Chapter 17. Brother, this is as far as I can help you. The moonlight of the Yuerong Hotel streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a silvery glow upon the carpet. Su Yuyao cocooned herself in the silky blanket, turning over as the scent of the hotel's specially blended white tea lingered at her nose. But her eyelids refused to grow heavy. Her mind played a cinematic reel of Jiang Chen's figure. During the day at Disney, he had run toward her holding a cotton candy, sunlight dancing like fragmented gold upon his hair. When the fireworks exploded, the moment he turned to look at her, his eyes sparkled with a joy brighter than the pyrotechnics. And in the piano bar, his fingers had flowed with the melody of Dream of Love. His focused profile illuminated as if meticulously sketched. She had contemplated what her future boyfriend might be like. He need not be extraordinarily handsome, just clean and fresh would suffice. He need not be wealthy. Sharing street-side skewers would bring her comfort. He need not be overly articulate. Simply standing in front of her to shield her from passing bicycles while she tied her shoelaces would be enough. Yet, Jiang Chen was different. He could effortlessly arrange a riverside suite. A mere phone call could summon the higher-ups at Disney, and his demeanor radiated an innate poise. He would securely hold her shoulder during roller coaster descents, remember her casual remark about disliking coriander, and even when playing the piano, he made her feel as though all the world's light converged upon him. Such a person seemed destined to exist within the realm of romantic dramas. Su Yuyao buried her face into the pillow, letting out a muffled hum. The coolness of the pillowcase failed to quell the warmth on her cheeks. Instead, it accentuated the lingering warmth of the lucky stone she still held. He had said he needed to pray for the girl who was important to him. The girl who was important to him, she softly echoed, her fingertips instinctively curling, her heartbeat accelerating uncontrollably. Time slipped away quietly, like sand through fingers. Today, Lu Qian successfully completed her enrollment procedures. As she looked at Jiang Chun and Su Yuyao beside her, a wave of reluctance washed over her, her eyes slightly moist. Yet she held back the tears. Jiang Chun noticed her emotions and spoke with a steady and gentle tone. If you need anything, just call me. Don't keep it all to yourself. Su Yuyao quickly chimed in, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Qian, once I have time this weekend, I'll come to play with you. Lu Qian nodded vigorously. Though her heart felt as though it were being tugged, she forced a smile and waved her hand. Brother, Yao, you both should head back. I can manage on my own. After spending 3 days together, she had sensed a change in her cousin. In fact, this feeling had been strong since the day he picked her up. The Jiang Chun before her now radiated a vitality that was worlds apart from the person he used to be. The confidence emanating from him was something she could not articulate until their trip to Disneyland, when she suddenly realized it. Growing up alongside Jiang Chun, she remembered him as somewhat introverted, even a bit shy and awkward, especially during her graduation banquet. But now, he stood tall, shoulders squared, eyes bright. And even his speech exuded a calm assurance. What had her cousin experienced over the past month? And those undeniable details. She later discreetly checked the price of the Riverside suite where she stayed, 4,288 yuan for 2 nights. During their meals and outings, he paid without hesitation. And the total easily exceeded 2,000, showing no signs of financial constraint. Yet, her aunt had mentioned he had just found a job not long ago, making it illogical for him to possess such wealth. Moreover, she knew her cousin well. He was never one to ask his family for money. Where was it coming from? What puzzled her even more was that at Disneyland, the park's general manager had personally come to greet them. These questions lingered in her mind for a long time, yet she never voiced them. Everyone harbored their own secrets. Perhaps this was something her cousin did not wish to disclose. Nevertheless, it mattered little. His kindness towards her was genuine, and that was sufficient. As she watched Jiang Chun and Su Yuyao get into the car and the engine began to roar, Lu Qian suddenly shouted towards the car window, "Brother, don't forget what I told you. Once you miss it, it's truly gone." Watching the car recede into the distance, she silently repeated in her heart, "Brother, this is as far as I can assist you, whether it succeeds or not. It all depends on you." Jiang Chun sat in the car, reflecting on his cousin's words. He recalled the phone call he received from Lu Qian last night, where the young girl had anxiously exclaimed, "Brother, I can tell Yao has a crush on you. Yao has been my best friend since elementary school. I'm telling you. She is truly wonderful. Not only is she beautiful and academically gifted, but her character is also beyond reproach." During her high school years, whether it was the boys within the school or the young men outside, countless admirers surrounded her, each bearing love letters. Yet, she remained steadfastly focused on her university entrance exams, graciously turning them all down. As the start of the new semester approached, it was inevitable that once she stepped onto campus, the boys in university would swarm around her like sharks sensing blood in the water. At that point, if someone else stole her away, she would have no time to weep. Therefore, Lu Qian genuinely hoped that he would seize this opportunity. Jiang Chun was acutely aware that Su Yuyao was a remarkable young woman. From the moment he first laid eyes on her ethereal beauty to the warmth and thoughtfulness he experienced during their 3 days together, her merits had gradually etched themselves into his heart. Particularly when he learned that she had never been in a romantic relationship, Jiang Chun felt an inexplicable sense of relief. No boy truly disregards their partner's past. Those who claim indifference are merely deceiving themselves. In this regard, Su Yuyao was undoubtedly a significant advantage. He had never pursued a girl before and was utterly clueless about how to win a girl's affection. Although he understood that, after binding with the system, he would undoubtedly be surrounded by various beauties in the future, he did not want to miss the chance with someone as pure and warm as Su Yuyao. Just as he found himself hesitating, a notification from the system suddenly chimed. "Ding. You have triggered a temporary mission. The temporary mission, Heart Flutter, has commenced. Please proceed to the mission center for details." Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. Could this really trigger a mission? Upon opening the mission center, he indeed found a new temporary task. Task details. Confess your feelings to Su Yuyao. Task reward. Basic cashback card 5. 1 cashback, 10 times. Single transaction limit of 1 million. Seeing this temporary mission, Jiang Chun suddenly felt a sense of determination. Regardless of the outcome, he at least wanted her to know his feelings. Even if rejected, there was a system reward to be gained. This was a deal that bore no loss. As the vehicle passed the 3rd intersection, he unexpectedly activated the right turn signal and parked beneath the shade of a phoenix tree. Su Yuyao turned her head in confusion. "Jiang Chun, why did you suddenly stop?" Taking a deep breath, his voice tinged with subtle tension, he said, Yao, I like you." Ding. Temporary mission completed. Rewards have been deposited into the warehouse. Please check, host. Chapter 18. I said, I am willing. As soon as the words left his lips, An immediate silence enveloped the car, punctuated only by the gentle breeze from the air conditioning vents. He turned to her, his earnest gaze almost overflowing. From the very first moment I saw you, I was captivated. You start school tomorrow, and I do not want to miss my chance with you. Will you be my girlfriend? Yu Yao seemed momentarily spellbound, her wide eyes fixed upon him, her long lashes trembling delicately. She could not deny her feelings for Jiang Chun, especially with Lu Qian constantly extolling his virtues, which had already drawn her attention to him. More importantly, during these past few days of companionship, the effortless rapport they shared was something she had never felt with anyone else. Yet, this sudden confession left her flustered, her fingers twisting the hem of her skirt, unable to utter a word for a long moment. Jiang Chun observed her downcast lashes and tightly pressed lips, and his heart gradually sank. Without the assistance of monetary prowess, it seemed that pursuing a girl remained a daunting endeavor. He forced a smile, tinged with self-deprecation. I must have been too presumptuous. Before he could finish, Su Yuyao abruptly lifted her head, her cheeks flushed like ripe cherries. Her voice soft yet clear, I am willing. Jiang Chun froze, blinking in disbelief as if he had not quite heard her correctly. She agreed to it just like that? This was not difficult at all. Should one not boldly declare their affections? Had he known it would be this simple, he would not have spent 4 years single in university. Yu Yao, feeling even more shy under his gaze, buried her face deeper, yet she insisted on repeating herself, her tone imbued with a hint of excitement. I said, I am willing. In that moment, Su Yuyao felt as if she had become weightless. The long-held restraints of modesty and doubt melted away like spring snow. She could not predict what the future held, but the rhythm of her heart in this moment spoke no lies. The figure who had shielded her from the crowd at Disney, the profile that focused intently while playing Dream of Love, had already taken root in the softest corner of her heart without her realizing it. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting a warm glow on her reddened earlobes, and Jiang Chun suddenly sensed a sweet fragrance wafting through the summer breeze. He parted his lips, ultimately whispering with a smile, Then, I look forward to spending the rest of my life with you. Su Yuyao softly affirmed, her fingers subtly curling as they concealed the little rabbit in her heart that was ready to leap out. The cicadas outside the window had inexplicably turned gentle, as if providing a soundtrack to this sudden flutter of emotions. The air inside the car seemed to be infused with the sweetness of honey, quiet enough to hear each other's heartbeats. Jiang Chun gazed at Su Yuyao's downcast eyes, her cheeks resembling ripe peaches, an irresistible urge to gently touch her. Clumsily, he reached out, hesitated for a moment, and finally merely brushed against her hair ends. Su Yuyao flinched slightly as if scalded, yet she did not pull away, instead burying her head even lower, though the corners of her mouth betrayed a shy smile, revealing a delicate dimple. Jiang Chen's heart felt as though it had been lightly tickled by a feather, warm and delightful. Was this the sensation of love? He started the vehicle and resumed their journey, but this time, he drove significantly slower, as if wishing to prolong this moment just a little longer. Tomorrow, I'll take you to school. Jiang Chun broke the silence, his tone resolute, leaving no room for refusal. This was not a question, but a declaration. With such a beautiful girlfriend, he certainly intended to assert his claim at school, letting all the boys know that this exquisite flower was already taken. Su Yuyao lifted her head, finding Jiang Chen's assertiveness endearing rather than off-putting. Her eyes sparkled with surprise. Is that okay? Am I not bothering you? Not at all. It's no trouble, Jiang Chen quickly replied, anxious that she might decline. I have no plans tomorrow. Taking you to school will put my mind at ease. Well then. Thank you, Jiang Chen, Su Yuyao murmured, her voice laced with a sweet shyness. No need for thanks, Jiang Chen smiled. You are my girlfriend. There's no need to be so formal. Upon hearing the words my girlfriend, Su Yuyao's cheeks reddened further. She offered a soft turning her gaze back to the window, though she could not conceal the smile dancing at the corners of her lips. The car gradually rolled into a secluded street, finally stopping in front of a budget hotel. The sign's light box appeared somewhat weathered. Jiang Chun furrowed his brow and turned to Su Yuyao. Yao. Let us find another hotel. This one doesn't seem reliable. He recalled her mentioning in the morning, while checking out from the Banyan Tree Hotel, that she had booked accommodation near the school. It turned out to be this place. With Lu Qian having moved into the dorms, it seemed she did not wish to trouble him further, which was why she had chosen such a location. Su Yuyao followed his gaze to the hotel entrance, understanding his concerns. Although they were now in a romantic relationship, she truly did not want Jiang Chun to spend money on her. This hotel offers great value, she explained. She hastily explained, her tone imbued with a cautious yet resolute insistence that the school was merely 2 streets away, making it convenient for her to register tomorrow. I've read reviews that claim it's quite safe. However, Jiang Chun remained unmoved, lightly tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. As a girl, I cannot rest easy with you living here. Yet, Su Yuyao clutched her phone, the screen still displaying the confirmed booking, but I've already paid a deposit. Jiang Chun reached out to tousle her hair, his tone softening, yet still carrying an undeniable firmness. The deposit, T substantial. Safety outweighs everything else. Be obedient. Su Yuyao bit her lip, her eyelashes fluttering gently. She looked up at Jiang Chun, her eyes reflecting a hint of stubbornness. I'll heed your advice and switch hotels, but I must pay for it myself. Observing her determination, Jiang Chun nodded in agreement. All right, I'll defer to your wishes. As long as we can find a reliable place, who pays is of little consequence. The car resumed its journey, with Jiang Chun deliberately steering away from the direction of those upscale hotels. Understanding that Su Yuyao's family was not affluent, he silently calculated a suitable alternative, ultimately parking at the entrance of the Atour Hotel. How about this one? Jiang Chun inquired, tilting his head towards her. I noticed it during a previous visit. The ambience is pleasant, and the price is reasonable. As they entered the lobby, warm yellow light bathed the wooden furnishings, exuding a cozy yet elegant aura. Su Yuyao let out a quiet sigh of relief. This place appeared significantly better than the previous budget hotel, yet it was not lavish enough to unsettle her. The front desk quoted a price, 500 yuan for a single queen room per night. This sum momentarily stunned Su Yuyao. While it was indeed not exorbitant for a location near the school, as she reached for her bank card from her bag, a twinge of reluctance flickered at her fingertips. 500 yuan was enough for 10 days' worth of meals. After receiving the access card, Jiang Chun took the luggage and led the way to the elevator. Upon entering their room on the 12th floor, Su Yuyao immediately noticed the verdant plants on the windowsill and the ink wash paintings adorning the walls. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting soft patterns on the floor, creating a more comfortable atmosphere than she had anticipated. For 500 yuan, this was indeed quite worthwhile. Chapter 19. The Beauty I See in You. At the Harbor City Heir Plaza, in the underground parking lot. After dinner, Jiang Chun parked the car slowly in a vacant spot, following the navigation-s guidance. Dinner had been at a time-honored noodle shop adjacent to the Atour Hotel, where 2 bowls of scallion oil noodles, accompanied by 2 small side dishes, cost 38 yuan. After days of indulging in lavish delicacies, this simple bowl of noodles brought Jiang Chun a long-lost sense of grounded satisfaction. As he scanned the QR code to pay, he caught a glimpse of Su Yuyao diligently smoothing the rough edges of a disposable bamboo chopstick. Under the warm yellow light, the graceful curve of her neck as she lowered her head softened Jiang Chun's heart. This girl did not take it for granted to spend his money because of their romantic relationship. It was precisely this understanding that made him desire to give her more. As the elevator ascended, he observed their reflections in the mirrored decor. Su Yuyao wore a simple cotton linen dress today, pure and unadorned like a lily of the valley, in stark contrast to the high-priced garments displayed in the mall windows, which seemed to suit her pristine aura. We had an agreement. Su Yuyao gently squeezed his fingers, her voice soft. Let's just browse around a bit. When she tilted her face upward, her lashes cast delicate shadows beneath her eyes. A girl in love cherishes every moment spent together. After dinner, she wished not to part ways with Jiang Chun, suggesting that since it was still early, they could casually stroll. She never expected Jiang Chun would drive them here. The lights of Harbor City Heir flickered outside the window, and she silently breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that she had changed into a clean pair of canvas shoes before leaving. Jiang Chun smiled silently, simply taking her hand in his. His fingertips gently caressed the delicate skin on the back of her hand. Suddenly recalling a viewpoint from the latest issue of the Journal of Social Psychology, the symbolic value of luxury goods can create an invisible barrier, automatically filtering out those who lack confidence. What he needed to do was to help her complete this final piece of the puzzle. Su Yuyao already possessed the innate advantages of beauty and fairness, while he would provide the wealth. The world often claims that true nobility never needs to be ostentatious. Yet he firmly believed that a moderate brilliance could serve as a protective wall. Those prying gazes and probing thoughts should be severed at their source. The revolving door ushered them into a world awash with dazzling lights. The air was infused with the unique scent of mingling perfume and money. When it came to women's clothing, LV was an unavoidable choice. Jiang Chun recalled an analysis he had read in a financial magazine. The brand's marketing over the years had seeped into the subconscious. Many girls, when mentioning style, instinctively conjured the intertwining letters of that logo. At this moment, the old adage that reading is beneficial truly resonated. Those magazine pages he had casually flipped through had morphed into the most practical guide for the present. The brass doorknob felt cool in his palm, as the sales associate in a champagne-colored suit awaited them inside. Her gaze swept over Jiang Chun's casual t-shirt and Su Yuyao's cotton linen dress, her smile unwavering, her bow as precise as if measured with a ruler. Jiang Chun nodded inwardly. The service in a top-tier luxury store is never mere facade. These employees understand that judging by appearances is the most short-sighted folly. for genuine consumers. The right amount of respect and emotional value often surpasses the allure of the product itself. Perhaps this is the most clandestine logic behind high prices. Please select a few seasonal outfits for my girlfriend. When the sales associate's gaze fell upon Su Yuyao, a flicker of undeniable astonishment crossed her eyes. She had seen countless meticulously dressed girls behind this door, from the privileged daughters of wealthy families to vibrant influencers, yet none had captivated her like the one before her. The unadorned cotton linen dress accentuated Su Yuyao's elongated neck, while her naturally radiant complexion resembled a figure stepping out from a traditional painting, so fresh that it softened the surrounding opulence. "All right, please wait a moment," the sales associate responded, beginning to select carefully. As Su Yuyao lightly brushed her fingertips against a silk blouse hanging on the rack, the price tag caused her breath to hitch slightly. In the reflection of the mirror, she discreetly observed Jiang Chun, who had so unexpectedly entered her life, holding many mysteries. Since that day at Disneyland, anyone with discerning eyes could see that Jiang Chun's background was anything but ordinary. At that time, as Lu Qian's close friend, she could choose to overlook it. But now, as his girlfriend, this curiosity tickled her heart like a feather. "What's the matter?" Jiang Chen inquired. "Nothing," Su Yuyao shook her head, a faint dimple appearing at the corner of her mouth. She would not pry, just as she would not impose her frugal values upon him. The principles of living she had absorbed since childhood were slowly being redefined in the warmth of this young man's kindness. The sales associate soon approached with a rack of 7 carefully curated outfits. As Su Yuyao stepped into the fitting room, she heard Jiang Chen's voice from outside. "Take your time, no rush." The first outfit was a beige linen ensemble, and when she pulled back the curtain, the sales associate gasped, "This is simply designed for you." Jiang Chun's gaze lingered on her cinched waist for an extended moment. Next came a misty blue silk dress, its hem swaying like ocean waves as she moved. The white embroidered shirt paired with a light beige A-line skirt exudes an air of intellect and elegance. With each change of outfit, the girl in the mirror radiates a little more brilliance. When she finally emerged from the fitting room in the soft blue knitted dress, even the sales assistant, who had been organizing the shelves, couldn't help but pause. The supple cotton fabric swayed gently with her movements, and the perfectly tailored waistline accentuated her slender silhouette, revealing a delicate glimpse of collarbone at the round neckline. Su Yuyao gazed at her reflection, momentarily entranced. This seemingly ordinary dress, with its exquisite cut and design, highlighted her refreshing and ethereal charm. Instinctively, she turned, the skirt flaring gracefully. "Jiang Chun, do you think this would be suitable for class?" Before she could finish her sentence, she realized Jiang Chun was already standing behind her. In the mirror, he reached out to gently adjust her collar, his warm fingertips inadvertently brushing against her neck. "Now everyone can see just how beautiful you are in my eyes." Su Yuyao's cheeks instantly flushed a vibrant crimson, reminiscent of early spring cherry blossoms. "Wrap all of this up and add 3 pairs of flats," Jiang Chun instructed as he produced his card, indicating it was time to settle the bill. The sales assistant's eyes sparkled with delight. This transaction would yield her a substantial commission. Swiftly, she packaged the garments, thoughtfully including a limited edition perfume sample and a silk scarf as gifts. At the checkout counter, Jiang Chun completed the payment in 3 installments. The first payment of 120,000 yuan. The balance on the card was limited to this amount, utilizing a basic cashback card, which triggered an 8-fold cashback, totaling 960,000 yuan. The second payment of 960,000 yuan, again with the basic cashback card, activated a 9-fold cashback, amounting to 8,640,000 yuan. The final payment of 280,000 yuan left a remaining balance of 8,360,000 yuan. Although the sales assistant found the 3 separate transactions puzzling, her professionalism ensured she maintained a flawless smile. Perhaps this was merely a quirk of the affluent. "Your total expenditure is 1,360,000 yuan. The sales assistant returned the bank card with both hands, hoping Miss Su would appreciate the complimentary items. Chapter 20. Mom, I received my salary. Jiang Chun had arrived empty-handed, but now his arms were laden with shopping bags emblazoned with the LV logo. He glanced at the time on his phone. It was just past 8. There was still ample time, so let us put these back in the car first. Afterwards, we can explore other brand stores. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyao shook her head vigorously. When she heard the total of 1,360,000 yuan at checkout, her mind buzzed. She had never seen such a sum in her life, and now it was all spent in an instant. Although it wasn't her money, she was acutely aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Every gift carries an unspoken price tag. Watching Jiang Chun make the payment with such nonchalance filled her with both joy and apprehension. She was delighted by the exquisite garments that had captivated her heart. yet anxious about her inability to reciprocate with gifts of equivalent value. In the dimly lit underground parking garage, Jiang Chen neatly arranged the shopping bags in the trunk. After Su Yuyao insisted, they finally drove away from the mall. Upon returning to the hotel room, Jiang Chen set the shopping bags down and expressed his intent to leave. So soon? Su Yuyao instinctively grasped the hem of his shirt. Despite her lack of romantic experience, she had read enough romantic novels to know that, at this moment, the male lead was supposed to stay. Jiang Chen gently pinched her cheek. What's the matter? Can't bear to part? It wasn't that he didn't wish to linger. He still had 2 hours of reading to complete for a time-sensitive task. The time he would spend with Su Yuyao in the future was plentiful, yet this opportunity was singular. If he failed, all prior efforts would be in vain, and rewards would slip away. He understood the weight of priorities. Just as the door was about to close, Su Yuyao suddenly called out to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, wait. He halted and turned around. The night lights in the corridor illuminated his face just as she noticed the redness at the corners of her eyes. She rose on her toes, enveloped in her own fragrant aura, and gently pressed her lips against the corner of his mouth. As she attempted to pull away, Jiang Chen wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her back into his embrace. He cupped her face, deepening the kiss. Su Yuyao let out a soft sound, her eyes wide with surprise. Only when she was nearly breathless did Jiang Chen pull back slightly, wiping her lips with his thumb. Grinning as he asked, was that an ambush? Su Yuyao's face turned crimson, and she quickly buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled. It wasn't an ambush. It was a goodnight kiss. So this is what a goodnight kiss feels like. Jiang Chen chuckled, the vibrations echoing through his chest. Then I must return the favor. He lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Only then did Su Yuyao realize, covering her mouth, and emitted a small, muffled sound. She understood now that the heart-pounding moments described in novels were indeed real. She could hear her heart thumping in her ears. Get some rest, Jiang Chen said, smoothing her tousled hair. I'll come to pick you up in the morning. Su Yuyao remained silent, rising on her toes to swiftly plant another kiss on his chin before closing the door. She leaned against the door, sliding down to the floor, her palms slick with sweat, still feeling the warmth of his lips. Outside, Jiang Chen touched his own lips and smiled. Su Yuyao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching Jiang Chen's retreating figure below, a sense of indescribable loss bubbling within her. Unbeknownst to Su Yuyao, by the time Jiang Chen returned home, it was already 9:15 p.m. His t-shirt was thoroughly soaked with sweat, clinging to his skin like a damp rag, mingling with the cool air inside and the heat outside. He kicked off his canvas shoes and made his way to the living room, the chill of the tiled floor providing a slight reprieve from the heat. His fingers paused for a moment on the bookshelf before extracting a copy of Outline of Social Psychology, which he hadn't finished reading yesterday, and sank into the sofa. As he opened the pages, the slight resistance of the paper met his fingertips, and the scent of ink intertwined with that of the leather couch wafted up. Remarkably, he found himself engrossed. The person who once fidgeted after 10 minutes, yearning to grasp his phone, was now able to follow the printed words, even the fleeting headlights of passing cars outside failing to divert his focus. This transformation surprised even him. As his fingers traced the words on habit formation mechanisms, he suddenly chuckled softly. The system's previous remark about habits was evidently dismissive. He knew all too well what he had been like. In the midst of a crowd, he had felt like a pebble rolling aimlessly, utterly unremarkable. Yet, these days since binding with the system felt as if an invisible hand was reshaping him. The rustling sound of turning pages resonated clearly in the quiet living room. Time slipped away like sand filtered through the pages of a book, quietly flowing onward. It was only when the system notification chimed in his mind that he realized the night outside had thickened into an inky darkness. Ding! Today's time-sensitive task has been completed. The digital clock displayed the time as 11:15 p.m. Jiang Chen immediately opened his personal interface. Host, Jiang Chen. Age, 22 years. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 64 kilograms. Physique, 66. Endurance, 65. Agility, 70. Charm, 18.3. Business, none. Property, none. Vehicle, Bentley GT. Balance, 83, 603, 071 yuan. Warehouse, primary cashback card, 3. Observing the surging balance and enhanced charisma, Jiang Chen's lips involuntarily curved upwards. After taking a shower, he reclined on his bed, and his phone screen flickered to life momentarily. A goodnight message from Su Yuyao lay quietly on the lock screen, the time frozen at 10:30 p.m. Accompanied by a yawning emoticon cradling stars, its soft demeanor mirroring her own. On the morning of September 1st, having just completed his morning run, with beads of sweat still glistening on his forehead, Jiang Chen's phone vibrated. The screen illuminated with a notification from Holy Light Bank. Holy Light Bank. Your account ending in 0023 has received a salary deposit of 1,065,000 yuan on September 1st. Current balance 10,650,000 yuan. This was the salary card facilitated by Li Zholi during his onboarding process. He expertly took a screenshot and then opened the WeChat conversation with his mother. Mom, I got my salary, sunshine. I've transferred a little pocket money for you, red envelope. Transfer amount, 1,000,000 yuan. The moment he pressed the send button, Jiang Chun felt a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Within 3 minutes, his phone rang abruptly. The screen displayed the word mom. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chun slid to answer the call. Hello, Mom. Xiao Chun. The voice on the other end was urgent, as if it might leap from the receiver. Why did you transfer so much? Are you not paying for your rent and utilities? Don't you need to eat 3 meals a day? Listening to his mother's familiar nagging, a warm current surged in his heart. Leaning against a tree by the roadside, he watched the morning joggers pass by and softly replied, Mom, just accept it with peace of mind. The company offers great benefits, with dormitory accommodation and meals included. There was a pause on the other end, during which he could faintly hear the sound of tissues being pulled, followed by his mother's choked laughter. I'll tell your dad right away, so he can be happy too. He was just saying yesterday whether he should go back to the construction site to help with materials. Now he can rest at home. After hanging up, Jiang Chun stood in place for a long time. Although he could not improve his family's situation immediately, he understood the wisdom of not rushing things. Slowly, everything was progressing in a positive direction. Chapter 21. Is he your boyfriend? After returning home and taking a shower, he descended to the underground parking lot, deciding to drive the Bentley GT. Half an hour later, at the Atour Hotel, Jiang Chun knocked on the door, which opened gently. Su Yuyao appeared. Clad in the floral cotton t-shirt she had purchased the previous day, its light blue base adorned with delicate daisies, paired with cream-colored casual pants and white sneakers, resembling a freshly watered mint plant. Have you had breakfast? Jiang Chun's fingers instinctively reached out to pinch her soft cheek, the texture as delicate as the day before. Su Yuyao tilted her head slightly, her eyelashes fluttering, allowing his fingers to linger on her cheek, her voice soft. Not yet. Girlfriend, may I have a good morning kiss? Jiang Chun turned his face, tapping his cheek with his fingertip, a glimmer of mirth hidden in his gaze. Su Yuyao's ears flushed crimson as she nervously clutched the hem of her shirt, whispering, You mustn't ambush me. I swear. Jiang Chun raised his hand, his expression solemn, the knuckles illuminated by the morning light. Observing his earnest demeanor, Su Yuyao took a deep breath and tiptoed closer. As her lips were about to touch his cheek, her wrist was suddenly grasped gently, and in the next moment, she stumbled forward into an embrace imbued with the scent of cedar. The familiar kiss enveloped her, infused with a languor more pronounced than the previous evening. Su Yuyao's back pressed against the doorframe, her fingers gripping his sleeve tightly. And it was only when her lungs began to crave air that he reluctantly loosened his hold. You tricked me, she gasped, her nose slightly flushed, and a hint of moisture glimmering at the corners of her eyes. Jiang Chun gazed down at her, his thumb brushing across her reddened lips, eagerly inquiring, So, my girlfriend, do you enjoy being deceived by me? Su Yuyao's eyelashes trembled as she focused on his neck, and after a moment, she leaned her face against his chest. Her voice barely a whisper, I do. No sooner had she spoken than she felt his arms tighten around her waist, holding her even more securely. Jiang Chun chuckled softly above her, the sound reverberating in her ears, and she could distinctly hear his heart racing, strong and rapid. Su Yuyao buried her face deeper, the daisy patterns on her shirt brushing against his shirt. She didn't need to see. She knew that the light in Jiang Chun's eyes at that moment must have outshone the sun outside. After completing the checkout procedures, Jiang Chun carried Su Yuyao's suitcase toward the parking lot. The Bentley GT gleamed in the morning light, its cool white exterior reflecting the sun as he unlocked it. The lights flashing twice. Su Yuyao blinked at the logo on the front. Jiang Chunji, what exactly do you do? She tugged at his sleeve, the cotton sleeve brushing against his wrist, carrying a hint of texture. Jiang Chun stuffed the suitcase into the trunk and, before closing it, turned to glance at her. Sunlight casting a gentle glow on her fluttering lashes. Didn't I mention? I'm your boyfriend. Su Yuyao laughed at his playful tease, her dimples glowing with morning light. Sweet enough to make Jiang Chun feel that driving the Bentley today was worth it. As Jiang Chun navigated the Bentley GT into the Maple Forest campus of Fudan University, new students were seen dragging their luggage towards the registration point along the tree-lined roads shaded by parasol trees. Rolling down the window, the early autumn breeze, carrying the fragrance of freshly cut grass, brushed against their faces. There's the medical college registration area, just ahead. Su Yuyao pointed to a spot not far away marked by blue tents, her voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. She turned to Jiang Chun. Are you really going to accompany me to register? With one hand on the steering wheel and the other naturally clasping hers, Jiang Chun replied, "What? Are you afraid I might embarrass you?" The car stopped some distance from the registration area. As Jiang Chun retrieved the suitcase from the trunk, he noticed several boys discreetly glancing at Su Yuyao. Casually, he wrapped his arm around her shoulders and leaned in to whisper in her ear, "It seems my Renaissance girl is quite popular." The registration area was bustling with a long queue. Su Yuyao asked Jiang Chun to wait in the shade while she took her materials to queue. When her turn came, she held the freshly stamped campus card between her fingers, glancing down at the photo and unable to suppress a smile. In the picture, her hair was tied back in a simple ponytail, stray strands obediently framing her brow, her eyes crescent-shaped and exuding a youthful innocence, yet sparkling with aspirations for the future. Jiang Chun leaned over to take a look, his throat tightening slightly. His girlfriend was truly a treasure hidden within the passage of time. "Let us go? Let us drop off your luggage at the dormitory first." Jiang Chun grabbed the heaviest suitcase, his fingertip inadvertently brushing against her hand. "I heard the medical college dormitory is located at the far end of the Maple Forest campus. We'll have to pass through that grove of camphor trees." Su Yuyao nodded, quickening her pace to keep up with him, her gaze flitting around curiously. The dormitory supervisor sat on a wicker chair at the entrance, registering information. Upon seeing Jiang Chun, she paused for a moment, then smiled at Su Yuyao. "Is this your brother? He certainly seems to care for you, not allowing you to carry any luggage." Su Yuyao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she hurriedly waved her hands to explain, "Hello, Auntie, this is my boyfriend." The dormitory supervisor's eyes lit up, beaming at Jiang Chun. "You're a lucky young man." The dormitory accommodates 4 individuals, with an upper-lower bunk arrangement. At the window-side position sits a bespectacled girl, who, upon noticing their entrance, adjusts her glasses and rises to greet them. "Hello, I am Lin Wei, from Clinical Class 1. "Hello, I am Su Yuyao." She responds with a smile and shakes hands, then gestures toward the figure behind her. "This is my boyfriend, Jiang Chun." Jiang Chun nods with a smile, his gaze briefly sweeping over Lin Wei. Of medium stature and possessing a fair complexion, his thick lenses obscure nearly half his face, revealing a defined jawline that suggests he is an academic high achiever, often buried in books. He deftly places his suitcase beside the empty bed, while Su Yuyao bends down to organize her clothes, her slender wrists revealed as her sleeves slip down. Lin Wei watches, slightly mesmerized, and discreetly takes out her phone to message her high school friend. "Help. My roommate is extraordinarily beautiful. Her eyes resemble those of a fawn, and her skin glows." Jiang Chun pulls over a chair against the wall and swipes his fingers across his phone screen, noticing 99 unread messages in the university classmates group chat. In the past, he would have never opened this group. After graduation, he struggled to find a suitable job and ultimately resorted to delivering takeout to make ends meet. Instead of wasting time scrolling through the chat, he could be making a couple more deliveries during the evening rush. However, things were different now. Jiang Chen's fingers grazed the edge of the screen, a faint smirk gracing his lips. As a future affluent individual, he had long since elevated himself above such mundane concerns. Upon opening the group chat, messages flooded in like a tide. "Li Xiao, hey, after working hard for a month, this is all I get." Accompanying his message was a screenshot of his salary, the figure 28,000 shimmering in the sunlight. "Rowan-shan, what? Is that considered little, Xiaoge?" Graduates from 985 are on their knees. The chat erupted in excitement. It's well known that in China, a monthly salary of 10,000 for fresh graduates from 985 universities is the pinnacle of success. Moreover, for graduates from second-tier institutions, securing such a high salary immediately post-graduation is exceedingly rare, especially in the current economic climate, where finding an appropriate job is already a considerable achievement. Li Xiao continued, "Let us not forget our roots. Xiaoge, I'm envious. Crying over here. My little company has only 5 employees, and I'm treated like a pack mule, with wages that hardly suffice. At least you have a job. Some in our class are still relying on their parents. Please take me with you. Please take me with you. Please take me with you." Jiang Chun hovered his fingers above the screen, letting out a scoff. Li Xiao was his college roommate from a well-off family, who landed a position at a securities firm immediately after graduation, flaunting his wealth in the group chat. He had never bothered to engage before, but today an inexplicable irritation flared within him. Now that he possessed a system, he had no need to boast, yet this fellow seemed to revel in it. Suppressing his vague annoyance, he shifted his gaze towards Su Yuyao, who was busy arranging her clothes. The girl was tiptoeing to place storage boxes on the upper shelf of the wardrobe, her waistline accentuated beautifully, her hair brushing gently against her neck with each movement. "Yao Yao," Jiang Chun suddenly called out, his voice laced with mirth, "Strike a pose. I'd like to take your picture." At the sound of his voice, Su Yuyao turned her head, her eyelashes fluttering like startled butterfly wings, her large eyes filled with curiosity. "Why are you suddenly taking pictures?" Though she inquired. Her body obediently straightened, hands clasped behind her back, resembling a budding magnolia. Jiang Chun raised his phone closer, capturing the image of the girl with her loosely tied ponytail. Her bangs kissed by sunlight, a soft smile gracing her lips, her eyes clear as if submerged in a pristine spring. He pressed the shutter. Mesmerized by the image that captured such innate purity, he entered the class group chat and typed a message, "While you all flaunt your jobs and salaries, I can only showcase my girlfriend." As he hit send, he unhesitatingly shared the freshly taken photograph. The chat, which had been buzzing with admiration for Li Xiao, suddenly paused for a full 3 seconds. The notifications then erupted like firecrackers, overwhelming in their intensity. "What? Who is this? A fairy descended from the heavens? Her beauty surpasses even our school's former campus queen. Jiang Chun, when did you meet such a stunning girl? You've hidden her well. This can't possibly be a candid shot of a celebrity, right? Jiang Chun, don't pull our leg." Rao Wenshan was the first to react. "Jiang Chun, this picture is too fake. Her skin is as reflective as a light panel. There's no way someone so beautiful exists in reality." As soon as the message was sent, it was drowned in a flurry of ones. Li Xiao's message followed closely, dripping with disdain. "Jiang Chun, where did you find this image online? A beauty of this caliber wouldn't look your way." He even added a sneering emoji, as if certain this was merely Jiang Chun's self-directed performance. It was well known that during their school days, Jiang Chun was an unremarkable student, often seen in a faded t-shirt, pedaling an old bicycle across campus. In stark contrast, Su Yuyao's appearance in the photo was ethereal, as if she had stepped out of an ink painting, her enchanting features surpassing even the school's acknowledged beauty of their time. Such a girl could not possibly be Jiang Chun's girlfriend. The doubts in the chat grew louder. "Seriously, Jiang Chun, don't joke around. This girl looks like a high school student. I bet 5 packs of spicy strips that this is definitely an online image. I think I've seen it on some social platform. Jiang Chun, have you become delusional from delivering takeout? Have you started fantasizing?" The tale of Jiang Chun delivering takeout had already circulated in class. It began when he unexpectedly encountered a fellow classmate while on a delivery. This well-meaning classmate wasted no time in posting a photo of Jiang Chun in his delivery uniform in the class group. Initially, Jiang Chun felt embarrassed and struggled to lift his head for several days. Yet gradually, he came to terms with the notion that earning money through honest labor was nothing to be ashamed of. As Jiang Chun surveyed the sarcastic messages, he felt more amused than angry. He typed swiftly, sending a voice message laced with barely contained laughter. "An online image? You all are quite narrow-minded. This is my girlfriend, Su Yuyao, who just got accepted into Fudan Medical School. If you don't believe me, I'll bring her to the next class reunion for you to see." As soon as the voice message was sent, Li Xiao shot back. "Huh, anyone can boast. Let us see if you can actually bring her along. I bet you snapped this photo while delivering takeout, posing next to some billboard." Just then, someone posted a picture of a certain celebrity at an airport. "Look, doesn't she look a bit like this? Jiang Chun, your taste is commendable. Even your online images resemble a celebrity." The chat erupted in laughter once more. Having finished organizing the last of her clothes, Su Yuyao leaned in curiously to see Jiang Chun laughing at his phone. "What is going on? What are you so happy about?" Jiang Chun handed her the phone, pointing at the messages. "They say you're an online image." Upon reading the messages, Su Yuyao's cheeks flushed, and she couldn't help but murmur, "How could they say that?" Jiang Chun playfully pinched her cheek, his eyes filled with affection. "Ignore them. They're just a bunch of ignorant souls." He lifted his phone and captured a photograph of Su Yuyao's profile, the image also revealing the bookshelf in the dormitory and Lin Wei's silhouette. He chuckled, wishing to provide them with some undeniable proof. "Look, I've just sent a new picture to the group chat. Do you see the bookshelf in the background? This is the dormitory of Fudan Medical College, where my girlfriend resides." Gradually, the skepticism in the group diminished, though some remained unconvinced. Fudan Medical College? How could a girl from Fudan possibly be interested in Jiang Chun? The background indeed resembled a dormitory, yet the girl appeared extraordinarily beautiful. Was she truly Jiang Chun's girlfriend? Li Xiao scrutinized the new photo, his expression darkening. He fixated on Su Yuyao's profile, a sense of unease stirring within him. He had known Jiang Chun for 4 years and had never seen him close to any girl. How could he have a girlfriend so stunning shortly after graduation? Unwilling to relent, he sent another message. "Jiang Chun, you're not renting a girlfriend, are you? Is it really necessary to flaunt in the group?" Jiang Chun, upon reading the message, scoffed and replied, "Whether she's rented or not, you'll find out at the next gathering. Then you'll witness what a celestial being looks like." With that, he exited the group chat, disinterested in further entanglements. Su Yuyao watched his frustrated demeanor and couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you bothering with them?" Jiang Chun paused at her words, a smile emerging on his lips. Indeed, what was his current status? A future tycoon. Realizing this, he suddenly found the earlier dispute utterly childish. Why should a phoenix argue with a sparrow? How could a dragon concern itself with the clamor of shallow fish and shrimp? Chapter 23. The charm of the Bentley GT. Standing beneath the camphor tree at the foot of the dormitory, Su Yiyo gazed at Jiang Chun's receding figure. You should head back. As he reached the intersection, he suddenly turned around, waving to her through the falling camphor leaves. Remember to eat on time. Su Yiyo nodded vigorously, her eyes slightly moist as she slowly turned away after watching him round the corner. Lin Wei had just teased her in the dorm, likening her to a little cat abandoned at home. Reflecting on her earlier gaze at him, she realized it had indeed betrayed her reluctance to part. With the new semester just beginning, she undoubtedly had much to occupy her time. Jiang Chen too had been busy, spending the days completing system tasks while dedicating his remaining time to his cousin and Su Yiyo. However, the rewards had clearly outweighed the efforts. First, his uncle and aunt had called him repeatedly to express their gratitude. Lu Qian, on the phone, mentioned how well her cousin treated her, taking her out for fun and delicious meals, even escorting her to school for registration. More importantly, he had gained a girlfriend of campus belle caliber, a true academic achiever. After spending these days together, Su Yiyo surpassed the feminist figures often portrayed on Douyin by leaps and bounds. She was neither materialistic nor avaricious, and she possessed an exceptional ability to care for others' emotions. Her character was genuinely admirable. Jiang Chun had always thought such girls had become extinct, yet he never imagined he would find one. Grateful for his cousin, as he approached the parking lot, he heard a girl's voice from afar. Hey, everyone. You're in for a treat today. Look what I've discovered. As he drew closer, he recognized a beautiful girl dressed in traditional Hanfu, excitedly pointing her phone at his car. The girl, Pei Heir, was a Douyin streamer who loved wearing Hanfu and was passionate about cosplay. After just attending an event, she happened to spot the Bentley GT parked there. This was no ordinary sight. Not everyone could afford a Ferrari, as suggested in Douyin videos. According to statistics, the median salary in Shanghai last year was 6,906 yuan. This meant that an average person earning approximately 7,000 yuan a month would make 84,000 yuan in a year, totaling 840,000 yuan over a decade. Yet, the price of a Bentley GT was around 4 million yuan, meaning even if a person saved every penny for 47 years, they still couldn't afford it. Thus, in real life, even in a first-tier city like Shanghai, the Bentley GT was undoubtedly a luxury vehicle. This is a convertible equipped with a 4.0 TV8 twin-turbocharged engine, capable of producing a maximum power of 550 horsepower and a peak torque of 770 Newton-meters. Its performance is exceptionally formidable. Pei Heir enthusiastically introduced to the camera. As she animatedly detailed the car's sleek lines, she suddenly heard footsteps behind her and turned to see a young man in a white shirt standing nearby, holding the car keys. Her heart skipped a beat. Could he possibly be the owner? Jiang Chen approached, pointing at his car. Sorry, I need to retrieve my vehicle. Realizing, Pei Heir quickly stepped aside, her face lighting up with a professional smile. I'm so sorry. I'm a streamer and couldn't resist introducing your stunning car to my fans. As she spoke, the barrage of comments in her live stream erupted. Wow, the owner is here? He looks so young. He is quite handsome, much better than those greasy second-generation rich kids. Miss, asked the owner if he bought the car himself or if it was a gift from his family. Pei Heir caught a glimpse of the comments, calculating her next move before tentatively asking, Handsome, would you mind if I filmed a bit longer for my fans? This car is a rare gem, and many of them would love to see it up close. Jiang Chen glanced at the rolling comments on her phone and then at her exquisite Hanfu, finding it intriguing. He nodded. All right, but make it quick. I'm in a hurry. With permission granted, Pei Heir's enthusiasm soared as she energetically continued her introduction to the camera. Did you hear that, everyone? The owner is super nice. Let us take a closer look at the interior. Genuine leather seats, carbon fiber accents, and the quality of that central control screen is simply exquisite. As she spoke, she circled the car, and when the camera swept over the Bentley emblem on the steering wheel, Jiang Chun had already opened the door and seated himself inside. The moment the engine roared to life, a deep growl excited both Pei Heir and her viewers. Did you hear that sound, everyone? That's the sound a luxury car should make. Pei Heir exclaimed. Handsome, could you drive a few feet so we can hear the roar? Jiang Chen smiled, shifted gears, pressed the accelerator, and the car moved forward a few meters before halting smoothly. All right, that should suffice. He lowered the window and told Pei Heir. I really must be going. Okay, thank you, handsome. Pei Heir quickly expressed her gratitude, watching the Bentley depart the parking lot before turning back to the camera. Everyone, how was today's surprise? We got a close-up experience of the Bentley GT's charm and even met the handsome owner. Was it worth it? The comments in the live stream remained lively. Absolutely worth it. The owner is so handsome. This is true understated luxury, wearing a white shirt while driving a Bentley. The contrast is amazing. Miss, quickly check the license plate to see who the owner is. Paige Heir, glancing at the comments, felt a surge of curiosity about Jiang Chun. She ended the live stream, packed her things, and mentally noted the car's license plate number, planning to investigate further once she returned home. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun had already merged into the bustling traffic of Shanghai. He reminisced about the streamer clad in traditional Hanfu and the barrage of comments in her live stream. Unable to suppress a smile, finding today's serendipitous encounter rather amusing. Upon returning home, Paige Heir pushed open the door and was taken aback to see her best friend, Bai Chuwei, lounging on the sofa with an apple in hand. This was truly astonishing. Bai Chuwei was renowned for her tireless work ethic, wholly dedicated to saving enough for a down payment on a home in the bustling metropolis. As a real estate agent, she spent her days tirelessly showing properties to clients and streamed live at night, wishing for days that felt like they could stretch to 48 hours. Leaving her with little time to relax at home during the day, Paige Heir understood the challenges of her profession all too well. While the income potential appeared lofty, the risks were equally daunting. Every day, she had to contend with a variety of eccentric clients, and the troublesome experiences she encountered could easily fill a hefty tome. Particularly for a young and attractive female agent like Bai Chuwei, encounters with lecherous men and greasy, middle-aged uncles were all too common. Sometimes, merely dealing with unwelcome advances was enough to induce a headache. "Why aren't you at work today?" Paige Heir inquired, changing her shoes. Bai Chuwei took a bite of her apple, the crisp sound reverberating in the quiet living room. She glanced up at Paige Heir, the dark circles under her eyes stark against the light. "I took a day off." "A day off?" Paige Heir gathered the hem of her Hanfu skirt and tucked it into the laundry basket before sitting down beside the sofa. "Didn't you say last month that you were using all your vacation days this quarter to deal with that troublesome client looking for a villa?" "That client fell through." Bai Chuwei tossed the apple core into the trash, weariness lacing her voice. "I spent all night with him yesterday, and he ended up saying he needed to think about it, only to sign a contract with another agent." Paige Heir frowned. "Another client jumping ship? That's the third time, isn't it? There's nothing to be done. That's just how this industry works." Bai Chuwei tugged at the collar of her shirt, revealing faint red marks on her collarbone, remnants from when a client pretended to assist her while showing an old mansion, their nails leaving a trace. In just half a year, her initial ambitions had dulled into a keen understanding of the industry's rules. Multiple experiences of clients backing out had finally taught her that it wasn't her professional abilities that fell short, but rather her steadfast principles. She recalled a client seeking a spacious flat who had told her, "In today's society, it's far too easy for a beautiful girl like you to make money. It all depends on your willingness. To put it bluntly, it's a matter of having boundaries or not. Why do they choose you when spending millions on a house? Do they truly value your professional skills? Wrong. They're simply attracted to your youth and beauty. If you don't let go, they'll naturally seek someone else. This industry is rife with beautiful women. If you refuse to compromise your principles for a quick buck, there will always be someone willing to take the plunge." The more she understood these rules, the heavier her heart grew. All she desired was to earn a living with dignity through her own capabilities. Why was that so difficult? Bai Chuwei took a sip of the icy water from the coffee table, the cold liquid sliding down her throat, yet it could not quell the bitterness bubbling within. Paige Heir observed Bai Chuwei's tightly pressed lips, the stubbornness masking her grievances, causing a lump to form in her own throat. She reached for a tissue and offered it gently. "Don't dwell on it too much. Those who rely on underhanded methods to make money will eventually face consequences." Bai Chuwei accepted the tissue but did not wipe her face. She merely crumpled it in her grasp. The sunlight streamed in at an angle, casting a play of light and shadow on her face, and she suddenly chuckled softly, tinged with self-deprecation. "But they're making a fortune now, while I can't even secure a proper deal. Last week, I showed that client 7 houses, my feet blistered. And yet they turned around and signed a contract with that agent in a super short skirt. Isn't that ironic?" Paige Heir remained silent. She was all too aware of this reality. In her own circle among streamers, Bai Chuwei's observations were an open secret. Female streamers employed various tactics to retain their top patrons, from one-time bonuses to role-playing, and even cosplay tailored to the patrons' tastes. They utilized every means at their disposal. However, Paige Heir believed she grasped the situation even more profoundly than Bai Chuwei. Living off men to attain the lifestyle one desires seemed not so reprehensible after all. Yet, she still maintained her own boundaries. At the very least, the person must be somewhat pleasing to her eyes, certainly not one of those balding, greasy, and lascivious middle-aged men. As she pondered this, the image of a young Bentley owner surfaced in her mind. If it were him, it might not be entirely impossible. Jiang Chun drove his Bentley GT slowly into the exclusive parking space of Tianqi Fitness Club. This premier fitness center, situated in the heart of the CBD, was renowned among the elite of the metropolis for its luxurious black and gold decor. Pushing open the glass doors framed in gold, he was greeted by a grand lobby with an 8-meter-high ceiling. To the left lay the strength training area equipped with imported Italian machines, where chromed dumbbells gleamed under the spotlights. To the right was a 25-meter heated swimming pool, its azure surface reflecting the starry ceiling design above. Standing behind the circular service desk in the center were several receptionists clad in custom uniforms. "Good day, sir, and welcome to Tianqi," the front desk manager said, slightly bowing. A platinum nameplate on his chest indicated he was the 5-star personal training director. "We have national bodybuilding champions available for guidance, and all our trainers hold ACE international certification. Is this your first visit?" Jiang Chun surveyed his surroundings, his gaze drifting to the second floor through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The yoga studio featured Burmese teak flooring. The Pilates area was equipped with the latest reformer machines, and at the far end was even a professional posture assessment room. Several well-built trainers were instructing members, their movements textbook perfect. Jiang Chun nodded slightly, his eyes flickering to the nameplate on the front desk manager's chest, Lu Jia. He unconsciously rubbed the Bentley emblem on his car key, his tone measured. "It's my first visit. I'd like to know about the personal training courses." A glimmer of understanding flashed in Lu Jia's eyes. Guests arriving in luxury vehicles often sought bespoke services. He gestured for Jiang Chun to follow, the gold trim on his uniform glinting in the light. "Please follow me. I will show you around the facilities and introduce you to our star coaching team." As they traversed the lobby, Jiang Chun noted the equipment in the strength area bore no fingerprints. Even the barbells were polished to a shine. A gentleman in a black athletic tank top was performing deadlifts, his back muscles etched like a sculptor's work, while a nearby trainer crouched beside him, ready to offer protection, softly correcting his form. "Engage your core, do not let your knees cave in." The sounds of splashing from the heated pool could be heard. Through the rippling surface, the blue mosaics embedded at the bottom intertwined with the light and shadows of the starry ceiling, as if the entire galaxy had been brought indoors. "Our personal training courses are divided into 3 tiers. Lu Jia's voice pulled Jiang Chun back to attention. "The basic tier focuses on posture correction. The intermediate tier includes nutritional planning, and the premium tier grants exclusive access to facilities 24/7, along with a personal nutritionist and rehabilitation specialist." He paused, adding, "Many entrepreneurs and celebrities opt for the premium package. Privacy is absolutely guaranteed." Jiang Chun's gaze fell upon the apparatus at the entrance of the second-floor posture assessment room. The German-imported 3D scanner was something he had encountered in magazines. It could accurately analyze body composition and skeletal angles. He stroked his chin, realizing that his charm value conveniently included an enhancement for posture improvement, indicating he had indeed come to the right place. His charm value stood at 18, and to unlock assets at 30, he would have to gradually elevate it. An uncertain timeline loomed ahead. With financial resources at his disposal, he decided to commence with posture enhancement. Opting for the premium package, without hesitation, he inquired, "Can I schedule the assessment today?" Chapter 25, Premium Membership. Lu Jia's eyes flickered with surprise before he regained his professional smile. "Of course, I will arrange for the chief assessor immediately." She was previously a rehabilitation consultant for the national gymnastics team and possesses unique insights into posture adjustment. As he spoke, a woman clad in a gray tracksuit emerged from the assessment room, her high ponytail revealing her elegantly sculpted arms. Upon noticing Jiang Chun, she offered a polite nod, her gaze exuding professionalism akin to that of someone evaluating a precision instrument awaiting calibration. Following Lu Jia into the assessment room, Jiang Chun passed by the yoga studio, where soothing music wafted through the air. Through the slats of the blinds, he glimpsed several members practicing handstands, the Burmese teak flooring glistening warmly under the sunlight. He suddenly felt that investing in a personal trainer could be far more efficient than aimless practice. After all, reaching the charm value benchmark sooner would unlock more system rewards. The door to the posture assessment room was made of frosted glass, emitting a faint magnetic sound as it opened. The room was infused with a subtle aroma of lavender essential oil, while an air purifier in the corner operated silently, maintaining the PM2.5 levels in single digits. "Mr. Jiang, please take a seat," the chief assessor said, handing him an electronic questionnaire. The tablet screen displayed a section for basic information. "Please fill in your height, weight, and past exercise history. My name is Su Wanting, and the assessment will take approximately 40 minutes. As Jiang Chun accepted the tablet, his fingertips inadvertently brushed against hers. Her hand felt slightly cooler than usual, likely a result of prolonged exposure to air conditioning. He swiftly completed the information, 178 centimeters, 64.5 kilograms, and aside from running, He had little else in terms of physical activity. Su Wanting glanced at the data as she took the tablet back, pressing a button on the control panel on the wall. The 3D scanner, previously against the wall, slowly emerged with a soft mechanical whirring. Please stand within the blue guidelines. Remove your shirt and maintain a natural standing posture. Her voice was steady like a metronome, her arms hanging naturally at her sides, feet shoulder-width apart. Slightly lean forward. Yes? And do not lock your knees. Su Wanting stood before the display screen, her fingertips tracing several red markings on the virtual model. From the three-dimensional reconstruction, your pelvis appears slightly tilted forward, resulting in an exaggerated lumbar curvature, which likely accounts for the occasional discomfort in your lower back. Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he had experienced some dull pain after bending for an extended period while helping Su Yuyuan move her luggage. Su Wanting brought up a side projection, overlaying the standard posture line. There is also a rounded shoulder issue, possibly related to your frequent inclination to look down at your phone. Nonetheless, your overall foundation is quite good. Your bones are symmetrical, with no noticeable shoulder height discrepancies, indicating substantial potential for muscle gain and shaping. Suddenly, she raised her gaze to meet Jiang Chen's, her eyes behind the lenses scrutinizing him with professional intensity. Is your goal to enhance the aesthetic appeal of your posture? Or do you wish to focus on strength training? Both, Jiang Chen replied without hesitation, eager for prompt results. He recalled the charm value displayed on the system panel and silently added, it would be best if the numbers could increase significantly. Su Wanting's lips curved into a rare smile. It seems you have a clear objective. I will devise a 3-stage plan for you. The first 2 weeks will focus on correcting your posture, utilizing Pilates to activate your core. The mid-phase will emphasize muscle gain and shaping, concentrating on the shoulders, back, and chest. And the final phase will incorporate high-intensity intervals to enhance overall explosiveness. Coupled with a nutritionist's meal plan, you should observe noticeable changes within 3 months. She pulled up a detailed training schedule, specifying the duration of each session, the number of sets, and even rest intervals. As a premium member, you will enjoy the benefit of having a coach at your beck and call. Would you be available to commence your first session tomorrow morning at 9? Jiang Chun considered for a moment, finding himself free, and looked up at Su Wanting. Let's schedule it for 9 tomorrow. Upon exiting the assessment room, Lu Zhu awaited him at the door, holding a member handbook with a gold embossed cover. Mr. Jiang, your exclusive locker is in the VIP area, number 88. Here is your key. The nutritionist has already prepared the meal plan for your first week based on your body data. Would you like it delivered to your car now? Jiang Chun accepted the key, pocketing it as his fingertips grazed the cool metallic surface. No need. I will collect it when I come for training tomorrow. By the way, could you provide me with the total cost? Lu Zhu, having anticipated the inquiry, opened the handbook and pointed to the price list. The annual fee for premium membership is 320,000 yuan, which includes all courses and facility usage rights, plus an additional 30,000 yuan for exclusive nutritionist services, totaling 350,000 yuan. As a first-time registrant, you will also receive a complimentary set of customized training attire and a fitness wristband. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding as he followed Lu Zhu across the lobby. The clanging of barbells echoed from the strength area, while the pool's rippling waters reflected the starlit ceiling. Jiang Chen suddenly felt that spending 350,000 yuan on personal training might not merely be an expense, but rather an investment in his future. After all, only by transforming himself into a better version could he firmly grasp those whom he wished to cherish. Let's proceed with the card payment, he declared, halting at the front desk and withdrawing his bank card. Lu Zhu promptly took the card, his expression becoming increasingly respectful. Certainly. Mr. Jiang, I will handle the procedures right away to ensure no delay to your schedule. Lu Zhu worked swiftly, completing all formalities in under 5 minutes. Jiang Chun received the printed membership agreement, his fingers grazing the gold seal at the bottom. As he returned his bank card to his wallet, he discreetly activated a basic cashback card. Spending 350,000 yuan triggered a 5-fold cashback, resulting in a gain of 1,000,000 yuan, with a cap of 1,000,000 yuan. The system notification echoed in his mind. Jiang Chun nodded in satisfaction, having spent 350,000 yuan yet receiving 1,000,000 yuan in return meant that this year's premium membership not only cost him nothing, but also earned him 650,000 yuan. This was the correct application of the basic cashback card, though regrettably, he only had 2 left. He folded the membership agreement neatly, glancing up at Lu Zhu. Is everything finalized? All set, Mr. Jiang, Lu Zhu assured him. Rest assured, Coach Su will be waiting for you in the training room at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Jiang Chun acknowledged with a grunt, turning towards the exit. Upon arriving home and entering the underground garage, His gaze fell upon the Volkswagen Terramont parked in the corner. Jiang Chun turned off the ignition, staring at the vehicle for a few moments. It had been a great help over the past few days, shuttling him to school, shopping malls, and more. Now that matters had settled, it had fulfilled its purpose. Time to return it to the rental company, he murmured, pushing open the door and stepping towards his designated parking space. The Bentley GT glimmered with a dignified sheen under the lights, contrasting starkly with the Terramont beside it, each embodying a distinct style. He pulled out his phone and called the rental company, requesting them to come pick up the vehicle. Just as Jiang Chun hung up, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon checking, he found a photo sent by Su Yuan. For girls crowded around a desk, playfully flashing peace signs, while tidy bedding and cartoon stickers adorned the walls in the background, exuding the freshness of a new academic term. The accompanying message read, "Brother Jiang Chun, tonight my roommates are having a gathering. You can bring your boyfriend. Do you have time?" Chapter 26. Jiang Chun, that scoundrel. He stared at the photo for a couple of seconds. Su Yuyao stood on the far left, her ponytail slightly askew, her eyes crescent-shaped as she smiled, revealing two adorable little tiger teeth. To her left was Lin Wei, whom he had met while helping Su Yuyao with her luggage. The two girls on the right looked unfamiliar, presumably newcomers. The second girl on the right had delicate features, exuding a gentle charm, her dimples appearing as she smiled. The girl on the far right, however, embodied an entirely different style: long legs, captivating fox-like eyes with slightly upturned edges, her fitted t-shirt accentuating her astonishing curves. Just the sight of her ample bosom suggested she was no less than a D-cup, making her particularly eye-catching among the four. Jiang Chen's fingers lingered on the screen. It seemed this was her entire set of roommates. He replied, "I have time. Could you send me the address?" As soon as the message was sent, Su Yuyao's reply popped up, complete with a location. "That's wonderful. It's at the Hot Pot restaurant by the west gate of the school. Dinner starts at 6:30. We'll go ahead to reserve a spot." Wang Defa stared blankly at the messages in the group chat, unable to regain his composure. Jiang Chun actually had a girlfriend? And she was so beautiful. This was utterly inconceivable. He and Jiang Chun were roommates, and among the four in their dorm, Li Xiao and another who had entered a state-owned enterprise after graduation formed one faction, while he and Jiang Chun were the other. There was no other reason for this division. It was simply because they resembled each other too much. Both had been inconspicuous during their school days, coming from average backgrounds, with ordinary looks and grades. After graduation, Wang Defa landed a job at a medical equipment company as a sales manager, which essentially meant he was a salesman earning a base salary of 3,000 yuan plus commission. However, after 2 months, he had not closed a single deal, barely scraping by on that meager salary. Due to his lack of performance, his boss had summoned him to the office that morning, delivering a lengthy lecture, the crux of which was, if you don't close a deal soon, you'll have to pack your things and leave. Previously, he had felt a twinge of pride when he saw someone in the group mention Jiang Chun had taken up food delivery. At least his salary, albeit low, was still better than that. But in the afternoon, Jiang Chun had surprisingly announced in the group that he had a girlfriend. And the girl in the photo was exceptionally striking. Wang Defa did not wish ill upon Jiang Chun, but it felt unjust that he could be so fortunate. He himself didn't even have a girlfriend. So how had Jiang Chun suddenly found one? And such a pretty one at that? His fingers hovered over the screen for a while before he finally succumbed to curiosity, deciding to verify the truth of Jiang Chen's claim. The girl in the photo was so beautiful, she shouldn't be hard to find at their school. He couldn't shake off the feeling of unease without confirming it in person. He took the subway to the Fudan University Medical School, staring at the gleaming golden letters of Fudan University at the entrance, suddenly feeling a pang of trepidation. Observing the students emerging from the campus, each radiating confidence and charm, he noted that their demeanor was markedly superior to that of students from their own school. Indeed, prestigious institutions had an undeniable aura. As he hesitated at the school gate, four girls emerged, laughing and chatting. One of them bore an almost identical resemblance to the girl in Jiang Chen's photo. He quickly took a discreet snapshot and opened Jiang Chen's photo to compare. After a thorough examination, he was certain it was the same person. Wang Defa took a deep breath, steeling himself as he approached the four girls, softly addressing the one he recognized. "Excuse me, are you Su Yuyao?" Su Yuyao regarded the suddenly appeared stranger with curiosity. He was unremarkable in appearance, dressed in a suit and tie on a hot day, his eyes betraying a hint of nervousness. She blinked in confusion. "I am Su Yuyao. What can I do for you?" Up close, Wang Defa realized Su Yuyao was even more stunning than in the photo. With her delicate features, fair skin, and a tiny dimple at the corner of her eye when she smiled, she resembled an ethereal being untouched by the mundane world. His throat tightened, and the words he had prepared suddenly stuck in his throat. The three girls beside her also paused, curiously sizing up Wang Defa, which only heightened his anxiety. His cheeks flushed slightly, and he fidgeted, unsure of where to place his hands. Clearing his throat, he attempted to sound as natural as possible. I'm Jiang Chen's classmate, Wang Defa. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's name, the confusion in Su Yuyao's eyes faded, replaced by a gentle smile. Oh, so you're Jiang Chen's classmate. What is it that you need? Her smile was like a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, sending ripples through Wang Defa's heart. He steadied himself, mustering the courage to inquire. I saw Jiang Chen mention in the group that you were his girlfriend. So I wanted to confirm. After uttering those words, he anxiously watched Su Yuyao, dreading a denial or a look of disdain from her. Upon hearing his question, Su Yuyao's smile deepened. She nodded, her tone casual yet tinged with sweetness. Yes, I am his girlfriend. Is there a problem? Receiving her affirming response, Wang Defa's heart was a tumult of emotions. On one hand, he had to accept the reality that Jiang Chen truly had such a beautiful girlfriend. On the other, an indescribable sense of loss surged within him, and he felt a twinge of grievance. Why should Jiang Chen be so fortunate? He was not any less than Jiang Chen. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but was at a loss for words. Should he wish them happiness, or inquire about how they met? Ultimately, he merely managed an awkward smile. No problem at all. Just a bit surprised, so I came to ask. Well then, I won't disturb you any longer. With that, he turned to leave, as if lingering for even a second would be torture. Wait a moment. Su Yuyao called after him. Wang Defa halted, turning back with a puzzled expression. Su Yuyao blinked, asking, as Jiang Chen's classmate, you must know what he likes, right? I want to give him a gift. But after pondering for a long time, I'm at a loss. The first half of her statement was pleasant enough, but the latter half struck Wang Defa like a needle piercing his heart. Anger surged within him. How could that scoundrel Jiang Chen make such a beautiful girl go through the trouble of selecting a gift? Without waiting for Su Yuyao to finish, he turned on his heel and strode away, his steps quick and heavy. The longer he stayed, the more he feared his jealousy would become evident, leading him to utter something bitter. As he walked, his frustration grew. If she were my girlfriend, not only would I not ask her to pick a gift, I would willingly break my ribs just to make her soup. Jiang Chen, that fool, truly does not know the blessing he possesses. Su Yuyao watched his suddenly tense back, perplexed by his abrupt change, as if he were a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She turned to her roommates, asking, did I say something wrong just now? The roommates exchanged glances, one of them suppressing a smile. Perhaps, you two's sweetness was a bit too dazzling for him? Chapter 27, Not having a boyfriend is indeed a blessing. At 6:30 in the afternoon, Jiang Chen parked the Bentley in a roadside space and briskly entered Jiugongzhu. According to the location sent by Su Yueying, this is indeed the correct establishment. It was the peak hour for dinner, and the restaurant was teeming with patrons, further exacerbated by its proximity to the school, resulting in a complete lack of vacant tables. The air was suffused with the rich aroma of bone broth, mingling with the bubbling sounds of various ingredients being cooked, alongside the cheerful chatter and laughter of students, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a bustling market. Jiang Chen navigated through the crowd, his gaze swiftly scanning the myriad of tables, effortlessly locking onto Su Yueying's table. It was simply too eye-catching. Su Yueying, adorned in a light blue dress, sat there, her skin fairer than snow and her bright eyes shining like stars, exuding an ethereal grace in the cacophony, akin to a solitary white lotus in bloom. Opposite her sat a girl who was even more captivating, seemingly of the same age as a college freshman, yet possessing a strikingly impactful appearance. Her curves were as luscious as a ripe peach, and her eyes sparkled with an innate allure, while a youthful playfulness danced at the corners of her mouth. A phrase inexplicably popped into Jiang Chen's mind, a naturally charming young woman. Such development was rather unfair. He silently expressed his astonishment, yet continued onward, approaching the table. As he drew near, he overheard the four girls engaged in animated conversation, punctuated by their melodious laughter. Su Yueying was the first to notice him. Her eyes lit up instantly as she sprang to her feet, her voice brimming with excitement. Darling, you're here. Let me introduce you. Upon hearing this endearing term, Jiang Chen paused momentarily, questioning, who taught you to call me that? Su Yueying's cheeks flushed a soft pink, and she shyly lowered her gaze, murmuring, I learned it on Douyin. Don't you like it? I love it. Absolutely, Jiang Chen replied, grinning as he ruffled her hair. It seemed she had made significant progress. He had always thought of her as a traditional academic, but it appeared that learning about the latest trends on the internet was indeed beneficial. Flushed with his compliment, Su Yueying hurriedly pointed to the individuals beside her, introducing them. This is Lin Wei, whom you've met before. The other two are Nana and Jiang Nanyan. Upon hearing Su Yueying's introductions, Jiang Chen realized that the striking girl was named Jiang Nanyan, sharing the same surname as himself. He smiled and nodded at the three girls, acknowledging them. Wei, Nana, Nanyan. This is my boyfriend, Jiang Chen, Su Yueying added, her cheeks still rosy. Lin Wei and Nana both exhibited a shy demeanor, merely nodding and smiling at him, their eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. In contrast, Jiang Nanyan was far more forthright, her gaze unabashedly roving over Jiang Chun. She was eager to discover what sort of young man could capture the heart of a girl like Su Yueying. One must understand that the more beautiful a girl is, the more prideful she often is, making it no easy feat to win her over. Just like herself, surrounded by many suitors. Yet they were either overly pretentious or presented gaudy gifts, all exuding a sense of immaturity that failed to pique her interest. Jiang Chun, in her eyes, was not particularly handsome, but his features were neat and clean. His physique appeared somewhat slender, dressed in a plain t-shirt devoid of any visible brand, exuding the aura of an ordinary young man. Jiang Nanyan pondered, how could Su Yueying, dressed in an LV's latest dress, possibly be drawn to such an unremarkable boy? Jiang Chun, unaware of her thoughts, casually glanced around the table and noticed only 4 girls present, prompting him to ask, "Didn't Tu say their boyfriends would join as well?" Su Yueying explained, "Wei Wei and Nana's boyfriends are dining with their roommates and couldn't make it. Nanyan, she doesn't have a boyfriend yet." At this revelation, Jiang Chun's eyes involuntarily brightened. Not having a boyfriend is quite advantageous, he mused silently. Stealing another glance at Jiang Nanyan, who seemingly sensed his gaze and met his eyes with a knowing smile. That smile from Jiang Nanyan felt electrifying to Jiang Chun, stirring something within him momentarily, yet he quickly composed himself and pulled out a chair beside Su Yueying. Just as he settled in, he observed the soup in the hot pot bubbling away, the red oil frothing and splattering, imparting a hint of spiciness to the adjacent clear broth filled with mushrooms. "Have all the dishes been ordered?" Jiang Chun casually picked up the menu, his gaze sweeping over familiar ingredients like beef rolls, shrimp paste, and fish tofu. A smile gracing his lips. These were all Su Yueying's favorites. "We waited for you to arrive before cooking," Su Yueying replied, already using the communal chopsticks to add a handful of water spinach to the clear broth. "You mentioned wanting to eat this last time, so I ordered extra." Jiang Nanyan, observing from across the table, noted the soft glow in Su Yueying's eyes as she offered the dish, as if she were presenting a rare treasure. She lifted her glass of lemonade, taking a sip, the slight tartness tingling on her tongue, before suddenly speaking up, "Su, you're being quite biased, aren't you? Only remembering what Jiang Chun likes while neglecting our tastes?" "Not at all," Su Yueying blushed, hastily tossing some crispy lotus root, a favorite of Lin Wei, into the spicy pot. "Wei Wei loves this, and Nana enjoys fish balls, so I ordered 2 plates of those as well," Nana softly affirmed, her fingertips unconsciously gliding over her phone screen, though her peripheral vision frequently darted toward Jiang Chun, curious to uncover what made him so special in Su Yueying's eyes. Meeting Jiang Nanyan's inquisitive gaze, Jiang Chun confidently stated, "So you're Jiang Nanyan, right? We share the same surname. Perhaps we were family 500 years ago." This remark elicited a chuckle from Lin Wei, who leaned toward Nana and whispered, "Jiang Chun has a rather amusing way with words." Jiang Nanyan raised an eyebrow, her movements deliberately languid as she set down her water cup. "Is that so? Then Jiang Chun must truly impress. Perhaps I could even recognize a cousin brother." She emphasized the word impress, her eyes betraying a curiosity that was difficult to conceal. Jiang Chun discerned the underlying meaning in Jiang Nanyan's words, but merely smiled, choosing not to engage further. Instead, he picked up the communal chopsticks and placed a piece of tender beef in Su Yueying's bowl. "You must try this. The beef here looks exceptionally fresh." Su Yueying understood his intent, obediently opening her mouth to receive it, her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster being fed. She was aware that Jiang Chun preferred to avoid unnecessary probing in their interactions, and this unspoken understanding warmed her heart. Jiang Nanyan watched this exchange, her fingers pausing momentarily as she raised her glass. This young man certainly had a knack for steering the conversation away from tension. His calm demeanor surpassed that of many boys who would hastily defend themselves when teased. She set her cup down, lightly tapping her fingers along the table's edge. "Is Jiang Chun reluctant to acknowledge me as a cousin sister? Whether I acknowledge it or not, it all depends on whether the sister offers me the opportunity." Jiang Chun picked up the teapot on the table, refilling Su Yueying's glass with lemonade, his movements fluid and effortless. "For instance, let us sample the duck blood in this pot. It's marinated and pairs splendidly with the spicy broth." As he spoke, he placed a piece in the small dish before Jiang Nanyan, his gaze open and sincere, as if he genuinely regarded her as a sister. Jiang Nanyan was momentarily taken aback by his tactful approach, then burst into laughter. "All right then, I shall graciously accept it." She sampled the duck blood, the spicy and savory flavors exploding on her palate, undeniably delicious. Meanwhile, Lin Wei and Nana finally exhaled in relief, as the earlier tense atmosphere had nearly compelled them to seek refuge in a corner. With the conversation between the two easing, they felt emboldened to join in. Hinana delicately picked up a fishball and whispered, "This fishball is quite chewy. You should all give it a try." At that moment, a man in a suit approached their table. "Hello, dear students. I am an agent from Guangxi Cultural Media. Here is my business card." Saying this, he produced 4 business cards, offering one to each of the 4 girls, excluding Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun rubbed his nose, feeling the sting of gender discrimination. The male agent continued, "You all possess exceptional qualities. Would you be interested in joining our company? The benefits are quite generous." His tone was reminiscent of a cunning wolf enticing naive young girls. Every year, the beginning of the university term marked the busiest season for media companies like theirs. The existence of positions such as these, in essence, aimed at discovering outstanding female streamers. What constitutes outstanding? To put it plainly, it refers to attractive and well-proportioned young women. After all, most men are visual creatures. These freshly minted university students are the most gullible. Once a contract is signed, they become mere puppets of the company. Su Yuyao didn't even glance at the business card, and Lin Weiwei and He Nana showed little interest. As top students, they prioritized their studies. In stark contrast, Jiang Nanyan displayed a look of curiosity. "We still have classes. We don't have that much time." The male agent, noticing that one of the 2 girls he was most interested in had engaged, quickly responded, "Our company is quite accommodating. You can arrange your schedule as you wish, as long as you fulfill a minimum of 36 hours of live streaming each month. With your qualifications, we can offer a signing bonus of 30,000 yuan right off the bat." The mention of such a sum made Hinana gasp softly. For newly enrolled students, this was indeed a considerable temptation. Jiang Nanyan lightly pinched the business card, her nails grazing the words Guangxi Cultural Media. "Is the signing fee paid in one lump sum? What is the duration of the contract?" The agent's eyes brightened. It seemed there was potential. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. "Of course, it's a one-time payment. The contract lasts for 3 years. Rest assured, our company has excellent resources. Every streamer we package earns over 10,000 a month." Suddenly, Jiang Chen coughed lightly, retrieving a slice of tripe from the pot. He recalled a TikTok video he had seen, which warned that many media companies lured female college students with lavish offers, only to pull tricks within the contracts, with exorbitant penalty clauses being the most common scheme. Most young women could not afford such sums, forcing them to repeatedly compromise their standards until they ultimately fell from grace. "Excuse me, sir? Does your company outline any penalty fees for breach of contract in the agreements signed by your streamers?" Jiang Chen inquired. The agent's smile faltered, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Chun. "This matter concerns our agreements with the young ladies," he implied, suggesting that Jiang Chun had no right to interject. Observing the agent's reaction, Jiang Chen felt he was not far from the truth. However, Jiang Nanyan followed up with a question. "Yes, what is the penalty fee?" The agent hesitated, his gaze flickering. As long as the contract is honored, there wouldn't be any penalty fees. That was telling. Jiang Chun placed the perfectly cooked tripe into Su Yuyao's bowl, maintaining a calm demeanor. "I've heard that some companies make grand promises when signing contracts. Yet when streamers wish to terminate, they demand compensation in the hundreds of thousands. I wonder if your esteemed company operates in a similar manner?" The agent's demeanor darkened significantly. "We are a legitimate company, unlike those small-time operations. Does a legitimate company only hand out business cards to female candidates?" Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. "Or do you exclusively hire females, with no regard for male applicants?" This statement struck a nerve with the agent, who had indeed purposefully overlooked Jiang Chen's presence. A male student standing there was quite the eyesore. "Our company currently focuses on female streamers." He feigned composure, redirecting his gaze back to Jiang Nanyan. "If you are interested, we could find a place to discuss this in detail. I can show you some of our successful cases." "Thank you, but we still need to eat," Jiang Nanyan replied, picking up a piece of yellow throat. "Jiang Chun, overcooked tripe loses its appeal." Jiang Chen shrugged, placing freshly cooked duck intestines onto her plate. The male agent, observing the revitalized atmosphere at the table, realized that his continued presence would only serve to make him appear foolish. Clutching the few business cards that had scarcely been touched, he begrudgingly turned and walked away. Lin Wei let out a sigh of relief, whispering, "That was close. I've heard that some media companies pressure streamers to do things they never promised after signing the contract." He nodded in agreement. "My cousin almost fell victim. They promised a base salary, yet she was constantly pressured to attend social gatherings." Su Yuyao added vegetables to the pot. "Opportunities that seem too good to be true rarely are, especially those that appear to come so easily." Jiang Nanyan chuckled as she chewed on the yellow throat. "I just wanted to tease him. Did he really think we could be so easily fooled?" She glanced at Jiang Chun. "By the way, thank you for earlier, Jiang Chun." Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. "So now you're calling me classmate?" "Not Jiang Chun Gij anymore." "That depends on your behavior," Jiang Nanyan replied. Initially, she harbored an inexplicable hostility towards Jiang Chun. Perhaps it was because he seemed so ordinary yet managed to win over the most beautiful girl in the dormitory, Su Yuyao, stirring a sense of imbalance within her. However, after the earlier incident, she found Jiang Chun to be quite decent, despite his unassuming appearance. His string of questions was clearly motivated by concern over her potential deception. As the gathering concluded and they settled the bill, the five of them spent a little over 200 yuan on a hot pot meal. Jiang Chun didn't rush to be the one footing the bill, opting for a fair split, which resulted in each person paying just over 40 yuan. Stepping out of the hot pot restaurant, the evening breeze carried the crispness of early autumn, rustling through the treetops. Jiang Nanyan was busy transferring money on her phone when she suddenly heard the low rumble of an engine. Looking up, she saw Jiang Chun opening the door of a Bentley GT, stepping aside to let Su Yuyao enter first. The gleaming car body reflected the cold light of the street lamps, its sleek lines exuding understated luxury. Jiang Nanyan paused, her fingers still gripping her phone, slowly coming to realize the source of Jiang Chun's confidence in pursuing Su Yuyao. She watched as the red tail lights of the Bentley faded into the stream of traffic, her phone screen lighting up suddenly. A male classmate from the group chat had sent her a private message. Yin Yin, I bought you some Anessa sunscreen. Should I leave it downstairs at your dorm tomorrow? Almost immediately followed by another message. Goddess, I just saw your WeChat Moments post about Hot Pot. Are you back at the dorm now? The overly solicitous words suddenly felt glaringly intrusive to her. Jiang Nanyan stared at the screen for 3 seconds, her finger hovering over the delete key, and ultimately pressed the power button, extinguishing the screen. The evening wind swirled fallen leaves at her feet. She suddenly felt that the barrage of concern from others paled in comparison to the piece of tripe Jiang Chun had offered her earlier. Chapter 29. Why is her boyfriend so exceptional? On the way back to the dorm, Hinana and Lin Wei were engrossed in their phones, messaging their boyfriends. Only Jiang Nanyan remained, still lost in the image of Jiang Chun single-handedly opening the Bentley. She couldn't deny it. At that moment, Jiang Chun was indeed strikingly handsome. Jiang Nanyan asked Lin Wei, Wei, were you in the dorm when Jiang Chun dropped Yuyao off? Lin Wei nodded slightly, perplexed by the reason behind her inquiry. Jiang Nanyan pressed on. Is Jiang Chun also from our school? Jiang Chun appeared older than them, leading Jiang Nanyan to assume he was a senior. Lin Wei shook her head and replied, from what Yao Yao told me, her boyfriend graduated this year and has already started working. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nanyan ceased her questioning. It was evident that someone who could afford a Bentley right after entering the workforce must come from a wealthy family. Recalling their hot pot outing, Jiang Chun had dressed modestly and lacked the arrogance typically associated with wealthy heirs. He was quite relatable. Such a demeanor was indeed a rarity among the affluent. Jiang Nanyan reminisced about a wealthy classmate from high school who constantly flaunted his riches, seemingly fearful that others might overlook his privileged status. In comparison, Jiang Chun was undeniably superior. Arriving at the dormitory entrance, Hinana put away her phone and stretched. Finally here. My legs are sore after a day of wandering. Lin Wei nodded in agreement. Waving goodbye to her friends, I'll head up first. I need to video call my boyfriend shortly. Jiang Nanyan acknowledged her with a grunt and followed them upstairs. Just then, a boy suddenly stepped forward, blocking Jiang Nanyan's path. Lin Wei and Hinana exchanged knowing glances, realizing he was there for Jiang Nanyan, and smiled. Yin Yin, we'll go ahead. With that, they quickly ascended the stairs. Jiang Nanyan regarded the boy before her in silence. This was the senior she had met during registration that day. He had appeared quite handsome in daylight, yet now she found no trace of that charm. The boy held out a gift box to Jiang Nanyan. Nanyan, I bought you this sunscreen. Military training is starting soon, and I thought you might find it useful. Jiang Nanyan glanced at the shopping bag emblazoned with the L'Oreal logo, but did not accept it. The boy's hand lingered in the air, his smile fading slightly. What's wrong? Don't you like this brand? The sales assistant said it's perfect for young people. Jiang Nanyan took a step back, creating some distance. Thank you for your kindness, senior, but I don't need it. It will be sunny during military training. You will definitely use it, he insisted, his tone somewhat ingratiating, suggesting it was merely a friendly gesture. Jiang Nanyan's gaze fell on the shopping bag in his hand, and she recalled Jiang Chen's composed demeanor while handling his agent at the hot pot restaurant. Looking back at the boy before her, she suddenly felt a wave of impatience. I really don't need it, she replied coolly. I've already bought some myself. The color drained from the boy's face, and his fingers tightened around the shopping bag. Well, okay then. He awkwardly concealed the bag behind him, as if fearing it might be seen. I'll be heading back now. If you need anything during military training, you can find me in the building next door. Jiang Nanyan merely responded with a non-committal grunt, choosing not to elaborate further. The boy lingered for a few steps before glancing back at her. Noticing her lack of response, he lowered his head and hurriedly departed. Jiang Nan Yin watched his figure vanish around the corner of the stairs before turning back toward the dormitory. Upon reaching the second floor, she spotted He Na peering over the stair railing. Did he leave? He Na whispered. Jiang Nan Yin nodded and quickened her pace upstairs. Once inside the dormitory, Lin Wei and Su Yuyao turned to her. That senior didn't bother you, did he? Lin Wei set her book down. No, he just offered me a bottle of sunscreen, which I declined, Jiang Nan Yin replied, throwing her bag onto a chair and slumping onto a stool. Feeling a bit odd about the unsolicited gift so soon after meeting, He Na chuckled. Looks like our Yin Yin has quite the charm. A senior is already pursuing you at the start of the semester. Please don't tease me, Jiang Nan Yin said, taking a sip from the water cup on the table. I just want to take a quick shower and go to bed. Today has been exhausting. He Na leaned in. Seriously, do you have no interest in that senior? I think he is decent looking and part of the student council. He might be of help in the future. Jiang Nan Yin shook her head. I don't feel anything. She paused, unable to continue. In truth, compared to Jiang Chun, this senior seemed overly deliberate. His gesture of gifting sunscreen felt like a task being fulfilled, far less genuine than Jiang Chen's casual reminder. However, she refrained from voicing this thought, feeling it would be strange to praise a roommate's boyfriend in their shared space. Do you think Yao Yao will come back tonight? He Na suddenly asked with a hint of mystery. They had all seen Su Yuyao get into Jiang Chen's car, and although society had become more open, it was still hard not to pry. Lin Wei pondered briefly before responding. She should return, I suppose. Yet, she was uncertain. Primarily because Su Yuyao had such a demure appearance, one that did not suggest a penchant for staying out late. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan Yin felt an inexplicable irritation. Clearly, she was no less attractive than Su Yuyao, and her figure was even superior. Why was her boyfriend so exceptional while those around her seemed to fall short? Noticing Jiang Nan Yin's silence, He Na turned back to Lin Wei. Do you think they'll go see a movie? I heard there is a popular romance film out. Lin Wei adjusted her glasses. I'm not sure, but Yao Yao isn't the type to stay out late. Jiang Nan Yin placed her cup on the table with a soft clink. What does it matter if she comes back or not? Let us hurry and wash up. We have to get up early for military training tomorrow. Yet, despite her words, she felt a heaviness in her heart, an uncomfortable sensation that she couldn't shake. She knew such comparisons were pointless, yet she couldn't help but picture Jiang Chun driving a Bentley and the awkwardness of the senior offering sunscreen. He Na pouted, deciding not to press further, and grabbed her pajamas as she headed for the bathroom. All right, I'll go shower first. Whoever is last to wash up turns off the lights. Lin Wei also stood up, rummaging through her closet for clean clothes. I'll follow Na. Soon, Jiang Nan Yin was left alone in the dormitory, sitting at her desk, staring blankly at her textbooks. A streetlight outside cast a slender beam of light through the curtain-s gap, illuminating the pages. After an indeterminate period, the sound of a key turning in the door echoed from the hallway. Jiang Nan Yin snapped her head up to see Su Yuyao stepping inside, carrying a paper bag. You're all still awake. Su Yuyao smiled, raising the bag in her hand. Jiang Chun bought some fruit. He said it's for you. Just then, He Na emerged from the bathroom, towel drying her hair as she approached. Wow, cherries and strawberries. Your boyfriend is quite thoughtful, Yao Yao. Lin Wei joined her, peering into the bag filled with fresh fruit. This must have cost quite a bit. I feel a bit embarrassed. It's nothing. He said it's just a token for new friends, Su Yuyao replied, placing the fruit on the table. You all should try it. It's quite sweet. Jiang Nan Yin gazed at the vibrant strawberries, suddenly reminded of the sunscreen the senior had offered her earlier. Both gestures were attempts at goodwill. Yet Jiang Chen's approach felt far more natural, devoid of the apparent ulterior motives present in the senior's offering. Chapter 30. Some people's kindness is inherently ingrained. How come you're back? He Na asked, popping a strawberry into her mouth, her words somewhat muffled. I thought you wouldn't be returning tonight. Su Yuyao paused, then quickly understood what she meant, her cheeks flushing slightly. Jiang Chen dropped me off downstairs and left. He mentioned he has work tomorrow. Jiang Nan Yin inexplicably let out a sigh of relief, though her lips remained sealed as she delicately peeled a cherry. Suddenly, Su Yuyao recalled something. Jiang Chen mentioned that it might rain during military training, and he asked me to remind you all to bring an umbrella. It serves both as sun protection and rain cover. He Na's eyes sparkled with excitement. Your boyfriend is incredibly thoughtful. He even thought of this. Lin Wei nodded in agreement. Indeed, how considerate. Far superior to mine, who only tells me to drink more hot water. Jiang Nan Yin took a bite of the cherry, the sweet juice bursting forth in her mouth. Gazing at the natural smile adorning Su Yuyao's face, she suddenly felt that perhaps Su Yuyao deserved such treatment. Not solely because Jiang Chun was affluent, but rather due to the comfortable rapport they shared. She spat the pit of the remaining cherry into a tissue and stood up, declaring, I'm heading to take a shower. As she rose, she noticed another bag that Su Yuyao had just placed on the table and inquired, Yuyao, does this bag contain fruits as well? Su Yuyo smiled sweetly and shook her head. No, these are skincare products and sunscreen that Jiang Chen bought for me. As she spoke, she began to reveal the contents within. Lin Wei and He Nana leaned in to inspect, finding the packaging rather appealing but not giving it much thought. However, Jiang Nanyan immediately recognized the logo emblazoned on the packaging. The familiar sea blue emblem of La Mer caused her to inhale sharply. She was well aware of this brand, known for its exorbitant prices, having seen it in department stores where even a single jar of cream could cost over 1,000 yuan. She had once lingered before the counter, mesmerized by the exquisite bottles containing skincare products, the price tags displaying staggering figures. The classic cream, a mere small jar, had a price tag sufficient to cover her living expenses for over half a month. Now, witnessing Jiang Chen purchase an entire set for Su Yuyo, her astonishment was palpable. That must have cost a fortune, He Na exclaimed, lifting a bottle of essence to the light, admiring its beautiful design. Su Yuyo was placing the cream into her vanity box when she chuckled, I'm not sure of the exact price. He said the sun during military training can harm the skin and reminded me to apply it daily. Jiang Nanyan, who had just grabbed a towel, nearly dropped it. Stealing a glance at the array of skincare products on the table, she counted at least 7 or 8 items, with just that 100 milliliters bottle of essence, which she had seen on a duty-free shop app recently priced at 1,200 yuan. Lin Wei adjusted her glasses. Boys are knowledgeable about these things too? My boyfriend can't even tell the difference between toner and essence. He said he bought whatever was available. Su Yuyo chuckled, her lips forming a crescent shape. In truth, she wasn't very knowledgeable about skincare either, having never used such products before. Yet, because Jiang Chen had bought them, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Jiang Nanyan turned and walked into the bathroom, adjusting the shower head to a powerful stream. Amidst the sound of rushing water, she heard He Na's exuberant voice from outside. Yuyo, you are so fortunate. Your boyfriend is practically a dream come true. Absolutely. Wealthy, considerate, and handsome, Lin Wei chimed in, her tone laced with envy. Jiang Nanyan wiped the droplets from her face and glanced down at her well-proportioned figure, silently competing with herself. In her future endeavors for a boyfriend, she vowed that he must not fall short of Su Yuyo's. When she emerged from the shower, she found He Na examining the sunscreen. Is this also La Mer? I only know their creams are famous. This seems to be a new release for this year. Su Yuyo pointed out the label, indicating a sun protection factor of 50, which also nourished the skin. Jiang Nanyan paused mid-motion while drying her hair, recalling the L'Oreal product gifted by that senior, suddenly finding the logo on the shopping bag quite glaring. By the way, Yin Yin, He Na suddenly turned. Shall we go together tomorrow to pick up the military training uniforms? If we go early, we can choose a fitting size. No, I have someone I'm meeting, Jiang Nanyan replied as she hung the towel. The moment those words left her lips, a pause enveloped the dormitory. Lin Wei, intrigued, asked, Who are you meeting? Is it that senior from today? Jiang Nanyan neither confirmed nor denied, merely picking up the lotion on the table. I'll start my skincare routine now. I need to rise early tomorrow. As she applied toner in front of the mirror, she caught a glimpse of Su Yuyo unscrewing the La Mer cream, gently dabbing a fingertip of it onto her face in soft circular motions. Moonlight filtered through the curtain-s gap, casting a gentle glow upon Su Yuyo's face, soft as if veiled in gauze. Jiang Nanyan suddenly recalled earlier in the day when Su Yuyo had assisted a female classmate struggling with her luggage, sweat soaking her back without a hint of complaint. At that moment, she had thought her foolish. Now, however, she understood. The goodness in some individuals is innate, not merely a facade built on luxury brands. Oh, and by the way, Su Yuyo spoke up. Jiang Chen mentioned he would pass by the school tomorrow morning and asked if we wanted breakfast. He knows a place that serves particularly delicious soy milk and fried dough sticks. Yes, He Na raised both hands in approval. That means we have to wake up early. Lin Wei added, Isn't that a bit much for him? Not at all. He said it's on his way, Su Yuyo replied, pulling out her phone. What do you all want to eat? I'll message him. Jiang Nanyan inhaled deeply. Turning to the mirror, just a cup of soy milk will suffice, thank you. As she climbed onto her bed, she overheard Su Yuyo sending a voice message to Jiang Chen, her voice soft and sweet. I'd like 2 servings of fried dough sticks and 3 tea eggs, plus 3 cups of soy milk. Jiang Nanyan just wants a cup. In the darkness, Jiang Nanyan felt for her phone beneath her pillow. The screen still glowed, lingering on a chat interface with a high school classmate. The other had sent a message half an hour earlier, wishing her luck for the military training tomorrow. After a moment of hesitation, she finally pressed the screen off. The cicadas outside gradually quieted, and distant laughter of returning students echoed in the air. Jiang Nanyan closed her eyes, the faint aroma of La Mer cream mingling with the sweetness of cherries, slowly drifting away in the late summer night. The next day, Jiang Nanyan awoke early. According to her usual routine, she would have been out for a morning run by this hour. However, today she remained indoors, practicing yoga in her dormitory. Her enviable physique was a result of years of dedication. It required not only discipline in her diet, but also a commitment to exercise, all achieved through relentless effort. At that moment, Su Yuyo's phone rang. Sleepily, she answered with a hoarse voice. "Hello, darling. You're up so early." "All right. Give me a moment. I'll come down to get it." After hanging up, as Su Yuyo sat up, she caught sight of Jiang Nanyan practicing yoga. Her gaze swept over Jiang Nanyan's impressive physique and shapely form, eliciting a tinge of envy. Jiang Nanyan noticed her movement and paused, saying, "I'll go get it. You still need to freshen up. If Jiang Chen waits too long, it might delay his work." After contemplating briefly, Su Yuyo nodded. "Thank you so much, Yin Yin." Chapter 31, Tianqi Fitness Club. Jiang Nanyan casually grabbed a comb to tidy her hair before heading downstairs. The dormitory building was particularly tranquil in the early morning, with only a few students hurrying to early classes. Upon reaching the ground floor, she spotted the familiar Bentley parked at the roadside, where Jiang Chun leaned against the car door, engrossed in his phone. Hearing footsteps, he looked up, surprised to see Jiang Nanyan, and promptly offered a polite smile. "Good morning, Jiang Nanyan." "Good morning." Jiang Nanyan approached him, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the breakfast bag he held. "Yuyo is still in the bathroom, so I came down to collect it." "It's all right, I just arrived as well." Jiang Chun handed over the bag he was holding, warm to the touch. "Hurry and take it, the soy milk shouldn't cool down." Jiang Nanyan accepted the bag, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his hand. The warmth sent an inexplicable flutter through her heart, causing her to instinctively retract her hand. "Thank you," she said hurriedly. "It's nothing," Jiang Chun replied with a smile, his gaze lingering on her slightly flushed earlobes. Without elaborating further, he added, "Well then, I'm off. If there's anything during military training, you can have Yao Yao contact me." "All right." Jiang Nanyan nodded, turning to walk towards the dormitory with the breakfast bag clutched tightly. After taking a few steps, Jiang Chen's voice called out from behind, "By the way, Jiang Nanyan." She turned around to find him gazing at her, his tone earnest. "You have a great figure, but you really don't need to wear that outfit out. It might lead to misunderstandings." Jiang Nanyan was taken aback, surprised that he had noticed this. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she could only nod awkwardly before hastening into the dormitory building. It wasn't until she reached the second floor that she paused, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath. Her heart raced. His gaze and the compliment he had given her lingered in her mind. She glanced down at the breakfast bag in her arms, still retaining Jiang Chen's warmth. A sudden thought crossed her mind. If she could receive such breakfast every day, it might not be so bad. As soon as the idea surfaced, she forcefully suppressed it. Shaking her head, she muttered to herself, "Jiang Nanyan, what are you thinking? He's your roommate's boyfriend." After regaining her composure, she clutched the breakfast bag and headed toward the dormitory, unable to suppress a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. Upon returning to the dorm, Su Yueying, Hinana, and Lin Wei had already finished washing up and were sitting at the desk waiting for her. "You're back. Let me see what delicious food you brought." Hinana leaned in eagerly. Jiang Nanyan placed the breakfast bag on the table, opening it to reveal steaming soy milk, crispy youtiao, and fragrant tea eggs. "Wow, it looks so delicious," Lin Wei exclaimed, taking a bite of a youtiao. This tastes really good." Hinana also picked up a cup of soy milk, taking a sip and contentedly saying, "It's still warm." Jiang Chun is thoughtful. As Jiang Nanyan watched them enjoy their meal, she too peeled a tea egg. Taking a bite, she found the taste just right. Yet, the memory of her encounter with Jiang Chun made her heart race again. Hinana noticed her unusual demeanor and leaned over to whisper, "Yin Yin, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Nanyan quickly shook her head. "I'm fine. I might have just run too fast." Hinana looked at her with confusion but didn't press further, returning to her youtiao. Stealing a glance at Su Yueying, who was focused on her breakfast, Jiang Nanyan felt a sigh of relief and quickly lowered her head, hastening her pace of eating. She resolved to limit her interactions with Jiang Chun in the future to avoid any unwarranted feelings. After delivering the breakfast, Jiang Chun drove to the Tianqi Fitness Club. Pushing open the glass door, a rush of cool air mixed with a subtle fragrance greeted him, a stark contrast to the heat outside. The attractive receptionist immediately stood up, her face adorned with a perfectly measured smile. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Jiang Chen's gaze lingered briefly on her. The tailored work attire accentuated her well-proportioned figure, and her makeup was exquisite yet understated. He silently marveled at the club's prowess. Located in the heart of the CBD, even the receptionist was exceptionally chosen. "Has Coach Su arrived?" Jiang Chun inquired, pulling his attention away. The receptionist, named Chu Xiao, had just passed her interview yesterday, marking her first day at work. She quickly recalled the exclusive member list that the manager had emphasized, recognizing him as one of the members who had booked a personal training session with Coach Su today. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, she said, slightly bowing her head with a respectful yet friendly tone. Coach Su is already waiting for you in the VIP training room. Shall I escort you? Jiang Chen nodded. No need, I know the way. With that, he made his way deeper into the club, passing through the equipment area. He caught sight of several members in professional sports attire training under the guidance of their coaches. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows stood a cluster of skyscrapers, sunlight streaming through the glass facade and casting vibrant patterns on the floor. As Jiang Chun opened the door to the VIP training room, he found Su Wanting warming up with a resistance band. Upon seeing him, she smiled. Mr. Jiang, you're here. Shall we begin now? After changing into his workout gear, Jiang Chun replied, let's start. Just follow the plan we set yesterday. Su Wanting put away the resistance band and walked to the training rack to bring up the training schedule on the electronic screen. Today, we'll focus on shoulders, back, and core. We'll start with 3 sets of dynamic warm-ups to activate the muscles. She picked up 2 1-kilogram dumbbells and walked 30 steps while performing lateral raises. Feeling the activation in her deltoids, Jiang Chun took the dumbbells, his arms hanging naturally at his sides. Following Su Wanting's instructions, he stepped forward, the dumbbells tracing a smooth arc by his sides. Don't lock your elbows. Keep them slightly bent at 30 degrees, she advised, standing beside him, her gaze fixed on his shoulders. Very good. Just like that. Keep your shoulder blades down. After completing the 30 steps, Jiang Chun set down the dumbbells to stretch his wrists. Su Wanting adjusted the weight on the high pulley machine. For the first set, use a light weight to find your feel, 15 repetitions. Jiang Chun sat on the training bench, gripping the bar, his knuckles turning slightly white. As he pulled the bar to his chest, the muscles in his back tightened, forming a smooth inverted triangle silhouette. Su Wanting stood beside him, lightly tapping his trapezius. Relax here, don't shrug your shoulders. Let your latissimus dorsi take the lead. As the bar slowly returned to its starting position, Jiang Chen's throat bobbed. My deltoids feel a bit sore. Is my form compensating? It does seem a bit, Su Wanting replied, pulling up the real-time electromyography chart. Look here. The activation of your trapezius exceeds that of your latissimus dorsi. Today, I've specifically added 2 sets of bent-over flies to target this. After completing 3 sets of pulls, a light sheen of sweat formed on Jiang Chen's forehead. When Su Wanting handed him a towel, her gaze inadvertently swept over his open collar, revealing the sharp line of his collarbone just beneath his Adam's apple. She quickly averted her gaze, pointing to the Roman chair nearby. We'll use this for core training. Start with 3 sets of back extensions, 20 repetitions each. Jiang Chun lay down on the apparatus, his hips pressed against the soft pad. As he slowly raised his upper body, the muscles in his back formed smooth lines beneath his dark workout attire. Su Wanting stood behind him, her hand hovering near his waist. Take it slow on the way down. Control the eccentric phase. Yes, maintain this rhythm. Rest for 2 minutes. Su Wanting handed him a water bottle. Jiang Chen accepted it and muttered a thank you as he tilted his head back to drink. Su Wanting smiled, saying, Mr. Jiang, you flatter me. This is my job. She walked over to the medicine ball rack, picking up a 10-kilogram ball for the final 3 sets of medicine ball twists to conclude today's training. Jiang Chun took the medicine ball, sitting on the yoga mat with his legs slightly bent off the ground. As he rotated his torso, sweat dripped from his jawline onto the mat, forming small dark spots. Su Wanting crouched to the side, counting the repetitions, 15, 16, maintaining a tight core, avoiding any reliance on inertia. As the final rotation concluded, Jiang Chun placed the medicine ball beside him and wiped his face with his hand. Today's intensity is indeed greater than what I've been accustomed to, he remarked. Progress must be gradual to yield results. Su Wanting tucked away the equipment log, saying, I've uploaded next week's training plan to your member app. Remember to glance at the precautions before your workout. Jiang Chen nodded, quickly scanning his phone screen. It was a photo sent by Su Yiyo, capturing her in military training attire, standing in the dormitory corridor, flashing a peace sign with a caption expressing that she felt like a little soldier. He tapped a lively emoji in response, a smile involuntarily curling up at the corners of his mouth. As Su Wanting returned the equipment to its place, she caught a glimpse of his smile and felt a slight stir in her heart, quickly lowering her head to organize her training records. Mr. Jiang, if there's nothing else, I'll go prepare the training plan for the next member. Go ahead, Jiang Chen replied, rising to his feet and using a towel to wipe the sweat from his neck. Next week, same time. All right, I've noted that. Su Wanting nodded, cradling her clipboard as she made her way out. As she passed by Jiang Chun, she caught a faint scent of wood, mingled with the aroma of sweat, surprisingly pleasant. Jiang Chun watched her figure vanish through the doorway before picking up his gym bag and heading to the shower. The hot water cascaded over him, washing away the fatigue of the workout and clarifying his thoughts. He recalled the blush on Jiang Nanyan's cheeks when she went to fetch breakfast that morning, shaking his head in disbelief at himself for thinking of Su Yiyo's roommate. After showering and changing clothes, Jiang Chun adjusted the collar of his shirt in front of the mirror and checked his phone. It was already 10:30. He grabbed his gym bag and strode out of the VIP training room. At the front desk, Chu Xiaoxiao noticed his exit and immediately stood up with a smile to greet him. "Mr. Jiang, your training has concluded?" "Yes," Jiang Chen replied with a nod. Time had flown by, and before he knew it, it was September 25th, the final day of the limited-time mission, cultivating both inner and outer beauty. After leaving the Tianqi Fitness Club, he drove home, knowing that completing just 2 more hours of intensive reading would conclude this mission. He picked up a book in the living room and began to read quietly. At that moment, he awaited the completion of the task, while secretly yearning for something more. After an indeterminate period, the familiar system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the limited-time mission, cultivating both inner and outer beauty. Rewards, facial optimization. Money Halo LV2. Jiang Chen's spirits lifted upon seeing the rewards in the system warehouse. He first clicked on Money Halo LV2. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the active skill Money Halo LV2. Money Halo LV2. As a future financial magnate, why worry about money? The host will receive a daily cash reward of 30,000 yuan, dispersed automatically at midnight each day. 30,000 a day amounts to 900,000 a month, and over a year, it totals over 10 million. Jiang Chun murmured to himself, still incredulous at how effortless it seemed to earn money with the system. After his moment of astonishment, he shifted his focus to facial optimization. This was the reward he valued most, capable of swiftly enhancing his charm. He was filled with anticipation, eager to discover how much his charm would increase. Taking a deep breath, he gently tapped facial optimization on the system panel. Almost instantaneously, a warm current spread from his head to his entire body, culminating in his face. He distinctly felt a slight tingling sensation at the bridge of his nose, as if a feather had brushed against the corners of his eyes. And even his jawline tingled subtly. This sensation persisted for about half a minute, and once the warmth dissipated completely, he hurried to the full-length mirror in the bathroom. The reflection still bore his familiar outline, yet it radiated a refined elegance, as if reborn. Most striking were his eyes. People often say the eyes are the windows to the soul, and at that moment, this window appeared to have been meticulously polished, exuding a captivating charm that beckoned one to lose themselves in its depths. The line of his nose was now more prominent and graceful, with the curve at its base appearing entirely natural, devoid of any trace of artificial sculpting. The outer corners of his eyes were subtly lifted, imbuing his originally delicate features with an added dash of gallantry. The most stunning transformation was his jawline, once slightly rounded. It now bore sharp angles that flowed seamlessly from the base of his ears to his chin, each contour a masterpiece of artistic precision. Jiang Chun unconsciously raised his hand to touch his cheek, the texture beneath his fingertips smooth and delicate, akin to fine mutton fat jade. He tilted his head slightly, and the profile in the mirror was illuminated perfectly under the light, a flawless silhouette. The curvature of his cheekbones, the uplifted tip of his nose, and the defined line of his chin were all calculated with the golden ratio's precision. "Is this really me?" he murmured, his voice trembling with disbelief. Eagerly, he summoned the system interface, and his personal data immediately appeared before him. Host, Jiang Chun. Age, 22. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Physique, 70. Endurance, 68. Agility, 70. Charm, 28, 10. Business, none. Property, none. Vehicle, Bentley GT. Warehouse, basic cashback card 2. 28 points? Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixated on the charm value section. He was merely 2 points shy of the 30-point threshold, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair. Not reaching 30 points in charm meant he could not unlock the Foundation's assets. Without access to those assets, he would forever remain an heir, reliant on a mere 30,000 yuan daily allowance, merely coasting through life. Chapter 33, Wang Defa. I've experienced heartbreak. Just as Jiang Chun was racking his brain for ways to enhance his charm, a sudden ring from his phone interrupted his thoughts. Picking it up, he saw it was his roommate, Wang Defa, calling. Wang Defa was one of the few true friends he had in college. He recalled the year in his sophomore year when he was struggling financially, and it was Wang Defa who often dragged him to the cafeteria for meals. Though they were merely simple cafeteria dishes, to Jiang Chun at the time, that gesture of support felt invaluable. Jiang Chun hesitated for a moment before answering the call, but the voice on the other end was tinged with a despondent tone. Jiang Chun, I've just gone through a breakup. A breakup? Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the table. Given Wang Defa's character, he knew this guy was typically too shy to pursue girls. The notion of a girl chasing after him was hard to fathom. Remembering Wang Defa's naive appearance and his tendency to blush when speaking made it even more difficult to believe. It's not that kind of relationship. Wang Defa's voice dropped even lower, reminiscent of a withered eggplant. It's the girl I had a crush on. Today, I saw her holding hands with another guy, and they looked so happy together. Jiang Chun held the phone in silence for a moment before slowly responding. You haven't even attempted to confess your feelings. This can merely be deemed as an unrequited crush, not a heartbreak. I refuse to accept that. The voice on the other end of the line carried a hint of playful petulance, the final syllables quivering with emotion. My heart feels heavy with anxiety. Can't you come out and share a couple of drinks with me? Upon hearing the quivering tone tinged with tears, Jiang Chun swallowed the teasing remark that had risen to his lips. He cast a glance at the open copy of the Charisma Handbook on the corner of the table, traced his fingers over the cover, and ultimately let out a resigned sigh. Where are you? Kimmy. Wang Defa's voice brightened noticeably, the faint clinking of beer bottles echoing in the background. After ending the call, Jiang Chun drove swiftly to Kimmy Bar. As he pushed open the heavy glass door, a cacophony of electronic music enveloped him, mingling with the scents of alcohol and perfume. The disorienting neon lights wove through the crowd, and the figures on the dance floor writhed rhythmically to the beat, a stark contrast to the tranquil cafe he frequented. He searched the throng for a moment before finally spotting Wang Defa huddled in a corner of the bar. In front of him were 2 open bottles of ice-cold beer, and beside him lay 3 or 4 empty fruit platters, his fingers idly peeling the label off a beer bottle. You made it? As Wang Defa looked up, his eyes were as red as cherries soaked in water, yet he forced a smile, extending a bottle of beer to Jiang Chun. Come, have a drink with me. Jiang Chun accepted the beer and settled beside him, the cold bottle pressing against his palm, offering more relief from the heat than the bar's air conditioning. Drinking this much? As he twisted off the cap, his voice seemed particularly faint amidst the din of music. Wang Defa remained silent, staring intently at Jiang Chun for a while before suddenly exclaiming, Jiang Chun, how do I feel like you've changed so much? You look even more handsome. Did you get cosmetic surgery? Or am I just seeing things because I've had too much to drink? After saying this, he took a hefty swig from his beer bottle, the movement of his Adam's apple revealing a certain intensity. Foam from the beer clung to the corner of his mouth, resembling a disheveled little beast, yet he remained oblivious. Jiang Chun felt a flicker of emotion stir within him, but his expression remained impassive, merely raising an eyebrow. You've had too much to drink. I've always been this handsome. All right. He was fully aware of his transformation. Months of dedicated exercise had sculpted a more upright physique. Extensive reading had refined his eloquence, and combined with that mysterious facial enhancement, his entire demeanor was indeed a far cry from the past. Yet, these were nuances he could not divulge to outsiders. No wonder you can pursue such wonderful girls. Wang Defa set down his beer bottle, his tone laced with a mix of envy and melancholy. If I had your looks, I wouldn't still be single. Jiang Chun recalled the incident where someone in their group had questioned the authenticity of his photos, and he took the opportunity to ask, You truly believe that the pictures I posted in the group aren't from the internet? Wang Defa thumped his chest, his gaze flickering slightly. Of course, I believe you. Despite having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, his mind remained clear enough to verify whether Jiang Chen's words were true. He had no intention of admitting this, not wanting Jiang Chen to think he lacked trust. Observing Wang Defa's demeanor, Jiang Chen chuckled softly and refrained from pressing further, instead handing him a bunch of grapes. Stop focusing on me. Tell me about that girl you have a crush on. What kind of person is she that has captured your heart so? Wang Defa accepted the grapes, peeled one, and popped it into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, She's the gentle type, speaks softly, and has 2 lovely dimples when she smiles. As he spoke, he reminisced about the girl, his eyes filled with longing, but soon dimmed with disappointment. Unfortunately, she already has a boyfriend. Jiang Chun patted his shoulder. There's nothing to lament. You're not lacking in anything yourself. Take some time to spruce yourself up, go out more often, and you might just stumble upon someone more suitable. Wang Defa sighed. It's not that easy. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. While he could entertain a crush, the thought of openly pursuing a girl was a daunting prospect. Things happen through effort. Jiang Chun lifted his beer bottle and clinked it against Wang Defa's. Come, let go of those unhappy thoughts. Down this drink, and tomorrow will be a new day. Wang Defa gazed into Jiang Chen's sincere eyes, and the weight in his heart seemed to lighten somewhat. He raised his beer bottle, robustly clinking it against Jiang Chen's. Yes, tomorrow is indeed a new day. The heavy bass of the bar reverberated against their eardrums, and the swirling laser lights fractured the silhouettes into a mosaic of colors. Just then, a staggering figure burst forth from a VIP room, her long hair disheveled against her sweaty neck, her skirt stained with suspicious alcohol, clearly intoxicated. A portly man followed closely behind, his tie askew, loudly shouting something. As they reached the table where Jiang Chun and Wang Defa were seated, The girl suddenly buckled at the knees, crashing to the floor. She struggled to rise, but her arms felt too weak to muster any strength. Her dazed gaze swept across the surroundings, finally landing on Jiang Chen's face, and suddenly a glimmer of clarity emerged, her voice tinged with desperation as she pleaded, "Mr. Jiang, I am Bai Chu Wei. Please, take me away from here." Bai Chu Wei was engulfed in regret and fear. After more than half a month without any success, she ultimately acquiesced to Boss Wang's demands. Initially, they had agreed that she would merely accompany him for a few drinks before signing the contract. But in her determination to sell that riverside penthouse, she grit her teeth and complied. However, after several rounds of drinks, her body ignited with heat. And when she saw Boss Wang's lecherous gaze glued to her, it felt as if he intended to devour her whole. Seizing the opportunity while he went to the restroom, she stumbled out in a panic. Chapter 34. This is your initiative. Little Bai, where are you running off to? Boss Wang panted as he chased after her. Upon spotting Bai Chu Wei on the ground, a sycophantic smile instantly replaced his earlier frustration, and he turned to Jiang Chun and Wang Defa with a bow. My apologies, gentlemen. My girlfriend has had too much to drink and is being unruly. I will take her home now. Bai Chu Wei recoiled at the sight of his outstretched, pudgy hand, as if she had seen a ghost, and cried out to Jiang Chun, Mr. Jiang, save me. He is not my boyfriend. Wang Defa was already dumbfounded, the beer bottle in his hand clattering against the bar, spilling most of its contents. Yet, Jiang Chun remained composed, stepping forward just enough to block Boss Wang's reaching hand from Bai Chu Wei. The beer bottle he held gently thudded against the bar, the muffled sound unexpectedly drowning out the surrounding music. Boss Wang's hand froze in midair, and his smile instantly cracked. He scrutinized Jiang Chun from head to toe, noting his simple white shirt and casually rolled-up sleeves, which did not resemble the demeanor of someone accustomed to the nightlife. His tone hardened slightly. Young man, mind your own business. This is a matter between me and my girlfriend. There's no need for you to intervene. Jiang Chun ignored him, bending down to assist Bai Chu Wei. But the moment his fingertips brushed against her arm, she gripped him tightly. The heat radiating from her palm was astonishing, yet her fingertips were ice cold, and the veins beneath her skin throbbed, clearly indicating that she had been drugged. Did you drug her drink? Jiang Chen's voice was soft, yet it carried an icy undertone, each word laced with chill. Boss Wang's complexion drained of color, a cold sweat beating at his temples. The very tactics he employed to lure Bai Chu Wei into the VIP room that night were now laid bare before him, unable to withstand such a direct confrontation. Before such a multitude, being confronted by a mere youth was an affront he could hardly bear. He stepped forward, his rotund beer belly nearly colliding with Jiang Chen's. Do you know who I am? In this city of magic, no one dares to slander me so brazenly. Jiang Chun, however, did not respond. Instead, he pulled out his phone, preparing to dial. At the instant the screen illuminated, Mr. Wang's expression turned frantic, and he lunged to knock the phone from Jiang Chen's grasp. The metallic device bounced twice on the floor before sliding into the shadowy edge of the dance floor. Do you dare to call the police? Mr. Wang's voice trembled, yet he shot Jiang Chen a fierce glare. Noticing several curious gazes directed their way, he ultimately chose to retreat, cursing under his breath as his corpulent figure quickly vanished into the crowd. At that moment, the girl in his arms, Bai Chu Wei, grew increasingly feverish. Her gaze clouded as if veiled in mist, mumbling incoherently while her forehead pressed against Jiang Chen's chest, radiating heat that startled him. He glanced down at the dazed girl in his embrace and addressed the still-stunned Wang Defa. I must take my friend home. This is where our evening ends. Wang Defa, still dazed, nodded absently, watching as Jiang Chun half-supported, half-carried Bai Chu Wei through the raucous throng. Upon exiting the bar, the evening breeze rushed into his collar, revealing that the girl in his arms was growing hotter by the moment, her breath emanating a searing warmth. Gritting his teeth, he dashed into a nearby hotel. As the front desk clerk began to inquire about the situation, he interrupted with a demand for the finest suite available. The moment the keycard was inserted into the lock, Bai Chu Wei suddenly entwined herself around him like a vine, her fingers frantically grasping at the buttons of his shirt, murmuring, I feel so unwell, so hot. Jiang Chen's entire being tensed. Just as he intended to push her away, her feverish cheek pressed against his neck, the warmth constricting his heart. He stumbled back a half-step, his back colliding heavily with the cold door, producing a muffled thud. Bai Chu Wei's fingertips, radiating heat, slid down the buttons of his shirt, the silk of her dress brushing against his wrist like a restless serpent. Do not be foolish, he admonished, seizing her wandering hand. Realizing in that moment that her skin was so hot it felt as though it could sear an imprint into his palm. Her eyelashes fluttered, glistening with moisture, as her nose brushed against his Adam's apple, carrying the intoxicating scent of alcohol mingled with a hint of perfume, disarraying his senses. Jiang Chen clenched his jaw, summoning his strength to lift her horizontally. Bai Chuwei squirmed restlessly in his arms, her murmurs gradually becoming clearer. Water, I need water. He laid her upon the spacious bed and turned towards the bathroom, the cool tiles barely alleviating the heat building within him. As he turned on the cold faucet, his reflection in the mirror revealed flushed ears. He splashed cold water onto his face, yet her misty-eyed visage continued to haunt his thoughts. When he returned with a cup of water, he found Bai Chuwei had rolled to the edge of the bed, half her body precariously dangling off, her neckline loosened, exposing her delicate collarbone. Jiang Chun hurriedly approached to steady her, just as he intended to bring the cup to her lips. Her wrist was firmly grasped. Suddenly, Bai Chuwei opened her eyes, though they lacked focus, merely murmuring, "Do not leave. I will not go. First, drink some water," Jiang Chun replied softly, akin to soothing a petulant child. He carefully brought the cup to her lips, watching as she sipped slowly, the movement of her throat finally calming. Yet, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, she unexpectedly hooked her arm around his neck, her scorching breath fanning against his earlobe. "Help me." Already pent up with a restless heat, her sultry whisper sent a rush of blood to his head. His fingers whitened around the water cup as he hoarsely replied, "You initiated this." No sooner had he spoken than he leaned in to meet her. Moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a silvery sheen upon the carpet, only to be fragmented by hurried breaths. Ding! The system detected the host's completion of his first experience in life, achieving the hidden accomplishment, life's initial encounter. Taking a firm step towards becoming a wealthy individual, he was awarded safety glasses. Ding! The system detected the host's transformation into manhood and granted the reward, eternal power. Ding! The system detected that the host's charm value surpassed 30 points, initiating the unlocking of the first asset from the Holy Light Foundation. As the system notifications echoed in his mind, Jiang Chun was too consumed by a more primal wave of sensation to pay heed. All his focus was absorbed by the searing body in his arms, and only when the last vestiges of strength were spent did he collapse against her neck. Time became nebulous, and eventually, the room fell into a tranquil silence. Jiang Chun, drenched in sweat, propped himself up, his damp hair clinging to his forehead, his chest still heaving. He looked at Bai Chuwei, who had drifted into a peaceful slumber. Her cheeks glowed with a healthy flush, her breaths even and serene. A stark contrast to her earlier disarray. He couldn't help but think, that was truly something remarkable. He gently covered her with a blanket, his fingers brushing against her damp temples, and a wave of complex emotions surged within him. His first time had concluded in such a hurried manner. Yet, upon seeing the crimson stain on the sheets, he felt it was not in vain. Leaning against the headboard, he lit a cigarette, the swirling smoke bringing to mind the system's notifications. Chapter 35, Unlocking Assets. Jiang Chun accessed the system interface, revealing a translucent blue panel before him. In the warehouse section lay 3 rewards awaiting collection. His gaze first fell upon safety glasses, with a description stating, a divine driving assistance tool, capable of real-time scanning for potential vehicle risks and road hazards, constructing a comprehensive safety barrier for the host. Initially, Jiang Chun furrowed his brow, unsure why these seemingly ordinary glasses were deemed divine, until he made a mental decision to use them. A chilling sensation spread from his fingertips to his eyes, the lenses instantly transforming into a flowing light that integrated seamlessly into his gaze, as if it were a natural extension of himself. Instinctively, he turned to look at the slumbering Bai Chuwei, and a line of faint golden text appeared over her shoulder. Bai Chuwei, status safe, associated driver, 1. Jiang Chun suddenly understood the purpose of these glasses. They were indeed a remarkable skill, allowing him to drive without fear of hazardous vehicles in the future. His attention shifted to eternal power, and he gently tapped it on the panel. Eternal power. The host requires only a brief rest to restore both spirit and physical strength to peak condition. The body's recovery mechanisms are comprehensively upgraded, enhancing efficiency and ensuring enduring vitality while subtly fortifying the foundational constitution. Upon reading this description, Jiang Chun's eyes brightened. Wasn't this akin to a powerful buff skill? He immediately clicked to use it. Moments later, the energy he had just expended was fully replenished, a boundless vigor coursing through him, instilling an overwhelming sense of strength, as though he could immediately plunge into another fierce battle. Shifting his gaze from eternal power, Jiang Chun's attention landed on the 3rd reward, marked as an asset package. His heart raced with excitement. He was finally set to unlock the assets of the Holy Light Foundation. Without hesitation, he clicked to confirm, and the system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 61 stake in Junsheng Law Firm, a 70 stake in Elite Selections, China, and a share in Siemens. Jiang Chun's gaze was fixated on the pulsating text displayed on the panel, his fingers suspended in midair, momentarily forgotten. The name of Junsheng Law Firm resounded like thunder. A titan among domestic law firms, boasting branches in over 30 major cities. From multinational mergers to criminal defense, there seemed to be no case beyond their grasp. As for Jinping Yuxian, it was a colossal supermarket empire with more than 10,000 stores worldwide, its business footprint in the China region encompassing nearly 100 cities. The 70% controlling stake he held granted him direct dominion over this golden supply chain, stretching seamlessly from production to consumption. Its latent commercial value sufficient to allow an ordinary individual to forego decades of toil. Yet, Siemens, a century-old German industrial behemoth straddling the realms of energy, healthcare, and intelligent transportation, loomed large in his thoughts. In 198, he whispered softly, realizing that this proportion not only secured a seat on the board, but could also wield substantial influence over critical decisions. Suddenly, the system panel unfurled into a three-dimensional hologram. Within Jun Cheng's equity structure, apart from his absolute control of 61, the remaining shares were dispersed among over 20 investment institutions. Jinping Yuxian, China, had only 2 shareholders. Aside from his 70% absolute control, the remaining 30% was held by a scion of a prominent family. Such a share structure was commonplace in multinational corporations, as investing in a country often necessitated the involvement of local elites to avoid myriad obstacles. The fact that this scion could command such a significant share indicated a person of considerable stature. Siemens' equity structure, however, was even more intricate. As a monopolistic enterprise across various global sectors, its shareholder list included numerous top-tier international institutions alongside several state-owned holdings. With Jiang Qin's 198, he was undeniably the largest shareholder, a testament to the formidable strength of the Shengguang Foundation. Jiang Qin swallowed hard, a vivid recollection of his campus recruitment experience flashing through his mind. An HR representative from a certain company had glanced at his resume, a smirk dancing on her lips. Not a 985 graduate? I'm afraid we do not hire. Who could have imagined that time would transform the once disparaged candidate, who struggled to secure an interview due to academic qualifications, into one of the Helmer's steering industry giants? Jiang Qin's fingertips lightly tapped on the virtual panel, depositing the equity certificates of 3 companies into the system's repository. Ding! The system's notification chimed, indicating that the host had completed the equity verification, encouraging him to strive further to unlock more assets and privileges. After showering, Jiang Qin returned to his bed, glancing at the peacefully slumbering Bai Chuwei. Her serene visage resembled that of their first encounter, still igniting a spark within him, suppressing the heat welling up in his heart. He lay down on the other side of the bed. The following morning, Bai Chuwei stirred groggily, her body aching all over. As she moved her fingers, fragmented memories of the previous night flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, and she instinctively curled deeper under the covers. Next to her, the sound of steady breathing reached her ears, and turning her head, she beheld Jiang Qin still lost in slumber. Morning light filtered through the curtain's crevice, illuminating the chiseled contours of his profile, his long eyelashes casting delicate shadows that softened his usual cool demeanor. Bai Chuwei found herself mesmerized as she gazed at him, her eyes unconsciously tracing the straight bridge of his nose and the well-defined curve of his lips, her heart skipping a beat. He was undeniably handsome, with features seemingly sculpted to perfection, each detail exquisite enough to captivate one's gaze. Yet, she had never perceived him as so striking before. Had she suddenly succumbed to infatuation? The thought startled her, and her cheeks grew warmer. Suddenly recalling her own uncharacteristic behavior from the previous night, her ears flushed hot enough to fry an egg. Cautiously, she attempted to shift away, hoping to slip out of bed, only to find her waist unexpectedly ensnared. Jiang Qin had awakened at some point, his arm encircling her waist, his voice thick with sleep. "Are you awake?" She jolted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, stammering, I need to freshen up." "Not so fast." Jiang Qin tightened his embrace, preventing her from moving, his tone calm, yet laced with an undeniable authority. "Let us discuss our situation first. I broke my phone yesterday while saving you. Moreover, last night was my first time." These words reached Bai Chuwei's ears, stirring an inexplicable sense of grievance within her. She too had experienced her first, yet his proclamation made it sound as though he had suffered a monumental loss. However, upon reflection, she realized she ought to be grateful to him. Had it not been for Jiang Qin, she might have fallen into the clutches of the corpulent, balding Mr. Wang, with unimaginable consequences. At the very least, given Jiang Qin's striking appearance, even if something had transpired, she couldn't consider herself at a disadvantage. Taking a deep breath, she met his gaze. "So what do you want?" Chapter 36. "I want you to be my woman. I want you to be my woman," Jiang Qin declared, his voice resolute, devoid of hesitation. The moment the words escaped his lips, he himself was taken aback, a flicker of surprise dancing in his eyes. Could this newfound confidence stem from his shift in status? Bai Chuwei was stunned, utterly unprepared for such a proclamation. In her life's blueprint, the singular focus had been on amassing wealth, romance, that had never truly crossed her mind. As a beauty who had been admired since childhood, suitors had always surrounded her. Yet their advances felt lacking in some fundamental way. Now, with Jiang Chun's sudden proposition, a thought emerged unbidden. Perhaps it was worth a try. First and foremost, Jiang Chun was undeniably handsome. The morning light gracing his face only amplified his appeal, aligning perfectly with her aesthetic preferences. Secondly, whether she wished to admit it or not, he was the first man to enter her life. The memories of last night were etched in her heart, leaving an indelible impression. Nevertheless, she still felt a pang of hesitation. She had seen his identification. He was merely 22, while she was 25. "I'm 3 years older than you," Bai Chuwei murmured softly. At her words, Jiang Chen chuckled, the certainty in his eyes softening slightly. "A woman 3 years older is a treasure. The wisdom of our ancestors is never wrong." His nonchalance acted as a balm, easing much of Bai Chuwei's uncertainty. She raised her eyes to meet his. "Then, shall we try?" Her voice was faint, yet clear enough to resonate. Jiang Chun's eyes sparkled like stars ignited. The earlier sense of unfamiliarity brought on by his change in status dissipating, replaced by genuine delight. "All right," he replied simply. He refrained from mentioning his existing girlfriend, feeling that the transformation in his identity rendered such details insignificant, even trivial. Jiang Chun rose from the bed, effortlessly lifting the still drowsy Bai Chuwei into his arms. Grinning as he announced, "Let us shower together. It will save some water." Bai Chuwei gasped at Jiang Chen's boldness. Although they had been candid with each other the previous night, her awareness had been hazy then, unlike the clarity of the present. Amid her startled exclamations, she found herself cradled securely in his embrace, her cheeks aflame, instinctively wanting to struggle, but her hands were firmly held against his chest. His palm radiated warmth, imbued with the languidness of someone just roused from slumber, yet the strength he exerted was undeniable. "Put me down." Her voice was as delicate as a whisper, tinged with a hint of flustered petulance, her earlobes flushed crimson. Jiang Chun cast a glance downward at the blush that crept into the corners of her eyes, amusement glimmering in his gaze. "Conserving water is a virtue." As he spoke, he steadily advanced into the bathroom. The frosted glass door was gently pulled shut, effectively severing the morning light from the outside world. The bathroom still bore the lingering humidity from the previous night. A fine mist obscured the mirror, revealing two entwined silhouettes. Bai Chuwei tightly shut her eyes, her eyelashes trembling violently, akin to the wings of a startled butterfly. It was only when the cool porcelain tiles met her back that she realized she had been pressed against the edge of the sink. Jiang Chen's breath enveloped her, infused with a crisp scent of soap, mingled with his distinctive fragrance, sending her heart racing with an unsettling thrill. "Open your eyes." His voice, resonating in her ear, bore an irresistible magnetic pull. Bai Chuwei bit her lip and slowly lifted her eyelids, inadvertently locking gaze with his mirthful eyes. "Are you scared?" His fingertips lightly traced her heated cheek. "Who, me? Scared?" She feigned bravado, yet her body instinctively inched closer to him. Fragments of last night's blurred memories suddenly sharpened. His warmth, his breath, and the feelings that left her tongue-tied. Jiang Chun chuckled softly, reaching to turn on the shower. Warm water cascaded down, splattering tiny droplets that dampened their clothes. Bai Chuwei's already oversized shirt clung tightly to her skin after becoming soaked, accentuating her slender curves. She gasped in surprise, hastily attempting to shield herself, but Jiang Chun grasped her wrist. His fingers wove through hers, clasping them tightly against the cold tiles. "Chuwei." He unexpectedly called her name, his voice cutting through the sound of water with striking clarity. Bai Chuwei lifted her gaze, falling into the depths of his enigmatic eyes. Within them lay emotions she could not decipher, akin to a hidden abyss threatening to engulf her entirely. Her voice emerged, softened by the steam, as delicate as spun sugar. Jiang Chun said nothing. He merely lowered his head, gently pressing his lips against hers. Warm water trickled from her hair, mingling with their hurried breaths as it fell upon their entwined lips. Bai Chuwei's struggles gradually subsided. Her fingers unconsciously clutched at his shirt, and any remnant of resistance she harbored melted away under the sudden influx of tenderness. The fog on the mirror thickened, obscuring the outside world and blurring the boundaries between them. Only the sound of the shower and the occasional soft moans escaping their lips echoed in the confined space. The kiss deepened, imbued with the warmth of water, as sweet and entwined as melting sugar. Bai Chuwei's breaths quickened, her fingers transitioning from gripping his shirt to wrapping around Jiang Chen's neck, her fingertips sinking into his damp hair. Jiang Chun chuckled softly, effortlessly lifting her, settling her securely on the edge of the sink. The cold ceramic seeped through her wet clothes, but it paled in comparison to the warmth radiating from his palm. He tenderly caressed her waist through the soaked fabric of his shirt. "Don't." Her voice slipped through her teeth, tinged with a slight tremor. Yet it resembled a silent invitation. Jiang Chen's kiss trailed from the corner of her lips to her neck, gently nibbling on her sensitive earlobe. Bai Chuwei shuddered violently, instinctively curling into him like a kitten singed by heat. The sound of the shower continued to cascade, and amidst the steamy warmth, the buttons of her shirt began to pop open, landing on the tiles with a crisp sound. Bai Chuwei kept her eyes shut, too timid to meet his gaze. Only realizing her shirt had long since slipped to the floor when she felt his hand glide softly across her back. "What are you afraid of?" Jiang Chun's voice was laced with laughter, his warm breath brushing against her collarbone. "Didn't we see everything last night? That is different." Her voice was barely a whisper, even she sensed its fragility. Last night had been a descent into chaos. This moment, however, was lucid, laden with a heartbeat's descent. Every inch of skin's contact starkly clear, sending her into a frenzy. Jiang Chun offered no further words, responding solely through action. They spent an entire day in the hotel, entwined like vines around a tree, every brush of their fingertips evoking sweetness, reluctant to part for even a moment. The taste of forbidden fruit was akin to honeyed poison, intoxicating, urging them to indulge despite the knowledge of their own peril. Jiang Chun gazed down at the breathless figure in his arms, marveling once more at the miraculous nature of endless stamina. From the dawn's first light to the encroaching dusk, he remained invigorated, his breath steady, while Bai Chuwei lay utterly spent upon the bed, devoid of the strength to even lift a finger. He pressed a soft kiss to her damp forehead, his voice husky yet tender. "I'm going to buy a phone. Wait for me." Bai Chuwei lacked the energy to lift her eyelids, merely managing a soft from her throat, her long hair disheveled across the pillow, her cheeks still adorned with a lingering blush. Chapter 37, Juncheng Law Firm. Bai Chuwei turned her head to observe Jiang Chun as he rose to dress, a swell of confusion filling her heart. Previously, she had heard Pei Jiner mention that men typically had a fleeting interest in such matters. Why was Jiang Chun the complete opposite? He seemed like an indefatigable engine, while she felt as though she had been crushed into a state of utter exhaustion. Jiang Chun paused while fastening the buttons of his shirt, seemingly sensing her gaze, and turned back to flash her a smile, his eyes still shimmering with lingering passion. "Just lie still. I'll bring you some sausages and milk when I return." Bai Chuwei's cheeks flushed, yet she replied with a soft her heart a mixture of trepidation and inexplicable anticipation. Watching him grab his coat and step out, the door closing gently behind him, she could no longer resist the urge to burrow deeper under the covers. The sheets still bore his scent, mingled with a faint hint of shower gel, making her heart skip a beat. It turned out that everything Pei Jiner had said was misleading. She thought drowsily, her eyelids growing heavier, and before Jiang Chun had even exited the elevator, she had sunk into a deep slumber, clutching her pillow. As Jiang Chun stepped out of the hotel, dusk had already blanketed the sycamore leaves at the street corner. The evening breeze carried a hint of early autumn's chill, causing the hem of his shirt to flutter gently, dissipating the heat he had felt moments before in the room. He headed directly to the parking lot of the Kimmy bar from the previous night. The white Bentley remained quietly parked, a fine layer of dust settling upon it. Yet it could not conceal its sleek lines. He opened the car door and settled inside, the engine roaring to life with a steady rumble, blending into the street's cacophony. Half an hour later, the Bentley came to a halt outside a cafe with large windows. Jiang Chun entered the establishment and ordered a black coffee without sugar. His fingers absent-mindedly tapped the table as his gaze drifted outside. The sycamore branches outside slanted across the glass, and the distant neon lights flickered to life, creating a picturesque scene. It wasn't long before a middle-aged man strolled through the fragrant air of coffee towards him, dressed in a tailored dark gray suit. With a meticulously knotted tie, he epitomized the image of a successful businessman. Upon reaching Jiang Chen's table, he slightly bowed, holding a shopping bag in both hands. "Mr. Jiang, here is the phone and the replacement SIM card you requested." The newcomer was Director Zhong Zhun from Juncheng Law Firm. Although Jiang Chun had been unable to step away during the day, he had utilized Bai Chuwei's phone to call upon him to assist with these mundane tasks. Regarding how to obtain the number of Director Zhong, it was merely a convenience implanted by the system. Jiang Chun lifted his gaze, momentarily fixating on the meticulously arranged tie of the other party. "Director Zhong, I apologize for troubling you at this late hour." He accepted the shopping bag, extracting a mobile phone and SIM card from within. Director Zhong maintained a slightly bowed posture, speaking with utmost respect. "As per your instructions, all three are the latest models from Apple, one in black and two in white." Jiang Chun nodded, unwrapping the black phone and inserting the SIM card into its slot. Director Zhong stood to the side, casting discreet glances at this exceptionally youthful new boss. Having spent 18 years at Juncheng, he had encountered numerous influential figures, Yet none of the top executives he had met bore the calm demeanor that Jiang Chun possessed at such a tender age. His movements were as composed as if he were merely perusing a commonplace document. They had privately investigated Mr. Jiang's background, but their inquiries yielded no results. However, the mere fact that the Shengguang Foundation had transferred shares to him was enough to indicate that this new boss was not someone they could easily fathom. As soon as the SIM card was properly inserted, a series of notification alerts lit up the screen. Jiang Chun glanced over, noting messages from Su Yuyao, texts from unknown numbers, and notifications from the bank. However, what surprised him most were two incoming payments. One was the dividend from Jinping Yuxian from the previous year, while the other was the dividend from Siemens from the same year. Following those figures was a long string of zeros. He did not count them meticulously, but the sum was astonishingly large. Suppressing his shock and excitement, he turned his gaze back to Director Zhong, stating, "Director Zhong, let us sit down and discuss." Director Zhong promptly nodded in agreement, pulled out a chair opposite him, and summoned a waiter to order a cup of Blue Mountain coffee. The porcelain cup clinked lightly against the table, mingling with the caramel aroma in the air, lending a sense of relaxation to the late-night cafe. Jiang Chun lifted his cup of Americano, taking a sip as the bitterness spread through his throat. He looked at Director Zhong, his expression calm and unwavering. "Director Zhong, as you know, I have just taken over the shares of your firm. Could you provide a detailed introduction to Junsheng Law Firm?" Although he had gleaned a general understanding from the system, he still sought the reassurance of hearing the particulars from the individual directly involved. Director Zhong straightened his back, hands neatly clasped at the edge of the table, his tone imbued with just the right amount of confidence. "Mr. Jiang, our Junsheng law firm employs over 900 licensed attorneys and has 28 branches nationwide, essentially covering all key economic regions." He paused, took a sip of his coffee, and continued, "In the domestic arena, Junsheng is undoubtedly an industry leader. In last year's comprehensive national ranking of law firms, we surpassed numerous established firms to secure the top position, boasting an annual revenue nearly 30 higher than that of the second-place firm." Jiang Chun's fingertips gently tapped against the cup's surface, his gaze fixed on the passing car lights outside. "Please continue." Junsheng primarily focused on civil disputes in its early years, but a decade ago, we began delving into commercial legal affairs, now specializing in corporate mergers and acquisitions, financial compliance, and intellectual property law. Director Zhong counted off on his fingers, for instance. The overseas acquisition case of Hengtong Group and the patent litigation for Qiming Technology were both handled entirely by our team. Currently, we have long-term collaborations with 56 publicly listed companies, including several Fortune 500 enterprises. He then recalled something and added, "We also have a specialized department dedicated to handling international commercial arbitration, with 7 lawyers registered as arbitrators at the International Chamber of Commerce Arbitration Court, a rarity among domestic law firms." Jiang Chun lifted his gaze, the neon lights outside reflected in his eyes. "Aside from myself, are there other major shareholders?" Director Zhong's expression tightened slightly, seemingly caught off guard by this sudden inquiry. He pondered for a moment before responding truthfully. "Mr. Jiang, you hold 61 of the shares, making you the absolute controlling shareholder. Of the remaining 39, 15 is held by several founding partners, while the other 24 is distributed among over 30 senior partners. I personally hold 6. As he spoke, he retrieved a neatly folded equity structure chart from his briefcase and gently pushed it toward Jiang Chun. "This is the latest equity detail for your review." Jiang Chun picked up the chart, glancing at it before setting it down. He looked back at Director Zhong, his tone unembellished. "I have a matter that requires your assistance." Director Zhong immediately straightened his posture, his hands tightening slightly on his knees, adopting an attentive demeanor. "Mr. Jiang, please feel free to instruct me." He understood that this new boss's sudden mention of a personal matter must be of utmost significance. Chapter 38. The older sister Jiang Chun lifted his coffee cup, the bottom clinking against the table, his gaze fixed on the brown liquid within. His voice growing colder. "Last night, a man named Wang slipped a drug into my girlfriend's drink." He recounted the events in the simplest terms. "I hope you can ensure he is held accountable and made to face the consequences." Jiang Chun looked at Director Zhong, asking, "Do you have confidence in handling this matter?" If it were a stranger, he might have chosen to overlook it. But now that Bai Chu-wei was his woman, the man named Wang had to pay the price. Upon hearing this, Director Zhong's expression instantly turned grave. Without any hesitation, he solemnly assured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, regardless of this Wang's background or the forces behind him, the act of drugging alone is sufficient to ensure he serves several years in prison." As the new boss personally entrusted him with this matter right after taking over the shares, it was imperative to execute it flawlessly from every angle. Moreover, with the clarity of the situation and the ease of establishing a chain of evidence, failing to manage even this would only serve to showcase one's incompetence. Jiang Chun nodded slightly, You may pursue this line of inquiry further to see if he has any prior illegal activities. Understood, Director Zhong replied, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. As the director of Junsheng law firm, he was acutely aware of how to handle such matters. It was not only about resolving the current issue, but also rooting out the problem entirely, ensuring that the individual would have no chance of recovery. He began to strategize, planning to mobilize the criminal team immediately upon returning, starting with an investigation into the identity of the man named Wang, and to ensure that the entire process was executed seamlessly, adhering to legal protocols while also satisfying the boss completely. This was not merely about completing a task, but also about demonstrating Junsheng's capabilities to the new owner. After Director Zhong departed, Jiang Chun took out his phone to check his messages. Aside from the 2 dividend notifications, the rest were of little significance to him at the moment. He first examined the dividend from Jinping Yuxian, amounting to 136.5 billion yuan. Next, he looked at Siemens' dividend, which was 16.8 billion euros, translating to approximately 141.32 billion yuan. Upon calculating the exact figures, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Just like that, he had become a billionaire. It was important to note that this was merely the cash flow resulting from unlocking a portion of his assets. Furthermore, this was only cash and did not yet account for the value of the shares he held. Jiang Qin glanced at the deepening night outside and chose not to linger any longer. After settling the bill and exiting the cafe, the roar of the Bentley's engine blended back into the flow of traffic. By the time he returned to the hotel, it was already past 11 at night. As he pushed open the door to the suite's bedroom, the warm glow of the bedside lamp illuminated the curled figure on the bed, whereby Chu Wei lay in a deep slumber. Her long eyelashes rested gracefully against her eyelids, her straight nose exuding elegance, and her soft lips curving gently, even in sleep, failing to conceal her ethereal beauty. Jiang Chun tiptoed closer, and just as he stood by the bed, Bai Chuwei's brows fluttered slightly. Slowly, she opened her eyes, the haze of awakening clouding her gaze as she looked at him, her voice still husky. Jiang Chun, you're back. Jiang Chun settled himself at the edge of the bed, his fingertips brushing against the strands of hair scattered across her pillow, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. You really are heartless. Just a moment ago, you were calling me dear and hubby, even going so far as to. He deliberately elongated his tone, watching as her ears flushed crimson. Calling me daddy, and now you address me by my full name. Bai Chuwei's delicate face flushed a deep crimson, as if scalded, turning her head away. Her voice barely above a whisper. What do you want me to call you? Jiang Chun leaned in closer, his warm breath grazing her ear, laced with a hint of mischief. Any of those names would suffice. For instance, Daddy? Ugh. Bai Chuwei playfully shoved him, yet her eyes sparkled with laughter. You're not even older than me. Calling you little brother would be more appropriate. Oh. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, deliberately lowering his voice. By your logic, does that make you my older sister? He emphasized the word older with a teasing lilt, the final syllable lingering with an unspoken intimacy. Bai Chuwei promptly grasped the underlying meaning of his words, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. She reached out to cover his mouth, but he seized her wrist, gently pressing it against the pillow. The air in the bedroom seemed to thicken, and the soft halo of the lamp enveloped their faces, subtly revealing the unexpressed emotions swirling between them. As his warm palm enveloped her wrist, Bai Chuwei instinctively recoiled as if burned, yet she did not pull away. Jiang Chen's calloused fingertips caressed her delicate skin, sending shivers coursing through her. Let go, she murmured, her voice imbued with a barely perceptible softness. Yet, Jiang Chun leaned in even closer, his nose nearly brushing against her cheek. The warm yellow light sculpted his sharp jawline, and the faint aroma of coffee lingered in the air. What's the matter? Is my older sister feeling shy? Who's your older sister? Bai Chuwei turned her head, her lashes fluttering in a flurry as her gaze collided with his profound eyes, which reflected her image, along with a tide of unnameable emotions causing her heart to skip a beat. Jiang Chun observed her flustered demeanor, amusement twinkling in his eyes as he released her wrist and gently pinched her cheek. I'm not teasing you anymore. He straightened up and walked to the desk, retrieving a white phone box from the shopping bag sent by Zhong Zhun. The box gleamed with a matte finish under the warm light, the Apple logo clearly visible. Seeing your phone is chipped at the corners, I thought I'd get you a new one. He turned back, extending the box towards Bai Chuwei. Her gaze fell on the box, her fingers instinctively curling. She recognized the model. It was the latest release from Apple, priced over 10,000 on the official website. She quickly withdrew her hand, shaking her head. It's far too extravagant. I can't accept it. Jiang Chen's hand hovered in the air, his brow arching. It's just a phone. What is so extravagant about it? Perhaps for you, it's insignificant, but for me. Bai Chuwei bit her lip. Besides, my phone is still functional. There's really no need to replace it. She wasn't unfamiliar with luxury items, but receiving such an expensive gift without reason felt unsettling. Love should be reciprocal and equitable, never a one-sided demand. She did not wish to appear so passive in this nascent relationship. However, Jiang Chun unceremoniously stuffed the box into her embrace, his fingers brushing against her soft fabric. If you refuse, I might just get upset. Then how much is it? I'll transfer the money to you. She still felt the need to settle the debt. Jiang Chun lifted his gaze to her. Are we keeping such meticulous accounts now? Are you saying all those terms of endearment from earlier were merely insincere? Bai Chui's face flushed anew, retorting, You're being ridiculous. I'm not being ridiculous, Jiang Chun chuckled, his amusement deepening. Let us just say it's a gift from your boyfriend, shall we? The ease with which he uttered boyfriend caused Bai Chui to tighten her grip on the phone box, her heart racing uncontrollably. She offered no further rebuttal, merely murmuring under her breath that she never acknowledged such a title as she lowered her head to unbox the phone. The new device's metallic edges glimmered in the light, and she gingerly extracted it, her fingertips gliding over the sleek screen. Deep down, she knew she could hardly bring herself to transfer the money to him. As Jiang Chun watched her engrossed in the phone, the mirth in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a subtle warmth. Chapter 39. The Twin Beauties of the Medical School. The following morning, after a breakfast of sausage and milk, Bai Chui was driven home by Jiang Chun. As they arrived at the entrance of the community, the car came to a slow halt. Bai Chui unbuckled her seatbelt and was about to open the door when Jiang Chun suddenly spoke. Why don't you consider resigning from your job? The remark caught her off guard, and Bai Chui paused, turning to look at him. Jiang Chun's expression was earnest. He had indeed contemplated this matter seriously the night before. Given his current financial capacity, he could easily support not just one woman, but a whole entourage without any burden. Bai Chui raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with jest. So, you would take care of me if I didn't work? Without hesitation, Jiang Chun nodded, Of course. I would. You silly. Bai Chui couldn't help but laugh, lightly patting his arm. I know you have money, but that's your money, not mine. Work for me is not merely about earning. It's also a way to realize my self-worth. After speaking, she opened the car door and stepped out, turning to wave back at him. Little brother, I'm heading inside. Jiang Chun watched her retreating figure into the community, a slight smile gracing his lips. This woman truly had a unique character. Were he in her shoes, he would have relished the opportunity to be cared for without the need to work. Without a second thought to self-worth. Upon entering her home, Bai Chui's friend, Heir, hearing the sound of the door, hurriedly shuffled out from the living room in her slippers. Spotting Bai Chui, she quickly approached, her tone fraught with concern. Wei, where have you been these past few days? If you hadn't sent a message yesterday to let me know you were okay, I would have thought you were missing. I was nearly frantic. Bai Chui listened to her friend's barrage of words, her heart warming. Aside from her family, it was this friend, whom she had known since college, who cared for her the most. She set her bag down, smiling as she patted Heir's hand. What could possibly happen? Look, I'm back safe and sound. Aren't I? However, Heir was not so easily appeased. She scrutinized Bai Chui from head to toe, her brows knitting in concern. No, something's off. Wei, you seem different. Her gaze fell on Bai Chui's legs. Observing her gait was noticeably awkward, as if she were in discomfort. Yet, her complexion was radiant, her cheeks glowing with health, and she appeared softer and more feminine than before, a charm that radiated from within, unlike anything she had exhibited previously. Come clean. Have you been fooling around with some wild man these past couple of days? Heir whispered, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. Bai Chui's face flushed crimson, and she playfully pinched Heir's arm, exclaiming, What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not fabricating anything. Heir retorted, evading her grasp, a mischievous grin adorning her face like a cat that had stolen a fish. Look at how red your face is, and yet you deny it? Spill the beans. Bai Chui, feeling cornered by her relentless questioning, reluctantly ushered her toward the living room. Enough already. I'm utterly exhausted from these past few days. Let me catch my breath first. Yet Heir persisted, chattering incessantly behind her. The sunlight streamed into the living room, and the laughter of the two friends radiated through the window, brimming with vitality, dispelling the last traces of the morning chill. Jiang Chun parked his car in a spot outside Fudan University. He opened the door and stepped out, his left hand carrying a white shopping bag containing the remaining white iPhone. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the sycamore trees, casting dappled shadows on the red brick wall. Although it was not his first time entering this century-old prestigious school, each visit brought a distinct atmosphere. He strolled along the tree-lined path blanketed with fallen leaves, occasionally encountering groups of students clutching books, their discussions about coursework ringing out like the chimes of wind bells. Upon reaching the girls' dormitory, Jiang Chun paused beneath an ancient camphor tree, its shadow enveloping him. Despite the onset of autumn, the midday sun remained fierce, and the cicada's cries cascaded down from the treetops, echoing the last clamor of summer. He raised his hand to loosen the collar of his shirt, his gaze fixed on the stream of people entering and exiting the dormitory. "Senior, are you waiting for Jiang Nanyan?" A voice suddenly inquired beside him, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Jiang Chun turned to see a boy dressed in an oversized trendy hoodie, the sleeves casually rolled up to his forearms. He held a breakfast box adorned with cartoon patterns. Tilting his head curiously as he scrutinized Jiang Chun, his eyes brimming with inquisitiveness. Jiang Chun observed the boy's curiosity and, with a slight smirk, shook his head noncommittally. "Don't lie to me," the boy whispered conspiratorially. "Most of the guys here are clearly here for Jiang Nanyan." Jiang Chun inquired, "Is Jiang Nanyan very famous?" The boy regarded him as if he were an alien. "She and Su Yueying are the two most beautiful flowers of the medical school. You don't know that?" Jiang Chun nodded, recollecting Jiang Nanyan's appearance and figure. "And the other one?" "Su Yueying," the boy replied, his tone laced with envy. "But I've heard she already has a boyfriend." Jiang Chen's fingers subtly tightened around the shopping bag's handle. He chose not to respond, merely gazing toward the dormitory entrance. However, Jiang Nanyan is not easy to pursue, the boy continued, sensing Jiang Chen's silence. He tapped the bear design on his breakfast box with his fingertip. "I heard last month a computer science genius stood downstairs with 999 roses for her, only for her to slip away through the side door." Jiang Chen's attention returned to the boy, his eyes flicking to the breakfast box. "Are you here waiting for her too?" The boy scratched his head, a hint of bashfulness creeping onto his face. "I'm her classmate. Since I had no classes this morning, I thought I'd bring her some breakfast." As he spoke, he couldn't help but scrutinize Jiang Chun. "You look unfamiliar. You're not from our medical school, are you?" Jiang Chun simply replied with a noncommittal refraining from divulging his background. Just then, the door to the girls' dormitory swung open, and a girl in a white dress emerged. She cradled a few books in her arms, her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders. Sunlight bathed her in a gentle halo, making her appear ethereal. "It's Jiang Nanyan," the boy exclaimed, instantly straightening his posture and nervously adjusting his hoodie collar. Jiang Chen's gaze also fell upon Jiang Nanyan. Her beauty was undeniable. She possessed not only striking features, but also an enchanting aura that blended coolness with a hint of playfulness, complemented by a figure that was simply hard to look away from. Jiang Nanyan seemed to sense the commotion, first directing her gaze toward the boy and offering a polite smile before turning to Jiang Chun. Upon recognizing him, her eyes momentarily widened with surprise, a spark igniting within them. Today, Jiang Chun appeared 100 times more radiant than their last encounter. While he had previously seemed merely handsome, now he was strikingly captivating, his features seemingly sculpted to perfection, ensnaring her gaze. If the Bentley he had driven before had added to his allure, this moment, with his striking visage, rendered all else insignificant. Jiang Chun met her gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gently spoke. "Jiang Nanyan, have you forgotten me so soon?" The boy glanced between Jiang Chun and Jiang Nanyan, bewilderment etched on his face as he stammered, She. Didn't this senior say he wasn't waiting for Jiang Nanyan? How does it seem like they're already acquainted?" His confusion bubbled up like bubbles in a soda, almost obliterating his earlier curiosity. Jiang Nanyan was drawn back to reality by Jiang Chen's words, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as she hastily waved her hands. "No, Jiang Chun, I'm just surprised to see you here." Her voice was soft, like a feather brushing against the heart. Jiang Chun, noticing her slight fluster, felt his amusement deepen. "I came to deliver something to Yueying." He then lifted the shopping bag, asking, "Where is Yueying?" Spotting the Apple logo on the bag, Jiang Nanyan felt no envy. She could afford such a phone herself. What truly stirred her heart was the realization that Jiang Chun had personally come to deliver a phone to Su Yueying. Having known Jiang Chun for nearly a month, she recognized how busy he usually was. Even with a girlfriend as stunning as Su Yueying, he seldom visited the school, with Su Yueying often being the one to seek him out. Driving a Bentley, possessing a gentle disposition, and now looking incredibly handsome, Jiang Nanyan mused that finding a boyfriend like him would be more challenging than gaining admission to medical school. In fact, upon first seeing Jiang Chun in the Bentley, she had felt a flicker of attraction. Women are naturally drawn to strength, and she was no exception. However, she managed to suppress those feelings, considering he was her roommate's boyfriend. Yet, gazing at Jiang Chen's irresistibly handsome face now, those earlier stirrings quietly resurfaced. Compared to material possessions, she was more of a visual connoisseur. Jiang Chen's looks could easily be described as the pinnacle of beauty she had ever encountered. Though his physique wasn't particularly robust, his face alone was enough to overshadow everything else. "I'm asking you a question. Where's Yueying?" Jiang Chun waved the bag in front of her. Jiang Nanyan snapped back to attention, quickly responding, "Yueying is at the library. Should I take you there?" Jiang Chun shook his head. No need. Just hand this phone to her for me, and I'll treat you both to dinner another day. Jiang Nanyan accepted the bag, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his hand, causing her heart to skip a beat. Steadying herself, she looked up and suggested, how about we exchange WeChat? That way, if Yueying needs anything, I can notify you promptly. Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback by the words, but soon a knowing smile graced his lips as he raised an eyebrow. He did not dwell on it. Assuming that Jiang Nanyan was simply anxious to avoid delays, and nodded in agreement. All right. With that, he retrieved his phone, unlocked it, and presented the WeChat QR code interface to her. Jiang Nanyan swiftly pulled out her phone to scan the code, her fingers dancing across the screen with urgency, as if fearing that a moment's hesitation might lead to a change of heart. Upon receiving the notification of a successful addition, she let out a quiet sigh of relief, the corners of her lips involuntarily curling upwards. Done. She tucked her phone back into her pocket, her fingers tightening around the shopping bag unconsciously. I'll go find Yao Yao now you. I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave. Jiang Chun nodded in acknowledgement, turning to depart with a light step, the hem of his white shirt fluttering gently in the breeze. Jiang Nanyan stood rooted in place, watching his retreating figure until it vanished at the end of the shaded path, before suddenly snapping back to reality. She glanced down at the shopping bag in her hand and touched the phone in her pocket, the warmth in her cheeks still lingering. Jiang Nanyan, what are you doing standing here? A fellow dormitory mate passed by, playfully tapping her arm. What do you have there? Oh, it's nothing. Jiang Nanyan quickly concealed the bag behind her. I just picked something up for Yao Yao. I'm heading to the library to find her. With that, she hurried toward the library, her pace noticeably quicker than usual. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon her, and despite the oppressive autumn heat, her heart felt as though it cradled a small sun, radiating warmth. Upon reaching the library entrance, she took a deep breath to smooth her skirt before pushing the door open. Su Yin was seated by the window, engrossed in her reading, sunlight illuminating her thick eyelashes, casting a small shadow. Yao Yao. Jiang Nanyan tiptoed over and placed the shopping bag on the table. Su Yiyuan looked up, her face lighting up with a smile as she set her book aside. What brings you here? Didn't you have class this morning? I just ran into Jiang Chen downstairs, and he asked me to give this to you. Jiang Nanyan gestured to the bag on the table. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Yiyuan's eyes as she opened the bag and gasped upon seeing the phone inside. It's the latest Apple model. She looked up at Jiang Nanyan. Where's my husband? He mentioned he had other matters to attend to and left already. Jiang Nanyan took a seat across from her, casually adding, by the way, Yao Yao, I just added Jiang Chun on WeChat, so it will be more convenient if you need to contact him in the future. Su Yiyuan nodded with a smile. That sounds great. She took out her new phone, entered her number, and promptly sent a message to Jiang Chun. Thank you, husband. I've received the phone. She appended a kiss emoji at the end. As Jiang Chun settled into his car, he opened the personal center of the system. Host, Jiang Chun, age, 22, height, 178 centimeters, weight, 68 kilograms, physique, 72, stamina, 70, agility, 71, charm, 35, 5. Enterprises, Siemens 198, premium selection, China, 70. Juncheng Law Firm 61, real estate, none, vehicle, Bentley GT. Balance, 27 billion. Warehouse, primary cashback card 2. Skills, safety glasses, eternal power, list piano heritage, auras, money aura. Luck aura. Jiang Chun examined his attribute panel, noting significant changes. The first thing that caught his attention was the charm value, which had risen from 30 to 35. He couldn't help but think to himself, no wonder people often say money enhances one's appeal. Even charm values can increase so dramatically. His gaze shifted away from the charm value, scanning the other attributes. The changes in physique, stamina, and agility were minimal, reflecting only slight fluctuations since his last check, likely due to a reasonably consistent lifestyle recently. His eyes fell upon the enterprise line, Siemens 198 shares, premium selection, China, 70 shares. Juncheng Law Firm 61 shares. These figures represented a vast commercial landscape and were a significant source of his confidence. Although most of these assets were inherited, managing them effectively and ensuring they continued to generate value was no small feat. Glancing at the balance section, the figure of 27 billion stood out prominently. Here, a sense of reassurance welled up within Jiang Chun. Wealth brought not only material satisfaction, but also a liberating sense of control over one's life. The two primary cashback cards lay quietly in the warehouse, which Jiang Chun found unnecessary at this point. A maximum cashback of only 1 million no longer held any allure for him. Just then, a notification pinged on his phone, interrupting his thoughts. Jiang Chun picked it up to find a message from Su Yiyuan. The screen displayed her words, "Thank you, husband. I've received the phone," followed by a kiss emoji. which caused his lips to curl into an involuntary smile. To him, Su Yun was like a radiant moonlight in his heart, sweet, understanding, and never clingy. Her presence, especially due to the luck aura she brought him, endeared her to him even more. Suddenly, a knock on the car window jolted him. Chapter 41, Director Jiang. Welcome to our inspection. Jiang Chun looked up to find several exquisitely made-up faces pressed against the window, strange women. Their smiles warm, yet their eyes betraying curiosity about the opulent Bentley. He rolled down the window, feigning indifference as he inquired, "Is there something you need? Handsome, could we exchange contact information?" The leading girl twirled her curly hair, her voice dripping with sweetness. They had spotted Jiang Chun leaving the school, tall and striking, resembling a model from a magazine cover, before he had smoothly entered this expensive Bentley. In this day and age, a man who was both handsome and wealthy was indeed a rare find, and the group exchanged glances before hastily following after him in their high heels. Jiang Chun's gaze swept over them, revealing no hint of interest. The numbers appearing on his safety glasses made him scoff. The connection count for these girls had exceeded 2 digits, with the highest nearing 3. Although they might be considered beauties in the eyes of ordinary men, to Jiang Chun, they barely measured up. No matter how beautiful they were, could they ever compare to Su Yun? At least he had yet to encounter anyone who could. Moreover, the thought of engaging with those who had been passed around like old cars sparked no interest in him whatsoever. No. Without waiting for a response, he raised his hand to close the window. The smiles on the faces of the women outside instantly froze. And as they watched the sleek, white Bentley disappear around the corner, one of them stomped her foot in frustration. What is so great about him? Just a pretty face with a fat wallet? I wouldn't even care. The girl beside her tugged at her sleeve, casting a complex look towards the retreating car, and fell silent. The towering center building of Magic City pierced the clouds, housing the headquarters of Juncheng Law Firm on the 16th floor. As the elevator doors slowly opened, Jiang Chun immediately spotted the firm's metallic sign, simple yet elegant, exuding professionalism and rigor. Approaching the front desk, a young girl immediately stood up, her face illuminated by a perfectly timed smile, her voice warm and courteous. "Good day, sir. Do you have an appointment?" The smile and demeanor stirred something within Jiang Chun, momentarily recalling the scene from his days as a delivery man. Back then, clad in his delivery uniform, he stood before a company's reception, only to be met with disdainful glances and impatient dismissals, as if his very presence might tarnish the pristine marble floor. In stark contrast, Jiang Chun understood the implications. The exceptional standard of the front desk service was a testament to Juncheng's remarkable corporate culture. Without an appointment, he reined in his thoughts and spoke calmly. "I am Jiang Chun. Just mention my name to Zhong Zhan, and he will surely recognize it." The front desk girl's smile faltered for half a second, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. Director Zhong was one of the founders of Juncheng, a prominent figure in the industry. Ordinary clients needed to schedule an appointment weeks in advance to meet him. Yet here stood this young man, addressing him so casually, claiming that a mere mention would suffice. However, her professionalism prevented her from expressing any doubt. She merely inclined her head slightly, saying, "Very well, Mr. Jiang. Please hold on for a moment." With that, she picked up the internal phone, hesitating for a couple of seconds over the buttons before ultimately dialing Zhong Zhan's office. "Director Zhong, there is a Mr. Jiang Chun at the front desk without an appointment. He mentioned that you would know upon hearing his name." Her voice was subdued, but her peripheral vision remained keenly aware of Jiang Chun's reaction. A few seconds of silence ensued on the other end, followed by a flurry of sounds, as if something had been knocked over. Then, Zhong Zhan's anxious voice came through the receiver. "Quick, please bring Mr. Jiang to my office." "No, I'll come down immediately." The front desk girl's hand trembled as she held the phone, looking at Jiang Chun in disbelief. This treatment was unprecedented. Not even the CEOs of billion-dollar corporations had ever been personally welcomed by Director Zhong. Yet Jiang Chun appeared to have anticipated such an outcome. His hands tucked in his pockets, gaze resting on the greenery at the end of the corridor, his expression serene. In under a minute, the elevator chimed softly, its doors sliding open. A slightly disheveled middle-aged man stepped out briskly. It was Zhong Zhan. Behind him followed several impeccably dressed men, each exuding an air of composure. And upon closer inspection, they were all prominent figures in the industry. Zhong Zhan, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and a well-tailored dark gray suit, appeared somewhat disheveled, with his tie askew and a coffee stain on his shirt collar, evidently having rushed down. "Mr. Jiang, welcome to inspect our operations." Zhong Zhan hastened his steps, and the group of lawyers followed suit, converging before Jiang Chun, their faces adorned with just the right amount of enthusiasm, their tones brimming with respect. Jiang Chun inclined his head slightly and followed Zhong Zhan towards the elevator. As they passed the front desk, he caught a glimpse of the girl still frozen in place. She quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushed. The elevator doors closed slowly, shielding them from the outside world. Noticing Jiang Chun's silence, Zhong Zhun wisely chose to remain quiet, unaware of the young major shareholder's thoughts. If he misjudged the situation and spoke out of turn, it could be inappropriate. The elevator was filled only with their gentle breaths, the atmosphere turning subtly tense. When the elevator dinged at the 18th floor, the doors opened to reveal a waft of subtle cedar fragrance. In stark contrast to the bustling lower floors, this office area exuded tranquility. The plants before the floor-to-ceiling windows were meticulously pruned, each workstation orderly. Jiang Chen stepped out of the elevator, his gaze casually sweeping the surroundings as he stated, "Let us proceed to the conference room to introduce ourselves and hold a brief meeting." As Jun Cheng's unequivocal major shareholder, he felt it was imperative to make an appearance. He had never been one to feign knowledge, advising them on their business or questioning their expertise. After all, each profession has its own specialization, and he recognized his own position. Nevertheless, it was essential to make his presence known, to remind them who the true master of this domain was. "Certainly, Mr. Jiang," Zhong Zhun replied promptly. "The conference room is prepared, and the core team is already waiting." With that, he led Jiang Chun towards the nearby conference room. Upon opening the door, Jiang Chun found a gathering of around 20 individuals, all vital members of Jun Cheng's Shanghai headquarters across various fields. As he entered, everyone rose, their faces adorned with polite smiles. "This is our esteemed shareholder, Mr. Jiang Chun," Zhong Zhun introduced, standing beside him. "Mr. Jiang has come to meet everyone and to gain insight into the status of each team." "Hello, Mr. Jiang." They chorused in unison, curiosity and reverence evident in their voices. Most had only seen his name in internal documents. They were taken aback by the youthfulness of this major shareholder. Chapter 42. The outcome is what truly matters, not the process. Jiang Chun took a seat at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Among them were seasoned lawyers with graying hair yet sharp eyes, and ambitious young talents in sharp suits. Each one was an alumnus of prestigious institutions, their resumes impressive enough to intimidate the average person. He gently tapped his fingers on the smooth mahogany table, a wave of reflection washing over him. Once, as a delivery man, he could scarcely have imagined mingling with such elites. Yet now he stood as their captain. The outcome is what truly matters, not the process, he mused. Now he was their boss. Raising his hand to signal for everyone to take their seats, Jiang Chun addressed them directly. "I am here today, primarily to greet you all. I recognize that each of you is an expert in your respective fields, contributing significantly to Jun Cheng's current achievements." He paused, ensuring his gaze met each individual before continuing. "I will not interfere excessively in the firm's specific operations. Your responsibility is to perform your duties with professionalism and deliver the best service to our clients. As for the rest, Director Zhong will oversee the arrangements." His words not only conveyed his stance, but also honored Zhong Zhun, prompting a collective sigh of relief from those present. They had initially feared that this major shareholder might intrude with uninformed advice. It appeared their concerns had been unwarranted. Zhong Zhun also felt a weight lift from his shoulders, quickly adding, "Mr. Jiang is absolutely correct. If anyone encounters work-related issues, please report directly to me, and I will address them promptly. Of course, if there are any good suggestions, feel free to bring them to Mr. Jiang." Subsequently, the heads of each team briefly introduced their business areas and current key cases. Jiang Chun listened quietly, occasionally jotting down notes, refraining from interrupting. When it was the turn of the finance department head to speak, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted to one of gravity. The middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses adjusted his spectacles and reported the figures. Last year, Jun Cheng's annual revenue reached $136.8 billion, ranking first among Chinese law firms and 47th globally. Upon hearing this, many faces lit up with pride. This achievement was a testament to their collective efforts, enough to hold their heads high within the industry. Jiang Chun raised his gaze towards the finance head, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. "What is the profit margin?" The finance head, evidently prepared, responded immediately. After deducting various costs, the net profit margin stood at 327, an increase of 42 percentage points compared to the previous year. This remarkable growth is primarily attributed to the enhanced proportion of business from major clients and the high premiums associated with cases in emerging sectors. "What specific areas are referred to as emerging sectors?" Jiang Chen inquired. The financial officer flipped through the report in his hands and responded. "It mainly pertains to compliance in blockchain and cross-border data privacy protection. The fees for these two types of cases are nearly 50 higher than those for traditional business, with a client renewal rate reaching 89. Jiang Chun nodded slightly, jotting down a few notes in his notebook before turning his gaze to Zhong Zhun. "The team configuration in these two sectors requires further reinforcement." Zhong Zhun promptly nodded in agreement. "Understood." I will arrange for the HR department to follow up and strive to recruit talent from top universities in related fields. Observing this, the financial officer added, additionally, last year's expenditure on public welfare cases accounted for 35, primarily allocated to legal aid and legal education promotion, aligning with our firm's social responsibility requirements. Jiang Chun acknowledged with a sound, refraining from further questioning. He has always supported the firm's involvement in public welfare, recognizing it not only as a social obligation, but also as a vital means of enhancing brand image. The brief meeting lasted about an hour, leaving Jiang Chun with a clear understanding of Junsheng. In terms of industry influence, Junsheng undoubtedly ranks among the elite within Chinese law firms, with a global ranking within the top 50 attesting to its strength. However, in terms of scale, it pales in comparison to the other two enterprises he inherited. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. After all, this enterprise was inherited, and its current scale is already commendable. Moreover, the core value of a law firm lies not in its size, but in its professional barriers and industry voice. Judging from the reports from various teams, Junsheng possesses a solid foundation in both aspects. Jiang Chun rose from his seat and remarked, "Let us conclude here for today. Everyone may return to their tasks. Director Zhong, please come with me." As the others rose to bid farewell, they watched Jiang Chun and Zhong Jin depart, their faces reflecting contemplative expressions. Although this young major shareholder spoke little, his commanding presence and decisive manner left a profound impression. Exiting the conference room, Zhong Jun followed closely behind, pausing as Jiang Chun halted at the elevator. "Junsheng has a commendable foundation," Jiang Chun suddenly remarked, his voice echoing in the corridor. "You mentioned wanting to recruit talent in the blockchain sector. Do not limit it to universities." Zhong Jun promptly pulled out his notebook. "Are you suggesting? Check out Lightbin.com and retrieve the profiles of lawyers from Wall Street who have worked on digital currency compliance cases," Jiang Chun instructed, tapping out a message on his phone. "Budget is not an issue. The key is finding individuals with genuine expertise." Zhong Jun felt a jolt. Those were renowned lawyers with exorbitant fees. But then he realized that with Jiang Chun's capital, it was unnecessary to be overly frugal regarding talent costs. He quickly responded, "I will arrange for someone to make contact right away." Jiang Chun acknowledged with a sound, pushing open the revolving door as the evening breeze carried the fragrance of gardenias toward him. Approaching his Bentley, he hesitated momentarily before opening the door, turning to Zhong Jun. "Regarding the matter I entrusted to you last night, please pay extra attention and report any developments to me promptly." "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang," Zhong Jun replied, bowing slightly, his tone imbued with confidence. "I will ensure that it is handled impeccably. Tasks assigned by the boss are always of utmost importance, and he would never dare to be negligent." Jiang Chun glanced at the time. "It's about time. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Allow me to see you off." Zhong Jun quickly stepped forward, attempting to open the car door for him. "No need." Jiang Chun waved his hand. "You attend to your own affairs." With that, he bent down to enter the vehicle. The white Bentley glided smoothly out of the parking lot and swiftly merged into the traffic on the main road. Zhong Jun stood in place, gazing at the direction in which the car had vanished, thoughtfully stroking his chin. It seemed that the matter Jiang Chun had specifically reminded him about last night needed to be expedited. He pulled out his phone and called his assistant. "Regarding the matter I discussed with you last night, we must accelerate the progress. If there aren't enough personnel, feel free to adjust as necessary. You can mobilize everyone in the investigation department, and I require preliminary results by 8 a.m. tomorrow. Notify me immediately of any developments." Chapter 43. The Internet Users Speak True. Inside the Bentley, as Jiang Chun connected his phone to the car's Bluetooth, a steady, mature male voice resonated clearly. "Hello, may I ask if you're Mr. Jiang Chun?" He glanced at the caller ID, noting a number adorned with a series of identical digits, a rather eye-catching vanity number. "This is Jiang Chun," he replied, his tone measured and unruffled. "Good day, Mr. Jiang. I am Zhou Qichuan, the president of China Merchants Bank. I appreciate your recognition of our bank and would like to invite you to dinner. I wonder if you have any availability in the near future?" A subtle smile graced Jiang Chun's lips. He was well aware of the underlying motive behind the call. The over 27 billion yuan in cash resting in that savings account was enough to make any bank treat him like a deity. In this day and age, finding a client capable of producing such a sum in one go was a rarity in the entire metropolis. "I am available tomorrow." Jiang Chun mused for a moment before responding. He suddenly recalled the online discussions about the exceptional quality of beauties at the bank, seizing the opportunity to experience it firsthand. Zhou Qichuan on the other end of the line seemed momentarily taken aback by Jiang Chun's prompt acceptance. He quickly replied, "That's wonderful, Mr. Jiang. Your presence would truly be an honor for our bank. Shall I send someone to pick you up tomorrow?" "No need. Just send me the time and address, and I will make my own way there," Jiang Chun stated. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhou Qichuan hung up. The The moment the car's Bluetooth connection was severed, silence enveloped the cabin once more. Jiang Chun casually tossed his phone onto the passenger seat, his gaze drifting to the vibrant street scene outside the window. The night in the metropolis resembled a spilled palette of colors, with neon lights shattering into myriad points of brilliance on the glass facades, reflecting a glimmer in his own eyes. As they passed a roadside stall, he caught sight of several men in work attire gathered around a small table, drinking beer under a dim yellow bulb, the aroma of spicy crayfish wafting through the air, even reaching him through the car window. Jiang Chen's gaze lingered on the stall for a couple of seconds, and he unconsciously swallowed. Back in college, his most extravagant gatherings with Wang Defa were at such places, where they would order 2 kilograms of crayfish to share, reveling in joy for an entire evening. Remembering the hard days of the past, the sudden wealth felt somewhat disconcerting. With this thought, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Although he had acquired wealth, the transformation of his lifestyle and mindset would ultimately require gradual adjustment. Upon returning home and finishing his shower, Jiang Chen noticed his phone vibrating twice. It was a message from Zhou Qichuan, confirming the dinner location at Yunding Pavilion, scheduled for tomorrow evening at 7. He had not heard of this place before, but thankfully, the sender had included a location pin. Dismissing further thoughts, Jiang Chun began to scrutinize his apartment. It was a 1-bedroom unit he had rented for over 4,000, which he had once found entirely satisfactory, yet now, considering his financial standing, it appeared rather shabby. The Chinese have an almost mystical obsession with property, and he was no exception. In his hometown, the greatest joy in life was building a new house, with marriage coming second. In the past, he often contemplated that the first thing he would do upon earning a fortune would be to purchase a home. Now, this aspiration has finally come to fruition. He picked up his phone to explore the luxury residences in the bustling metropolis, yet found himself indecisive. Remembering that he was to dine with the president of the bank the following day, he thought it prudent to inquire about relevant channels then. While the Holy Light Bank undoubtedly had its own connections, he preferred not to impose upon them. Having come to this conclusion, Jiang Chun resumed his reading, a commendable habit cultivated during the limited-time tasks. Particularly, his experiences earlier that day at the Junsheng law firm illuminated the vast areas he still needed to master. The next morning, Jiang Chun rose with the sun's warm embrace. His phone buzzed with the usual notification of a daily deposit of 30,000, alongside a cheerful morning greeting from Su Yuyao and a photo sent by Bai Chuwei. In the image, she radiated vitality, already engrossed in her work at her desk. Observing Bai Chuwei's focused demeanor brought an involuntary smile to Jiang Chen's lips. He typed a casual message, "If you don't want to work, just say so," before rising to change his attire. Opening his wardrobe, he found it still mostly filled with affordable casual wear. He selected a blue outfit that accentuated his stature. After appraising himself in the mirror for a moment, he suddenly realized that perhaps change was not as daunting as he had imagined. After a light breakfast, Jiang Chun settled on the sofa to peruse information about luxury properties in the metropolis. The listings, often exceeding 100 million, were once beyond his wildest dreams, yet now constituted serious considerations. Just as he was absorbed in his thoughts, his phone rang. It was Su Yuyao calling. "Darling, are you free tonight? Let us go for skewers. I know of a newly opened place with exceptional flavors." Her sweet voice chimed through the line. Jiang Chen chuckled softly. "I can't tonight. I have some matters to attend to. Perhaps another day?" "All right then." After a brief exchange, he ended the call. Time slipped away swiftly, and soon it was evening. Glancing at the clock, he deemed it time to depart. Grabbing his car keys, he made his way downstairs and slid into his Bentley, following the navigation coordinates sent by Zhou Qichuan. Yunding Pavilion was nestled within an old Western-style mansion. Upon parking, Jiang Chun raised his gaze to survey the surroundings. The historic structure was cloaked behind a dense canopy of F-country sycamores, with its light gray brick walls adorned by lush green ivy, glistening under the setting sun. The neat rows of red-tiled peaks showcased intricate ironwork that, despite its age, still revealed the craftsmanship involved. 2 statues of white marble lions flanked the entrance, their rounded lines exuding an air of authority, with the lotus motif on their bases clearly visible, a testament to frequent polishing. At the entrance stood 2 waitresses clad in kipeos, their figures graceful and their looks above average. It was evident that this restaurant was extraordinary. Zhou Qichuan, accompanied by a group, awaited at the door and approached Jiang Chun with alacrity, extending his hands. "Mr. Jiang, it's a pleasure to meet you." Jiang Chun regarded the president's warm demeanor, a stark contrast to a time when such an encounter seemed unfathomable. Indeed, the allure of wealth should not be underestimated. His gaze drifted past Zhou Qichuan to the 3 young women standing behind him, each statuesque and strikingly beautiful. The online community had not misled him. Jiang Chun extended his hand, lightly shaking Zhou Qichuan's. "You are too kind, President Zhou." His tone remained calm. though his eyes lingered on the trio for a brief moment longer. Dressed in matching light gray work attire with skirts just above the knee, their slender legs were accentuated, and their faces bore sweet smiles, albeit with a hint of barely contained excitement in their eyes. This was their first close encounter with a billionaire, and they, more than anyone, understood the weight of wealth. Prior to this meeting, the president had specifically instructed them, whoever could win Mr. Zhang's favor would find themselves on the fast track to promotion and salary increases. As client managers for a private bank, they had witnessed predecessors leverage this role for life-altering transformations, driving luxury cars, residing in opulent homes, and primarily catering to their exclusive clients. They not only earned a salary from the bank, but also enjoyed substantial additional earnings. To claim they felt no envy would be self-deception. While some had achieved personal freedom through their own efforts, they were self-aware enough to recognize they were not among that fortunate group. Now, the opportunity had finally come knocking at their door. Moreover, Mr. Zhang's striking appearance only added to their intrigue. Just as men are drawn to beauty, they too found themselves attracted to handsome men. Given the choice, they would undoubtedly prefer to serve such a dashing figure. Chapter 44. The Allure of Wealth. Zhou Qichuan gestured for him to enter, his tone warm as if welcoming an old friend. Mr. Jiang, please, after you. As they traversed the ivy-covered porch, the stone path beneath their feet was impeccably maintained. Jiang Chun noted a few pots of rare orchids in the corner, their leaves expansive and evidently valuable. Upon entering the private room, the polished redwood round table gleamed, with a well-manicured courtyard visible outside the window. Zhou Qichuan attentively pulled out a chair for Jiang Chun, then turned to the girls behind him. Aren't you going to introduce yourselves? Hello, Mr. Jiang. The girls chimed in unison, their voices melodious and pleasant. Jiang Chun nodded in acknowledgement and took a seat in the chair Zhou Qichuan had graciously opened for him. The smooth, warm surface of the redwood chair conformed perfectly to his shape, a clear indication of its careful selection. Zhou Qichuan sat beside him, while the girls found their own seats, maintaining an appropriate distance. The girl closest to Jiang Chun gracefully lifted the purple clay teapot from the table, her wrist flicking elegantly as the amber-colored tea flowed into white porcelain cups, her movements fluid and indicative of professional training. Mr. Jiang, please try this tea. It is this year's Preaching Ming Longjing, sourced from Lion Peak Mountain in linen through a friend, Zhou Qichuan indicated. Jiang Chun raised the teacup and took a sip, the tea descending his throat with a subtle sweetness, far more refined than the bagged tea he typically consumed. He set the cup down. Thank you, President Zhou, for your thoughtfulness. His tone remained steady, yet he understood that this cup of tea symbolized the significance placed upon the staggering sum of 27 billion in cash. As a first-tier city, while there were many wealthy individuals, those capable of presenting 27 billion in cash were exceedingly rare. In any bank, elite clients like Jiang Chun, who held such substantial cash reserves, were unequivocally regarded as top-tier clientele. Zhou Qichuan laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. It is our honor, Mr. Jiang. Your youth and accomplishments are remarkable, and it is a tremendous privilege for our bank to earn your favor. He paused before adding, these young ladies are all elites from our institution. You may choose one to be your personal secretary. For every private banking client, the bank conducted thorough investigations in advance. However, in Jiang Chen's case, his identity had been marked as highly confidential. It was worth noting that their bank held considerable authority, and even they were unable to uncover his background, a testament to his esteemed status. Nevertheless, they had managed to ascertain the source of his wealth, which was derived from shares transferred from the Holy Light Foundation. As for the specific transactions involved, they remained in the dark. Yet, the mere fact that he had received favor from the Holy Light Foundation and had glimpsed a mere fragment of its vastness was enough for them to recognize Jiang Chen's exceptional nature. Combined, these two aspects warranted the personal attention of Zhou Qichuan, the esteemed president of the bank. Indeed, he was the bank president, and typically, individuals of his stature did not concern themselves with the wealth of others. After all, can anyone rival the wealth of China Merchants Bank? What he truly valued was not merely the financial prowess of Jiang Chun, but rather the formidable energy associated with him. Be it Jinping Yuxian or Siemens, each stands as a titan within their respective industries. Furthermore, all these enterprises are under the auspices of the Shengguang Foundation. To his knowledge, no nation or organization has yet succeeded in compelling the Shengguang Foundation to concede. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chun, Zhou Qichuan's mind was awash with calculations. While his gaze fell upon the three young women clad in light gray skirts, they were evidently well prepared, their hair meticulously styled, name tags gleaming at their collars, and their hands folded neatly over their abdomens in a posture so textbook perfect. Yet the slight tension in their shoulders betrayed their nerves. Since President Zhou has so highly recommended you, why don't you introduce yourselves? His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Zhou Qichuan paused momentarily before addressing the girls. Please introduce yourselves to Mr. Jiang. The girl on the far left, Lin Shi, was the first to respond. As she bent to pick up a pin that had fallen to the ground, her light gray skirt accentuated the graceful curve of her waist and hips. Her oval face, framed by bright almond-shaped eyes, bore a naturally cheerful smile. When she stood upright, taking a deep breath to steady herself, she spoke with an effort to maintain a calm demeanor. Hello, Mr. Jiang. My name is Su Yun. I am 27 years old, stand at 172 centimeters tall, and graduated from Yale University with a degree in finance. I have worked at China Merchants Bank for 5 years, specializing in cross-border asset allocation and tax planning, having managed family trusts for 3 clients on the Forbes Billionaires list. She paused, seemingly weighing her words. I keep a vigilant eye on the dynamics of major global markets and can provide you with timely investment advice. As her voice trailed off, the girl standing in the middle stepped forward. Petite, yet not frail, the delicate collarbone visible at her neckline resembled a work of art, accentuated by gentle dimples that appeared on her cheeks. However, at this moment, her anxiety rendered those dimples nearly invisible, her long, curled lashes casting a faint shadow over her eyelids. Hello, Mr. Jiang. My name is Xie Yul. I am 25 years old, stand at 165 centimeters tall, and graduated from Kyoto University with a degree in economics, specializing in the development of quantitative investment models. The risk assessment system, I led the development of one first place in an industry competition last year, capable of accurately calculating the potential risks of various investment portfolios. As she spoke, her voice gradually diminished, likely realizing that such accomplishments might pale in comparison to those of someone like Jiang Chun. The final girl wore a skirt adorned with an extra frill of exquisite lace at the cuffs, her shoulders and neck soft and graceful, akin to finely carved white jade. Her long hair was elegantly styled into a neat bun at the back of her head, revealing a smooth forehead and a beautifully shaped swan-like neck. As she approached, her steps were steadier than her predecessors, yet the unease in her gaze was unmistakable. Hello, Mr. Jiang. My name is Zhao Yu. I am 26 years old, stand at 168 centimeters tall, and graduated from Columbia University's School of Public Administration. Although my background is not purely in finance, I have worked for 2 years in a family office, familiar with managing the daily affairs of ultra-high net worth clients, from itinerary planning to coordinating personal matters. She paused again, adding, I am also fluent in 3 foreign languages and may be of assistance with any overseas matters you may have. Once the 3 young women finished their introductions, the reception room fell into a brief silence. Jiang Chun's gaze flickered over their faces. Su Yun's confidence, Xie Yul's shyness, and Zhao Yu's attentiveness, along with their individually striking appearances, were all vividly etched in his mind. He refrained from making an immediate decision, instead activating the safety glasses to assess the trio. Su Yun, status safe, associated driver. 3. Xie Yul, status safe, associated driver. 0. Zhao Yu, status safe, associated driver. 1. The 3 women awaited Jiang Chun's decision, their palms clammy with sweat. They all understood the gravity of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To be chosen by Jiang Chun would be an immense blessing. Chapter 45. Do you have a boyfriend? Su Yun straightened her posture, her eyes brimming with anticipation, convinced that her extensive experience and confident demeanor made her the ideal candidate. Zhao Yu maintained an appropriate smile, eagerly awaiting Jiang Chun's verdict, silently praying to be selected. Only Xie Yul kept her head slightly bowed, her long lashes trembling, seemingly resigned to her lack of prospects. Xie Yul, Jiang Chun's voice rang out, still calm, yet resonating clearly in everyone's ears. Xie Yul's head snapped up, her eyes wide with disbelief, as if she hadn't quite heard correctly, momentarily frozen in place. Su Yun's confidence faltered, a fleeting expression of disappointment crossing her face despite her attempt to mask it with a smile. Zhao Yu, though surprised, quickly composed herself and cast a somewhat complex glance at Xie Yul. Zhou Qichuan, initially taken aback, swiftly regained his composure, a warm smile spreading across his face as he addressed Xie Yul. Yul, why are you still standing there? Quickly thank Mr. Jiang. It was only then that Xie Yul snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she nervously stammered, Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chun nodded subtly in acknowledgement. With the formalities concluded, the next phase involved dining. Zhou Qichuan clapped his hands, signaling the servers to bring in the gilded dining cart. Xie Yul was guided to take a seat beside Jiang Chun, the velvet upholstery heightening her sense of unease. She dared to glance up, taking in Jiang Chun's striking features, his sharp brows framing piercing eyes, a nose like a gallant sword, exuding an extraordinary aura. Mr. Jiang, please enjoy this appetizer. Zhou Qichuan lifted the silver lid of the first dish, releasing a cloud of steam to reveal an ice-laden white plate. Almas caviar served with Persian saffron crisps. This batch of caviar is sourced from 20-year-old beluga sturgeon roe, freshly airlifted from the Caspian Sea this morning. Jiang Chun lifted a mother-of-pearl spoon. The black pearls of caviar bursting on his tongue, the briny essence of the ocean mingling with the rich aroma of saffron. The second dish featured sous vide ISE lobster accompanied by black truffle sauce, the whole lobster coiled within a fine porcelain plate, its shell glistening from a butter bath. Topped with an amber-hued sauce. This lobster was caught this afternoon off the coast of Shizuoka Prefecture, having been out of the water for less than 6 hours. Zhou Qichuan explained, expertly slicing through the lobster with a silver knife, the sauce enriched with 8-year-old Italian balsamic vinegar and a hint of crushed Siberian truffles for flavor. As the server cleared the lobster plate, Zhou Qichuan himself presented the third main course. On a silver platter lined with dark patterned velvet laid delicate, translucent slices of pink meat glimmering like mother-of-pearl in a celadon bowl. This is sashimi made from Hokkaido bluefin tuna belly, he elaborated. Using ivory chopsticks to gently prod the exquisite selection, sourced from wild male fish over 3 years old, the prime cut beneath the belly fin. Its market value per kilogram rivaling that of gold. We had the chef from Ginza slice it fresh. And the wasabi accompanying it was harvested this morning from a farm in Yamagata Prefecture, requiring shark skin to grind it to preserve its purity. As Jiang Chun savored a slice, the fat melted on his tongue, the sweet flavor of the fish mingling with the wasabi's subtle heat, sending a rush of sensations coursing through him. Xie Yul gazed at the artistic presentation of the sashimi, hesitant to disturb its delicate beauty even with her chopsticks. Then came the fourth and fifth courses. When the final dish, a crystal ice bowl, was presented, Xie Yul could hardly breathe. Within the bowl, the bird's nest glistened like congealed fat, accompanied by cherries resembling agate. Zhou Qichuan announced, "This is the exquisite bird's nest soup from the first phase of Malacca, prepared with old hens and dried abalone broth simmered for 12 hours, ultimately infused with a 30-year-aged Huadiao wine. The ice bowl, crafted from Kunlun snow water, is meticulously formed over 3 days to enhance the natural flavor of the bird's nest." Jiang Chun, this evening, has certainly broadened his horizons, regardless of the taste. The presentation alone is worthy of admiration. Only someone as well-connected as Zhou Qichuan, a man of privilege, can indulge in such delicacies. For an ordinary person, not only would they not have the opportunity to witness this, but they may not have even heard of it. Did you not notice the astonished expressions of those young ladies? It seems they are encountering this for the first time as well. After a sumptuous meal, Zhou Qichuan gifted Jiang Chun a collection of exclusive cards, including a black card from a prominent bank, a VIP card from the National Financial Center, a diamond card from the Hang Lung Plaza, and a black card from a 5-star hotel, everything one could desire. Although these cards hold no special value for Jiang Chun at his current status, he graciously accepted them. He then addressed Zhou Qichuan, saying, "President Zhou, thank you for your hospitality. If there's nothing further, I shall take my leave." Zhou Qichuan promptly replied, "Of course, Mr. Jiang, take care. Allow me to see you off." He then turned to Xie Yul, instructing, "Yul, come along, and ensure you provide excellent service to Mr. Jiang in the future." As Jiang Chun glanced at the abundance of leftover dishes on the table, he inquired, "Can these be packaged? It would be a shame to waste them." Many of the dishes had barely been touched. Zhou Qichuan, momentarily taken aback by the youth who appeared younger than his own son, found it difficult to decipher Jiang Chun's intentions, but nonetheless responded, "Certainly, Mr. Jiang is right. We must not waste food. Yul, Su Yun, Zhao Yu, please assist with the packaging." After the food was packed, Xie Yul hurried to catch up with Jiang Chun, her heart racing with excitement and anxiety, feeling as though she were in a dream. Inside the car, Xie Yul, gripping the steering wheel, softly asked, "Mr. Jiang, where are we headed?" "Fudan University," Jiang Chun replied, gazing out the window, contemplating how these exquisite dishes should be shared with Su Yue. The vehicle was enveloped in tranquility, interrupted only by the subtle hum of the air conditioning. Xie Yul occasionally stole glances at Jiang Chun in the rearview mirror, only to find him resting with his eyes closed. Upon arriving on campus, Jiang Chun suddenly spoke, "Do you know why I chose you?" Xie Yul honestly shook her head. In terms of qualifications, ability, and appearance, she felt overshadowed by her 2 colleagues, making this choice perplexing. "I don't know," she answered softly. Jiang Chun did not elaborate but instead inquired, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Xie Yul's heart raced unexpectedly. She thought of her relatively new boyfriend but inexplicably replied, "No." The moment the words left her lips, she was taken aback. "Let's leave it at that for today. I wish to purchase a house. Please help me research it when you return," Jiang Chun stated before carrying the food container deeper into the campus, leaving Xie Yul standing in place, at a loss. She watched Jiang Chun's retreating figure, the sunset casting a long shadow behind him, his silhouette gradually fading at the end of the sycamore-lined path. At that moment, her phone screen illuminated. It was a message from her boyfriend. What do you want to eat tonight? I've bought your favorite strawberry cake. Xiaoyul stared at the message for a long time, her finger hovering over the keyboard, yet she hesitated to reply. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun entered the Fudan campus. The quiet, tree-lined path under the night sky illuminated only by the dappled light of the street lamps. He confidently made his way toward the girls' dormitory, and upon reaching the ground floor, took out his phone and dialed a number. Chapter 46. It is I who have changed. The phone rang a few times before being answered, and Su Yue's voice, tinged with excitement, came through. Darling, why are you calling at this hour? I'm at your dormitory building. Come down to collect something. Okay, I'll be right down. Su Yue's voice brimmed with delight as she hastily ended the call. In less than 2 minutes, the dormitory door swung open. Dressed in pink pajamas, Su Yue hurriedly emerged, her hair playfully tousled with a few rebellious strands. Upon seeing Jiang Chun, her eyes sparkled, and her pace quickened. Darling, what brings you here so suddenly? She gasped, her cheeks flushed from running. Jiang Chun handed her the food container, saying, I just finished a gathering and brought you something to eat. He paused briefly before adding, it's all untouched. It would be a shame to throw it away. Su Yue accepted the heavy container, her eyes gleaming like stars. Wow, thank you, darling. I'm just a bit hungry. Jiang Chun chuckled and gently pinched her soft cheek. Hurry and go eat. It'll taste awful if it gets cold. Hom. Su Yue nodded vigorously, turning to leave, only to suddenly pivot back. The night breeze tousled her hair, revealing her bright, sparkling eyes. Darling, with National Day and the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, are you going home? Jiang Chun suddenly realized that in just a couple of days it would be National Day, and 8 days later, the Mid-Autumn Festival. Time flies so quickly. He gazed at the girl before him, her eyes filled with anticipation. Shall we go back together? Jiang Chun asked softly. Su Yue's eyes instantly lit up, brimming with starlight. She bit her lip and nodded, quickly adding, it's settled then. I'll book the tickets. With that, she dashed back to the dormitory, waving her hand at him as she reached the entrance, her voice floating back, good night, darling. Jiang Chun stood rooted to the spot, watching the door close, his smile lingering. The autumn night carried a chill, yet his heart felt warmly enveloped. He took out his phone and called home to inform his parents that he would be returning for National Day. On the other end, his mother paused momentarily before bursting into joy. After hanging up, Jiang Chun turned to leave the campus, his steps lightened by the night air. Meanwhile, in the corridor, the motion sensor lights flickered on with Xiaoyul's footsteps, casting a warm glow. She spotted a familiar figure squatting at her door, her boyfriend, Chenyu, who held a beautifully wrapped cake box, absent-mindedly grinding small stones underfoot with his toes. Upon hearing her approach, Chenyu sprang to his feet, his face lighting up with a broad smile, his eyes sparkling in the lamplight. Lele, you're back, he exclaimed, offering the cake forward, the ribbon still perfectly tied. I knew you were working late today, so I specially bought the Black Forest cake from that place in the West City you said was delicious. It's still fresh. Xiaoyul stood frozen, her gaze fixed on his face. Previously, she had always considered Chun Yu's attentiveness and thoughtfulness to be rare qualities, impossible to find elsewhere. He remembered her casual preferences, would wait for her downstairs on rainy days, and willingly entrusted her with his salary card. Yet, at this moment, looking at him stirred a tangled mess of emotions within her, leaving her feeling inexplicably awkward. Noticing she had not yet taken the cake, Chen Yu's smile faltered slightly as he cautiously stepped closer. What's wrong, Lele? You don't look well. Are you tired? Or have you faced some difficulties at work? He reached out to touch her forehead, concerned she might have a fever. Instinctively, Xiaoyul stepped back, avoiding his touch. The residual chill from the food container lingered on her fingertips, and Jiang Chen's last question about whether she had a boyfriend echoed in her ears. Like a needle pricking gently. Chen Yu. She inhaled deeply, her voice tightening. Let's break up. Chen Yu's face instantly drained of color, and the cake box in his hand collided heavily against the handle of the security door, producing a dull thud. He blinked, as if struggling to comprehend. You. What did you say? I said we should break up. Xiaoyul avoided his gaze. We are not suited for each other. Not suited? Chen Yu's voice abruptly rose, the cake box in his grip beginning to tremble slightly. Just last night we watched a movie together, and you leaned on my shoulder, discussing the plot. Why didn't you mention we were not suited then? Last week on your birthday, when I gifted you that necklace, you smiled and said you liked it. Why didn't you say we were not suited then? The day you promised to be my girlfriend, resting in my arms while talking about saving money for a house. Why didn't you say we were not suited? He stepped forward, his eyes filled with incredulous pain. Lele, are you joking with me? Today is not April Fool's Day. Xiaoyul's throat tightened. She knew this came as a shock, and even she couldn't articulate why. Perhaps it was the extravagant banquet from that evening that stirred an unquenchable turmoil within her. Perhaps after witnessing extravagant displays of wealth at the bank, she felt that her current life was too insipid. Or maybe, It was simply Jiang Chen's casual inquiry about whether she had a boyfriend that ignited a long-buried yearning within her. I'm not joking. She lifted her gaze to meet Chun Yu's reddened eyes. I'm sorry, I've changed. Yet, in a corner of her heart, a small voice contradicted her. She realized that from the moment Jiang Chen called her name, something had shifted irrevocably. Changed. Chun Yu let out a bitter laugh, wiping his face with his hand. Is it because of your job? Or is it because you've met someone else? Xie Yu remained silent. Sometimes, silence can wound more deeply than acknowledgement. She retrieved her keys from her bag and inserted them into the lock. Take the cake back, thank you. Lele. Chun Yu grasped her wrist, his grip firm enough to cause her to frown. Tell me why? What have I done wrong? I can change. His voice was laced with desperation. His usually straight posture now slightly hunched, as if all strength had been drained from him. Xie Yu forcefully pulled her wrist free, the key turning halfway in the lock. And the door clicked open. No need to change. She pushed the door open, turning her back to him. It's me who no longer deserves you. These words pierced through Chun Yu's last flicker of hope like a needle. He stood there, stunned, watching Xie Yu's silhouette vanish behind the door. The cake box slipping from his fingers and crashing to the ground. The exquisite black forest cake tumbled out, cream splattering on the cold cement floor like a puddle of melted moonlight. The motion sensor lights in the corridor dimmed, leaving only the sound of Chun Yu's breathing echoing in the darkness. He crouched down, reaching for the shattered cake, but just as his fingers grazed the cool cream, he suddenly buried his face in his hands, his shoulders trembling silently. Inside, Xie Yu leaned against the door, hearing the muffled sobs from outside. Her eyes growing warm with tears, she pressed her hand to her brow, uncertain if she had made the right decision, only aware that the inexplicable impulse within her made it impossible to turn back. The neon lights outside streamed through the curtain's gap, casting elongated shadows on the floor, resembling an insurmountable chasm. Chapter 47, Going Home. On October 1st at the bustling train station in Shanghai, the red flags fluttered like a sea of crimson. A serpentine line formed at the entrance. The sound of rolling suitcase wheels clattering against the ground mingled with the cries of children and the repeated announcements echoing through the air, all contributing to the holiday's unique vibrancy. Jiang Chun held Su Yuyao's hand as they navigated through the crowd, feeling the slight perspiration from her palm. He carried no luggage, merely a phone and a wallet, while Su Yuyao had only a small canvas bag slung over her shoulder. There are so many people. Su Yuyao tilted her head to look up at him, sunlight streaming through the glass dome, illuminating Jiang Chen's face and making his eyelashes stand out distinctly. She noticed that today, Jiang Chen appeared especially striking. Dressed simply in a white shirt and black pants, his features unchanged, yet amidst the throng of people, he seemed enveloped in a soft glow. Even the surrounding noise felt muted. Yes, it's like this during holidays. Jiang Chen glanced down at her, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Are you tired? Should we find a place to sit? I'm not tired. Su Yuyao shook her head, her fingers tightening slightly. Memories of her friend, Nana whispering relationship tips in her ear the night before made her cheeks flush, her heart bubbling with sweetness and anticipation. To ensure she could return home with Jiang Chun, she had lied to her friend Lu Qian, claiming there was an urgent matter at home that required her early departure. Suddenly, the announcement for ticket checking rang out. The G7326 train to Yuzhong City is now boarding. Please ensure you have your personal belongings ready. Su Yuyao's eyes lit up, and she tugged Jiang Chun towards the ticket gate, her canvas bag bouncing behind her. The ticket inspector took a second glance at Jiang Chun while scanning their tickets, clearly taken by the young man's good looks. Su Yuyao clutched her ticket as if it were a treasure, following Jiang Chun through the underground passageway. Upon reaching the platform, the sleek silver body of the high-speed train lay quietly on the tracks, resembling a dragon poised to spring forth. Their seats were located in the middle of the carriage, two adjacent window seats. As soon as Su Yuyao placed her bag on the luggage rack, she eagerly sat down, patting the seat beside her. Hurry and sit. Just as Jiang Chen settled in, she naturally leaned her head against his shoulder, her hair brushing against his neck, carrying the faint scent of shampoo. This feels wonderful, she whispered, her voice brimming with uncontainable happiness. What feels wonderful? Jiang Chun turned his head, catching sight of her fluttering eyelashes. Just, going home together feels wonderful. Su Yuyao snuggled closer to him, searching for a comfortable position. Indeed, Jiang Chun raised a hand to ruffle her hair, his fingers gliding through her soft locks. It truly is wonderful. Who could imagine the tumult of emotions swirling within him? From a person without a visible future, he had suddenly transformed into a capital holder capable of controlling his own destiny. How could such a life be anything but good? Just days prior, the CEO of a premium selection company and the CEO of Siemens had both called, expressing a desire to visit him, but he had politely declined. He planned to personally visit their headquarters after the holiday. Some matters were more prudent to discuss face-to-face. As the high-speed train slowly departed the station, The buildings outside receded into the distance. Su Yuyao rested her head on Jiang Chen's shoulder, listening to his steady breathing, feeling both secure and warm. She secretly took out her phone, capturing a photo of their intertwined hands, setting it as her screensaver, and then quietly slipped her phone back into her bag, unable to hide the smile on her lips. At that moment, two men in their 30s occupied the seats across from them. Their hair was meticulously styled, albeit with an excessive amount of gel that made it appear stiff and overly polished. Clad in dark suits that looked somewhat cheap, with buttons on their cuffs stained. They sat upright, exuding an air of business elitism. As soon as they sat down, they noticed Su Yuyao, their eyes lighting up as they unabashedly appraised her, smirking with a hint of lewdness. However, once their gaze shifted to Jiang Chun, their smirks vanished, and they shot him a glare, as if to assert their presence. Jiang Chun didn't even lift his eyelids, merely giving Su Yuyao's hand a gentle pat, signaling her to disregard them. Su Yuyao nestled closer into his embrace, feeling a touch of discomfort within, yet chose to remain silent. The two men, noticing Jiang Chen's lack of response, exchanged glances. One of them, sporting a buzz cut, cleared his throat and deliberately raised his voice. The young ladies these days certainly know how to dress. She looks quite sprightly. His gaze lingered on Su Yuyao, the flippancy in his tone unmistakable. Su Yuyao frowned, inching further into Jiang Chen's arms, burying her face in the crook of his shoulder, wishing to disregard the two intruders. Jiang Chun sensed her unease and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders, his fingertips lightly patting her arm in a soothing gesture. The other man, adorned with a gold chain, scoffed, "Brother, your girlfriend looks rather young. She is still a student, I presume?" His words were directed at Jiang Chun, yet his eyes roamed over Su Yuyao. Only then did Jiang Chun lift his gaze, casting a cold, scrutinizing look at the two men. His voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Is there something you require?" The buzz-cut man felt a jolt of apprehension under his gaze, but, emboldened by their numbers, retorted defiantly, "What is wrong with chatting if there is nothing else? The train journey is rather dull." As he spoke, he fished a bottle of mineral water from his bag, twisting the cap with exaggerated force, causing droplets to splatter, with two landing on Jiang Chen's trousers. "What's wrong with you?" Su Yuyao exclaimed, unable to restrain her anger as she glared at him. The buzz-cut man wore a faint, innocent smile. "Oh, my apologies, I slipped." Jiang Chen paid no mind to the droplets, simply pulling Su Yuyao behind him as he stood up. His tall stature surpassed that of the two men by a noticeable margin, an invisible pressure emanating from him. "Control your hands," he warned the buzz-cut man. "Or do not blame me for being impolite." The man adorned with the gold chain also rose, puffing out his chest. "What do you intend to do? Do you think you can act tough? Do you know who we are? No one in this area dares to speak to us like that." Passengers around them began to take notice, some whispering amongst themselves, others displaying expressions of concern. A cold smile crept across Jiang Chen's lips. He remained silent, merely retrieving his phone to send a message. The buzz-cut man, mistaking this for a call for reinforcements, sneered, "What is the matter? Looking for someone? I'll tell you. It wants he help." Just then, a train attendant approached, inquiring, "Gentlemen, what seems to be the problem?" The man with the gold chain immediately sought to cast blame. "Attendant, this person is threatening to hit us. Look, he is trying to intimidate us." Jiang Chen met the attendant's gaze, his tone unruffled. "They are harassing my girlfriend and deliberately splashed water on us." The attendant glanced at Su Yuyao, who was tucked behind Jiang Chen, her expression one of distress, and then at the two arrogant men, quickly grasping the situation. He furrowed his brow, addressing the two men, "Gentlemen, please be mindful of your behavior and refrain from disturbing other passengers. If this continues, I will have to notify the train police." The buzz-cut man and the gold chain man exchanged glances, clearly dismissive of the train police. However, under the watchful eyes of the other passengers, they begrudgingly returned to their seats. Muttering discontentedly, Jiang Chun, unfazed, leaned down to speak softly with Su Yuyao. Before long, the high-speed train gradually approached a major stop. As the doors opened, four imposing men dressed in black suits entered briskly. Their presence was commanding, and they approached the buzz-cut man and the gold chain man directly. "Gentlemen, please step off the train for a discussion." The leader's voice was deep, devoid of emotion. The buzz-cut man attempted to assert himself. "Who are you? On what grounds?" Before he could finish, one of the men placed a firm hand on his shoulder, a grip so powerful that it elicited a wince of pain, leaving him speechless. The gold chain man's face drained of color as he opened his mouth to plead for mercy, only to be seized by another man. The two were forcibly escorted from their seats, dragged toward the exit. As they passed by Jiang Chun, the buzz-cut man attempted to resist, but was sharply pressed down by the man's hand at the nape of his neck, stumbling helplessly off the train. The doors closed slowly, sealing off the outside commotion. The carriage fell into silence, the previously chattering passengers now stunned. their gazes toward Jiang Chun filled with curiosity and respect. Su Yuyo remained momentarily dazed before she quietly asked, "Darling, did you call those people?" Jiang Chun grasped her hand, smiling lightly. "A group of ill-mannered individuals. Someone has to teach them how to behave." He said no more, gently patting the back of her hand. "Do not dwell on it. We'll be home shortly." Observing his nonchalant demeanor, an understanding dawned upon Su Yuyo. The train resumed its journey, speeding toward home. Leaning against Jiang Chun's shoulder, Su Yuyo listened to the rhythmic sound of the wheels against the tracks, her eyelids growing heavier until she inadvertently drifted into slumber. Jiang Chun turned to watch her serene sleeping face, her long eyelashes resembling delicate fans. The corners of her lips subtly upturned, as if she were lost in a beautiful dream. After what felt like an eternity, the announcement came through the intercom, signaling the train's imminent arrival at the station. Su Yuyo rubbed her eyes awake and, noticing Jiang Chun gazing out the window, softly inquired, "Are we almost there?" "Yes. Just 5 more minutes," Jiang Chun replied, turning to hand her the canvas bag. "Wake up. It's time to disembark." Upon exiting the train and traversing the bustling exit, the afternoon sunlight enveloped them in warmth. As they stepped outside the hall, a middle-aged man in a black suit swiftly approached, halting before Jiang Chun and respectfully presenting him with a set of car keys. "Mr. Jiang, here is the vehicle you requested, parked in the underground parking area, Zone B." "Thank you for your effort." Jiang Chun accepted the keys with a casual response. The middle-aged man bowed slightly, casting a glance at Su Yuyo, and upon receiving no further instructions from Jiang Chun, politely nodded and stepped back. This scene did not escape Su Yuyo's notice. While she had anticipated it, she concealed her surprise. Jiang Chun had mentioned working at a bank, yet she harbored doubts about that. However, she refrained from questioning him further. Jiang Chun observed her composed expression, feeling an unexpected sense of surprise, yet recognizing it was as it should be. He took her hand. "Let us go retrieve the car." Upon reaching the underground parking area, a sleek black BMW X5 awaited them, its surface gleaming under the lights. Jiang Chun pressed the key, causing the lights to flash twice, accompanied by a soft clicking sound. He opened the passenger door for Su Yuyo before rounding to the driver's seat. As he started the engine, he asked, "Yuyo, shall I take you home first?" "Sure," she replied cheerfully. After Su Yuyo provided her address, Jiang Chun set the car in motion. He navigated the city with ease, the steering wheel moving fluidly in his hands, requiring no assistance from navigation. Half an hour later, the car came to a halt at the entrance of an old residential complex. Su Yuyo gazed at the familiar gate, a wave of reluctance washing over her as she unconsciously fiddled with her seatbelt buckle. Although they had only recently reunited, parting felt as though they had been apart for an eternity. Jiang Chun reached out and gently pinched her cheek, his fingertips radiating warmth. "I will come to see you tomorrow." Su Yuyao's eyes sparkled with delight, and she smiled as she unfastened her seatbelt. Just before stepping out of the car, she suddenly leaned in and swiftly planted a kiss on his cheek, resembling a kitten stealing candy, eager to retreat as soon as her lips met his warm skin. Yet, Jiang Chun would not let her escape so easily. He wrapped his hand around the back of her neck and gently deepened the kiss. Their lips intertwined, carrying a faint scent of shampoo, tender and lingering. It was only when Su Yuyo found herself breathless that he finally eased his hold, their foreheads touching as their breaths mingled. Su Yuyo adjusted her slightly disheveled dress, a blush adorning her cheeks as she shot him a playful glare before turning to exit the vehicle. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, she glanced back, standing on tiptoe to wave at him. "You must come tomorrow." Jiang Chun nodded at her through the car window, watching her figure vanish around the corner before he drove away. The closer he drew to home, the more his heart tightened with apprehension. He parked the car in a lot 2 streets away from the community. If the neighbors spotted his vehicle, it would be challenging to explain. After locking the car, he walked home. The elevator ascended slowly to the 13th floor, and upon its arrival, he stood before apartment 1301. Just as he was about to knock, he heard raised voices from inside. Jiang Chun quickly rapped on the door. The sound of slippers scraping against the floor echoed, and soon, his mother, Lu Hui, peeked through the slightly ajar door. Upon seeing Jiang Chun, she momentarily froze, her eyes widening in surprise before she flung the door open. "Son, you're back." "Mom, I could hear you from outside," Jiang Chun replied. In the living room, his father, Jiang Jiangguo, sat on the sofa, rubbing his waist, a rare smile gracing his face. "Back. Was the journey smooth?" As Jiang Chun changed his shoes, he caught a glimpse of the coffee table, where a glass lay toppled beside a fruit bowl, water stains spreading to the armrest of the sofa. As he bent down to pick up the glass, his mother hurried over in her slippers. "Did you eat on the way? I made you some rib and lotus root soup. I just had a little something outside." He placed the glass into the sterilizer and noticed his father attempting to rise from the sofa, prompting him to rush over and assist. "Dad, please sit down. Your back isn't fully recovered yet." Chapter 49. From now on, I will bear the weight of this family. Jiang Jiangguo waved his hand, settling back onto the sofa, his knuckles tapping lightly on his knee. Your mother went to the market this morning and had a quarrel with the fish vendor. Lu Hui emerged from the kitchen holding a fruit platter, shoving an apple into Jiang Chen's hands. That dishonest scale wasn't accurate. I told him I would weigh it again on a fair scale, and he started acting tough. It's such a trivial matter. Jiang Jiangguo interrupted her, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes clustering together. Your son just got back. What is the point of discussing this? Jiang Chun, biting into the apple, remained silent. He recalled how, in the past, his mother would never dwell on such matters, but ever since the family's bankruptcy, she had begun to penny pinch meticulously. His gaze fell upon his father's hands, which were repeatedly kneading his waist, a testament to the toll of years of labor. He moved closer to his mother, pulling out his phone from his pocket. I received my salary this month. I'll transfer some to you. Lu Hui rubbed her hands on her apron, repeatedly shaking her head. No, you keep it for yourself. Jiang Chun did not respond, his fingers swiftly tapping on the screen. In an instant, 20,000 yuan was transferred. He set his phone down and looked at his father, his tone resolute. Dad, you should stop going to the construction site. You need to take care of your back. I can earn money now. From now on, I will shoulder the responsibilities of this family. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, the living room fell into silence. The apple in Lu Hui's hands nearly slipped from her grasp, rolling onto the polished floor with a soft thud. As she bent down to retrieve it, strands of gray hair slipped from behind her ear, glinting under the light. Silly child, what are you talking about? Lu Hui placed the apple on the coffee table, rubbing her hands on her apron more vigorously. Your father's back is an old issue. It just needs a few days of rest. Moreover, about the construction site. Mom. Jiang Chen gently placed his hand on her arm, feeling the frayed edges of her sleeve beneath his fingertips. I earned 28,000 last month. It's enough for our family's expenses. Jiang Jiangguo suddenly straightened up from the sofa, his spine rigid, though his brow furrowed in disbelief. How long have you been working? Can your salary really be that much? Dad, I'm not exaggerating. As Jiang Chen spoke, he pulled out his phone again, opening the salary statement and offering it to him. Here is the information. Take a look. Jiang Jiangguo took the phone, squinting at the screen as his fingers slowly scrolled. Lu Hui leaned in closer, both of them peering intently at the display. Is this really what you earned? Lu Hui was the first to react, her voice trembling with disbelief. Jiang Jiangguo set the phone down with a heavy sigh, his expression a mix of surprise, pride, and a hint of unspoken guilt. He patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, the gesture firm yet affectionate. Well done, son, you've made something of yourself. I always worried about you. He faltered mid-sentence, choking back emotion, continuing to rub his waist. Jiang Chun understood his father's feelings. Ever since their family's downfall, his father had felt indebted to him, always wishing he could do more to support the family. He smiled, putting his phone away. Dad, Mom, don't worry anymore. From now on, I will send money home every month. You can focus on your health, Dad, and Mom. Please don't argue with vendors over mere cents at the market. Lu Hui wiped her eyes, suddenly recalling something, and grasped Jiang Chen's hand. Son, I feel like you've changed so much. Jiang Jiangguo observed closely, realizing that while his son's features remained familiar, he now stood taller, his shoulders broader, and the timidity once present in his demeanor had transformed into a steady confidence. He seemed to be buoyed by something unseen, instilling a sense of reassurance in those around him. Jiang Chun felt his mother's warm grip, the familiar heat in his palm evoking a surge of emotion, and he instinctively clasped her hand back, feeling the calluses formed from her labor. Mom, everyone must grow up. Lu Hui's eyes instantly filled with tears, and she nodded repeatedly, murmuring affirmations. In her youth, her husband was the pride that allowed her to stand tall before others. Now, this steady and reliable son had become the brightest light in her life. Jiang Chun, noticing the redness in his mother's eyes, spoke with increasing earnestness. Tomorrow, I'll take you both for a checkup at the hospital. This way, I can rest easy. He knew his mother suffered from high blood pressure, relying on medication over the years. His father's herniated disc was also a lingering ailment born from years of hard work to support the family. Now that he finally had the means, prioritizing his parents' health was essential. A family at peace was the truest form of happiness. Lu Hui gently patted the back of Jiang Chen's hand, a low sigh escaping her lips. Why go to the hospital? That's just wasting money. My blood pressure is stable, and your father's back is just an old issue. A simple plaster will suffice. Jiang Jiangguo leaned forward from the sofa, a dull ache in his lower back prompting him to frown, but he chimed in to support her. Your mother is right. We are both quite healthy. You, on the other hand, must be busy with work now. Don't let these family matters distract you. Jiang Chun was well aware of his parents' sentiments. They had always been frugal, meticulously dividing their money. He gazed at them, his tone imbued with an unyielding determination, If you do not go, I cannot attend my class with peace of mind. Lu Hui observed the steadfastness in her son's eyes and suddenly chuckled, playfully pinching his arm. Oh, look at you. All grown up and now issuing orders to your mother? Though her words carried a hint of reproach, the smile at the corners of her eyes betrayed her amusement. She turned to head towards the bedroom, saying, I'll go fetch the medical insurance card, so we won't be flustered tomorrow. Jiang Jiangguo watched his wife's retreating figure and then glanced at his son, who sat upright beside him. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, recalling how, as a child, Jiang Chun would rush home clutching his certificates. Back then, the little fellow was barely taller than the kitchen counter, yet insisted on tiptoeing to help his mother with the vegetables, declaring that he would earn a fortune to buy a grand house for his parents when he grew up. Now, those childhood words had indeed taken root and were blossoming before his very eyes. Dad, Jiang Chun suddenly spoke, his voice soft. I always felt inadequate, causing you both distress. Jiang Jiangguo turned sharply, his eyes misty. He gently patted his son's shoulder, the gesture light, as if afraid of shattering something precious. Silly child. Which family doesn't face a few hurdles in life? Your safe and steady growth is our greatest blessing. That evening, the family gathered around the dining table for a lively reunion dinner. Jiang Chun looked at the long-lost, relaxed smiles on his parents' faces, and his heart swelled as if filled with something profound. He suddenly recalled a saying. In his childhood, his parents were his pride. Now, he had finally become their pride. Chapter 50. I trust you won't deceive me. After spending some time watching television with his parents, Jiang Chun took a bath and returned to his room. Their home had been purchased at the peak of the housing market, at a price of 21,000 yuan per square meter for a 113 square meter apartment, comprising 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. At that time, the family's financial situation was decent, allowing them to pay in full. Now, the price per square meter had dropped to 9,000 yuan. Thankfully, they had not taken out a loan, otherwise, it would have compounded their troubles. Lying in bed, Jiang Chun fiddled with his phone. He had no desire to wander outside. The long train journey had left him quite fatigued. Xie Yul diligently sent her greetings every day, resembling a devoted little secretary. Last time, when he asked her to keep an eye out for suitable properties, she had promptly sent several high-quality listings from within the bank. Their locations and prices quite appealing, rare finds not easily seen on external platforms. He tapped the screen with his fingertip and replied, Thank you for your hard work. I will check them out after the holiday. His fingers unconsciously scrolled through his social media feed. Suddenly, a familiar name caught his eye, Bai Chu Wei. She had posted a series of images, captioned succinctly, Rare resources, awaiting the fated one. The pictures showcased several expansive Riverview apartments and standalone villas nestled amidst greenery, appearing luxurious and serene through the meticulously captured wide-angle lens. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow and clicked on her profile. As he scrolled down, he was met with a plethora of real estate listings, opulent homes, commercial properties, top-tier school district residences. Professional jargon and exquisite imagery dominated her social media presence. Occasionally, there were a few landscape photos, seemingly intended to showcase a lifestyle that accompanied her work, revealing little of her personal life. As if her world was constructed solely of concrete and ever-shifting property lines. Gazing at the stark images of luxurious riverfront residences, Bai Chu Wei's slightly languid yet enchanting smile inexplicably surfaced in his mind. A subtle smile graced Jiang Chun's lips as he, without hesitation, tapped the green call button. Beep, beep. Within moments, the call was answered. Bai Chu Wei's voice came through the receiver, imbued with a relaxed tone, as if she had just finished work or a light drink, with a slight lilt suggesting an alluring charm. Oh, little brother? Calling your sister so late. Do you have directives for me? The background was quiet, with faint strains of soft music audible. Jiang Chun leaned against the headboard, adjusting to a more comfortable position. His voice laced with playful banter. Haven't he spoken to you in a few days? And look at you, Comrade Bai. Your tongue has become quite sharp. Already asking for orders? A soft chuckle echoed from the other end, and instead of retreating, her tone turned even more playful, laced with intentional provocation. Oh, I'm merely seeking your wise counsel. Perfect timing. I need to know where I went wrong. Oh, esteemed teacher Jiang. The emphasis she placed on education was deliberate, light, and slow, filled with temptation and mischief. Jiang Chun silently laughed. This woman, he recalled clearly, was not so articulate when she had begged for mercy last time. He cut to the chase, asking, I'm looking to buy a house. Do you have any recommendations? Regardless of the circumstances, Bai Chu Wei was his woman, and it was only right that this business be entrusted to her. There was a brief pause from Bai Chu Wei before she replied, The place you currently reside isn't bad either. Given the current market conditions, buying a house is likely to be a loss. The economic climate is not favorable, she elaborated extensively. Her core message clear. She advised him to rent for now and not to purchase, fearing he might squander his money. Jiang Chun listened to her lengthy analysis, suddenly chuckling softly. Aren't you afraid your boss will dock your bonus for advising against purchases? Bai Chuwei responded with a hint of exasperated amusement. You're not like others. If you foolishly spend on depreciating property and later come crying to me, I want to be able to handle it. She paused, her tone turning serious as she continued. Honestly, the money you have now would be safer in the bank than invested in real estate, unless it's for personal use. There's really no need to wade into this murky water. Jiang Chun understood her reasoning all too well. The overall instability of the housing market pertained to regular properties. For irreplaceable high-quality assets in core areas, their value remained robust and even thrived amidst adversity. It's for personal use, Jiang Chun stated with certainty. Is that so? Bai Chuwei's voice softened immediately, tinged with concern. What price range are you considering? Jiang Chun replied, the most expensive one you have. A sudden silence enveloped the line, as if even her breath had been stifled. After a full 3 seconds, Bai Chuwei's voice rose an octave. Jiang Chun, are you feeling feverish? The most expensive one is a riverside standalone, priced over 100 million. Jiang Chun couldn't help but laugh at her anxious tone. I know. Knowing is one thing. Bai Chuwei's words faltered, and she lowered her voice. Are you out of your mind? Buying that kind of house for personal use? There isn't even a market nearby. Your parents would feel stifled living there. Who said it was for my parents? Jiang Chun replied nonchalantly. It's for me. You? Bai Chuwei sounded incredulous, as if she had heard a joke. Living in that house by yourself would be pure waste. Jiang Chun countered. Or you could move in with me. Then we can have 10 or 8 children, and it wouldn't be a waste at all. The breath on the other end grew noticeably heavier, as if she had been scalded by his words. After a long pause, Bai Chuwei's voice emerged, tinged with embarrassment yet airy. Jiang Chun, when did your boldness grow so thick-skinned? 10 or 8. Do you think I'm a sow? Jiang Chun imagined the flush blooming on her ears at this very moment. Why not start with 1? Get lost. Bai Chuwei's voice carried an amused tone. Stop bantering with me. Honestly, are you serious about that house or just joking? Over 100 million is no trivial sum. Of course, I am serious. Jiang Chun tempered his playful tone. I'm back at my hometown now. Please help me with this. If all is well, I'll transfer the money to you directly. Bai Chuwei fell silent for a moment, her voice tinged with emotion. You really trust me that much? Jiang Chun's tone was resolute and natural. You are my woman. I trust you won't deceive me. This statement was like a warm candy, slowly melting in Bai Chuwei's heart. No amount of flowery words or grand vows could compare to Jiang Chun's straightforward honesty, which felt incredibly comforting. She tightened her grip on the phone. Her throat constricted as if something had lodged there, taking a while to regain her voice. Got it. Just stay home and keep my uncle and aunt company. Leave the house matters to me. Chapter 51, Health Card. The following morning, Jiang Chun emerged from his bedroom to find his parents already seated on the living room sofa. Why aren't you sleeping in a bit longer? Jiang Chun approached and gently massaged his father's shoulders. It's fine to leave a little later. I couldn't sleep. Lu Hui replied, turning to tuck a thermos into her bag. The hospital is crowded. It's better to go early. By the way, breakfast. Fasting tests yield more accurate results. Jiang Chun took the bag from his mother's hands. After the checkup, I'll take you both to that old brand-esque clay pot soup in the south of the city. Upon arriving at the first hospital, a long queue had already formed in the outpatient hall. The lines at the registration window snaked like a winding serpent, and the electronic screen at the payment counter constantly updated the numbers. The air was thick with a mixture of disinfectant and traditional Chinese medicine. Jiang Chun guided his parents towards the elevator, catching sight of an elderly woman seated on the corridor bench, clutching a medical record book. Tears streaming down her face as she stared at the payment slip. Why are there so many people at the hospital every day? Lu Hui sighed, recalling that Mrs. Wang from upstairs had her husband hospitalized recently, and the examination fees alone had cost nearly 10,000. Jiang Chun remained silent, tightening his grip on his mother's arm. He was all too aware of the myriad sorrows concealed within this bustling crowd. How many family savings were depleted by a single payment slip? He was no savior. All he could do was protect the 2 individuals beside him. The elevator stopped on the 7th floor, yet the orthopedic consultation room was unusually tranquil. Dr. Li, clad in a white coat, awaited them at the door, smiling as he approached. You must be Jiang Chun. I'm Li Tao, the uncle of your colleague, Xiao Zhang. Hello, Dr. Li. Thank you for your assistance. Jiang Chun shook his hand politely, introducing his parents. This is what I mentioned, a relative of my colleague. Lu Hui quickly expressed her gratitude, though a hint of confusion lingered in her gaze. Jiang Jiangguo discreetly tugged at his son's sleeve. Your colleague seems to have quite a powerful connection, getting the director to wait personally. He has a wide network, Jiang Chun remarked with a smile. Dad, please have a seat. Dr. Li will take a look at your back. Dr. Li led them directly into the consultation room. where the blood pressure monitor and x-ray machine were already set up. He accompanied them throughout the examination, occasionally engaging Jiang Chun in light conversation about work, displaying no airs of superiority. Lu Hui felt a bit tense as her blood pressure was taken. The cuff grew tighter, and she clutched Jiang Chun's hand, saying, "Shouldn't we just queue outside? We're such a bother." "Don't worry, Ma am," Dr. Li reassured her as he adjusted the machine. "Xiao Zhang has mentioned several times how Jiang Chun takes care of him at work. This is nothing." Jiang Chun understood that this was merely a tacit pretext. It was clear that it was he who had alerted the people at Siemens. Siemens' medical equipment held significant weight in the hospital, making it easy for the administration to oblige and assist. He knew all too well that without leveraging this connection, his parents would likely spend an entire day just to complete a full examination, leaving them utterly exhausted. Though the state had long advocated for equality among all, he had long seen through the realities of life shaped by society. From the moment one is born, they are inevitably categorized into hierarchies. The so-called equality was merely a comforting delusion for the weak. In the past, he had lacked the means to escape the depths of struggle. Now, with capital at his disposal, he finally stood at a higher vantage point, able to provide a better life for himself and his family. These thoughts flickered through his mind, yet his face remained adorned with a gentle smile. He refrained from shattering this veil of understanding, instead reaching out to smooth his mother's wind-tousled hair, softly reassuring her. "Mom, relax and take a deep breath." An hour later, all the examination results were in. Dr. Li pointed at the x-rays as he explained, "Ma'am, your blood pressure is indeed a bit high. You need to take the anti-hypertensive medication regularly and reduce your salt intake. Sir, your lumbar disc herniation is an old issue. You must refrain from heavy lifting. I'll prescribe some ointments and oral medications. Combined with physical therapy, the results will be better." Jiang Jiangwo stared at the protruding lumbar vertebra on the film, his brow furrowing into a knot. "Does this mean surgery is necessary?" "Not for now, doctor." Li closed the medical record. "The key is to take care of it. Avoid bending or lifting heavy objects, sleep on a firm mattress, and stand against the wall for 10 minutes each day." He handed the prescription to Jiang Chun. "I've already asked the nurse to prepare the medications. You can just pick them up." As Jiang Chun accepted the prescription, his fingertips brushed against a sticky note on which Dr. Li had written his personal phone number. "If you feel unwell, just call me directly. There's no need to queue for registration." As they exited the consultation room, Lu Hui was still chattering. "You really need to thank your colleague properly. We should treat him to a meal sometime." Jiang Chun smiled in response, guiding his father's arm. "Dad, let us get the medications first, then we'll head home." The nurse at the pharmacy window had already prepared the neatly packed medication boxes and even printed a schedule for medication intake, highlighting the 3 daily doses in red ink. Jiang Jiangwo gazed at the elegantly packaged ointments, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Are these medications expensive? Maybe we should stick to the ones I used before. They're cheaper and effective." "The pricier ones are more effective," Jiang Chun replied, holding the medication bag in hand. "The doctor said these are imported slow-release agents, which are gentler on the stomach. Just follow the prescribed instructions and don't worry about the costs." Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, filial piety. Among all virtues, filial piety ranks supreme. As a future affluent individual, one must develop holistically, morally, intellectually, physically, aesthetically, and laboriously, with character being of utmost importance. It has been detected that the host harbors a strong sense of filial piety, which has been translated into action. The host is rewarded with Health Card 2. Health Card. The bearer will receive a comprehensive health checkup, curing all ailments within the body, achieving optimal health status, recovery period, 30 days. Upon seeing the reward, Jiang Chun couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This reward was priceless for those wealthy and powerful, who can guarantee they will never fall ill. Especially for those who have already attained freedom in life, good health is far more valuable than anything else. If he were to auction the health card, it would surely fetch astronomical sums. Yet, he would never do such a thing. He wasn't in need of money at the moment. Moreover, in his heart, his parents' health was more precious than anything. He decided to use it directly for them. On the way home, Lu Hui leaned against the passenger seat, dozing off, her strands of white hair gently swaying with the motion of the car. Jiang Jiangwo sat in the back seat, repeatedly glancing at the medication schedule illuminated by fleeting shadows outside the window, the creases at the corners of his mouth concealing unspoken emotions. Upon arriving home, Jiang Chun meticulously read the instruction leaflet from the medicine box twice, set reminders in his phone, and carefully placed the appropriately dosed pills into the medicine box by his parents' bedside. "Mom, take the anti-hypertensive medication on an empty stomach in the morning. Dad, remember to apply your ointment twice a day. I will help you change it again before bedtime," he instructed. Lu Hui responded affirmatively, handing him an apple. "You must be tired after all that running around this morning. Go take a break." Jiang Chun took a bite of the apple and mumbled, "Yeah, I've made plans to hang out with a classmate, so I won't be back for dinner." "Then off you go. Don't keep your classmate waiting," Zhao Hui advised. Chapter 52. A Gentle Lick. Jiang Chun smiled and nodded, saying no more, and changed his clothes before stepping outside. He arrived at the parking lot, opened the door of his BMW X5, and took out his phone to message Su Yueying. "Yueying, I'm on my way to pick you up. Are you free?" Mere seconds after sending the message, a reply came, a bouncing rabbit emoji followed by, "Yes, I'm at home." At that moment, Su Yueying was seated on a small stool in her living room, helping her mother pick shepherd's purse. The vibrant green filling was heaped in a blue and white porcelain bowl, exuding a refreshing aroma. As her phone vibrated on the coffee table, she quickly wiped her hands on her apron and grabbed her phone. Upon reading the message, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Mom, I'm going out with a classmate. So I want to be back for dinner," she announced, clutching her phone. "Go ahead, just come back early and don't stay out too late." Her mother waved her off. Su Yueying chirped an affirmative, picked up her small handbag, and dashed towards the door. She paused at the entrance to remind her mother, "Don't overexert yourself. If you don't finish making the dumplings, I'll help you when I return." "I know, silly girl," her mother replied, watching her daughter's lively figure with a smile, proud of her obedient, thoughtful, and beautiful child. Su Yueying ran down the stairs, and upon reaching the parking lot outside the community, she spotted Jiang Chun. He was leaning against the car, smiling at her, the sunlight casting a warm glow over his shoulders. She didn't allow Jiang Chun to drive into the community. After all, she was somewhat of a local celebrity, with parents often using her as an example to their children. "Look at Su Yueying. Have you been waiting long?" she asked, tilting her face up, a smidgen of flour still dusting her nose. Jiang Chun reached out, gently wiping it away, his fingertips brushing against her delicate skin, sending a shiver of warmth through him. "Just arrived. Where shall we go?" Su Yueying tilted her head, her eyes sparkling. "Let us go watch a movie, shall we?" Jiang Chun nodded with a smile. Starting the engine, soft music flowed through the car as Su Yueying fastened her seatbelt, gazing out at the rapidly passing streets, her lips curving into a slight smile. She had deliberately worn a newly purchased floral dress today, and sitting beside him, her heart raced like a tiny rabbit, thumping a little too fast. "What genre of movie do you want to see?" Jiang Chun asked, his gaze fixed ahead, his voice laced with amusement. "Something lighthearted, perhaps? An animated film would be nice too." Su Yueying turned her head, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "I think a recently released domestic animation has received great reviews." "All right, let us go with your choice," Jiang Chun replied decisively, signaling to merge into the slightly congested weekend traffic. The cinema was located on the top floor of the largest mall in the city center. After parking, the two walked side by side toward the elevator. The mall was bustling with activity for the National Day holiday, and Su Yueying instinctively moved closer to Jiang Chun. He noticed her subtle gesture, slowing his pace slightly to create a little space amidst the crowd. Collecting tickets and purchasing popcorn and drinks went smoothly. As they entered the screening room with a large bucket of warm popcorn, the lights suddenly dimmed. Su Yueying cautiously followed Jiang Chun to their seats. Once they settled into the plush chairs, the massive screen illuminated and the familiar opening theme resonated. An odd blend of anticipation and nervousness enveloped them both. The movie was entertaining, eliciting bursts of laughter from the audience. Su Yueying watched with rapt attention, occasionally bursting into giggles. Jiang Chun, however, found the film somewhat juvenile and could not fathom why so many were laughing heartily. The bucket of popcorn rested on the armrest between them. When Su Yueying opened her mouth, Jiang Chun instinctively picked up a piece and handed it to her. The exchange felt so natural, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. In the darkness, Su Yueying felt something touch her lips, salty, warm, but not the shape of popcorn. Stealing a glance at Jiang Chun through the flickering screen light, she realized it was his fingertip. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and, almost instinctively, she extended her tongue and quickly licked it. Hinana had once whispered in the dorm that boys liked this. Every time her boyfriend was treated this way, he would become especially gentle. Jiang Chun's movement hesitated for a moment, the warmth of her touch sending electric shivers coursing through him. He did not retract his finger immediately. Instead, he gently and tentatively traced her small tongue with his pinky. That minuscule, moist caress felt like a spark igniting a dry pile of grass. After performing this bold and embarrassing act, Su Yueying was momentarily stunned, her heart racing. She quickly withdrew her tongue and instinctively closed her mouth tightly, even holding her breath. Her entire being frozen in her seat, the sounds of the movie fading into the background, leaving only the thunderous beating of her heart. Jiang Chun slowly turned his head, his gaze landing on her tense profile, softly calling out, "Yueying." A whisper barely escaped her throat, trembling slightly. The next moment, a kiss imbued with the salty essence of popcorn enveloped her. A buzzing sensation filled Su Yueying's mind, leaving her momentarily blank. Yet her body seemed to have a will of its own, her slender arms instinctively wrapping around his neck. Fortunately, the cinema was shrouded in darkness, the flickering light on the screen providing a cloak of secrecy to their intimate corner. However, the hand that stealthily ventured beneath her clothing, radiating a scorching heat, abruptly jolted her from her daze. The unfamiliar touch ignited a wave of intense shivers through her, causing her to stiffen, almost instinctively. She grasped the wrist of the hand, attempting to delve deeper. "No, darling, please stop." She averted her face, dodging his kiss, her voice laced with panic. This rejection felt like a bucket of cold water dousing him. Jiang Qin's movements abruptly halted, his breath heavy against her forehead. In the darkness, the desire that had surged in his eyes swiftly cooled, replaced by frustration. Damn it, I lost control just now. Ever since that encounter with Bai Chu-wei, his body had seemingly flipped a hidden switch. After suppressing those urges for a time, facing the enchanting Su Yueying so close, his rationality crumbled effortlessly. Just then, the screen abruptly lit up, the ending theme playing melodiously as the lights in the screening room gradually brightened, pulling them both back to reality from their private darkness. The blinding light compelled Su Yeo to instinctively close her eyes, swiftly withdrawing her arms from around his neck, and she hurriedly adjusted her slightly disheveled clothes and hair. The two silently rose, merging with the dispersing crowd as they made their way outside. Chapter 53. Mo Yunyating. Once seated in the car, and with the engine humming to life, the enclosed space magnified the silence exponentially. Su Yeo nervously twisted her fingers, her peripheral vision catching sight of Jiang Qin's taut jawline and the whitened knuckles gripping the steering wheel. The low pressure within the vehicle tightened her heart. "Husband." She mustered her courage, her voice still tinged with timidity. "What happened earlier? It was truly not feasible. What if my mother discovers something? That would be dreadful." Lowering her gaze, her voice dwindled to a whisper, her cheeks once again flushed with embarrassment. Noticing Jiang Qin's continued silence, she surmised that he must be displeased, hastily adding, I could consider alternative methods. After all, it is the 21st century. Matters between men and women are hardly secrets on the internet anymore. Moreover, her roommates, Lin Wei and He Nana, often animatedly shared their experiences in the dormitory, leaving her with a vague understanding that leaving Jiang Qin hanging was indeed inappropriate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin's Adam's apple subtly moved. He spoke little, abruptly shifting gears and pressing the accelerator, the car speeding towards the nearest hotel. At the front desk, as Su Yeo handed over her ID, her neck flushed a deep crimson. While Jiang Qin and Su Yeo reveled in their intimate world at the hotel, Bai Chu-wei was driving with Pei Jiner towards a riverside villa. Since Jiang Qin had entrusted her with this confidence, she naturally could not let him down. Mo Yunyating, a renowned luxury residential area, had long transcended the mere concept of habitation. In a certain sense, it had become a dazzling emblem of the metropolis. It majestically graced the banks of the Pu River, occupying the heart of the city, featuring 3 high-rise residential buildings, with independent villas sprawling behind them. As Bai Chu-wei's vehicle approached the entrance, she completed the registration process at the imposing security checkpoint. Although her company was involved in sales, such places were off-limits to outsiders without an escort. After registration, the tall security personnel, moving in unison, saluted and allowed her entry. Indeed, the high-end residential area lived up to its reputation, with every security guard exuding the robust physique and disciplined demeanor of a trained soldier. The intricately wrought iron gates slowly opened, and the black sedan glided along the cobblestone driveway. The wheels rolled over the smooth pebbles, producing a delicate sound that intertwined harmoniously with the classical music emanating from the hidden speakers in the lush greenery on either side. Pei Jiner lowered the car window, the gentle breeze tousling her curls, carrying the refreshing scent of grass and flowing river. "My goodness, this place is extravagantly luxurious," she exclaimed, pointing at the meticulously trimmed geometric hedges. "Just look at those boxwoods. They must have taken a decade or more to shape them like that." Bai Chu-wei steadied her grip on the steering wheel, her gaze sweeping past the surveillance cameras positioned every 10 meters along the roadside. "The property fees at Mo Yunyating are 20 times that of an ordinary community. This display is nothing," she replied. Having only seen the documentation during her previous involvement in sales, this was her first time experiencing the place in person. As she gazed at the 3 glass-walled high-rises shimmering under the setting sun, she suddenly comprehended why this area was dubbed the city's calling card. The car rounded a bend, and the view opened up magnificently. Expanses of lawns unfurled like emerald velvet, with century-old camphor trees flourishing overhead, their branches adorned with uniquely shaped stone sculptures scattered below. Pei Jiner suddenly pointed towards a nearby artificial lake, asking, "Is that a black swan?" Following her gaze, Bai Chu-wei indeed spotted 2 entirely black waterfowl gliding across the shimmering surface, their crimson beaks strikingly vivid against the dusk. The developers had intentionally channeled the flowing waters of the Pooh River to create this water feature. The maintenance costs alone reach 7 figures annually, she explained, her tone laced with professional admiration. 7 figures? Pei Jiner gasped. That's enough for me to buy a house back in my hometown. She pulled out her phone, snapping pictures of the lake incessantly. Bai Chuwei remained silent, her attention drawn to the directional signs along the roadside. They were nearing the single-family villa area. She turned the steering wheel, guiding the car into a quieter side road. The driveway widened here, and the walls of the yards rose higher, cloaked in dense ivy, with glimpses of sycamore branches peeking over the tops. Abruptly, she hit the brakes, confirming the address on the navigation system. We've arrived. That villa ahead is it. Pei Jiner followed her line of sight, noting that this villa appeared even more impressive than the ones they had passed. The 3-story villa boasted courtyards at both the front and back, its off-white exterior complemented by a deep brown roof, with a fountain in front changing its water patterns in sync with the music. 2 bodyguards clad in black suits flanked the entrance. As the car came to a halt, one of them approached briskly. Are you Miss Bai? The bodyguard's voice was deep and authoritative, scanning their faces before stepping aside to grant them entry. Please, come in. As the vehicle settled into the garage, a middle-aged man in a butler's uniform approached, holding a pair of pristine shoe covers. Miss Pei, the floor has just been cleaned. Please put on these shoe covers. Pei Jiner eyed the shoe covers embroidered with the family crest and couldn't help but whisper to Bai Chuwei. Even the shoe covers are so meticulous. If a single hair were to fall here, would someone need to come and pick it up? Bai Chuwei shot her a glare, accepting the shoe covers and putting them on with care. Don't speak carelessly. Turning to the butler, she requested, please show us around. Focusing on the structure and condition of the facilities, the butler responded respectfully, leading them towards the living room. As they walked through the vaulted entrance, Pei Jiner gazed up at the crystal chandelier overhead, unable to suppress her exclamation. That chandelier must weigh several hundred pounds. It could kill someone if it fell. Miss Pei is jesting, the butler replied with a courteous smile. All fixtures have been specially secured for safety, and maintenance is conducted weekly. Entering the living room, Bai Chuwei's attention was immediately drawn to the fireplace on the wall. Is this fireplace functional or merely decorative? She reached out to touch the marble surface, feeling its cool, smooth texture. It is fully operational. During winter, when the fireplace is lit, the entire living room becomes quite warm, the butler explained. However, most homeowners now prefer the central air conditioning. The fireplace serves more as decoration. Pei Jiner, meanwhile, was captivated by a grand piano tucked away in the corner. She approached and gently pressed a key, the crisp note resonating through the spacious living room. This must be a Steinway, worth several $100,000, right? Indeed, the butler affirmed. It was custom ordered by the previous owner from Germany. Bai Chuwei was not inclined to focus on the decor. She opened her phone's notes app, walking while jotting down observations. Are the windows and doors double-layered vacuum glass? What about the soundproofing? You may test it yourself, the butler said, opening a floor-to-ceiling window facing the river. The rush of river wind surged in, mingling with the sounds of horns and traffic. When he closed the window again, the noise vanished without a trace. The soundproofing is indeed remarkable. Bai Chuwei nodded in satisfaction, then pointed at the ceiling. Are there any signs of water leakage? The butler promptly shook his head. Comprehensive waterproofing was completed just last year. You can rest assured. Moreover, the community is attended to by a dedicated property management team that promptly addresses any issues that arise. Pei Jiner, feeling drowsy nearby, strolled to the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the picturesque river view. Suddenly, she turned to Bai Chuwei and exclaimed, Chuwei, look at that brightly lit cruise ship. It must be so much fun. Bai Chuwei, engrossed in measuring the room with a tape measure, replied without looking up. If you want to see it, buy a ticket yourself later. We are here to work, not to sightsee. Pei Jiner pouted but continued to observe with them. As they reached the terrace on the second floor, she suddenly shouted excitedly, Chuwei, come quick. You can see the entire Bun Night view from here. Bai Chuwei set down her tools and walked over. Indeed, from this vantage point, the skyscrapers across the Huangpu River shimmered brilliantly, with the Oriental Pearl's lights strikingly prominent against the night sky. The evening breeze tousled her hair, and she suddenly comprehended why this villa dared to command a price of 200 million. Such a vista truly befits a top-tier luxury residence. How breathtaking is this? Pei Jiner asked with a smile. Bai Chuwei nodded and took a photo of the night scene with her phone, remarking, it is indeed remarkable. She turned to the housekeeper and inquired, can we access the rooftop terrace? Certainly, the housekeeper replied, opening the door to the rooftop, which featured a small garden filled with various flowers and plants. Upon stepping onto the rooftop, Pei Jiner was immediately captivated by the meticulously tended garden, which boasted roses, lavender, and several exotic blooms she could not name. Enjoying afternoon tea here would be an unparalleled indulgence, she mused, inhaling deeply, the floral fragrance mingling with the river breeze. Invigorating her spirit, Pei Jiner couldn't help but exclaim, I can only imagine what a heavenly life it would be to reside here. Bai Chuwei glanced at her, half in jest and half in curiosity. If you were to live here, with the condition of bearing 10 or 8 children for the owner, would you be willing? Without hesitation, Pei Jiner nodded, of course. I'd be willing to bear even more. She chuckled at her own words. But seriously, if I could live in such a house, I'd gladly learn to cook, arrange flowers, and master tea art, even earning certificates in the process. Bai Chuwei recalled Jiang Chen's words from the previous night and couldn't help but comment, you have quite a carefree outlook. What good does it do to be burdened? Pei Jiner shrugged, her tone laced with a hint of self-deprecating irony. In these 3 years since graduation, I have changed jobs 4 times, the longest being 10 months. The happiest days are when I receive my salary. After paying rent and buying cosmetics, my wallet is emptier than my face. The last time I fancied an LV bag, I scrimped for 3 months to save half, only to see a wealthy heir casually gift the same bag in a different color to his girlfriend. She smiled, her gaze drifting towards the deepening twilight outside. I used to think relying on oneself was splendid. After all, gender equality, right? But reality has taught me a vivid lesson. While I munch on bread in the subway, some are sipping 1982 Lafite in private restaurants, and while I toil late into the night editing videos, others are basking in the Maldives sun. Bai Chuwei pressed her lips together slightly. So, you aspire to be a canary? What is wrong with being a canary? Pei Jiner raised an eyebrow, a note of defiance in her voice. At least I wouldn't have to worry about next month's rent. Nor would I have to merely screenshot what I desire and store it in my album. I've come to realize that the notion of marrying someone of equal standing is merely a shackle for ordinary people like us. Rather than what a poor lad like myself and argue over daily necessities, I would prefer to find someone who can provide me with a life free of worries. She stood up and walked to the balcony, the evening breeze lifting her skirt and revealing her slender ankles. Unfazed, she leaned against the cool marble railing, gazing at the boats gliding across the river. Look at this river. Regardless of how well the people on the shore live, it flows on uninterrupted. I may not be as capable as you, Chuwei, but all I wish for is a simpler life. Bai Chuwei joined her on the balcony, the river wind tousling her long hair, revealing her well-defined jawline. She gazed at the dazzling lights across the river, contemplating that the price of ease might be the loss of freedom. Can freedom be eaten? Pei Jiner turned her head, her eyes sparkling in the twilight. Do you think those women struggling in the workplace are truly free? They still have to appease their bosses, entertain clients, and return home too exhausted to even bathe. I would much rather enjoy afternoon tea while admiring the river view than return to a cramped rental where even turning around feels like a struggle. The two stood side by side on the balcony, the river breeze brushing against their cheeks, enveloped in silence. In the distance, the cross-river bridge illuminated with twinkling lights, resembling a necklace adorned with diamonds, tenderly outlining the city beneath the night sky. Pei Jiner retrieved a small mirror from her bag to touch up her lipstick, the reflection revealing her longing eyes. Bai Chuwei glanced at the time and said to Pei Jiner, it's about time. We should be leaving. Pei Jiner reluctantly gazed at the rooftop garden. Can't we stay a little longer? I haven't had my fill. Back in the living room, the housekeeper handed them a detailed housing dossier. Miss Bai, here is the comprehensive information on the property, including ownership proof, renovation contracts, and maintenance records. You may take it back to Mr. Jiang. Bai Chuwei accepted the documents, carefully flipping through a few pages. Thank you. We will review it thoroughly. As they departed the villa, the night had deepened. The streetlights of Mayun Yuting flickered to life sequentially, resembling a golden ribbon of light flowing serenely. Pei Jiner glanced back at the receding lights with a sense of reluctance. I truly wonder when I will see such a villa again. Bai Chuwei, gripping the steering wheel and gazing ahead, spoke in a calm yet pointed tone. With your attributes, it shouldn't be difficult for you to seek a more relaxed path. Pei Jiner indeed possessed such assets. She was tall and slender, with long legs, an A4 waist, and an alluring silhouette. Her appearance was sweet and charming, embodying youthful vitality, in stark contrast to Bai Chuwei's urban elite demeanor. This was also a significant reason she managed to thrive in the fiercely competitive live streaming industry. However, upon hearing her friend's words, Pei Jiner shook her head with a hint of resigned amusement. You work in the live streaming world too. You understand. Who knows what is true or false behind the screen? Didn't we recently discuss a heated incident in the group? It caused quite a stir. One female streamer got involved with a wealthy supporter, only to discover after becoming pregnant that the extravagant gifts he had lavished on her were actually company funds. After sharing the tale of the deceived streamer, silence enveloped the car. Outside the window, the city's neon lights rushed by, casting shifting shadows across her face. Chapter 55. That poor guy. As Jiang Chun and Su Yueying emerged from the hotel, the streetlights had already begun to illuminate one by one, casting a warm golden glow that wove a comforting net across the ground. Jiang Chun stretched contentedly, the evening breeze brushing against his cheek, bringing a sense of relaxation. He turned to Su Yueying, who was shyly lowering her head, her cheeks flushed like ripe persimmons, even her ears sporting a delicate hue of red, her long lashes downcast. Avoiding his gaze, Yueying, let us grab a bite to eat first, and then go shopping, Jiang Chun said, his voice imbued with a light-hearted cheer, clearly pleased with the earlier reparations made by Su Yueying. As Su Yiyo heard the voice and lifted her head, her gaze flickered momentarily, and she replied softly, "All right. I'll follow your lead, dear." Observing the noticeable improvement in Jiang Chun's tone, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that her earlier efforts had not been in vain. The two walked side by side on the sidewalk, and Jiang Chun naturally took her hand. Su Yiyo's fingers were still somewhat cold, but as they were enveloped by his warm palm, they gradually began to warm up. Stealing a glance at Jiang Chun, she found him gazing ahead, a gentle smile gracing his lips, the soft glow of the streetlights illuminating his distinct facial contours. "What would you like to eat?" Jiang Chun inquired, lowering his head to ask her. Su Yiyo pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "I'm not sure, dear. You decide." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chun suggested, "I know of a nearby Yuzhong stir-fry restaurant. The flavors are quite authentic, though it might be a bit crowded. Would you mind?" "Not at all," Su Yiyo replied quickly, shaking her head. As long as she could be with him, she was willing to dine anywhere. It wasn't long before they arrived at the stir-fry restaurant. Even before entering, the rich aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, mingled with the sense of chili and soy sauce, embodying the essence of a bustling eatery. As expected, the place was packed, with a long queue snaking outside. "There are so many people," Su Yiyo commented softly as she gazed at the line. "This restaurant is popular for its delicious food. It's always like this." Jiang Chun reassured her, leading her to the end of the queue. "Let us wait a bit. We'll be next soon." While waiting, Su Yiyo felt somewhat bored and began to scan her surroundings. The patrons inside were enthusiastically enjoying their meals, laughter and clinking glasses resonating throughout the lively atmosphere. As she observed, a faint smile crept onto her lips. The vibrancy of life here gave her a sense of comfort. Suddenly, a sharp female voice pierced through the surrounding clamor. "Wang Hao, you say you're treating me to a meal, and you bring me to a place like this?" Following the sound, Su Yiyo spotted a girl in a dress, her brow furrowed in disdain as she surveyed the queue with a look of utter disapproval, her meticulously applied makeup failing to conceal her impatience. The boy beside her, clad in a faded t-shirt and clutching a canvas bag, hastily explained, his voice laced with a pleading tone, "Ching, please listen to me. This place has exceptional flavors and is quite affordable. It's not inferior to those high-end restaurants." "Absolutely not." The girl's voice rose even higher, her high heels clicking back as if she feared being sullied by the establishment's simplicity. "Look at this place. It's filthy. You expect me to eat here? What will people think of me?" The boy's face flushed instantly, as if scorched by her words. His lips moved as if to protest, but ultimately fell silent, culminating in a low sigh, the light in his eyes dimming. Su Yiyo watched this exchange with a twinge of discomfort, subtly inching closer to Jiang Chun. He, too, had clearly witnessed the scene, his gaze lingering on the boy's despondent figure, a hint of sympathy flickering in his eyes. This boy likely represented a significant portion of men navigating the complexities of romance. From his worn t-shirt and slightly tattered canvas bag, it was evident he was not affluent. Yet, his cautious tone revealed the considerable effort he had invested in this relationship, which may not have been reciprocated. "What's south wrong with this place?" "I think it's quite nice," Su Yiyo murmured softly to Jiang Chun, her tone imbued with a touch of confusion. To her, being able to enjoy delicious food in the company of someone she cherished rendered the environment inconsequential. Jiang Chun reached up to ruffle her hair, whispering, "Everyone has different perspectives. Don't take it to heart." At that moment, the girl named Ching resumed her complaints. "Wang Hao, I don't care. I don't want to wait here any longer. Let us go to that Western restaurant up ahead. My classmate said their steak is divine." Wang Hao's face flushed deeper, caught in a dilemma as he replied, Ching, that Western restaurant is quite expensive. Let us eat here. It's really good." "What does that matter? Are you reluctant to spend money on me?" Ching's voice escalated further, drawing the attention of those in line nearby. Wang Hao's gaze dimmed, and he fell silent for a few seconds, as if making a significant decision. With a firm jaw, he finally acquiesced. "All right, let us go to the Western restaurant." Only then did Ching's expression brighten with satisfaction, as she pulled Wang Hao away, as if prolonging their stay would be unbearable. Watching their retreating figures, Su Yiyo sighed lightly. "That boy is quite pitiful." Jiang Chun tightened his grip on her hand, saying, "Don't pity him. That's his own choice." After about half an hour, it was finally their turn. The server guided them to a small table by the window and handed them the menus. Jiang Chun took the menu and asked Su Yuyo, "What would you like to eat? See if there's anything you fancy." Su Yuyo received the menu and began to examine it earnestly. The dishes listed were mostly familiar homemade meals, with prices that were quite reasonable. She ordered braised pork ribs, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a tomato and egg soup. "Is that enough? Should we order something else?" Jiang Chun inquired. "That's plenty. 3 dishes. We won't be able to finish them," Su Yuyo quickly replied. The food arrived promptly, and as they dined, the atmosphere was exceedingly harmonious. Su Yuyo chattered animatedly about amusing incidents from school, while Jiang Chun listened patiently, occasionally responding with gentle remarks, his eyes brimming with affection. Midway through their meal, Su Yuyo suddenly recalled something and asked Jiang Chun, "Dear, what do you think will happen with Wang Hao and Qingqing in the end?" Jiang Chun pondered for a moment before replying. Matters of the heart are unpredictable, but if one party is always taking while the other is continually giving, such a relationship is unlikely to endure. Su Yuyo nodded, somewhat understanding. She picked up a spoonful of soup and offered it to Jiang Chun. "Here, dear, drink some soup." Jiang Chun opened his mouth and took a sip, feeling a rush of sweetness within. He believed that a girl like Su Yuyo, with her sound values, was truly a treasure. After finishing their meal, Su Yuyo settled the bill, and the two walked out of the stir-fry restaurant hand in hand. The night outside had grown deeper, the streets brightly illuminated, bustling with life and vibrancy. Chapter 56. The joy of shopping lies in the experience, not in the acquisitions. "Dear, where are we headed next?" Su Yuyo inquired. "I'm taking you shopping to buy you a gift," Jiang Chun replied with a smile. "No need. I don't lack anything," Su Yuyo quickly asserted, feeling that simply being with Jiang Chun was happiness enough. "Be obedient. Consider it a reward for being so good today," Jiang Chun insisted, leading her toward a nearby shopping mall. As Su Yuyo watched Jiang Chun's back, a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips, her heart brimming with sweetness and joy. She felt that this lively atmosphere and companionship were the essence of the life she desired. Inside the mall, the lights shone bright as day, with a subtle fragrance in the air, mingling with the melodies played by various shops, creating a lively yet tasteful ambience. Jiang Chun held Su Yuyo's hand as they strolled leisurely between the myriad of stores. They first entered a women's clothing store, where a cheerful sales associate greeted them. "What can I assist you with today? We just received new arrivals. This dress would suit you perfectly." With that, she picked up a pink and white long dress, holding it up against Su Yuyo. Su Yuyo gazed into the mirror, admiring the exquisite lace trim of her skirt. She gently caressed the fabric and smiled at the shop assistant, saying, "Thank you, I'll just take a look for now." Then she pulled Jiang Chun further inside, her eyes sweeping over the array of garments, occasionally pausing to glance at the tags, yet showing no intention of purchasing anything. Jiang Chun patiently accompanied her, noticing her lingering gaze on a light blue knitted cardigan. He turned to the shop assistant and said, "Let us take this one down for her to try on." Su Yuyo quickly waved her hands, insisting, No, I'm just browsing." She set the cardigan aside, only to be captivated by a pair of delicate pearl earrings on a nearby display, holding them up to the light with a look of pure admiration. After exploring the women's clothing store, the two ventured into a jewelry shop and a shoe store. Su Yuyo was filled with curiosity for every item. Picking up a rhinestone hairpin and posing with it in front of the mirror, a gentle smile gracing her features. It was then that Jiang Chun realized she wore no accessories at all. Her raven black hair cascaded down her back in a natural state, unpermed and uncolored, showcasing its purest form. Her fair neck and delicate collarbones were devoid of adornment, and even her fingers were pristine, nails neatly trimmed without any polish. This simplicity, combined with her current gentle smile, made her appear like an ethereal vision to any man. As they passed a jewelry store, he took her inside, saying, "Let us see if you find something you like. I'll buy it for you." Inside, the jewels sparkled brilliantly under the lights. A shop assistant presented a platinum necklace embellished with a petite diamond, saying, "Sir, this piece would suit the young lady perfectly. Simple yet elegant." Su Yuyo accepted the necklace, trying it on around her neck. It indeed looked lovely, but she returned it, saying, "It's too expensive, and I don't wear such things often." Jiang Chun, puzzled, replied, "If you like it, just buy it. Money is not an issue." Su Yuyo shook her head and led him out of the jewelry store, saying, "Let us explore other places." Thus, the two wandered through the mall for nearly 2 hours, Su Yuyo observing numerous items, from clothing and shoes to snacks and toys, yet purchasing nothing. Jiang Chun, with empty hands, could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Yuyo, after all this time, why haven't you bought anything? Is there nothing you like?" Su Yuyo paused, tilting her face up to him, her eyes sparkling. "Oh, but there are many things I adore." Then why not buy them? Jiang Chen inquired, more confused than ever. Because the joy of shopping lies in the experience, not necessarily in the act of buying, Su Yue replied with a smile. Look at us, enjoying these beautiful items together, laughing and chatting. It's so delightful. It doesn't have to be meaningful just because we purchase something. She continued, moreover, many things may look beautiful, but they would only be used a handful of times if bought. What a waste. This is quite enjoyable as it is. As Jiang Chen observed the pure smile on her face, a realization dawned upon him. For Su Yue, the significance lay not in the possessions she owned, but in the moments shared with him. He affectionately ruffled her hair, his eyes filled with fondness. You're right. I've been overthinking. After strolling a bit longer, they reached a stall selling cotton candy, where Su Yue halted, her eyes fixed on the pink confection like a child. Jiang Chen chuckled as he bought one and handed it to her. This, at least, can be purchased, right? Su Yue accepted the cotton candy, joyfully taking a bite, the sweet flavor melting in her mouth. She lifted the treat to Jiang Chen's lips, saying, Darling, you should try some too. Jiang Chen leaned down for a small bite, and seeing her satisfied expression filled his heart with warmth. At that moment, Su Yue's phone chimed. She glanced at it and told Jiang Chen, It's my mother. Upon answering, she spoke sweetly, Mom, yes, I understand. I'll head back soon. After hanging up, she looked at Jiang Chen, a hint of reluctance in her voice. My mom wants me to come home. Jiang Chen checked the time. It was already past 10. He squeezed her hand gently. Then let me take you back. Su Yue nodded, bringing the remaining cotton candy to her lips, nibbling slowly as if savoring these final moments of sweetness. Jiang Chen held her hand as they walked to the parking lot, the night breeze carrying a slight chill, causing her loose strands of hair to dance gently. She raised the cotton candy to her mouth for another bite, the pink sugar clinging to the corner of her lips like a mischievous kitten stealing a treat. Noticing Jiang Chen's gaze, she blushed and smiled shyly, instinctively attempting to hide the cotton candy behind her back. It's a bit sweet. Sweet is what makes it delicious, Jiang Chen said, continuing their stroll. If you like it, I'll get you another next time. Su Yue eagerly nodded, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Once in the car, Jiang Chen fastened her seatbelt before starting the engine. A soothing melody flowed through the vehicle as Su Yue leaned back, gazing out at the fleeting neon lights, her heart heavy with the impending farewell. Did you have fun today? Jiang Chen asked, glancing at her. Absolutely, Su Yue replied without hesitation. Being with you, doing anything is a joy. Jiang Chen chuckled at her candidness, tightening his grip on the steering wheel. I feel the same way. The car glided smoothly along the road, the two occasionally exchanging words, yet often relishing the tranquility of their shared solitude. Su Yue would sneak glances at Jiang Chen, his serious demeanor as he drove illuminated by the lights, making him appear exceptionally handsome, which filled her heart with sweetness. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of her apartment complex. Jiang Chen parked by the roadside and turned to her. We're here. Su Yue responded with a soft yet did not immediately unbuckle her seatbelt, simply gazing at him with reluctance in her eyes. Darling, I'm going in now. Let me walk you to the door, Jiang Chen offered. No need. The streetlights are bright. It's safe, Su Yue replied, shaking her head. You should get some rest too. Understanding her concerns, Jiang Chen relented but reminded her, take your time going up and message me when you're home. Okay, Su Yue said, unfastening her seatbelt and swiftly pecking his cheek. I'm off now. Go on, Jiang Chen smiled at her. As Su Yue opened the car door and stepped out, she turned back, leaning against the window, saying, Goodbye. Darling. Goodbye, Jiang Chen replied, watching her as she walked away, glancing back 3 times before disappearing into the complex. Once she was out of sight, he finally drove away. Chapter 57, The Uncle's Family. In the days that followed, Jiang Chen either spent time at home with his parents or was with Su Yue. Perhaps due to the effect of the health card, his mother's hypertension stabilized significantly, and his father's back pain diminished considerably. Their rapport deepened, evolving from initial attraction to a genuine bond. He did not deny that during his confession, aside from the drive of the system's task, he was largely captivated by Su Yue's beauty. As a normal man, he yearned to possess her, to be with her. Now, however, being with her allowed him to truly experience the essence of pure love, a sentiment entirely independent of material possessions. When the two ventured out together, they never concerned themselves with the disparity of expenses. Sometimes it was she who paid, and other times he bore the cost. Jiang Chen was acutely aware of her family's financial situation and consistently hesitated to allow her to spend excessively. On one occasion, as she was about to settle the bill, he reached out to stop her. Allow me, he insisted. Su Yue seemed to sense his intentions, tilting her head back to smile at him. Darling, I have money. She informed him that due to her outstanding performance in the college entrance examination, both her school and the government had granted her a scholarship. Her tuition fees were entirely waived, and she received a stipend regularly, which meant that she hardly needed to spend much of her own money. Jiang Chun gazed at the smile illuminating the girl's face, aware that she possessed wealth, yet he pondered, is it not more fitting for a man to pay? Su Yuyao interrupted his thoughts, deftly withdrawing his fingers from the wallet he clutched. With a swift motion, she scanned the payment code, turning to shove the shopping bag into his embrace. See, I carry the light items, and you take the heavy ones. This is only fair. Their days slipped away in such subtle understandings, and before they knew it, it was October 5th, the day before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Jiang Chun arose early, carrying a prepared gift box to his uncle's home. He harbored a profound and unspoken gratitude towards his uncle's family. Whether regarding his education or the support they provided to his household, he owed them immensely. In his second year of high school, his father had invested in a significant project, but just as it neared completion, the client absconded with the funds. During that tumultuous period, their family's long-held savings vanished, leaving them with considerable debt. All relatives avoided them, fearing they might be asked for loans, except for his uncle, who without hesitation provided 100,000 yuan, alleviating their immediate crisis. The taxi driver's voice, announcing their arrival, jolted Jiang Chun from his reverie. After settling the fare, he entered the residential complex. It was an aged community, where the gatekeepers were gentlemen in their 50s or 60s, who never impeded outsiders. Ascending to the 6th floor, he inhaled deeply before knocking on the door. Knock, knock. The door swung open to reveal his cousin Lu Qian, her eyes lighting up at the sight of him. Brother, you're becoming more handsome by the day. Come in, she exclaimed, taking the gift box from his hands and pulling him inside. Upon entering, he spotted his aunt, Zhou Jing, cradling a small boy. This was Lu Qian's 2-year-old brother, who, with a mooncake clutched in his tiny hands, giggled and nestled closer to his mother upon seeing Jiang Chun. Auntie, Jiang Chun greeted sweetly, then turned to Lu Qian, saying, Qian, your flattery is becoming increasingly sweet. He chuckled, ruffling Lu Qian's ponytail, while his peripheral vision caught the little one peering at him with wide, innocent eyes, framed by eyelashes resembling delicate fans. Come here for a hug, big brother. He extended his arms, but the boy recoiled into his mother's embrace, his chubby fingers clutching her clothing, revealing a portion of his pudgy arm. This child is shy. Even your mother cannot coax him away, his aunt soothed. Patting the boy's back while calling out to the kitchen, Lao Lu, Xiao Chun is here. His uncle, Lu Huayuan, emerged from the kitchen, sporting a gray apron and holding a spatula. Dinner will be ready shortly. I've just simmered some rib soup. After wiping his hands, he approached Jiang Chun, pausing momentarily as his gaze fell upon him. You seem more spirited. You've grown considerably since our last meeting. Qian, take your brother to watch some television in the living room, his aunt instructed. Lu Qian led Jiang Chun to the couch in the living room and leaned in to inquire, Brother, what is the status between you and Yao Yao? Truth be told, had it not been for Lu Qian, he might not have met Su Yuyao at all. In this regard, his cousin could be considered the matchmaker of their relationship. Jiang Chun dared not admit this, lest it spread throughout the family circle. With the system in his possession, his life was filled with infinite possibilities. Marriage was not on the horizon. He would not sacrifice an entire sea of flowers for a single blossom, no matter how exquisite it might be. What of it? Is there a problem? He replied nonchalantly. Observing his indifferent demeanor, Lu Qian, feeling exasperated, retorted, Brother, you will surely regret this. Jiang Chun changed the subject. Enough about her. What about you? How is school? What else is there? It's the same as ever. Lu Qian pouted. You never come to see me. Jiang Chun remained silent, pulling out his phone to transfer 5,000 yuan to Lu Qian. Upon seeing the transfer notification on WeChat, Lu Qian squealed with delight. It was worth noting that her parents provided her with a meager 3,000 yuan a month for living expenses, which was barely sufficient in Shanghai. Thus, she dared not spend freely. Now, with Jiang Chun's generous transfer, she was overjoyed. However, after a moment, she seemed to recall something and told Jiang Chun, I can't accept this. Take it. Jiang Chun smiled. Now that I have money, it's always better for a girl to have a little financial freedom. After some persuasion from Jiang Chun, Lu Qian finally accepted the funds. Jiang Chun surveyed the apartment, noting that it bore little change from when he had lived there during high school. The layout was similar to his own home, albeit older, with the walls faintly marred by the passage of time. Before long, as his uncle announced that dinner was ready, he and Lu Qian joined the table. After settling down, his uncle inquired, Xiao Chun, I heard from your mother that you're working at Shengguang Bank now? Jiang Chun, who was currently serving a piece of rib to the little one, looked up and smiled. That's just good fortune. His aunt added a spoonful of rib soup to his bowl, the broth a milky white adorned with glistening oil. Shengguang Bank is a renowned financial giant globally. It's not merely luck that gets you in. You must have truly acquired skills at university. She poked Lu Qian, who was busy eating, with her chopsticks. Did you hear that? You should learn from your brother, instead of just chasing after soap operas all day. Lu Qian puffed up her cheeks in protest. Brother is brother. Me. She then placed a piece of sweet and sour fish into Jiang Chun's bowl. But brother, you are indeed impressive. Jiang Chun mumbled through a mouthful of rice. Impressive? I started as a mere errand boy. His uncle set down his chopsticks and leisurely sipped his wine. Even being an errand boy at such a place is commendable. Your cousin at the local bank complains daily about having no prospects. He poured a glass of wine for Jiang Chun. Having a high starting point is beneficial. But one must also be grounded and not emulate those with lofty aspirations but little capability. Understood, uncle, Jiang Chun replied, raising his glass and taking a sip. The sharpness of the alcohol sliding down his throat. After dinner, while his uncle and aunt cleaned up the dishes in the kitchen, Jiang Chun slipped out to the balcony to make a phone call. Returning to the living room, he bent down to tease the little one, who was gnawing on a toy car. Big brother and sister are going out to play. You stay home and behave. Where are you going, brother? Lu Qian's eyes brightened, immediately setting aside the cloth she had been using. Somewhere you would love, Jiang Chun replied, then turned to his uncle and aunt. Uncle, Annie. We're going for a stroll. We'll be back before dinner. His aunt poked her head out from the kitchen. Come back early for dinner. Chapter 58, Dad. I won the lottery. The flagship store of the Premium Selection Impression City, the largest outlet of the brand in Yuzhong, spans over 20,000 square meters and is exceptionally grand. Upon entering the marketplace, the soaring 9-meter-high ceilings and nearly 3-meter-wide aisles create an expansive and airy shopping environment. The mall also offers approximately 500 parking spaces, alleviating any concerns for customers. It showcases an array of carefully selected products from over 30 countries and regions across the globe, encompassing fresh fruits, grains and oils, household goods, electronics, and more. Boasting over 4,000 unique items, resembling a comprehensive global lifestyle pavilion. Jiang Chun led Lu Qian into the bright shopping space, where the refreshing air conditioning and the dazzling array of shelves immediately captivated Lu Qian's attention. Jiang Chun glanced at her, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Here, to make up for not visiting you at school, I'll cover anything you fancy today. Lu Qian's eyes sparkled like searchlights upon hearing this, and she exclaimed, Wow, brother, is that for real? You're so cool. Her excitement made her momentarily forget her usual restraint as she grabbed Jiang Chun's arm. You better keep your word. I won't hold back. Jiang Chun chuckled at her eagerness to empty the supermarket and shook his head in amused exasperation. The store was well-cooled, with soft background music and bright lights illuminating the polished floors and neatly arranged, colorful products, creating a delightful shopping atmosphere. Announcements intermittently touted promotional offers, while shoppers pushed their carts through the spacious aisles, forming a vibrant and orderly tableau of urban consumerism. Jiang Chun leisurely followed Lu Qian, pushing the shopping cart. The environment was spacious and well-organized, with wide, convenient carts. Although the prices were slightly higher than those of ordinary supermarkets, the quality of the products was assured, which was precisely what attracted many middle-class customers. They had moved beyond mere survival and were now pursuing the value of quality living itself. Jinping Yuxian, through large-scale procurement, had enhanced its bargaining power with suppliers, resulting in highly competitive pricing. For instance, certain internationally renowned brand-down jackets were priced here at only about half of what they cost in brand boutiques. And even some imported goods were cheaper than through personal shoppers, offering exceptional value for money. Jiang Chun watched as she flitted around the snack section, ultimately placing just a few small items in the cart, unable to suppress a laugh. Is this all? Weren't you just saying you wanted to clear out the supermarket? Be mindful of your spending. Lu Qian added the last box of face masks to the cart, her cheeks slightly flushed. You work hard for your money too. At the checkout, as the cashier scanned the final item, the screen displayed the total of 328 yuan. Lu Qian stuck out her tongue. At least it's not too much over. As Jiang Chun paid, the cashier handed him a pink lottery ticket during the National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival promotion. You can try your luck in the lottery area with any purchase over 300 yuan. The grand prize is a house. A house. Lu Qian's eyes widened in disbelief as she clutched the lottery ticket and dashed toward the lottery area, exclaiming, Let us go see. The lottery area was set up in the mall's atrium, with a long line snaking beneath a red archway. At the end of the queue, an elderly man was chatting. I heard someone really won a gold bar. I just wonder if this house is a gimmick. After waiting for over half an hour, it was finally their turn. A staff member in work attire cheerfully handed over the lottery box, filled with neatly stacked tickets. You must have good luck, little girl. Give it a try. Just then, a middle-aged man wearing a manager's badge spotted Jiang Chun and quickly told the staff, You take a break. I'll handle this. He took the lottery box, gave it a gentle shake, and kindly said to Lu Qian, Go ahead and draw. Lu Qian instinctively looked back at Jiang Chun. He smiled and nodded. We agreed. No matter what you draw, it's yours. Taking a deep breath, she reached into the lottery box, cautiously pulling out a ticket. With her head bowed, she held her breath as she slowly unfolded it. Initially, a shy smile graced her face, but the next moment, she gasped. The ticket slipping from her fingers. Jiang Chun bent down to retrieve it, revealing the ticket boldly printed with Grand Prize, 1 residential unit at Lakeside Garden, 220 square meters. Below it was the mall's vibrant red seal. Time seemed to freeze momentarily. The surrounding crowd, the chatting elders, and even the staff maintaining order all turned their gazes towards the paper that Jiang Chun picked up, as well as Lu Qian's face, which was a canvas of disbelief and overwhelming joy, teetering on the brink of tears. What? Lu Qian's voice trembled as she clutched Jiang Chen's arm. Brother, did you see that clearly? It's a house. 220 square meters. Lakeside Garden. Her words tumbled out in a rush, the immense surprise crashing over her like a tsunami. Jiang Chun could feel her body shaking violently with excitement. He steadied her, his own expression a mix of appropriate astonishment. Yet deep down, he understood completely. Yes, Qian, it's a house. The grand prize. Though his voice was low, it cut through the suddenly buzzing murmurs around them with clarity. My goodness, she really won a house. Lakeside Garden? That's a high-end community. 220 square meters. What incredible luck this girl has. Surely, this can't be real, right? Envy, disbelief, shock, and skepticism swirled in the murmurs of the onlookers. The manager stepped forward. Congratulations. Young lady, you truly have won the grand prize. May I ask if you have your identification? We need to verify your identity swiftly to initiate the redemption and transfer process. He was not at all surprised by the outcome. He was simply executing the task assigned to him. Lu Qian snapped back to reality, saying, I didn't bring it. Jiang Chun interjected. Call uncle and have him bring your ID right away. This is important. We need him here. Yes. Call my dad. Lu Qian exclaimed, snapping back to her senses as she hurriedly pulled out her phone to dial. As the call connected, Lu Huayuan's voice came through. Qian, what is up? Did you get everything? When are you coming back? Dad. Lu Qian's voice soared with uncontainable excitement. I won the lottery. No, not a small prize. It's a house. A 220 square meter house at Lakeside Garden. Oh, hurry. I'm at the Jinping Yushin Impression City flagship store. Right now? Remember to bring your ID. You must bring it. Hurry, Dad. Her words flowed rapidly, laden with urgency, scarcely allowing her father a moment to respond. Okay. I'm on my way. You and Xiaoqin stay put. Wait right there. Lu Huayuan's voice finally took on a tone of seriousness and urgency before the call was abruptly ended. After hanging up, she turned to the manager. Manager, my dad is coming with his ID. All right, no problem, young lady. This is a necessary procedure. I hope you understand. The manager's smile was warm and his demeanor impeccable. Please follow me to the VIP lounge for a moment. It's comfortable there, and we have dedicated staff to assist you. The crowd here is quite dense, making it somewhat inconvenient. He gestured politely once more, his demeanor respectful. Under the manager's guidance, Jiang Chun supported the still somewhat unsteady Lu Qian as they navigated through the throng of astonished and curious onlookers, heading towards the more tranquil and private VIP area within the shopping mall. The security personnel diligently maintained order. As the door to the VIP room gently closed behind them, it effectively muffled the external clamor. The interior was tastefully adorned, with soft lighting and a faint aroma of tea wafting through the air. The genuine leather sofas were plush and inviting. A well-dressed staff member promptly presented them with warm water and exquisite snacks. Approximately half an hour later, a gentle knock resonated on the door of the VIP room before it swung open. Lu Huayuan appeared at the entrance, clearly having hurried over. Beads of perspiration dotting his forehead, his breathing slightly labored. Upon entering, his gaze eagerly locked onto Lu Qian and Jiang Chun seated on the sofa. Qian, Xiaoqin, what is going on? What did you say about a house over the phone? A prize? What exactly is happening? Is everything all right? Dad. Lu Qian rushed to her father's side, thrusting the winning ticket into his hand, her voice brimming with excitement. Look at this. It's real. I won the grand prize. The Lakeside Garden. 220 square meters. The manager has confirmed it. Mr. Lu, it is indeed authentic, the manager interjected, stepping forward with a poised smile. We have meticulously verified the validity of the winning ticket and the effectiveness of the official seal. Congratulations to Miss Lu. This is truly her extraordinary fortune. And congratulations to you as well. He deftly presented a beautifully crafted business card. I am the customer service manager of the mall. My surname is Wang. I will oversee the subsequent prize redemption and property transfer processes. Transfer? Lu Huayuan was momentarily taken aback. The term felt too distant and unfamiliar to him. Yes, Mr. Lu, Manager Wang patiently explained. As long as Miss Lu's identity information is verified accurately, and you, As her guardian, sign the necessary documents. As Lu Qian is a minor, we can swiftly arrange the property registration for the 220 square meter residence at Lakeside Garden. The keys and related documents will be handed over once the procedures are completed. Do you have your ID with you? Lu Huayuan suddenly came to his senses, rummaging through his pocket for his identification, then anxiously asked his daughter, Qian, what about yours? You didn't bring it? The household register, he appeared more flustered than Lu Qian. Mr. Lu, please don't worry. Manager Wang maintained his smile. We can supplement Miss Lu's ID information later. Today, we primarily need to verify the guardian's identity and initiate the process. Please provide your ID for registration. And kindly sign here to confirm that you are aware of and agree to Miss Lu receiving the prize. He gestured for a nearby staff member to present the prepared documents and a signature pen. Lu Huayuan glanced at the document, the dense clauses leaving him feeling dizzy. He looked toward Jiang Chen for assistance. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and whispered, Uncle, it's a standard procedure, just sign. This is Qian's luck. Taking a deep breath, Lu Huayuan signed his name in the designated spot on the document. Manager Wang meticulously checked the signature and ID information before satisfactorily collecting the paperwork. The first step of the process is complete. Mr. Lu, Miss Lu, and Mr. Jiang, rest assured that we will expedite the subsequent matters with utmost efficiency. The precise location of the property, the floor plan, and the specific handover time will be organized in detail within 3 working days. And we will either arrange to deliver the information to your home or schedule a convenient time for you to visit the mall for a discussion. Should you have any questions during this period, feel free to call me. He once again handed over his business card. The house Lu Huayuan still felt as though he were walking on air. So it really belongs to Qian now? Legally speaking. Upon the completion of the final property registration, it will wholly belong to Miss Lu, Manager Wang affirmed. Our prize is indeed substantial. You may take your family to Lakeside Garden to explore the surroundings, although you cannot enter the house just yet. It is always beneficial to familiarize yourself with the location of your future home. Future home, the very phrase struck Lu Huayuan like a hammer upon his heart. Throughout his life, he had diligently toiled, with the greatest aspiration of saving up for a down payment for his children, yet unexpectedly, his daughter's casual lottery ticket had seemingly landed them a luxury residence he might never have been able to afford. Has this world truly gone mad? Or perhaps, today, Lady Luck has bestowed her favor upon his daughter? All right, thank you, Manager Wang. Lu Huayuan could only mechanically nod, feeling even more lightheaded than before. Manager Wang smiled and gestured. The procedures have been initiated. You 3 may return home to rest and await our news. Would you like me to arrange a vehicle to take you back? No, thank you. We'll manage on our own. Lu Huayuan quickly waved his hand. Accompanied by the manager, the trio exited the VIP room, traversing the mall. Jiang Chen quietly followed alongside, observing his uncle's dazed yet composed demeanor, the corners of his mouth curling into a barely perceptible smile. The journey home was unusually silent. Lu Qian excitedly scrolled through her phone, searching for information and images of Lakeside Garden. Leaning against the back seat of the taxi, Lu Huayuan gazed out at the rapidly passing city lights, his expression vacant. The manager's words echoed repeatedly in his mind. 220 square meters, Lakeside Garden, property rights, future home, all of it felt too surreal. He needed time, lots and lots of time, to come to terms with this reality that had utterly upended his understanding. Chapter 60, The Mid-Autumn Festival. Upon returning home, Jiang Chen found his parents engrossed in watching television. The local news channel was prominently featuring the headline, "On this Mid-Autumn Festival, Lady Luck descends." A woman from Yuzhong wins a 220 square meter luxury apartment at Lakeside Garden. He hadn't anticipated the news would spread so swiftly. But it was indeed a positive development, serving as both an advertisement for the prize selection and a boon for his uncle's family. He refrained from mentioning that Lu Qian was the winner, retreating to his room amidst his parents' astonished and envious remarks. The following day was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and Jiang Chun's family set off early. His grandfather's home was located in the countryside, several dozen kilometers from the city. After nearly 2 hours in the taxi, the scenery outside transformed from towering skyscrapers to golden rice paddies and lush trees, the air imbued with the crispness of autumn and a faint earthy aroma. When the taxi halted at the village entrance, it was nearly noon. In the distance, he recognized the familiar green brick courtyard of his grandfather's house, where a relatively new SUV was parked. His uncle and their family had arrived. Jiang Chen carried the gifts of cigarettes, liquor, and mooncakes for his grandfather, saying, just as we got out of the car, the courtyard door creaked open, and his uncle Jiang Jianjun's booming voice rang out. Jiangwo, shall we? Xiaochen, you've finally arrived. We've been waiting for you to start the feast. His uncle was a robust man, his face adorned with the hearty smile characteristic of a farmer. Eldest brother, uncle. Jiang Jiangguo and Lu Hui promptly greeted him with smiles. Their family had always shared a close bond with his uncle's family, since his parents lived in the city. The responsibility of caring for their grandparents fell on his uncle's shoulders, although his family contributed a stipend each year. His grandparents had spent their lives tending to the fields, and now, in their old age, they received a meager monthly allowance of just over 100 yuan. In the days when his family was well off, they would provide a monthly allowance to his grandparents. However, after the family went bankrupt, this financial support fell solely on the shoulders of his uncle's family. Jiang Chen set down his belongings and called out, "Uncle." Jiang Jianjun caught sight of Jiang Chun and smiled. "Little Chun, it's been half a year since we last met. You've changed so much." No wonder he was astonished. Though Jiang Chen's features remained the same, they seemed to have been refined somehow. Particularly striking was the vibrant energy emanating from him. A stark contrast to before. The gloom that once clouded his brows had dissipated, replaced by a newfound confidence and ease. At that moment, his cousin Jiang Xing strolled out from the house, dressed in a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, a partially peeled orange in hand, and a playful smirk as he raised his eyebrows at Jiang Chun. "Well, look at you, Jiang Chun. Have you secretly had some work done? Do I really need that?" Jiang Chun leaned against the doorframe, deliberately straightening his back. "I am naturally gifted with beauty. I've always been this handsome." Jiang Xing chuckled at his antics, shoving the peeled orange into Jiang Chen's hands. "If I had your audacity, the matchmakers in the village would have been chasing me for my birth date already." "Please," Jiang Chun retorted, popping a segment of orange into his mouth. Suddenly, Jiang Xing asked, "Are you free tonight?" "For what?" "To go on a blind date. My mother had someone set it up. They say she's a high school teacher from the city." Jiang Chen paused, the orange segment hovering in midair. "What? Have you put down your white moonlight?" The words pricked Jiang Xing's smile, causing it to falter. This cousin of his was 29, soon to turn 30. On the brink of entering the realm of aging bachelors. Their family's circumstances were not dire. His uncle managed over 100 acres of rice fields, earning around 100,000 a year. Jiang Xing himself was a graduate of a prestigious school, having secured a position as a civil servant in the city's finance bureau, bringing in more than 20,000 annually with various subsidies and year-end bonuses. Yet, he had stumbled in matters of the heart. In the past, Jiang Xing often lamented about his girlfriend, the belle of his department, both beautiful and intelligent, who was granted a spot in graduate school right after her undergraduate studies. He had once said that they would get married as soon as she graduated, but what he received instead was the declaration that they were not suitable. It was later revealed that she had turned around and started dating a wealthy heir with a flashy car. This incident had weighed heavily on Jiang Xing for years. He had ceased to pursue relationships, much to his uncle's concern, who had tried several times to counsel him. Surprisingly, it seemed that Jiang Xing had come to terms with it himself. "Ah, that's old news." Jiang Xing kicked a pebble by his feet. "I was too naive before, thinking love could sustain me. It's only now I realize that without money, even the most extravagant dreams are unattainable." The sweet and sour taste of the orange lingered on Jiang Chen's tongue as he observed his cousin's downcast eyelashes. He suddenly felt that Jiang Xing's annual salary of 20,000 paled in comparison to the mere mention of a wealthy heir, like rice stalks wilting under the scorching sun. Being a high school teacher isn't bad, at least it's stable. Jiang Chen spat the orange seed into his palm and tossed it into a bamboo basket in the corner. "It's certainly better than chasing after a car. Surviving on the wind." Jiang Xing scoffed lightly, bending down to pick up a small stone and toss it over the courtyard wall, where it made a dull thud against the old locust tree. "You think I'm in it for stability? My mother claims the person teaches physics, and their problem-solving skills are sharper than mine. They certainly won't be seduced by sweet talk. Is this a blind date or an invitation for a problem-solving partner? Are you going or not?" Jiang Xing looked up, a few faint smile lines forming at the corners of his eyes. "We'll head out after dinner. You'll help me screen her. I know nothing about these things." Jiang Chun was about to wave him off when his grandmother's voice interrupted. "What are you two loafing about at the door?" His grandmother emerged with a green porcelain bowl filled with cut mooncakes. "Come inside and try the 5-nut filling made by your aunt. This year, she added freshly dried osmanthus." Jiang Xing quickly grabbed the bowl, handing a piece to Jiang Chun. "Just consider it taking a stroll with me." "Fine." He swallowed the mooncake and patted Jiang Xing's arm. "But let me make this clear. I'll accompany you. But anything beyond that is not my concern." Agreed. Dinner was laid out on a large round table, with Jiang Chen's family, his uncle's family, and his grandparents gathered, perfectly filling the 8 seats. This mid-autumn festival, Jiang Chun felt a warm glow in his heart. At the table, he caught sight of his parents' long-missed smiles, especially as his mother proudly boasted about his employment at Shengguang Bank. All the relatives rejoiced for Jiang Chun, for in their eyes, securing a position in a bank equated to holding a steady golden job. Only Jiang Xing understood the weight of this achievement. He was well aware of the high barriers to entry at Shengguang Bank. He had heard that even Ph.D. candidates from their school often failed to pass the initial screening. Inside, Ph.D.S. and Master S degree holders were abundant, all from top-tier institutions. Elite individuals with impressive accomplishments. As for undergraduates, he had never heard of one making it through. Therefore, even though Jiang Chun's entry into Shengguang Bank raised questions in his mind, he felt predominantly happy for him. After dinner, as the dishes were cleared away, Jiang Xing shot Jiang Chun a knowing glance. The moonlight was bright, casting silver rays across the small courtyard, elongating the shadows of the old locust tree. "Let us go?" Jiang Xing brushed off the dust from his pants and headed towards the courtyard gate. Jiang Chun bid farewell to his parents and followed his cousin to his nearly new SUV. The village was particularly tranquil on this mid-autumn night, with the occasional distant barks of dogs enhancing the clarity of the surrounding insect chorus. As the vehicle exited the village, it left behind the warm yellow lights and joyous laughter filled with the fragrance of osmanthus, making its way along the country road towards the brightly lit city. Chapter 61. She has a younger brother. Inside the car, soothing music played, but it couldn't drown out the sound of the engine. Jiang Chun glanced at his silent cousin driving and broke the silence. "Nervous? Nervous? Not at all." Jiang Xing chuckled, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the steering wheel. "It's not my first blind date. Just think of it as meeting a new friend." He paused, his tone flat and revealing little emotion. "You know how my mother is. She can't wait for me to get married tomorrow and have a grandchild for her by next year." The scenery outside the window shifted rapidly, the outlines of fields gradually replaced by an increasing density of lights. The city's neon began to spread across the distant horizon like a vast, vibrant canvas. "This physics teacher." Jiang Chun recalled their earlier conversation and asked casually, "With such clear problem-solving skills, sounds like a sensible person. Is your aunt worried you'll be swayed by sweet words again?" Jiang Xing tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his gaze fixed on the dark road illuminated by the car headlights. After a moment, he replied, "Perhaps, but my mother does have a point." A faint, cold smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. A mind capable of untangling complex physics problems should be able to see through people and situations more clearly. At the very least, his voice lowered, almost to a whisper, they want to be fixated solely on four wheels. The lingering bitterness that had not fully dissipated seeped through the cracks in his words. Jiang Chun refrained from responding, merely offering a non-committal "mm." Silence enveloped the car once more, broken only by the sound of tires crunching over the road and the faint music in the background. The blind date was set at a stylish cafe in the city. Jiang Xing found a parking spot and turned off the engine. He adjusted his hair in the rearview mirror, took a deep breath, and then opened the door to step out. "Let us go, you're my gatekeeper," he called out to Jiang Chun, his tone reverting to its usual casualness. Yet beneath the surface lay an imperceptible tension that Jiang Chun discerned in the warm yellow glow of the cafe. As he pushed open the heavy glass door, a gentle breeze carrying the rich aroma of coffee mingled with the scent of pastries greeted him. The cafe's ambience was refined, with patrons engaged in hushed conversations beneath the soft lighting. Jiang Xing's gaze swiftly swept the room, soon honing in on a table by the window. "It must be her," he thought quietly, as he stepped in her direction. As if sensing someone approaching, the girl lifted her head. Her eyes first fell upon Jiang Xing, filled with a hint of polite curiosity, before naturally shifting to Jiang Chun behind him, her expression calm, embodying a unique, measured focus characteristic of a science student. With a perfectly timed smile, she stood up. "Hello, you must be Jiang Xing. I am Lin Jixia." Her voice, though soft, was clear and articulate. Her gaze then turned to Jiang Chun, inquiring, "This is my cousin, Jiang Chun," Jiang Xing introduced, adding with a playful note, "My mother sent him as a watchdog, fearing I might not perform well." "Hello." Lin Jixia nodded at Jiang Chun, then turned back to Jiang Xing, gesturing for him to take a seat. When the waiter arrived with the menu, Lin Jixia spoke first. "I would like a cup of hand-brewed, lightly roasted yirgacheffe, please." She looked up at Jiang Xing, her eyes subtly inviting. "The Kenyan beans here are also quite good, with a clean acidity." Jiang Xing hesitated, as he could only distinguish between sweet and bitter when it came to coffee, and replied vaguely, "Probably like you." He then caught sight of Jiang Chun settling into a window corner, engrossed in his phone, allowing himself a sigh of relief. "I teach physics at the 3rd high school." Lin Jixia stirred sugar into her cup, the metallic spoon clinking against the porcelain, producing a crisp sound. "Aunt Zhang mentioned you work at the construction bureau?" "The finance bureau, budget review section," Jiang Xing corrected her, suddenly feeling his ears warm. "I just finished reviewing your school's laboratory renovation application last month. The circuit modification diagrams attached were quite standard." When Lin Jixia looked up, her eyelashes cast delicate shadows in the light. "I drew those." She suddenly smiled, her eyes curving into a gentle arc. The head of the teaching department used to say that my experimental reports were even more meticulous than the engineering team's blueprints. Jiang Xing noticed her right hand had a faint brown mark at the base of her thumb, likely a remnant from years of gripping a pen. He recalled his ex-girlfriend, who would spend whole afternoons at the nail salon, her nails adorned with rhinestones, always complaining about how they felt uncomfortable while typing. Teaching physics must be quite mentally taxing, right? He asked, searching for conversation as his gaze drifted to the car lights outside the window. Not too bad. Lin Jixia sipped her coffee. It's similar to solving application problems. You just treat the students as different types of variables. Last week, a boy wrote a love letter to a girl using Lin's law, saying, "Your presence always obstructs the changes in my heart's motion." Jiang Xing chuckled, the tension in his chest suddenly easing. Kids these days are much more playful than we were. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen sat in his corner, still absorbed in his phone. He had promised to accompany Jiang Xing, but it was a purely passive role. While Jiang Xing and Lin Jixia conversed, he entertained himself with his device. A message from Su Yuyao popped up. "Tomorrow, Qian Qian and I are heading to school together. Dear, do you want to join us?" After a moment's thought, he politely declined. It would be awkward for him to intrude on their close friendship. He simply replied, "Be careful on the road." Just after sending his response to Su Yuyao, a message from his high school classmates group suddenly appeared. Bored, he clicked on it. Shen Yanji, Chun Qiu Hua Fu, 270 Jiangjing de Pingcheng, the new benchmark for luxury apartments in Yuzhong. Early bird offers enjoy a 5 discount. Let us support each other as business, old classmates. The message was followed by location details and contact information. Even her signature pearly smile had transformed into an emoji used to promote real estate. Her profile picture was still from a sports meet years ago, with bangs framing her almond-shaped eyes, once the cherished white moonlight hidden in the photo albums of all the boys in class. Quickly, someone chimed in. The former sports committee member, the class flower has turned to selling houses? How much is this property per square meter? Xin Yanji responded instantly, accompanied by a standard smiling emoji. Starting price is 10 million. The penthouse with a sky garden has just been listed. If you're interested, I can calculate an internal price for you. What are you looking at? Jiang Xing approached, seemingly unaware of when he had come over, preparing to leave. Not bad. Jiang Chun replied, a hint of hesitation in his tone. It's just that she has a younger brother. Is she a brother control type? Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, asking directly. Hard to say. Jiang Xing shook his head, a complex expression crossing his face. Chapter 62, Scarce Resources. That evening, Jiang Chun found himself alone at home, his parents having stayed over at his grandfather's place. It had been several days since he had asked Bai Chu Wei to keep an eye on some houses, yet he had not received any updates. She seemed unconcerned about his request. Jiang Chun dialed her number directly, getting straight to the point upon connection. What is going on? Didn't we agree you would help me look at houses? It's been days without a word. Bai Chu Wei replied. Jiang Chun, the owner of that villa, quoted 1.98 billion. I don't think that's a reasonable price. The cost-performance ratio is quite low, so I didn't inform you. Tell me the specifics of that villa. Jiang Chun interjected, not dwelling on her explanation. All right. Bai Chu Wei's tone carried a hint of reluctance. The villa is located in Mo Yun Yating, with a construction area of 980 square meters and an actual usable area exceeding 1,200 square meters. It has 3 floors above ground and 2 below, with a garden area of approximately 5 acres. Mo Yun Yating? Jiang Chun was well acquainted with that neighborhood, or rather, it was renowned throughout the entire metropolis. When it launched 10 years ago, the average price soared to 300,000 per square meter, selling out in an instant. Now, with the quoted price of 1.98 billion for this 980 square meter property, the cost per square meter was just over 200,000. As he listened to Bai Chu Wei's figures, his mind raced with calculations. Just over 200,000 per square meter? Compared to the launch price back then, it has actually dropped? In the current market, especially in a top-tier area like Mo Yun Yating, this price felt like a steal. Not worth it. Jiang Chen interrupted her. Bai Chu Wei, are you certain? Mo Yun Yating, from 300,000 10 years ago to just over 200,000 now. And you call that not reasonable? There was a brief silence on the other end, and Bai Chu Wei's voice seemed to weigh her words carefully before revealing a deeper concern. The owner requires full payment. These days, those able to produce nearly 2 billion in cash usually aren't lacking in properties. And those genuinely wanting to buy such a house often find it difficult to pay such a sum all at once. This was her conclusion drawn from years in the industry. In her mind, Jiang Chen evidently belonged to the latter group. Perhaps a down payment would be feasible, but full payment? Impossible. Have you seen the house itself? Any major flaws? Jiang Chen shifted the focus from money to the property. Money? At this moment, it was the one thing he had in abundance. Just from dividends alone, he was earning 27 billion a year. What about the second year? The third year? The wealth that the future may hold is almost beyond imagination. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that he must remain discreet. He understands the adage that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, until he has attained a level of power that renders him fearless. Maintaining a low profile is the wisest strategy. Otherwise, trouble will soon come knocking at his door. The system certainly possesses formidable capabilities. But Jiang Chun does not dare to wager whether it can resolve all potential issues. Having finally acquired such immense fortune, he cannot afford to lose it. As for the 19.8 billion villa, to him, it hardly qualifies as a significant sum. I have examined it thoroughly, Bai Chuwei replied with certainty. There are no issues. The owner refurbished it, but did not reside there for long. It has been maintained as if it were brand new, complete with all furniture and appliances, making it truly move-in ready. The location is impeccable. The only drawback is the price and the requirement for full payment. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun felt enlightened. Bai Chuwei's roundabout approach ultimately stemmed from her concern that he might be unable to furnish the necessary funds. Indeed, as mentioned online, only by genuinely demonstrating his capabilities could he allay such apprehensions. Suddenly shifting the topic, he casually inquired, "So, do you like that villa?" Bai Chuwei was clearly taken aback by his question, hesitating for a moment before her voice revealed an unmistakable longing. "Of course I like it. A villa like that, with such a garden, honestly, no woman could resist." She recalled Pei Jiner's excited musings about the villa, which indeed embodied the dreams of the vast majority of women. "Very well." Jiang Chen's voice was calm and resolute. "Upon my return to Magic City, you shall accompany me to view it." After hanging up, he collapsed into bed and fell asleep. The following day, he drove to the sales office of Chuanqiu Huafu. He could not continue living with his parents indefinitely. As time passed, he required a completely personal space of his own. Chuanqiu Huafu, situated in Hongjiaozhou, is renowned as one of the pinnacle luxury residences of Yuzhong. After parking, he entered the spacious and bright sales hall, where he immediately spotted Shen Yanji. Truly, she was the white moonlight of all the boys in their class. Even after several years, her beauty remained radiant. His thoughts stirred, and the safety glasses activated, projecting information into his field of vision. Shen Yanji, status secure, associated drivers. 2. After reading the information, Jiang Chen silently retracted his earlier unchanged assessment. Change, after all, is a natural part of life. However, upon reflection, it was only to be expected. With her beauty, she would undoubtedly have many suitors. Having only 2 associated drivers? That number seemed rather low. "Sir, would you like some water?" A timid voice interrupted his reverie. Jiang Chun accepted the cup, and within the view of the safety glasses, another line of text quietly emerged. Su Qingyuan, status secure. Associated drivers, 0. This information instantly captured his attention. In this day and age, beautiful women are commonplace, but with a 0 beside that figure, she becomes a rare resource. He raised his gaze and called out to the girl who was about to turn away. "Are you a sales agent here as well?" Su Qingyuan appeared momentarily stunned. This is the first time a client has asked me this." Yes, but what?" Jiang Chen interrupted her. "Is it all right if I seek your assistance in purchasing a property?" He had always been straightforward. Since they were both in the business of real estate, why not choose an agent that he found appealing? I'm a part-time employee, and I just started, so I might." Su Qingyuan's voice trailed off, now laced with uncertainty. Jiang Chun had no intention of engaging in small talk. He simply stated, "Please call your manager. I have matters to discuss with him." Su Qingyuan's face turned pale, and her eyes reddened instantly, fearing that Jiang Chun intended to file a complaint against her. She merely sought to earn some living expenses during her spare time. Why was it so difficult? At that moment, a well-dressed manager approached briskly, wearing a professional smile. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Jiang Chun gestured towards the anxious Su Qingyuan, his tone leaving no room for dispute. "I wish to purchase a property through her. Will the commission from the sale be credited to her?" The manager's gaze shifted to Su Qingyuan. With her delicate features framed by fair skin and sparkling almond eyes, she exuded a certain vulnerability that made one instinctively want to protect her. Her fitted uniform accentuated her graceful figure, prompting even him to steal a few extra glances. Alas, such a beauty was ultimately beyond his grasp. "Certainly, sir." The manager nodded readily, revealing a knowing smile that men understand. "The commission will naturally belong to your designated real estate consultant. As long as the property sells. Who receives the commission makes no difference to me." Chapter 63, Unwritten Rules. Su Qingyuan's heart raced, suspended in her throat. She could hardly fathom that Jiang Chun had summoned the manager not to complain about her, but rather to specifically request her service. After the initial shock, an indescribable blend of surprise and anxiety seized her. This was Chuanqiu Huafu, the pinnacle of luxury in Yuzhong. The commissions here were far superior to those of ordinary residential properties. She had taken this part-time job for the high salary. Yet selling even one unit had previously felt like a distant dream. She was acutely aware that her hiring as a front desk and sales assistant largely stemmed from her looks and figure. In an industry that caters to the affluent, physical appearance is a fundamental requirement. However, upon truly stepping into this environment, she realized how harsh reality could be. Looking around, every formal sales consultant was a stunning beauty, each possessing flawless skin and captivating poise. The slight advantages she had perceived in herself paled in comparison, rendering her utterly ordinary. Just as her thoughts spiraled, the manager's voice jolted her back to reality. "Xiao Su, what are you dawdling for? Quickly attend to this gentleman. He has specifically requested your service. This is a rare opportunity you must seize." The last few words were emphasized, his gaze laden with an unspoken implication. Jiang Chun observed this scene unfold, reflecting that life is indeed the best teacher, with each small event silently revealing the operating rules of this world. Su Qingyuan, startled by the manager's reprimand, suppressed her rising unease, took a deep breath, and forced a professional smile as she turned to Jiang Chun. "Good day, sir. I am Su Qingyuan, your real estate consultant. May I inquire your surname?" Jiang Chun, he replied succinctly. His one-word response hung in the air, causing the manager's smile to falter for half a second as he instinctively took a step back. "Very well, Mr. Jiang." Su Qingyuan endeavored to keep her voice steady and clear. "Our Chuanqiu Huafu is situated in the prime district of the city, at the intersection of 3 subway lines. It is merely a 3-minute walk to Bai Square, and an 800-meter stroll leads to the first municipal hospital, which is adjacent to a provincial key elementary school." Her articulation was deft, her presentation flowing as though she had recited it countless times, her nails turning white as she pointed to the model of the 460-square-meter building. Currently, only 2 types of large flats are available for sale. The 460-square-meter unit features 4 bedrooms and 3 living areas, complete with a dedicated service room. The 588-square-meter unit is a top-floor duplex with a sky garden and swimming pool. As soon as the word swimming pool escaped her lips, her voice dwindled to a whisper. The price list for that particular apartment type lay concealed at the very bottom of the folder, the zeros trailing behind the figures dazzling to the eyes. "Take me to see the 588-square-meter unit." Jiang Chen's tone remained devoid of any fluctuation. Su Qingyuan felt her breath catch in her throat. "Mr. Jiang, the total price for the 588 square meters." Her tongue stumbled. "After tax, it's approximately 27 million and what?" Jiang Chen prompted, his expression unchanging. "And the key to the penthouse is with the general manager's office." Su Qingyuan's voice grew ever softer. Since her employment began, she had not dared approach the general manager's office, as it was said that the secretary there possessed a gaze more discerning than that of the manager. The manager, sensing the tension, quickly interjected, "The key. I'll fetch it. Miss Su, please escort Mr. Jiang to the VIP room for a moment. Let him have some tea. I'll return in 5 minutes. No, 3. As he turned, the heels of his shoes echoed sharply against the floor, his back radiating an unmistakable excitement. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingyuan led Jiang Chun to the serene and elegant VIP room. Her movements were somewhat rigid as she prepared tea for him, the fragrant steam wafting through the silence. Jiang Chun lifted the cup and suddenly spoke, his tone flat. "If I were to purchase this apartment, how much would your commission be?" That question struck Su Qingyuan like a bolt from the blue, sending her thoughts spiraling. Commission? Why was he asking this specifically? At such a moment, in a VIP room with only the 2 of them. She had certainly heard about the unspoken rules of the sales office. Recalling those classmates from school who had been supported financially, each reportedly earning around 10,000 a month, she wondered if she too would have to tread that path. She had fantasized while lying in her dorm bed about encountering a generous client, but never imagined it would happen so soon. She instinctively raised her gaze to Jiang Chun. With his sword-like brows, starry eyes, and exceptional demeanor, he stood tall. Perhaps, she mused, it wouldn't be such a loss after all. Lowering her eyelids, her voice became hoarse, laced with barely perceptible tremors. "Mr. Jiang, I understand." Taking a deep breath, as if summoning all her strength, she continued. "As long as you purchase this apartment, I will ensure your satisfaction." Jiang Chen's hand holding the teacup froze momentarily. His brows furrowed slightly. It seemed she had misunderstood his intent. He was merely curious about the commission a part-time employee could earn, a factor that would inform his decision on whether to consider her in this transaction. What occupied her mind was evidently something entirely different. Suddenly, the door to the VIP room burst open with a loud bang, the manager rushing in, panting yet beaming, brandishing a glimmering set of keys. "Mr. Jiang, I've got the keys. You can view the property at any time." Su Qingyuan jumped up from the sofa. Jiang Chen's gaze lingered on her flustered and embarrassed expression for a fleeting moment before he placed the nearly untouched teacup down, rose, and spoke in an unflappable tone. Lead the way." Feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, Su Qingyan promptly lowered her head and hastened ahead to guide him. The manager, brimming with enthusiasm, followed closely beside Jiang Chan, eagerly extolling the various privileges and rarity of the penthouse. This residence was situated in the prime location of the tower, with the elevator ascending directly to the top floor. The heavy double doors, intricately carved in bronze, slid open silently to reveal a scene that evoked the word luxurious. This term seemed tailor-made for the space. The nearly 600 square meters of vastness had been designed to be both transparent and layered. The 270-degree floor-to-ceiling glass curtain walls captured the skyline of the bustling city and the meandering river view beyond, sunlight streaming unobstructed, cascading over the mirror-like Italian marble floor. The living room, soaring nearly 7 meters high, was adorned with a chandelier that sparkled like a galaxy of stars. In the open kitchen, high-end integrated appliances gleamed with a cold metallic luster. The furniture, embodying understated luxury in a minimalist Italian style, showcased opulent taste in every detail. The most breathtaking feature was the expansive sky garden and infinity pool that extended outward. The azure waters of the pool seemed to merge seamlessly with the river in the distance, shimmering under the sunlight. Carefully tended tropical plants surrounded the area, creating an oasis suspended above the city. The manager continued his enthusiastic discourse on the top-tier materials, smart home systems, privacy, and unbeatable views, his words flowing freely. Chapter 64. It wasn't as difficult to bear after all. Su Qingyuan felt like a Cinderella lost in a fairy tale, cautiously trailing behind, scarcely daring to breathe. The plush carpet beneath her feet felt like a cloud, and the luxurious furniture intimidated her from making contact. She struggled to recall the script she had memorized during training, hoping to respond adequately to Jiang Chen's inquiries, but her mind was a blank slate, overwhelmed by sheer astonishment and a profound sense of inadequacy. The apartment itself was the most silent yet resounding mockery of her earlier promise. What right did she have to stand there? What could possibly satisfy someone like Mr. Jiang, who could effortlessly purchase such a mansion? Jiang Chun paid little heed to the manager's incessant sales pitch, his attention primarily focused on the space itself and the view outside. Occasionally reaching out to feel the materials, he strolled to the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, silently gazing down at the sprawling cityscape below. Laid out like a chessboard, his gaze traversed the closely packed buildings, extending towards the distant, winding river. There, the surface of the water reflected the golden glow of the setting sun, solitary ducks casting fleeting shadows, the autumn waters crystal clear, blending seamlessly with the vast sky. It was a perfect embodiment of the phrase, "The setting sun and solitary duck fly together. The autumn waters share the same hue as the long sky." The manager, perceiving the shift in atmosphere, wisely fell silent. An unusual stillness enveloped the room, punctuated only by the faint pulse of the city outside. Jiang Chun suddenly spoke, his voice resonating clearly in the vast, opulent space, directed not at the manager, but rather at Su Qingyuan, who had nearly faded into the shadows of the corner. "Consultant Su." Su Qingyuan jolted, as if called upon by a teacher, immediately straightening her posture, her voice tense. "Mr. Jiang?" Jiang Chun did not turn around, still gazing out the window, his tone unyielding. "Let us sign the contract. I'll take this unit." "Ah." The immense surprise made Su Qingyuan question her own hearing. Sign the contract? He wanted it. How could this be possible? She had overheard seasoned salespeople discussing that clients interested in top-tier properties like Chunqiu Huafu typically deliberated extensively, comparing options for 10 days, half a month, or even longer, especially given the current downturn in the real estate market. Yet this Mr. Jiang, from entrance to decision, scarcely an hour had passed. A property exceeding 27 million, in his words, seemed as trivial as purchasing a bottle of water at a convenience store. Following the overwhelming joy, a more disconcerting question surged forth in her mind. How would she ensure this Mr. Jiang's satisfaction? The manager, momentarily stunned by the unexpected decision, quickly regained his composure, his excitement overwhelming him. He reacted almost instinctively, leaping up and shouting at the still-dazed Su Qingyuan, "Miss Su, what are you standing there for? Hurry, go get the contract. Don't you want your commission?" He shoved Su Qingyuan forward, as if eager to retrieve it himself. The manager's remark about the commission being akin to a searing hot iron jolted Su Qingyuan awake from her stupor, which had been struck by overwhelming surprise. Yes, I will go immediately," she exclaimed, nearly stumbling as she turned, her heart racing as if it might burst, torn between disbelief and a heavy sense of responsibility laced with trepidation. 27 million. Her commission, an amount so exorbitant it had never even graced her wildest dreams. She dashed toward the executive office, a realm that usually seemed distant and oppressive now rendered inconsequential by her exhilaration. Bursting through the door, She was met with the incredulous yet slightly disdainful gaze of the secretary as she incoherently explained her purpose and obtained the hefty, gold-embossed housing contract. Returning to the VIP lounge, the weighty contract cradled in her arms, Su Qingyuan felt as though her very soul was adrift. The manager had already invited Jiang Chun to the sofa, personally brewing the finest Jin Junmei tea, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. His voice dripping with insincerity. "Mr. Jiang, you are truly a man of decisiveness. Your discerning eye has led you to this duplex. Undoubtedly the crown jewel of our project, an investment of unparalleled value." Jiang Chun merely acknowledged with a casual hum, his gaze flitting over Su Qingyuan's anxious visage and the contract clutched to her chest. "Mr. Jiang, the contract. I have brought it." The manager immediately sprang into action, eagerly flipping open the contract and deftly pointing to the relevant sections. "Mr. Jiang, please sign here, and fill in the payment method here." He was practically willing to sign on Jiang Chun's behalf. Jiang Chun picked up the pen, a writing instrument that exuded luxury, appearing almost nonchalant between his slender fingers. He scarcely glanced at the densely packed terms. In the face of such absolute financial power, the stipulations seemed utterly feeble. The pen glided across the paper, producing a crisp sound. Su Qingyuan held her breath, fixated on the moving tip of the pen as if witnessing a miracle. He signed. He truly signed. 27 million. Was it now mine? No, merely the commission and the payment. Jiang Chun set down the pen, succinct in his statement. The manager, with the flourish of a magician, produced a pre-prepared POS machine, offering it with both hands. His voice trembling with excitement. "Mr. Jiang, please swipe your card." Jiang Chun retrieved a sleek black card, causing the manager's pupils to constrict as he instantly recognized it as the pinnacle of private banking, a black card of unimaginable wealth. Jiang Chun swiped it casually, entering the password with fluidity and no hesitation, as if the sum of 26 million was nothing more than a trivial 260. 26 million. In the bustling metropolis, might merely purchase an ordinary apartment, yet in a second-tier city like Yuzhong, it was a sum capable of altering the fates of many. The POS machine emitted a soft beep before commencing the printing of the receipt. The sound of the printer in the otherwise silent VIP lounge was strikingly jarring. The manager's eyes were glued to the receipt as it emerged, and upon seeing the string of numbers confirming the transaction, his smile blossomed instantaneously, stretching nearly to his ears as he rubbed his hands together in excitement. "It's done. Congratulations, Mr. Jiang. You are now one of the most esteemed owners in Chuanxiu Huafu." Jiang Chun turned his attention to Su Qingyuan, inquiring, "What is the amount of consultant Su's commission?" Su Qingyuan's heart skipped a beat as she glanced at the manager. Was this not what she had yearned for? The manager's mind raced, his face filling with a beaming smile as he spoke with an air of self-congratulatory generosity. "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I will ensure that Miss Su receives the highest standard, 3%. That's a total of 780,000. He quickly calculated. Jiang Chun had paid in full without hesitation and had personally inquired about the commission, clearly showing interest in Su Qingyuan. Granting this 780,000 would not only appease this golden client, but also secure Su Qingyuan's loyalty. Such a premier customer, if he were to share a few connections to potential buyers, would yield even greater rewards. This deal was undoubtedly advantageous. 78,000. As Su Qingyuan heard this figure, a warm wave surged through her, dissipating the last remnants of her reluctance. This sum would be more than sufficient to purchase a 3-bedroom apartment in the suburbs of Yuzhong. Stealing a glance at Jiang Chun, his sharply defined profile illuminated by the opulent light, she mused that perhaps it wasn't so difficult to bear after all. Chapter 65, Side Quest. In the night-draped Yuzhong, as the lights began to twinkle, an unusual tenderness filled the air. Jiang Chun's fingertips grazed the softness nestled in his embrace, the texture delightfully exquisite. The safety goggles screen flickered to life in the dimness. Su Qingyuan, status secure, associated driver. 1. He lowered his gaze to the text, a subtle smile gracing his lips. A sense of inexplicable satisfaction swelled within his chest. Perhaps this was what people referred to as a man's sense of achievement. Though Su Qingyuan's features were not as striking as Su Yueying's, her bone structure possessed a refreshing elegance akin to Bai Chu Wei, radiating a gentle glow in the dim light. Her figure was impeccable, the curve from her waist to the hem of her dress seemingly sculpted with care. Curled in his embrace, her warm breath brushed against his neck, reminding him of the breathtaking flexibility she had displayed earlier. Particularly, her dancer-esque grace, the unintentional, flowing arcs, always evoked memories of their first touch, which had left him utterly astonished. Ding! You have triggered the side quest, Beauty Collection. Please proceed to Quest Center for details. Suddenly, the long-forgotten system notification echoed in his mind. Beauty Collection? Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, pondering whether it meant he was to collect beauties. Without further speculation, he accessed the quest center. The screen unfolded instantly, displaying the task information clearly. Task objective: collect 10 beauties meeting the criteria. 2. 10. Task deadline: none. Task requirements: 1. The collected beauties must have a physique and appearance score of 90 or above. 2. The associated driver status of the collected beauties must be 0. Note: beauties are one of the key standards by which a successful man is measured. The host must be aware of this. Task rewards: perfect physique. Enhances the host's physique to the optimal state of human physiological limits. Loyalty card: each time the host drives a new car, the counterpart's loyalty is directly locked at 100, completely eliminating concerns of betrayal. After perusing the details, Jiang Chun couldn't help but smile wryly. Both rewards were exceptionally practical for him. Eternal drive, perfect features, perfect physique. The trifecta constituted the ultimate template of male physiology. He preferred such rewards over monetary gain. How would one assess whether a beauty's physique and appearance met the standard? He wondered. Ding. Safety goggles have been upgraded to Safety Goggles 2.0 for free. Jiang Chun glanced down at Su Qingyuan, the screen refreshing to unveil detailed data. Name: Su Qingyuan. Age: 18. Appearance: 91. Physique: 94. Favorability: 90. Associated driver: 1. Jiang Chun. Su Qingyuan nestled closer into his embrace, her nose brushing against his collarbone. The cashmere blend carried a faint scent of cedar, making her feel as if the distance from the sales office to this bed was a dream traversed on cotton candy. Mr. Jiang. She tilted her face upwards, her voice tinged with the remnants of shyness. Are you satisfied with my performance? The droplets of lingering moisture clung to her eyelashes, shimmering faintly in the dim light. She had already succumbed to Jiang Chen's charm, her heart brimming with his image. Especially the satisfaction derived from his unparalleled abilities, combined with his impeccably chiseled features, evoked both fear and an irresistible allure within her. Jiang Chun, feeling the softness in his grasp, lowered his voice, laced with amusement. What do you think? Su Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback by the question, her cheeks flushing crimson. Well, she bit her lower lip, burrowing deeper into the crook of his neck, her breath grazing his Adam's apple, sending a shiver through him. Jiang Chun recalled the side quest, raising his hand to gently press on her shoulder, signaling her to remain still. In school, where would you rank in terms of looks and figure? Su Qingyuan hesitated, perplexed by his sudden inquiry, yet she answered truthfully. They all say I'm the school belle. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. Although he had anticipated this response, a flicker of disappointment swept through him. It seemed that such beauty was indeed a rarity, and the standards set by the system were not trivial. He gazed out at the neon lights, contemplating where to seek out women who met the criteria. Noticing that the pressure of his fingertips had eased, Su Qingyuan sensed the atmosphere had turned somber, and thus, she chose to remain silent. The room was enveloped in the sound of their breathing, wrapped in the quietude of the night, so still that the distant horn of a riverboat could be heard. After a lengthy silence, Jiang Chen's voice sliced through the stillness. I present you with two choices. One is to part ways now, concluding today's transaction. The other is. Before he could finish, Su Qingyuan hastily interjected, I choose the second option. Jiang Chun chuckled softly, pinching her cheek playfully. You are so certain without knowing what the second option is? Su Qingyuan nestled deeper into his embrace, her nose brushing against his chest, her voice muffled yet remarkably clear. No matter what it is, as long as you do not mind, I am entirely yours, ready to respond to your every call. Upon hearing her response, Jiang Chun pondered whether it was the allure of wealth or his own charm that captivated her. Regardless, the outcome was precisely what he desired, and that was sufficient. I will be returning to Shanghai tomorrow. You may stay in the house I purchased today. Su Qingyuan's head shot up. Mr. Jiang, this is too extravagant. Such a luxurious residence was beyond her wildest dreams. I appreciate those who are obedient and sensible. Jiang Chun interrupted her. That house will remain empty, if not occupied. He spoke so nonchalantly, as if it were merely an ordinary vacant room rather than a lavish mansion valued at 26 million. Su Qingyuan stared, entranced, at his striking features so near to her, feeling as if today was her fortuitous day. Yes, Mr. Jiang, she replied softly, her voice tinged with a hint of nasal tone. I will take good care of the house. Jiang Chun lifted his hand, gently caressing her smooth jawline, savoring her youthful delicacy. The keys and access card. The manager will prepare them for you tomorrow. If you need anything, contact him directly, or... He paused, pulling out his phone. Add me on WeChat. Su Qingyuan's heart skipped a beat. WeChat. This indicated a direct line of communication between them. She carefully took out her phone and scanned the QR code Jiang Chun offered. Watching that simple yet extraordinary avatar appear in her friend list felt like grasping a key to another world. Let us leave it at that for today. Jiang Qin's voice carried a hint of post-transaction languor as he made to rise. Su Qingyuan, momentarily forgetting her modest attire, hurriedly stood up, serving him with the grace of the most obedient maid, gently helping him into his shirt and fastening each button with care. Only after ensuring he was impeccably dressed did she hastily gather her scattered clothing, turning her back to him to quickly dress herself. The two exited the hotel room one after the other, the soft glow of the corridor illuminating Su Qingyuan's still flushed cheeks. Jiang Chun drove in silence, delivering her to a relatively secluded corner at the back gate of the school. "We have arrived." He kept his gaze forward, his tone neutral. "Goodbye, Mr. Jiang," Su Qingyuan whispered as she opened the car door and swiftly melted into the night of the campus. It was not until the taillights of the black BMW vanished at the intersection that she exhaled a long breath, her body feeling as though it had been drained of all strength. Chapter 66. Learning a foreign language. The following day, Jiang Qin bid a brief farewell to his parents before boarding a flight to Shanghai. To efficiently complete the beauty collection side quest, he specifically chose first class. Unfortunately, the flight attendants in first class did not meet the standards set by the system. As he reclined in the spacious, comfortable seat, he closed his eyes, allowing the hum of the engine to lull him into tranquility as the hour-and-a-half journey passed swiftly. The plane landed smoothly on the expansive runway of Shanghai Pudong International Airport. Jiang Chun followed the crowd out of the arrivals terminal, scanning the slightly chaotic throng until he distinctly located a familiar figure. Bai Chui stood there, tall and elegant. She resembled a meticulously crafted painting, effortlessly isolating herself from the surrounding clamor. Dressed in a well-tailored cream trench coat, her figure appeared even more slender. Her softly curled long hair cascading over her shoulders, and her exquisite features illuminated under the bright airport lights as if blessed with a soft focus filter. She stood quietly, her cool and somewhat aloof demeanor magnetically drawing the gazes of passing men, causing passers-by to steal glances or slow their pace. Jiang Qin's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Activating his safety glasses, a data line appeared. Name, Bai Chui. Age, 25. Attractiveness, 92. Figure, 93. Affection, 85. Associated driver, 1. Jiang Chun. Affection level 85? He raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised that this figure exceeded his expectations. At that moment, Bai Chui also spotted Jiang Chun amidst the crowd. The coolness on her face rapidly melted away, replaced by a radiant smile. The light that sparkled in her eyes rendered the envious gazes of onlookers dim in comparison. Rather than rushing toward him like a lovesick girl, she maintained her poise, gracefully striding forward in her high heels. "You're back." "Yeah," Jiang Chun replied. "Have you been waiting long?" "Not too long." Bai Chui shook her head slightly, a strand of hair falling delicately by her cheek, adding to her allure. "Shall we go now?" Jiang Chun naturally took her hand. Her palm felt slightly cool, the texture of her delicate skin exquisite. Bai Chui's body quivered almost imperceptibly, yet she did not pull away, allowing him to hold her. "Okay." The pair walked hand in hand towards the parking lot, stopping in front of a new energy vehicle adorned with cartoon stickers and decorated with a distinctly feminine touch. "This is my car," Bai Chui said, a hint of bashfulness in her demeanor as she playfully shook their joined hands. "In my line of work, one must have a means of transportation. I just wonder if the esteemed Jiang can adjust to this little temple." Jiang Qin opened the car door, glancing at the pastel decorations inside and the plush pendant hanging from the rearview mirror, chuckling lightly. "It's wonderful, quite a hidden gem." He bent down to settle into the passenger seat, which indeed felt considerably more cramped than the Bentley, yet the air was suffused with her sweet and enchanting fragrance. The car roared to life, merging into the bustling traffic of the metropolis. Bai Chui, with her adept driving skills, remained focused on the road ahead. Jiang Chun, meanwhile, relaxed against the backrest, his gaze occasionally drifting to her delicate fingers gripping the steering wheel and her intent profile. The vehicle eventually came to a halt in front of an upscale boutique hotel. A doorman approached, poised to open the door. Jiang Qin glanced at Bai Chui in the driver's seat, raising an eyebrow. "What brings us here?" Bai Chui slightly turned towards him, a mischievous and alluring smile blossoming on her exquisitely crafted face. Her lips parted softly as she spoke in a tone that was both light and gentle, laced with an enticing hint. "Teacher Jiang, I am, of course, here to learn a foreign language." She deliberately emphasized the phrase foreign language, her eyes sparkling with a myriad of emotions. Jiang Chun observed her swift transformation and the unabashed invitation she extended, his heart understanding the implications. It seemed that he was not the only one who found himself captivated and unable to forget. With a favorable impression score of 85, it was evident that their relationship was imbued with a more proactive and fervent undertone. He leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive ear, his voice low and magnetic, tinged with an undeniable possessiveness and a hint of danger. The lesson ahead will delve deeply. I hope your foreign language skills are sufficiently refined. Do not beg for mercy midway. Bai Chuwei felt a surge of warmth at his heated breath and words. Her body instantly tinged with a blush, and she shot him a teasing glare, her voice softer than before. Who has to say who will beg for mercy? As they alighted from the car under the respectful gaze of the doorman, they stepped into the hotel. The elevator whisked them directly to the upper floors. The heavy door of the suite closed behind them, sealing off the world outside. Inside, the lighting was soft, and the atmosphere was intoxicating. You go shower first, Bai Chuwei said, her back to him, her voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible tension as she began to unfasten her trench coat buttons. Jiang Chun encircled her slender waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, inhaling the fragrant aroma of her hair, his voice imbued with temptation. Together? Bai Chuwei's body stiffened visibly, her ears flushing crimson as she stammered. Why you go first? She gently pushed him towards the bathroom. Observing her flushed cheeks and flickering gaze, Jiang Chun recognized her lingering shyness and decided not to press further. After all, there would be many days ahead. He chuckled softly, obediently stepping into the bathroom. As Jiang Chun emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel with droplets of water trickling from his damp hair, his stride halted abruptly. The sight before him momentarily stole his breath, causing his blood to race. Bai Chuwei had already donned a new ensemble. No longer clad in the elegant trench coat, she now wore an impeccably fitted JK uniform. The classic plaid pleated skirt was just the right length, showcasing her long, slender legs to perfection. Clad in sheer black stockings, her legs glimmered alluringly in the soft glow of the sweet S-light. Most strikingly, her slightly curled long hair was now playfully styled into two high ponytails, secured with bow-tied hair ties on either side. Purity and seduction, two contrasting essences, merged flawlessly within her, creating an electrifying clash. She stood barefoot on the carpet, tilting her head slightly, her face adorned with a bashful yet daring smile, her gaze fixed on him like a hook. Teacher Jiang, she cooed, her voice sweet and syrupy, laced with deliberate innocence. Is Bai Chuwei acceptable like this? Jiang Chun swallowed hard, his deep-set eyes swirling with unabashed desire and aggression. He advanced towards her slowly, the taut muscles beneath the towel exuding an aura of strength. Acceptable? His voice was raspy, charged with an intense heat. Bai Chuwei, you are playing with fire. And it's of the highest order. He reached her, his long fingers lifting her petite chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. They stood so close that they could feel each other's heated breaths. Today's foreign language lesson, he murmured, his thumb gently caressing her tender lower lip. His gaze both dangerous and alluring. Seems it must commence with the strictest of pronunciation corrections. The scene in the room bore the remnants of their earlier fervor. The plaid pleated skirt lay crumpled on the carpet. The black thigh-high stockings had been torn into strips. The air was thick with the mingling scents of shower gel and a different, more intimate essence, fermenting into a sticky heat under the warm yellow light. Jiang Chun, please fetch me a bottle of water. Bai Chuwei's voice emerged from beneath the covers, slightly hoarse from recent tears. Jiang Chun glanced down, finding her nestled amidst the disheveled sheets, her hair damp and sticking to her sweat-slicked neck, the once neat ponytails now undone, dark tresses cascading over half a pillow. Her exposed shoulder bore a delicate flush, her fingertips trembling slightly as she raised her hand, clearly exhausted. Jiang Chun's earlier demeanor had left her both frightened and mesmerized. He noted that her favorability rating had now risen to 95. It seemed the online advice had proven correct. When it came to women, there was indeed nothing that a little injection couldn't resolve. If one dose didn't suffice, another was surely warranted. Hearing Bai Chuwei's request, he reached out to pat her shoulder. Just moments ago, she had called him hubby and daddy with such ease, and now she was back to calling him by name? You. Bai Chuwei's face flushed crimson. She recalled how he had rendered her speechless, compliant to his every word. Now, those embarrassing moments replayed vividly in her mind. She suddenly yanked the covers over her head, muffled protests escaping from the corners. No more talking. Seeing her resemble a startled ostrich, Jiang Chun's amusement deepened. He rose and walked over to the minibar, pouring a glass of warm water and checking its temperature before returning to the bedside, lifting a corner of the blanket. Drink some water, he urged, tilting the glass to her lips, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against her feverish cheek. Bai Chuwei peeked out from under the covers, half her face visible, her eyelashes still glistening with tiny droplets, sipping delicately. The cool water trickled down her parched throat, eliciting a soft hum of relief. But as soon as she lowered the cup, Jiang Chun swept her into his embrace. Tired? He murmured, pressing a kiss to the top of her damp hair, his palm gently caressing her lower back. MHM. She nestled closer, her nose brushing against his solid chest, her voice as soft as cotton candy. You're different from before. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. In what way? More. Bai Chuwei bit her lip, pondering for a moment before finally articulating, more mischievous. He chuckled, the vibrations resonating through their connected skin, sending shivers down her spine. Do you like it? Bai Chuwei remained silent, burying her face deeper, though her ears betrayed her. Flushing a vivid red, Jiang Chun tightened his embrace, holding her closer, his nose inhaling the sweet scent of her hair. Let us take a nap. When you awaken, I shall treat you to a delightful meal. Bai Chuwei's eyelids had already begun to flutter, and as she listened to his low voice, she felt herself gradually succumb to the enchantment of sleep. Just before her consciousness slipped into complete oblivion, she seemed to hear him whisper something in her ear, laced with mirth yet tinged with an inexplicable seriousness. Jiang Chun, endowed with eternal drive, appeared utterly devoid of fatigue at this moment. Rather, he radiated vitality. He extricated his arm to neatly tuck the quilt around Bai Chuwei before padding barefoot to the sofa in the living room. The suite enveloped them in tranquil silence, punctuated only by Bai Chuwei's even and shallow breaths. Reclining on the sofa, Jiang Chun pondered how to efficiently complete the side quest of collecting beauties. When the phone screen illuminated, revealing the depths of his contemplation, a bold idea suddenly surged forth as he caught sight of the Douyin app icon. As the most popular live-streaming platform in the country, the abundance of beauties there undoubtedly far exceeded those he could encounter in reality. However, he wondered whether these safety glasses would still prove useful in the virtual realm. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Jiang Chun promptly unlocked his phone and tapped on the familiar icon. His fingers deftly typed beautiful live streams into the search box and clicked lightly. Buzz. In an instant, the phone screen was inundated with an array of diverse live stream thumbnails, fair-skinned and stunning, with long legs, voluptuous curves, and captivating eyes adorned with crimson lips. An overwhelming visual assault ensued. He casually entered the most eye-catching live stream, where the female host, clad in a sequin tank top, swayed her waist to the rhythm of the music. The camera zoomed in closely, revealing her ample cleavage and slender waist with startling clarity. The barrage of comments flashed rapidly across the screen, filled with adoring remarks such as "Wife is so beautiful, goddess," with the online viewer count boldly displayed at 347. Judging solely by the live stream's visuals, her looks and physique easily surpassed a score of 90. Just as Jiang Chun felt a sense of validation regarding the wealth of online beauty resources, the sudden appearance of the safety glasses scanning data doused him in a wave of icy disillusionment. Name, Diley. Age, 45. Attractiveness, 47. Physique, 50. Affection. Associated driver, 32. Gasp. Jiang Chun nearly choked on his own saliva. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring intently at those glaring figures, then abruptly lifted his gaze to the screen where the so-called goddess continued to pose provocatively, adored by throngs of admirers. 45 years old. Attractiveness, 47. Physique, 50. Associated driver, 32. With such heavy filters, even one's own mother might not recognize them. A profound sense of absurdity and biting irony washed over him. He felt like an unwitting audience member trapped in a grand, surrealist theater. The over 2,000 fervent fans in the live stream, calling her goddess and wife, now appeared pathetically ludicrous in his eyes. Damn. In this day and age, even deception through photos has become outdated, now upgraded to live-stream deception? Jiang Chun couldn't help but mutter under his breath, feeling his worldview shaken and refreshed like never before. The beauty filters and makeup sorcery were nothing short of the digital world's skin-deep illusions. The host continued to blow kisses at the camera, her voice pinched and sweet. Dear viewers, send a rocket, and I'll dance a sexy number for you. He battled against the rising nausea in his stomach, swiftly swiping away that live stream. Undeterred, he clicked into 4 or 5 more, only to find the results disappointingly similar. What was this? Not a pool of beauties, but rather a breeding ground for imposters. This would not suffice. The search was akin to finding a needle in a haystack, fraught with high risks, namely, the risk of emotional trauma. A change of strategy was imperative. Exiting the live stream plaza, he hesitated momentarily over the search box before inputting attractiveness rankings for streamers. Soon, a list generated by a combination of official platform and user votes appeared on the screen. The names and avatars at the top of the list indeed appeared more visually appealing and authentic than those he had hastily scrolled through earlier. Clinging to the last thread of hope and a strong desire for verification, he clicked into the room of the third-ranked streamer, who went by the ID Little Deer in a flurry. This live stream boasted an even larger audience, nearing 5,000 viewers. The host appeared to be a remarkably pure-looking girl, dressed in a cozy, collegiate sweater, cradling a guitar as she serenaded a soft love song. Her voice was sweet, her smile genuine, devoid of heavy makeup, with a warm bedroom backdrop creating an overall fresh and natural ambience. The comments flooded in with praises like "Little dear is so obedient, feels like first love, and this is the real goddess. This one, surely, must be genuine." Jiang Chen mused, activating the safety glasses for simultaneous scanning. Chapter 68, Call Me Daddy. Name, Li Xiaoming. Age, 19. Attractiveness, 85. Physique, 83. Affection, associated driver, 2. Jiang Chen finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Although an 85 and 83 still fell short of the system standards. At least the data appeared authentic and reliable. The age, attractiveness, and physique all matched up without the terrifying disparity of a truth-revealing mirror. It seemed this ranking list held some merit. He regained a semblance of trust in the online realm. Just then, a dazzling comment adorned with golden dragon effects suddenly dominated the top of the screen. Supreme Emperor Dragon Outyin has entered the live stream. Following this, a flurry of 3,000 yuan carnival effects began to flood the screen, instantly elevating the atmosphere of the live stream. The singing girl appeared momentarily stunned, before her face blossomed with an overwhelming expression of joy and sweetness, her voice quivering with excitement. Thank you, Brother Outyin. Thank you for the carnival. You're too generous. Love you, heart. Jiang Chen gazed at the sweetly smiling girl expressing her heartfelt gratitude to the benefactor on screen, then glanced back at the name Li Xiaoming and the score of 85 in the safety glasses, and a plan swiftly took shape in his mind. Rankings, genuine beauties. Benefactors, an even more precise and efficient online selection plan began to crystallize in his thoughts. But why just shower others with affection? Why not direct it towards someone closer? He recalled that Bai Chuwei also streamed live. Just then, a faint, alluring fragrance wafted through the air. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Chuwei had approached the sofa. Wrapped in a loose silk robe, exuding a languid charm. She cast a cursory glance at Jiang Chen's phone screen, which was still ablaze with carnival effects, and at the sweetly smiling Li Xiaoming, her lips slightly pouting, her tone laced with a barely perceptible hint of acidity. Humph, are all you men like this? While feasting at the table, your eyes wander to the pot. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, casually pulling her slender waist into his embrace, tilting the phone screen towards her. Just passing time, nothing serious. Bai Chuwei leaned against his shoulder, humming softly. 9.5 out of 10 live streams are deceits. With beauty filters cranked up, even aunties can be made to look heavenly. Just here to fool you lot. Though she left the sentence unfinished, the implication was unmistakable. Oh. Jiang Chen lowered his head, nuzzling against her delicate collarbone. So, how many viewers do you have cheering for you during your streams? A fleeting blush crossed Bai Chuwei's face. She had not signed with any agency and was never one to employ the tactics of charmingly pouting or flattering the older brothers. Her live stream had always been painfully sparse. Not many. Her voice dwindled, tinged with a hint of reluctance and grievance. The formidable power of beauty filters has, paradoxically, obscured her advantages, rendering her indistinguishable amidst the sea of identical internet celebrity visages. Do you wish to increase your followers? Jiang Chen's fingers caressed her waist gently, imbued with a seductive undertone, the kind that promises instant fame. Bai Chuwei's heart raced, and she looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Yes. Of course I want to. What streamer doesn't yearn for popularity? Jiang Chen's fingertip glided to her delicate cheek, giving it a light pinch. Then, let me hear you call me daddy. You. The flush on Bai Chuwei's cheeks transformed from shy pink to an embarrassed crimson. Jiang Chen, what nonsense are you spouting? This request is utterly outrageous. His nearly domineering sense of control sent heat rushing to her ears. What? Reluctant? Suddenly, Jiang Chen lifted her effortlessly, striding towards the bed. Since you are unwilling, I shall have to subdue you. Bai Chuwei recalled the unparalleled impact he had on her. A certain place on her body still tinged with a tender ache, and she hastily patted his arm. Put me down. I'll call you. Jiang Chen halted, lowering his gaze to her flushed face. Oh? Then call me. Bai Chuwei bit her lip, her eyelashes casting a shadow over her cheeks, her voice barely above a whisper. Almost drowned out by her racing heart. Dad, daddy. As soon as the words left her lips, she buried her face into the crook of his neck. Jiang Chen chuckled softly, carrying her to the edge of the bed, yet he did not set her down. Instead, he sat on the edge, allowing her to straddle his lap. Now, that's obedient. He reached up, tousling her hair, his fingers weaving through the soft strands. Now go live. Bai Chuwei shot up, nearly colliding with his chin. Instinctively, she adjusted her slightly open collar, her cheeks still flushed with lingering warmth. Her eyes wide with disbelief. How can I go live looking like this? My hair is a mess, and there are faint red marks on my neck. How could I possibly face anyone? Jiang Chen's gaze lingered on her neck for a moment, seemingly just realizing the situation. He glanced at the time and noted it was already evening. Then let us grab something to eat first. Bai Chuwei emitted a few reluctant hums from her nose, conceding. her tense body relaxing slightly. After dinner, pleased with her performance, Jiang Chun took her to the mall. A few sets of the latest seasonal clothing and 2 designer handbags later, he swiped his card with decisive ease. Naturally, the clothes and bags were of high quality. Given his current status, he would never purchase replicas for his woman. Don't ask why. It is simply because women have a penchant for such things. Initially, Bai Chuwei resisted. But Jiang Chun countered her objections with a stern warning of the consequences if she refused. She understood all too well what his consequences entailed. Although thrilling, it was also detrimental to her well-being, so she pursed her lips and acquiesced. Upon returning to their modest one-bedroom apartment, Jiang Chun stood at the door, momentarily lost in thought. Having witnessed the opulence of the spring and autumn mansion, this once appealing abode now appeared rather crude in comparison. No wonder people often say it is easy to transition from frugality to luxury, but difficult to revert from luxury to frugality. Jiang Chun's gaze swept over Bai Chuwei's neck. The intimate marks, under the combined effects of foundation and time, had faded to the point of being nearly imperceptible. Go change into the new clothes and go live. Jiang Chun diverted his gaze. I will help you gain popularity. Bai Chuwei did not rebut, picking up the bag and heading to the bathroom. Moments later, the bathroom door swung open. Jiang Chun, leaning against the window and engrossed in his phone, looked up at the sound, his gaze instantly locking onto her. The champagne-colored silk clung softly to Bai Chuwei's exquisite curves, accentuating the graceful lines of her bare shoulders and neck. The hem of her dress was neither too long nor too short, perfectly showcasing her long, slender, fair legs. A hint of self-consciousness lingered on her face from just having changed, her eyelashes casting a shadow over her eyes. In the warm glow of the light, the purity intermingled with a subtle allure, creating a breathtaking beauty. Wow! Jiang Chun swallowed hard, unable to conceal his astonishment, realizing that indeed, it is the wearer who makes the attire truly valuable. Bai Chuwei felt her ears heat up from his praise, yet she could not hide the delight in her eyes. Softly asking, "Can we start now?" "Yes, sit over there." Jiang Chun gestured towards the sofa. The backdrop of the warm yellow floor lamp and the potted plant in the corner made it undeniably more photogenic. Bai Chuwei took a deep breath, striving to suppress the swirling thoughts in her mind, and logged into her streaming account. As the camera activated and the angle was adjusted, she faced the screen, mustering a sweet smile. "Hello everyone, I'm Weiwei. Good evening." As the broadcast notification was sent out, fans began to trickle in, quickly reaching over 30 viewers. "Good evening. Weiwei, you look beautiful today. Is that a new dress? You're late today, my dear. You owe us a dance. Wow, has the background changed? Did Weiwei move? You seem a bit tired today. Make sure to rest well." Upon seeing the familiar usernames and caring comments, Bai Chuwei's tense nerves relaxed slightly. She sidestepped the inquiries regarding the background, responding softly, "Yes, it's a new dress. Thank you all for your concern. I'm fine. I want to be dancing today. How about I sing a song for you instead?" Amidst the requests from her fans, she chose a soothing love song. As the prelude began, she closed her eyes. And when she opened them again, the weariness in her gaze seemed temporarily dispelled. Her voice, clear and ethereal, flowed forth as she sang, "As the winter night warms. As the sea no longer appears so blue. As the moonlight's purity dims to darkness. It merely signifies that joy is no longer so simple." The moment her melody began, the chat in the live stream fell silent for a few seconds, only to erupt into fervent excitement. "Wow, my ears are in heaven. Weiwei sings so beautifully. How did we never notice this before? A celestial voice. Incredible." Bai Chuwei immersed herself in her song, momentarily forgetting Jiang Chun beside her, the lavish gifts, and the lingering aches in her body. Music was one of her few passions. Standing alongside her, Jiang Chun was taken aback by her mesmerizing voice. He pulled out his phone, registering a new account, and directly entered Bai Chuwei's livestream. On the screen, Bai Chuwei was reaching the emotional peak of the chorus. Her eyelashes lowered, the light casting gentle shadows across her face. Just then, boom, a massive, golden carnival effect suddenly exploded across the entire phone screen, accompanied by a prominent notification across the platform. In October, the host Weiwei's livestream, a Carnival 1 was sent. Come and watch. The livestream room erupted. Wow, a carnival. The boss is generous. October? I've never heard of this name. The boss is a mystery, but I love it. Bai Chuwei's singing was interrupted, and she stared in shock at the extravagant gift effect on the screen, momentarily forgetting the lyrics. Instinctively, she turned to Jiang Chun, only to find him wearing a confident smile, his fingers tapping on the screen. Boom, boom, boom. The second, the third, the fourth. The carnival's special effects erupted with a fervor that suggested an abundance of resources, exploding one after another with scarcely a moment's pause. The entire screen of the mobile phone was utterly inundated with a relentless cascade of golden light and animations. The number of viewers in the live stream began to surge exponentially. 100, 200, 500. The boss was beside himself with excitement. My heavens! How many has been spent? The server was on the verge of crashing. An announcement echoed across the platform. Come and witness the affluent benefactor. Who is the host? The one singing? Their voice is simply enchanting. Mo Xiao is incredible. Goddess Wei Wei is extraordinary. The barrage of comments went utterly wild. The notification sounds of gifts and rewards merging into a cacophonous drone. The number of viewers in the live stream soared from dozens to thousands in an instant. And it continued to rise feverishly. Various expressions of astonishment, speculation, and adoration surged forth in the comments, rolling like a tsunami, rendering the content nearly illegible. Bai Chuwei was completely bewildered, staring blankly at her phone screen, watching the dizzying numbers of gifts and the ID from October flicker incessantly. Her mind was a void, overwhelmed by the auditory and visual onslaught, leaving her at a loss. She even forgot that she was still live streaming, forgot to sing, and simply sat there stiffly, watching the extravaganza orchestrated by Jiang Chun, built upon a foundation of wealth. Jiang Chun observed the escalating number of fans with satisfaction, as friend requests flooded in behind the scenes. This was precisely the effect he desired, enhancing Bai Chuwei's popularity while simultaneously cultivating his own image of affluence, enticing beautiful women to gravitate towards him. Suddenly, Bai Chuwei abruptly ended the live stream. The phone screen darkened abruptly, severing the connection to the frenzied comments and jarring sounds of gifts. The room fell into a silence, broken only by the slightly hurried breaths of the two individuals and the faint sounds of the city outside. She turned sharply, her chest rising and falling slightly, her clear eyes now brimming with disbelief and unmasked heartache, piercing directly at Jiang Chun. Is this how you help me gain popularity? Do you have any idea how much money you just squandered? Her voice trembled slightly, not out of excitement, but pure heartache. Jiang Chen's smile faltered momentarily. He had anticipated her surprise, her excitement, even her shyness, but he never expected her to feel heartache. Heartache for his money? Jiang Chun set his phone down, leaning slightly forward. Wei Wei, how could this be considered wasteful? He extended his finger, gently tapping the now black screen of her phone. Did you see the spectacle just now? An announcement across the platform. The affluent benefactor has arrived. Your name and the live stream shot straight to the top. The small room filled with dozens of viewers transformed into thousands in mere moments. And it continues to grow. This effect, no amount of money could buy. Jiang Chun was utterly unconcerned about the small sum of money spent. As he watched the influx of requests for private videos and friend requests from beautiful women, he felt his goal was achieved. Although the platform took half, it was worth it. Yet, he found the outcome disappointing. Most were merely illusions. And those who weren't did not meet the system's requirements. But how much did that cost? Bai Chuwei pressed on. A carnival costs 3,000. How many did you send? 500? 600? My heavens. She covered her mouth, unable to fathom that astronomical figure. To her, it was an unattainable fortune. Jiang Chun did not pay much heed to her psychological burden, his gaze intense as he directly asked, Did you enjoy it? I did, she instinctively admitted. Then furrowed her brow to add, But it's such a waste of money. Wasteful? Wei Wei, your perspective is still too narrow. He chuckled lightly, a hint of condescension in his tone. That amount of money is but a drop in the ocean for me. The effect it garnered, you have witnessed, is unparalleled. In this world, the best thing money can buy is efficiency. It is the attention of the masses. It is the means to elevate you to the pinnacle in an instant. But there are no buts. Jiang Chun interrupted her decisively, his tone resolute. What I say is worth it, is worth it. My woman deserves the best, deserves the admiration of all. Today is merely the beginning, Wei Wei. The notion of a domineering CEO falling for a real estate agent suddenly flashed through Bai Chuwei's mind. The next day, a convoy led by a Rolls-Royce Phantom, flanked by two Mercedes-Benz S600s, came to a steady halt at the entrance of the Moying residential complex. After completing her registration with the security, Bai Chuwei, under the respectful gaze of the guards, gracefully entered the Phantom as the convoy slowly drove into this top-tier residential area of the Magic City. Mr. Jiang, just around this bend, the building ahead is the one, she softly indicated. In private, she could call him hubby, but in a professional setting, she could only refer to him as Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen's gaze traversed the window, scrutinizing the intricate landscaping and architecturally striking buildings within the complex, nodding slightly in approval. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xie Yule, with her exquisite makeup and elegant demeanor, recalled how she had stayed up late the previous night after receiving Jiang Chen's call, diligently selecting several luxury properties. She had not anticipated that she would arrive early in the morning merely to accompany a real estate agent on a property viewing. While she understood that Moying was renowned as one of the best complexes in the Magic City, She was confident that the hidden luxury properties she had sifted through from the Valhong database were by no means inferior in terms of location, quality, or rarity. She glanced at Bai Chuwei through the rearview mirror. What is so special about this, Miss Bai? The convoy soon arrived at the villa destination. As the vehicles came to a halt, Jiang Chen opened the door and stepped out, and just as he steadied himself, the doors of the two Mercedes-Benz S600s behind him emitted a synchronized, resonant unlocking sound. 8 figures, clad in impeccably tailored suits, swiftly and efficiently exited their vehicles. The dark suits elegantly highlighted their well-proportioned forms, their ties meticulously arranged, each carrying a uniform black leather briefcase. Moving with a steady gait that exuded a silent, yet formidable professional aura. Chen Lu, thank you all for your hard work, Jiang Chen acknowledged, his tone calm and composed. He had only casually instructed Zhong Zhen to arrange for a lawyer well-versed in real estate to assist, but to his surprise, the other party had dispatched a top-notch team of 8. This level of attentiveness was indicative of both strength and attitude. A middle-aged man, referred to as Chen Lu, stepped forward, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, and respectfully replied, Mr. Jiang, you are too kind. It is our duty to serve you. As one of the top real estate lawyers in the country, he carried a sense of pride. However, in the presence of Jiang Chen, the principal shareholder of Junsheng, that pride naturally transformed into a professional yet humble demeanor. Bai Chuwei had already hastened forward, promptly introducing a middle-aged man who had been waiting at the villa's entrance to Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, this is the owner of the villa, Mr. Li. The middle-aged man, wearing glasses and slightly plump yet beaming with vitality, extended his hand to Jiang Chen with a warm smile. Mr. Jiang, hello. I am Li Diji. It is an honor to meet you. Jiang Chen grasped the outstretched right hand, wearing a perfectly calibrated commercial smile that was neither impolite nor overly familiar. Mr. Li, it is a pleasure. I entrusted Miss Bai to assess this property, and she holds it in high regard. Li Daji's smile grew even broader as he exclaimed. Manager Bai possesses a discerning eye and a commendable sense of responsibility. Mr. Zhang's decision to entrust her with this matter is truly a testament to her exceptional judgment. Please, come in. Esteemed lawyer friends, do join us. It is scorching outside, but we have a refreshing ambience within. As he warmly welcomed them, he signaled to the servants to open the grand entrance of the villa. As the vice president of one of Shanghai's top-tier hospitals, his perceptiveness was unparalleled. The spectacle before him, a Rolls-Royce Phantom leading the way, followed by a convoy of Mercedes-Benz S600s, and trailing behind, a team of 8 distinguished lawyers exuding an air of authority, coupled with Jiang Chen's innate commanding presence, unequivocally illustrated the buyer's formidable strength. His confidence in the success of this transaction surged, prompting him to adopt an even more courteous demeanor. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, stepping into the spacious and well-lit foyer of the villa, guided by Bai Chuwei and Li Daji. Xiao followed closely behind, maintaining a respectful distance while surveying the layout and decorative details of the interior. The 8 lawyers did not immediately enter. Instead, Chen Lu swiftly assigned tasks. Xiao Zhang, Xiao Wang, you will be responsible for the external inspection, including the garden boundaries, ancillary facilities, and road ownership, documenting all details with photographs. Xiao Li Xiao Zhao, examine the main structural integrity of the building for any glaring defects or unauthorized modifications. Lao Wu, accompany me inside to verify the original property documents, historical transaction records, mortgage status, and property management regulations. Xiao Qian, Xiao Sun, prepare the electronic scanning equipment and recording devices to ensure the entire document verification process is clear and traceable. With clear and precise instructions, the 8 promptly sprang into action. 4 remained outdoors, with 2 retrieving professional equipment to commence measurements and photography, while the other 2 meticulously examined the exterior walls and foundation. The remaining 3, carrying briefcases, followed Chen Lu with measured strides into the villa. The interior boasted an exceptional sense of space, with vast floor-to-ceiling windows inviting the meticulously landscaped garden into the living area, ensuring abundant natural light. As Li Daji led the way, he enthusiastically highlighted the clever design elements and spatial features, occasionally casting glances at Jiang Chen to gauge his reactions. Bai Chuwei, positioned nearby, interjected timely professional insights regarding the construction year, the core building materials employed, and the unique service amenities of the community. Her presentation was organized and precise, reflecting her solid expertise. Xiao trailed quietly behind, her attention divided between the house and the subtle interplay between Bai Chuwei and Jiang Chen. In the meeting area, the lawyer team led by Chen Lu had already unfurled their equipment across the marble tabletop. Li Daji's steward arrived, bearing thick stacks of documents. Mr. Li, could you kindly provide the original property certificate, the latest land certificate, the structural blueprints, and all pertinent payment receipts and property confirmation letters? Chen Lu inquired. Certainly, certainly. Everything is prepared. Please, lawyers, proceed with your verification. Li Daji gestured for the steward to pass the documents. The lawyers immediately engaged, pairing off as one swiftly perused the documents while the other operated the scanner and computer for record verification. Their movements were deft and coordinated, leaving only the sounds of pages turning, keyboards clattering, and the soft hum of the scanner resonating in the room. Jiang Chun leisurely paced through the expansive living room, his fingers gliding across the smooth, natural marble bar, his gaze drifting towards the meticulously tended private garden outside. He was pleased with the lawyer's efficient work and increasingly intrigued by the villa itself. Compared to his own spacious flat in Chuanxiu Huafu, this villa exuded an entirely different charm. The openness of the flat contrasted with the unique allure of the villa's layout, which he now appreciated on a deeper level. Suddenly, he halted and turned to Li Daji. Mr. Li, may I request a tour of the premises? Half an hour later, Jiang Chun and Li Daji returned to the meeting room. The lawyer team had already packed away most of their equipment. Chen Lu stepped forward, his demeanor returning to its usual calm. Mr. Jiang, all document verifications have been completed. The property rights are clear, with no significant defects or legal risks. Having just completed a thorough inspection of the villa's interior and exterior, Jiang Chun felt quite satisfied with the space, design, landscape, and privacy it offered. He turned to the owner beside him and said, Mr. Li, let us discuss the price. Li Daji momentarily froze, his eyes lighting up with astonishment. In today's sluggish market, particularly for such a high-end property valued over $1 billion, potential buyers were exceedingly rare. Jiang Chen's willingness to negotiate indicated genuine interest in the villa. His greatest fear had been that the other party might walk away due to price disagreements. Mr. Jiang, your straightforwardness is commendable. Li Daji began. You have seen the location, quality, and decor of this property firsthand. It is undoubtedly of the highest caliber. My previous offer was $1.98 billion. This price is certainly justified. He paused, as if summoning immense resolve, and continued, seeing Mr. Jiang's sincerity. I am prepared to extend my utmost goodwill. How about I drop the price to $1.9 billion? What do you think? This is a genuine price offer. To him, an $8 million reduction felt like a significant concession. Jiang Chun did not respond immediately. He simply listened with a calm demeanor, his expression as tranquil as still water. Chen Lu seized the opportunity to speak. Mr. Li, the market fair value assessment for this villa, assuming no defects, indeed falls between $1.9 billion and $2 billion. However, he pivoted, referencing recent transactions of similar high-end properties in Shanghai. The final sale prices generally trend 10 to 20% below market evaluations. Furthermore, your stipulation for full payment inherently exerts substantial downward pressure on the price. His reasoning was sound, addressing the crux of the matter. Li Daji's expression shifted to one of discomfort. Chen Lu then turned to Jiang Chun, offering professional insight. Mr. Jiang, based on the current risk assessment and market benchmarks, I believe a more reasonable price range should lie between $1.5 billion and $1.7 billion. While he refrained from outright declaring Li Daji's $1.9 billion as unreasonable, he utilized data and professional advice to establish a lower anchor point. Upon hearing this, a flicker of appreciation crossed Jiang Chen's face. What is professionalism? This is professionalism. Although he possessed wealth, he was by no means a fool. It was wise to save where possible, even if his fortune seemed to come effortlessly. Mr. Li, Chen Lu's analysis is both professional and objective. I do not perceive the sincerity in the offer of $1.9 billion. Jiang Chen's voice was soft yet firm, effectively extinguishing the smile on Li Daji's face. Li Daji opened his mouth, eager to argue about how unique the property was and how exquisite the materials used were. But Chen Lu's remarks reflected reality, the disparity between the appraisal and transaction prices, alongside the current grim downturn in real estate. He understood that it was indeed a buyer's market. This villa had been on the market for quite some time, and Jiang Chun was the first and only potential buyer willing to engage in price discussions. With a resolute expression, Li Daji seemed to arrive at a challenging decision. Mr. Jiang, I genuinely wish to see this transaction come to fruition. Thus, regarding the price, I truly cannot reduce it further. Speaking quickly, he proposed, however, I am willing to include an additional 15 residential units. They are located in the suburbs, all ready for occupancy, each exceeding 100 square meters. The total price will still be based on $1.9 billion. What do you think? Jiang Chun did not look at Li Daji, but instead shifted his gaze towards Chen Lu. Chen Levexin swiftly comprehended the situation and promptly accessed relevant data on his tablet. Moments later, he articulated, Mr. Li mentioned that the recent average transaction price for commercial properties in the suburban New District hovers around 30,000 yuan per square meter. Estimating based on 15 units, with an average area of 100 square meters each, The market value approximates 45 million yuan. However, he pivoted to highlight a crucial point. There currently exists a certain pressure regarding inventory turnover in that area, coupled with the complexities of bundled sales involving property transfer, taxes, potential vacancy costs, and possible unified management issues, which greatly undermine both the actual value and liquidity. Taking into account the additional risks and holding costs, the net value contribution could be significantly lower than the book value. This analysis was akin to dousing a bucket of cold water over Li Daji's grand hopes. However, both Li Daji and Chen Levexin were momentarily taken aback by Jiang Chen's subsequent remarks. If there are no issues with the property rights, Jiang Chen's gaze swept over Chen Levexin, confirming the core premise. Let's proceed, as Mr. Li suggested. Li Daji suppressed his excitement and replied, Mr. Jiang is truly forthright. The property rights are absolutely secure, no issues at all. Despite the inclusion of 15 commercial properties, he still felt he had profited. Standing beside Jiang Chen Levexin, although striving to maintain his professional composure, could not conceal the astonishment and slight confusion in his eyes behind his glasses. He had just conducted a detailed analysis of the risks associated with the bundled proposal and the significant depreciation of actual value. Logically, one would expect to leverage this analysis to negotiate a lower price or outright reject the bundling to focus solely on the villa itself. Accepting this evidently seller-favorable proposal so decisively was entirely unexpected. He quickly cast a glance at Jiang Chen, attempting to glean any insight from his calm demeanor, but found nothing. He had no choice but to swiftly adjust his mindset, temporarily suppressing his immense curiosity, and his professional acumen propelled him into execution mode. Director Jiang, Chen Levexin stated, since you have made your decision, I will immediately prepare the supplementary agreement, including the detailed addresses, property certificate numbers, areas, and other information for the 15 commercial properties as attachments to the contract, and clarify the property transfer time and method. Meanwhile, the core terms of the original villa transaction contract remain unchanged, with the total price confirmed at 9 billion yuan, to be paid in full, with taxes borne as per legal stipulations. Do you think any additional details need to be included? Jiang Chen slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Please expedite the process. You and Mr. Li shall finalize the contract details, ensuring clear property rights with no outstanding issues. Understood, Director Jiang, Chen Levexin promptly replied, then turned to Li Daji, Mr. Li. Please provide the specific list of the 15 commercial properties along with the proof of property rights. We need to verify and draft the supplementary agreement immediately. Time is of the essence, so I kindly ask for your swift cooperation. Of course, no problem. Li Daji responded repeatedly as he hurriedly instructed the butler. Chen Levexin then made a phone call. Shortly thereafter, the head of the property registration office arrived in person to oversee the transfer procedures. The processing of the property certificates was executed seamlessly, and all procedures were completed on-site. The entire transaction, from verification to conclusion, took just over 2 hours. Jiang Chen turned to Xie Yul and said, let's proceed with the transfer. Li Daji's phone chimed, and the notification of the incoming funds prompted a deep sigh of relief from him. All of this unfolded before Bai Chui's eyes. She gazed at Jiang Chen's profile. Amidst the colossal transaction of 9 billion, not a hint of disturbance was visible on his face. What manner of man was this, who shared her bed? Chapter 72, Wei, have you struck it rich? Once the property transfer procedures were complete, the grand villa was left with only Jiang Chen and Xie Yul. Jiang Chen reclined on the main sofa, his gaze capturing all the data regarding Xie Yul. Name, Xie Yul. Age, 25. Appearance, 89. Figure, 89. Affinity, 85. Associated driver, 0. Although he felt a tinge of disappointment at not meeting the system's task requirements, the affinity score of 85 indicated a high degree of malleability and a solid foundation of trust, coupled with her pristine record of 0 associated drivers. Transforming her into a true confidant and personal secretary held enormous potential. This outcome was satisfactory enough. Lele, please take a seat. Jiang Chen casually gestured to the sofa beside him. Yes, Mr. Jiang, Xie Yul responded, cautiously sitting down, awaiting Jiang Chen's instructions. Ever since she was selected by Jiang Chen, her life trajectory had experienced a remarkable elevation, leaping from P6 to P14. This was not merely a surge in salary and rank. It represented a complete upheaval of her world. Colleagues who had once regarded her with indifference in the bank now looked at her with cautious flattery and barely concealed envy. For the first time, she understood, within the cutthroat corporate jungle atop the pyramid, credentials, education, ability, and experience, once regarded as the ultimate benchmarks, seemed utterly feeble in the face of absolute backing and resources. The president of the bank personally assured her that as long as she could meet Jiang Chen's expectations, P14 was merely a new starting point, not an endpoint. The weight of those words brought both immense opportunity and significant pressure. Jiang Chen spoke. Tomorrow, accompany me to Pengcheng. Additionally, everything in this villa, bedding, sofa furnishings, and so forth, must be replaced. Ensure the highest standards. Furthermore, arrange for cleaning every 3 days. As Pengcheng served as the headquarters for the esteemed Huaxia company, it was indeed time for a visit. Xiaoyul quickly took out her notebook to jot down the instructions. She refrained from questioning why not to hire a live-in housekeeper or servant, nor did she challenge the costs of frequently changing top-tier furnishings. In her newly reshaped professional understanding, Jiang Chen's directives constituted the highest standard. Whether she comprehended them or not, execution was paramount. Her responsibility was to complete tasks efficiently and accurately, not to question them. After bidding farewell to Jiang Chen, Bai Chuwei returned to her rented accommodation alone. The events of the past 2 days filled her with an overwhelming sense of unreality. The transaction of the 1.9 billion villa was finalized. As the intermediary, a commission exceeding 2 million now quietly resided in her bank account, coupled with the over 900,000 she earned from Jiang Chen's extravagant generosity during her live stream the previous night. After platform deductions and taxes, her long-desired goal of purchasing a home had, astonishingly, been achieved with such nonchalance. The sudden surge in her bank account's digits felt like an ethereal halo, leaving her somewhat dizzy. As she pushed open the living room door, Heir was enthusiastically live-streaming in front of her phone stand. Upon seeing Bai Chuwei return, Heir's large, exquisitely made-up eyes instantly lit up. She swiftly addressed the camera. "Family, I have to log off for a bit. There's something urgent. Love you all," and abruptly ended the stream with a speed that bordered on frantic. Without even putting down her phone, Heir rushed over to Bai Chuwei, grasping her arm with an urgency, curiosity, and uncontainable excitement. "Wei, where were you last night? You didn't answer calls or messages. I was worried sick. Last night, the October Tycoon went on a spree in your live stream, showering you with hundreds of gifts. Oh my gosh." The entire platform exploded. You struck it rich, haven't you?" Heir's tone was a blend of envy and jealousy. Her initial reaction was to admire Bai Chuwei, but it was swiftly followed by a fervent yearning for the day she might encounter such a wealthy patron herself. This desire was so intense that, under the exhilarating rush of gift effects that flooded the screen the previous night, she impulsively sent her private video to that enigmatic figure known as October. Although a fleeting sense of shame crossed her mind at the moment of sending, the thought of the carnival that symbolized real monetary gain instantly dispelled that embarrassment. Overwhelmed by the tantalizing prospect of what if, Bai Chuwei felt a slight pain in her arm from Heir's grip. She struggled a bit and, with a dazed expression, moved to sit on the sofa, wearily rubbing her temples. Not going anywhere, just handling some matters. Her voice carried an exhaustion akin to that of a survivor, still reeling from the sudden influx of immense wealth. Handling matters? What kind of matters could warrant gifts worth millions? Heir was utterly unconvinced, sitting closely beside her, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she lowered her voice, brimming with the thrill of uncovering a secret. "Quick, tell me, did you meet the real October? What does he look like? How old is he? Is he incredibly wealthy? Did he do anything to you?" The questions bombarded her like a rapid-fire assault, each one aimed at that mysterious benefactor. Bai Chuwei gazed at Heir's face, filled with gossip and ambition, and felt an inexplicable irritation rise within her. She had yet to figure out how to explain everything, especially the part concerning Jiang Chen. Instinctively, she avoided Heir's piercing gaze and muttered, "No, nothing happened. Just, I was lucky to meet a big client." "A big client? Wei, are you pulling my leg?" Heir pouted in dissatisfaction. "What kind of big client can shower you with millions in gifts, especially during your live broadcast? Clearly, it's all about you." She shook Bai Chuwei's arm, half coaxing, half pressuring. "Come on, Wei, you must tell me. We're best friends. If you hit the jackpot, you can't forget to help your sister out, right? Did that October mention any requests? Or did he say what he likes?" Heir's intentions were glaringly obvious. She cared little for what Bai Chuwei had experienced. Her sole focus was on the shortcut to connect with that wealthy benefactor. She even began to fantasize that if Bai Chuwei could make the connection, perhaps she, too, could share in the spoils. She scrutinized Bai Chuwei, not missing a single subtle change in her expression. Bai Chuwei felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. At that moment, her best friend's concern felt so mercenary and jarring. Looking at Heir's meticulously crafted face, filled with desire, she felt a sense of unfamiliarity towards someone with whom she once shared everything. "Heir," Bai Chuwei said, "it's not as simple as you think. I'm a bit tired and would like to rest for a while." Heir's smile faltered momentarily, a flicker of reluctance and disappointment flashing in her eyes. But it was quickly masked by an even sweeter grin. "Oh dear, look at me, I'm too excited. You must be worn out. Go rest. And we can chat later." She watched Bai Chui's retreating figure toward the bedroom, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her shirt, her gaze flickering with uncertainty, clearly unwilling to give up. That October, along with the secret of Bai Chui's sudden wealth, lodged like a thorn deep within her heart. Chapter 73, Arrival in Pingcheng. The following day, the skies over Pingcheng were exceptionally clear and blue. This magnificent metropolis, towering in the southern Guangdong province, serves as a pioneering window for reform and an economic engine, its vibrant energy and dazzling prosperity attracting global attention. At this moment, the exclusive VIP tarmac of Bowen International Airport was spacious and serene. A convoy of dozens of top-tier black sedans silently parked on the polished concrete, awaiting the arrival of their distant master. Lu Qingyu, the CEO of Jinping Yuxian Huaxia Company, the captain of this vast retail empire, was slightly turned, quietly reporting to a remarkably poised young man beside him. "Young Master Yi, Director Zhang's flight will arrive in 5 minutes." There were few individuals in the country who could command such respect from Lu Qingyu. The young man referred to as Young Master Yi was far more than just a shareholder of Jinping Yuxian Huaxia Company. Lu Qingyu remembered that at the onset of his tenure, the company's equity structure was complex. Apart from the 70 controlled by the foundation, the remaining 30 was scattered among several well-established institutions and old family clans. However, this young Master Yi had managed to consolidate all the shares from these powerful factions in just 2 years. The energy and methods behind this feat left Lu Qingyu deeply wary. Throughout their subsequent collaborations, young Master Yi's impressive connections in both the political and business realms intensified Lu Qingyu's understanding of the depth of his background. Yi Shubai merely nodded in response. Standing tall like a pine, he wore casual attire, exuding a low-key demeanor. Had one not known his true identity, it would be difficult to associate him with a financial magnate. The roar of engines grew louder, shattering the tranquility of the tarmac. A sleek Gulfstream private jet glided in like an elegant silver bird, smoothly landing in its designated spot. The stair car quickly connected, and the cabin door slowly opened. The first to appear at the doorway was Xie Yul. She quickly scanned the tarmac to confirm the position of the welcoming convoy, then stepped aside to clear the passage. Shortly after, Jiang Chen's figure emerged at the top of the stairs. Dressed in casual wear, he descended with a leisurely stride, a hint of fatigue from the long flight evident on his face. However, as his gaze swept over the area, even from a distance, it instinctively straightened Lu Qingyu's spine. Lu Qingyu promptly stepped forward a few paces, donning a warm and respectful smile. "Director Jiang, thank you for your hard work on the journey. Welcome to Pingcheng." Jiang Chun stepped down from the stairs, his feet touching the ground of Pingcheng. He inclined his head slightly to Lu Qingyu as a gesture of acknowledgement, but his gaze directly passed over him, landing on Yi Shubai a few steps away. Their eyes met. Lu Qingyu took a timely step forward to introduce the two parties. "Director Jiang, this is Yi Shubai, Young Master Yi, also an important shareholder of our company." He then turned to Yi Shubai. "Young Master Yi, this is our chairman, Mr. Jiang Chun." The formal appointment from the foundation had long been issued, and Lu Qingyu had always hoped to meet this mysterious new boss in Modu, but had been repeatedly declined. Now, he finally laid eyes on the true visage. Jiang Chun was already aware of young Master Yi's existence from the information provided by the system. This period following the acquisition of the system had exposed him to numerous facets and figures he had never imagined before. The energy possessed by the individual before him undoubtedly warranted his utmost respect. A faint smile finally graced Yi Shubai's lips as he stepped forward, extending his hand. "Young Master Jiang, welcome to Pingcheng." He intentionally avoided using formal titles, opting for the more intimate and egalitarian term Young Master. Jiang Chen looked at the hand extended toward him and grasped it firmly. His voice remained calm and steady. "Young Master Yi, I appreciate you coming personally to receive me." The handshake was brief yet powerful. Yi Shubai took the opportunity to extend an invitation. "Young Master Jiang, I have prepared a modest dinner this evening to welcome you. I sincerely hope you can grace us with your presence." Jiang Chun nodded slightly. At his level, certain social niceties and necessary interactions were unavoidable. Yi Shubai personally came to greet him at the airport, making this dinner engagement a matter of due courtesy. "Very well." Seeing Jiang Chen acquiesce, Yi Shubai's gaze brightened with satisfaction, and he did not linger, proposing his farewell. "Then, Young Master Jiang, I shall see you tonight. Mr. Lu, please take good care of Young Master Jiang." "Rest assured, Young Master Yi," Lu Qingyu promptly replied. Yi Shubai offered another respectful nod to Jiang Chun before turning away, surrounded by his entourage as he made his way to his vehicle, swiftly departing the helipad. As Jiang Chun watched Yi Shubai's convoy disappear into the distance, he withdrew his gaze and simply instructed Lu Qingyu beside him, "Return to the company." "Yes, Mr. Jiang." The car is ready. Please follow me. Lu Qingyu quickly led the way. The convoy smoothly navigated away from the airport, merging into the bustling traffic of Pengcheng. Seated in the spacious back seat, Jiang Chen's eyes roamed over the rapidly receding modern urban landscape outside the window. This Yi Su Bai. Jiang Chen's voice broke the silence within the vehicle. What is his background? Lu Chengyu, situated in the passenger seat, immediately turned slightly, carefully choosing his words. Mr. Jiang, young Master Ye's background is profoundly intricate. I, too, possess limited knowledge of the specifics. He maintains an exceedingly low profile in the circle, yet wields immense influence and connections that are widely acknowledged. He paused, lowering his voice somewhat. All I know is that people outside refer to him as Little Prince Yi. Little Prince Yi? Jiang Chun echoed this name, imbued with a rich, archaic resonance yet laden with significance, his brows barely registering a slight movement. This appellation alone conveyed an abundance of information, the weight of which could not be borne by mere merchants or ordinary scions of prominent families. It hinted at a lineage deeply rooted in a unique soil, intertwined with a profound heritage and symbols of privilege. Lu Chengyu cautiously observed Jiang Chen's reaction through the rearview mirror, noting his contemplative demeanor without any signs of displeasure, and thus continued, "Indeed, this title has a long-standing history, its origins shrouded in various tales, yet none dare to probe too deeply. What is known is that he can accomplish many things within Pengcheng and indeed throughout the southern region." His tone was laced with reverence and caution. Jiang Chun refrained from further inquiries. It appeared that tonight's dinner gathering would be even more intriguing than he had anticipated. The convoy continued its steady course towards the headquarters of Jinping Yuxianhuaxia, situated in the heart of Pengcheng's bustling CBD. The towering glass facade shimmered under the sunlight, embodying the stature of a retail giant. Upon their arrival, Lu Chengyu had already made the necessary arrangements, guiding them through the executive entrance straight to the top floor. As the elevator doors opened silently, stepping into the exclusive executive area on the top floor, an intangible sense of pressure enveloped them. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows provided a breathtaking vista of the entire city, and the interior decor exuded a minimalist luxury, infused with an aura of efficient austerity. Several core executives awaited them at the elevator, standing with hands respectfully at their sides. "Mr. Jiang," they greeted in unison, their demeanor reverent. Jiang Chen offered a slight nod, his calm gaze sweeping over the assembly, the invisible weight of his presence causing each executive to involuntarily tense. This enigmatic new chairman, stepping for the first time into the headquarters of Huaxia Company, would have his attitude and decisions directly impact the future of each individual present. Under Lu Chengyu's guidance, Jiang Chun entered the spacious and brightly lit chairman's office, where a massive mahogany desk stood as the epicenter of power. Jiang Chun settled into the expansive chair, exuding an air of composure. Lu Chengyu stood before the desk, took a deep breath, and commenced his formal report. "Mr. Jiang, I will now present the core operational status of Jinping Yuxianhuaxia." He picked up the prepared tablet, bringing up data charts projected onto the large screen on one side of the office. 1. Scale and layout. Store network. As of the end of last quarter, we operate 436 stores across 98 cities in 23 provinces of China. Business composition. This primarily includes 376 large, selected supermarkets and 60 high-end membership warehouse stores, Jinping Sam's Club, which are mainly concentrated in first and second-tier cities and key economic zones. Employee count. We have approximately 1.27 million full-time and part-time employees nationwide. 2. Sales and performance. Annual revenue. Last year's revenue reached 147.3 billion yuan, a year-on-year growth of 27.7. Net profit, 487 billion yuan, a year-on-year decline of 12.09. Growth trend. Overall business remains stable, yet traditional hypermarkets, selected supermarkets, face growth pressures, with comparable store sales experiencing marginal growth or stagnation. The primary growth drivers are the membership stores, with double-digit comparable sales growth, and e-commerce. E-commerce proportion, online sales, including our own app, mini programs, and flagship stores on third-party platforms, have steadily increased, currently accounting for approximately 40% of total sales. Hourly delivery, Jinping home delivery, and citywide distribution, membership rapid delivery. Citywide distribution are the main drivers. 3. Core strategies and challenges. Membership stores. This is currently the most competitive and growth potential business model. We plan to accelerate expansion, aiming to double the number of Sam's Clubs in the next 3 to 5 years. The challenges include a scarcity of prime locations, lengthy construction periods, growth potential for membership fees, and pressure from local competitors, such as Costco and Hema X membership stores. Hypermarket transformation. Traditional selected supermarkets are actively undergoing renovation and upgrades, focusing on fresh produce, proprietary brands such as Hui E and MarketSide, and efficiency improvements. We aim to counter declining foot traffic by optimizing SKUs, introducing more digital tools such as smart shopping carts and self-checkout, and enhancing the shopping experience. Some underperforming stores are currently under evaluation and optimization, closure, or subleasing. Supply chain and logistics. We possess over 20 large fresh produce distribution centers and dry goods distribution centers, establishing an efficient cold chain and logistics network covering the nation. Continuous investment in automated warehouses and last-mile delivery capabilities is a priority. Digitalization. We continue to invest in omnichannel integration, O2O, enhancing app user experience, precision marketing, utilizing membership data, and supply chain digitalization. Localization and competition. We face fierce competition from domestic giants, such as Yonghui, RT-Mart, Hema, and Pupu Supermarket, as well as online platforms, JD Daojia, Meituan Flash Purchase, and Pinduoduo. Flexibility and a localized product strategy are crucial. Cost pressures, rising rental and labor costs, along with investments needed to maintain low-price advantages, exert pressure on profit margins. 4. Membership system. Membership stores boast millions of paid members, with membership fees serving as a significant source of income and customer loyalty assurance. Ordinary selected supermarkets have also established a vast free membership system for data analysis and precision marketing. Having completed the briefing, Lu Chengyu set the tablet down and looked towards Jiang Chun, a hint of tension in his demeanor. Mr. Jiang, the above constitutes the fundamental overview of Jinping Yuxin Huaxia. We possess a solid scale and a robust supply chain foundation, especially with significant advantages in the membership store model. However, the challenges are equally formidable. The transformation of traditional models, deepening omnichannel integration, cost control, and responding to fierce local competition are all pressing issues that require breakthroughs. We urgently need your strategic guidance and resource support. The office fell into a profound silence. The executives held their breath, awaiting the response of the newly appointed leader. The data charts displayed on the screen illustrated a colossal retail empire in the throes of transformation. Jiang Chen's gaze traversed the bar graphs representing growth and the cost curves symbolizing pressure, his expression inscrutable. At this moment, the fate of this billion-dollar enterprise, along with the livelihoods of over 100,000 individuals, hinged upon his forthcoming judgment and decisions. Jiang Chen's fingers gently tapped twice on the smooth mahogany tabletop, shattering the silence. Instead of immediately commenting on the data, he posed the first question, piercing straight to the heart of the matter. What is the greatest bottleneck in the membership store doubling plan? Is it funding, site approval, or personnel? Lu Qingyu felt a tightening in his chest, aware that this question struck at the core issue. He quickly organized his thoughts and responded in a low voice. Mr. Jiang, regarding funding, the robust support from the parent company is not the primary bottleneck. The true core bottleneck lies in site selection. He gestured towards the expansion map of membership stores displayed on the screen, noting the extreme scarcity of premium locations. The competition in core business districts or potential areas in first and second-tier cities is extraordinarily fierce. This is not merely a matter of commercial competition, he continued, his voice lowering slightly, tinged with a barely perceptible sense of helplessness, but also involves complex land planning, policy coordination, and considerations of certain non-commercial factors. The certainty and timeliness of the approval process represent the greatest obstacle to our rapid expansion. He added, as for personnel, that is indeed a critical challenge as well, especially for senior management talent and core store operation personnel who possess an international perspective, are familiar with the membership warehouse model, and can effectively manage large, complex projects. Such individuals are exceedingly rare in the market. Our internal training system is in motion, but its pace cannot keep up with the demands of expansion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged. The traditional hypermarket, he resumed, his voice steady yet imbued with an undeniable scrutiny. A 40 online share is commendable. However, how much of that is incremental? How much is merely a transfer of existing offline customers? What is the genuine profit contribution rate of the online business? Have customer acquisition costs and fulfillment costs been meticulously accounted for each order? Your so-called omnichannel integration, has it truly bridged the gap between experience and efficiency? Or is it simply a transference of offline products to online platforms? These inquiries incisively targeted the core pain points hidden beneath the facade of online business prosperity, profit models, cost structures, and whether true new value was created. The vice president responsible for online operations suddenly found beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Jiang Chun did not wait for a response, his gaze sweeping over the executives in charge of the supply chain. Over 20 distribution centers covering the nation? What is the average inventory turnover period? What is the fresh produce loss rate? Has the last mile of the cold chain achieved optimal solutions in terms of cost and service timeliness? Has the return on investment, ROI, for automated warehouses met expectations? His questions came in rapid succession, swift, precise, and incisive, each one targeting the most critical aspects of operational efficiency and cost control within the business chain. The executives singled out felt an overwhelming pressure, requiring them to summon all their faculties to respond cautiously. After a brief session of inquiries, Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping across the room once more before finally resting on Lu Qingyu. His voice was low yet carried a decisive weight. I have reviewed the data, and the issues are clear. The opportunity is vast, the foundation strong, but efficiency is alarmingly low, and there are too many pain points. He paused, issuing his directives. First, in the membership store expansion plan, site selection is paramount. Within a week, I want to see a detailed list of priority plots for target cities over the next 3 years, accompanied by an assessment of the difficulty of acquiring each plot, potential partners, including possible channels for resolving non-commercial factors, and a timeline. Do not tell me about difficulties. Tell me about solutions and what support you require. Second, the transformation of traditional formats. Online is not a mere facade. Within 2 weeks, the online operations department must submit a comprehensive profit model analysis report detailing the true costs, profits, and user sources, incremental or transfer, for each order. Simultaneously, provide an optimization plan for offline stores, clarifying the standards and list for closures and transitions, as well as specific measures for enhancing the experience and efficiency of remaining stores. I want to see plans that stem the bleeding and foster rebirth. Third, supply chain efficiency is the lifeline. Similarly, within 2 weeks, the supply chain and logistics departments must deliver an inventory optimization plan, targets for fresh produce loss control, and the paths to achieve them, along with a cost-benefit analysis report for last-mile cold chain delivery. The ROI report for automated warehouses must be submitted concurrently. Fourth, Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened, the talent bottleneck. The HR department will take the lead, and within a week, present a plan for the expedited recruitment and internal training of core talents related to the membership store model and digital transformation. I want to see specific names, profiles of target candidates, attraction strategies, and training pathways. If necessary, recruit globally. The budget can be applied for separately. His directives were clear, specific, and time-bound, directly addressing the pain points. Each command bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, nearly suffocating the core executives, yet it illuminated the new boss's swift decisiveness and pragmatic approach. Mr. Liu, Jiang Chen finally turned towards Lu Qingyu. You will coordinate and ensure that these tasks are completed on time and to standard. What I expect are actionable, quantifiable, and trackable plans and results, not vague reports. Do you understand? Lu Qingyu immediately straightened up, responding earnestly, understood. Mr. Jiang, rest assured, we will deploy immediately and devote ourselves fully to completing the tasks you have assigned. Very well. Jiang Chen acknowledged with a slight nod, waving his hand dismissively. You may go and attend to your duties. The executives, as if released from a heavy burden, respectfully bowed before swiftly and quietly exiting the office. Each step felt considerably heavier than when they entered, yet their eyes now held a glimmer of urgency born from newfound clarity. In the expansive office, only Jiang Chun, Lu Qingyu, and Xie Yu remained. Only then did Lu Qingyu dare to exhale slightly, though his back was already drenched in cold sweat. The new boss's keen insight, decisiveness, and method of exerting pressure exceeded his expectations. He realized that the days of complacency for Huaxia Company were irrevocably over. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted to the skyline of Pingqing outside the window, as the golden glow of the setting sun began to paint the glass facades of the towering buildings. He seemed to be speaking to himself, or perhaps to Lu Qingyu. The site selection for membership stores, non-commercial factors. A faint smile graced his lips. It seems that tonight's dinner with that young Lord Yi might yield discussions of a more practical nature. Lu Qingyu felt a stir of realization within him, instantly comprehending Jiang Chen's deeper intentions. Wasn't that young Lord Ye's influence in Pingqing and the greater southern region precisely the key to resolving the most challenging bottlenecks in site selection? The chess game being played by the boss was profound and far-reaching. Xie Yu quietly took notes, her heart swirling with emotions. She was uncertain why Jiang Chun had brought her to attend such an important meeting, but she understood deep down that from the moment she stepped into this headquarters building, witnessing the reverence with which others bowed to Jiang Chun, her life trajectory had become inextricably intertwined with his. As night descended upon the city of Pingqing, the vibrant lights began to twinkle, sketching the opulent contours of this sleepless metropolis. A discreet yet undeniably exquisite black sedan, accompanied personally by Lu Qingyu, glided towards the quiet haven of Guanyin Pavilion, nestled in the bustling core of the city. Just as Lu Qingyu had described, the facade of Guanyin Pavilion was remarkably understated, devoid of any ostentatious signage, revealing only a heavy, seemingly ordinary wooden door. However, the two impeccably attired attendants standing sentinel at the entrance, their gazes sharp as eagles, along with the discreet presence of well-trained security personnel, silently proclaimed the extraordinary nature of this establishment. Lu Qingyu presented the specially embossed black invitation that Yi Shubai had sent in advance. After a meticulous verification, the attendant bowed and opened the grand door. Beyond lay a hidden realm. As they traversed a dimly lit corridor, the walls adorned with flowing natural stone, they were abruptly greeted by a magnificent sight. A vast, soaring Chinese courtyard unfolded before them, complete with pavilions, flowing streams, ancient rocks, and venerable trees, each detail replete with craftsmanship and immeasurable value. The air was suffused with a delicate aroma of sandalwood and premium tea, effectively isolating them from the clamor of the outside world. Attendants clad in elegant kipeos moved gracefully through the space, reminiscent of figures from classical paintings. Under the guidance of the attendants, Jiang Chun and Lu Qingyu, while Xieyul was assigned to a waiting area outside, navigated the winding corridors, ultimately arriving at the entrance of a private room named Wangfu. Elevated above a waterside pavilion, two bodyguards, clad in black Zhongshan suits, stood like silent sentinels on either side, their scrutinizing gazes sweeping over Lu Qingyu before settling on Jiang Chun. With an air of examination and affirmation, they slightly bowed and silently pushed open the heavy door to the private room. Inside was an entirely different world. The room was expansive, yet did not feel barren. Its aesthetic was an exquisite minimalist interpretation of New Chinese style, characterized by clean lines and materials so meticulously chosen that each piece of wood and stone seemed to narrate its own tale. Outside the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, a meticulously crafted garden nightscape harmonized beautifully with the distant city lights. The centerpiece of the room was an enormous tea table fashioned from a single slab of golden Nanmu wood. Beside the table sat Yi Shubai, leisurely perched on a Ming-style armchair, delicately holding a translucent white jade teacup. Yi Shubai had changed into a soft, dark-hued, modernized Chinese garment that softened the sharpness of his daytime demeanor, imbuing him with a more restrained elegance. Upon seeing Jiang Chun enter, he did not rise but instead offered a subtle smile, gesturing to the seat opposite him. "Jiang Shao, please take a seat. Do savor this freshly brewed Old Bush Narcissus tea. Its essence is truly remarkable." Lu Qingyu discreetly withdrew from the room. Jiang Chun calmly took a seat opposite the tea table, his gaze steady as it met Yi Shubai's. "Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Yi Shao." He lifted the jade teacup, the tea within glowing a brilliant orange, its fragrance rich and grounding. He took a gentle sip, savoring the lingering aftertaste. Indeed, it was exquisite tea. It is good tea. In truth, he was no connoisseur, but praising it could do no harm. Yi Shubai also took a sip, setting down his cup as he peered through the misty tea vapor at Jiang Chun, his tone casual yet direct. "How do you find Pingqing on your initial visit, Jiang Shao? This place is rife with opportunities, yet the waters run deep. Only in profound waters can one find great fish." Jiang Chun placed his cup down, his tone even. Yi Shubai chuckled softly, an air of appreciation in his laughter. "You speak plainly, Jiang Shao, and I admire that." He then shifted the conversation, seemingly casually mentioning, "I hear you visited the company today? The Jinping Yuxian brand has deep roots domestically, and General Manager Lu and his team are diligent in their management. However," he lightly tapped the table with his fingers, "a large vessel inevitably faces certain blockages. Turning it around is no easy feat." While he appeared to critique the company, the terms blockages and turning around precisely echoed the pain points highlighted in Lu Qingyu's report, particularly the challenging bottleneck of site selection. Any grand vessel must identify its course and clear the obstructions to navigate steadily and far. Jiang Chun followed his lead, his gaze profound. "The key is to discover the means to clear those obstructions." "The key?" Yi Shubai raised an eyebrow, his smile deepening. "Sometimes, the key lies right before us. It's a matter of how one utilizes it and whether one dares to do so." His gaze lingered on Jiang Chun for a moment before he gestured for the tea master to continue pouring tea. The tea master, a serene young woman with fluid, graceful movements, clearly possessed a deep understanding of her craft. Each of her actions, warming the cups, adding tea leaves, pouring water, and serving the tea, was executed with precision and rhythm, akin to a silent art performance. As boiling water cascaded into the Yixing teapot, it awakened the deeper fragrances of the tea leaves, filling the entire room with their essence. Yi Shubai seemed to immerse himself in the aromatic ambience, choosing not to pursue the earlier topic but instead steering the conversation towards the local customs, the latest economic trends, and intriguing anecdotes from social circles. His discourse was witty and erudite, effortlessly referencing numerous insider insights, showcasing his extensive network and information web. Jiang Chun listened attentively, refraining from interjecting. After several rounds of tea, the atmosphere grew increasingly congenial. Yi Shubai set down his cup, leaning slightly forward, his smile diminishing as he regarded Jiang Chun with a more formal demeanor. Jiang Xiao, let us speak plainly. Jinping Yuxian is a fine vessel, but to brave the winds and waves in Pengcheng and throughout the southern seas, it takes more than just a sturdy ship and powerful cannons. One must also understand the currents and leverage opportunities. He paused, his tone laden with significance. Some current maps cannot simply be purchased with money. Certain advantages cannot be solely acquired through capital. Meeting his gaze, Jiang Qin's expression remained calm and unwavering. So, what is your implication, Yi Xiao? Collaboration, Yi Shubai articulated clearly. I possess some current maps and know individuals who can help leverage those currents. Jiang Xiao, you have the vessel, the goods, and a global network. Together, we can accomplish far more and at a much swifter pace than we can individually. Though he refrained from specifying the nature of their potential endeavors, the implication was unmistakable. To resolve the core bottlenecks hindering Jinping Yoshuan's, especially the membership store, expansion and thereby unlock a larger commercial landscape. He did not stipulate conditions, but the mere proposition of collaboration itself was a gesture and an invitation. The room fell silent once more, save for the gentle sound of the tea master pouring water. Yi Xiao is correct. Jiang Qin's voice broke the stillness, steady and clear. To venture alone is swift, but to journey together is far-reaching, especially in unfamiliar waters. Having a guide familiar with the currents makes the journey significantly more efficient. He did not directly agree to the collaboration, but the mention of a guide clearly acknowledged Yi Shubai's offer of current maps and advantageous connections. He recognized the value of the regional influence Yi Shubai represented while subtly asserting his role as the navigator of their course and ultimate destination. A flicker of light danced in Yi Shubai's eyes, and his smile deepened with a hint of delight at encountering a worthy opponent. Jiang Qin's response displayed an openness to collaboration while retaining a sense of control, striking a perfect balance. Indeed, Jiang Xiao is perceptive. Yi Shubai raised his teacup, substituting tea for wine, and proposed, "Let us toast to our mutual cooperation with a cup." Jiang Qin also lifted his cup. The two jade-white cups gently clinked in the air, producing a crisp and melodious sound. As the clear tea slid down their throats, an unspoken preliminary alliance, grounded in shared interests, quietly materialized amidst the fragrance of tea and the night's embrace. The ensuing conversation took on a markedly more relaxed and pragmatic tone. Yi Shubai dispensed with the pretense and began discussing specific hydrological details. Jiang Chun expressed interest in the site selection for member stores, particularly the newly planned International Business and Leisure District in the western area of Pengcheng. Prime plots C17 and C19, strategically located with excellent transport links, attracting an upscale demographic. His tone was casual, akin to discussing the weather, yet he hinted at some minor planning complications. However, a clear optimization scheme was expected to emerge from next week's joint meeting, aligning more closely with the positioning of a large, high-end commercial complex. His understated remark foreshadowed the imminent resolution of the major policy obstacles surrounding that coveted land, which had drawn the attention of numerous industry giants. Jiang Chun's expression remained unchanged, merely nodding slightly. Yi Xiao is well informed. We have indeed been keeping a close eye on that plot, he replied, stopping short of revealing excessive surprise. Yi Shubai smiled and continued. Additionally, several prime parcels in key cities such as the Magic City, the capital, Linan, Jinling, and East Guangdong also present promising opportunities, albeit with some historical planning issues. If Jiang Xiao is interested, I can arrange for my team to compile the relevant data and pathways for Mr. Liu to assess which options would be suitable for Jinping Yuxian. Thank you for your consideration, Yi Xiao. Jiang Chun expressed his gratitude before shifting the conversation, presenting his own bargaining chip. Jinping Yoshuan's global supply chain and membership system have been firmly established in overseas markets, particularly in North America and Europe, for many years. Should Yi Xiao wish to expand certain specialty products within domestic channels or require access to specific international resources, we can facilitate that. His mention of specialty products and specific international resources was unmistakably directed toward the kind of extraordinary assets individuals like Yi Shubai might seek, transcending typical commercial boundaries. A glimmer of sharp intelligence sparked in Yi Shubai's eyes, clearly pleased with Jiang Qin's reciprocation. Indeed, Jiang Xiao embodies sincerity. Shall we then engage in a mutually beneficial exchange? A win-win collaboration, Jiang Qin summarized, aligning with commercial conventions. The two shared a knowing smile, an unspoken understanding passing between them. At that moment, Yi Shubai seemed to recall something, lightly clapping his hands. Chapter 77. Speak of problems, and you have problems. A discreet door on the side of the private room slid open silently, as if unveiling a hidden curtain. A middle-aged man, exuding a sharp and austere demeanor, entered, dragging a corpulent figure behind him. The latter stumbled forward, nearly being hauled in. Clad in an expensive yet wrinkled suit, he was unable to conceal his excessive bulk and the tremors of fear coursing through him. Jiang Chun's gaze swept over the scene, instantly registering a flicker of surprise. Wasn't this the same Boss Wang that had been investigated by Zhong Zhun for drugging by Chui's drink? How did he end up here? Yi Shubai's voice broke the tension. I heard he previously crossed paths with Jiang Xiao, creating some small disturbances? He turned to Jiang Chun. He's here now, Jiang Xiao. It's up to you to decide his fate. Jiang Xiao, please spare my life. Boss Wang exclaimed upon seeing Jiang Chun, his knees buckling as he fell heavily to the ground, the impact resonating through the floor. Tears streamed down his face. His carefully styled hair plastered to his sweaty forehead in disarray. Bowing repeatedly, he cried out in a desperate tone, Jiang Xiao, I was blind to not recognize the greatness before me. I was blinded by greed. Please, spare me this dog-s life. Money. I'll pay whatever you ask. I'll give up everything. I beg you. I implore you to show mercy. In truth, he had long since relegated the events at Kimi Bar to the farthest reaches of his mind. Yet, Yi Shubai's casual remark about Jiang Chen's past grievances, coupled with the ensuing calamity that had befallen him, made him acutely aware of the terrifying entity he had provoked. He vividly remembered the so-called backing he relied upon for survival, which, in the face of a single phone call from Yi Shubai, felt as fragile as a paper lantern. Soon, officials from the tax bureau, fire department, and other agencies would arrive in succession. His already tenuous company would crumble in an instant. He himself was directly summoned to this royal hall. Jiang Chun observed the quaking figure at his feet, finally grasping the true nature of power. Zhong Zhun had reported that this Boss Wang had formidable connections. Bringing him down through legal means would require time and solid evidence, which could not be rushed. Yet, in front of Yi Shubai, all those supposed backgrounds, connections, and evidence became nothing but a farcical joke. When he says you have a problem, you have a problem. When he declares he will cleanse you, you are as easily swept aside as dust. Rules? In the face of absolute power, rules serve merely as tools for power. At that moment, Jiang Chen viscerally perceived a form of power that transcended commercial norms and overshadowed worldly laws, a more primal, direct, and disconcerting force. The surprise that once graced Jiang Chun's face had vanished, replaced by a profound calm. He felt no anger, no satisfaction, only a chilling indifference that pierced through the essence of it all. He regarded the still bowing, sobbing Boss Wang from a lofty perspective, his gaze as devoid of emotion as one might have for an inanimate object. Yi Xiao, you may handle this, he declared. This character is not worth the effort. Those words irrevocably sealed Boss Wang's fate. Yi Shubai's handling of the matter would undoubtedly yield a conclusion far more thorough and silent than any legal repercussions. Jiang Xiao is quite decisive, Yi Shubai replied with a subtle smile, as if merely discarding an insignificant piece of refuse. He casually waved his hand. The composed, austere middle-aged man immediately understood, seizing Boss Wang by the nape of his collar as if he were a mere chick, effortlessly lifting his limp, heavy form. Boss Wang seemed to want to struggle and cry out, but a fierce glare and the tightening grip silenced him, leaving only desperate gasps escaping his throat. His face a mask of ashen despair. The discreet door slid open silently once more, then closed just as quietly. In an instant, Boss Wang and the last remnants of his corrupt presence were completely erased from this royal hall, emblematic of ultimate power, as if they had never existed. The private room returned to its previous serenity and fragrant ambience. Yi Shubai appeared entirely unaffected, elegantly pouring Jiang Chen another cup of perfectly brewed Old Songzi Narcissus. His smile still warm, just a minor inconvenience that interrupted Jiang Xiao's enjoyment. Come, let us drink tea. Jiang Chen lifted the cup of clear tea, gazing into the gentle ripples of its reflection. The tea remained pure, yet his heart had undergone a transformation. He took a delicate sip. The aroma was still present, but now tinged with an almost imperceptible metallic taste. Thank you, Yi Xiao. The black sedan glided smoothly away from Guanyin Pavilion, merging into the vibrant flow of Pengcheng's nocturnal splendor. Outside the window, the city dazzled with its luminous brilliance, yet within the car lingered a heavy silence. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, yet his mind replayed with extraordinary clarity the events that had transpired within the royal mansion. It dawned on him that mere wealth was insufficient for true security. A chilling thought emerged distinctly. In certain dimensions of this world, there exist entities that seem to effortlessly transcend secular laws and regulations, wielding power with the ease of turning clouds into rain. Yi Shubai epitomized such supremacy. What if, instead of the esteemed Mr. Wang, It had been Jiang Chun himself who had been summoned today? What if Yi Shubai's intentions were not to extend goodwill, but to harbor malice? For the first time, he acutely sensed the looming threat of a power from a higher dimension. The system echoed in his mind. Host, your concerns are unwarranted. The foundation of the Holy Light Society and its formidable might far surpass your current understanding. The regional power represented by Yi Shubai is, in the face of the society's comprehensive global network and profound authority, not unassailable. Please focus on unlocking more core privileges and hidden assets of the society. When you truly grasp the essence of the Holy Light, you will realize that what you witnessed today is but a firefly compared to the brilliance of the full moon. The system's voice, as devoid of emotion as ever, imparted a message that swiftly dissipated the fear within Jiang Chen's heart. Far surpassing current understanding, global network, profound authority, true holy light. These phrases coalesced to sketch a silhouette far grander, older, and more unfathomable than the minor princely power represented by Yi Shubai. The system was undoubtedly conveying that the force behind him was of a higher echelon than the royal power he had witnessed tonight. Jiang Chen's taut nerves suddenly relaxed. His fear subdued, replaced by an unprecedented desire and insatiable curiosity for the deeper powers of the Holy Light Society. Chapter 78, B. Yes, it is B. In the presidential suite on the 72nd floor of the Pengcheng Cultural Hotel, the immense floor-to-ceiling windows revealed the unparalleled brilliance of the city's nightscape. A galaxy of lights sprawling to the horizon. Jiang Chun reclined on the expansive sofa in the living room, accessing his personal center. Host, Jiang Chun. Age, 22. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 71 kilograms. Physique, 75. Endurance, 73. Agility, 75. Charm, 37. 2. Enterprises, Siemens 198. Premium Selection Huaxia Company 70. Junsheng Law Firm 61. Properties, Mo Yun Elegant Residence 980 square m. Chunqiu Hua Fu 588 square m. 15 commercial properties in the Magic City. Vehicle, Bentley GT. Balance, 27 billion yuan. Warehouse, Basic Cashback Card 2. Skills, Safety Glasses, Eternal Energy, List Piano Heritage. Auras, Money Aura, Luck Aura. The challenge of enhancing his charm value was daunting. Since inheriting his assets, it had only increased by 2 points. To elevate it to 40 and inherit a second asset, it seemed he would need to complete the side quest, Beautiful Woman Collection. The reward of perfect physique would undoubtedly elevate his charm to new heights. Yet, the system's demands were excessively high. Finding women with a physique and looks scoring above 90 was not particularly difficult in this society, where beauty was abundant. Given his current status, it was merely a matter of asking, and such beauties would be plentiful. However, the second requirement, that the associated individual must have a status of 0, was incredibly challenging. Most young women today had several past experiences while in school. Those with only 1 or 2 were considered rare gems, let alone those with a status of 0. After his encounter with Yi Shubai, he felt an urgent need to unlock more privileges and assets within the Holy Light Society. Otherwise, no matter how affluent he became, he would merely be sewing garments for others. With a single word, his assets could potentially be stripped away from him. With this thought, Jiang Chun's gaze settled upon the figure of Xie Yul standing before him. Dressed in a professional suit, she accentuated her slender waist and graceful curves, standing tall and elegant under the lights. A curious thought crossed Jiang Chun's mind. Externally, Xie Yul seemed comparable to Su Qingyuan. So why did Su Qingyuan boast a physique score of 94, while Xie Yul only garnered 89? Could it be that the system was flawed? Or perhaps, a less than noble thought surfaced, an embellishment? Xie Yul felt uneasy under Jiang Chen's scrutinizing gaze, acutely aware of the assessment she was undergoing. She understood her identity and the potential outcome it entailed, having mentally prepared herself. Yet, as the moment drew near, anxiety gripped her heart. At that juncture, Jiang Chen spoke. "Lele, how old are you?" Xie Yul was taken aback, assuming the boss was confirming basic information, and promptly replied, "Mr. Jiang, I am 25 years old." However, Jiang Chen shook his head, his gaze now more directly fixed on her chest. "I wasn't inquiring about your age." He paused, preparing to speak candidly. Xie Yul's face flushed instantly. Such a personal question posed directly was mortifying. She lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "B. It's a B." "B." Jiang Chen's eyebrows arched in disappointment, his expression openly revealing his discontent. From her appearance, he had presumed it to be a C or even a D. This was clearly deceptive. It left him feeling somewhat irked. Xie Yul detected the unmistakable disappointment on Jiang Chen's face, and a wave of panic eclipsed her initial embarrassment. She had worked tirelessly to ascend to this towering position, acquiring unprecedented opportunities. She could not allow such a superficial matter to lead to disdain or abandonment. In a moment of desperation, she disregarded everything else and abruptly raised her head. Mr. Jiang, that can grow. Grow? Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected declaration, failing to process her words. I mean, Xie Yul's face reddened further. I read online that, they say, if you often massage and help, it will grow. She had no idea whether this remedy held any scientific basis, but at that moment, it was the only way she could think of to rekindle her boss's interest. She looked at Jiang Chun, her eyes filled with a mix of anxiety and hope. Jiang Chun regarded the young woman before him, her face flushed and her gaze a tumult of profound shame, anxiety, panic, and a desperate glimmer of hope. He found himself at a loss for words, caught between laughter and tears. He had not expected his momentary expression of disappointment to incite such a scientific discussion. Suddenly, he found it rather amusing. Jiang Chun stepped forward, shortening the distance between them. Oh. His voice deepened as his gaze traversed her face and the undulating curves of her chest. Massage? Help? Xie Yul dared not nod or shake her head. She was acutely aware of her words and their implications. Jiang Chun extended his hand. Xie Yul suddenly shut her eyes. However, the anticipated touch did not land where she expected. Jiang Chun's hand merely rested gently upon her head, applying a casual, almost indifferent force as he ruffled her meticulously styled hair. This gesture completely took Xie Yul by surprise. She opened her eyes in astonishment and looked at Jiang Chun, who wore an even broader smile, tinged with a hint of mischief. Did you read about this online? He inquired leisurely. So, your theoretical knowledge seems quite extensive? Xie Yul was utterly bewildered, unsure of the meaning behind her boss's reaction. Was it sarcasm? Or something else? Jiang Chun withdrew his hand and asked, Xie Yul, I intend to make you my personal secretary. What do you think? Her looks and physique were not a concern, as he valued that intangible quality, the essence of which was the very reason he had chosen her. Even if she did not meet the system's requirements, having her close would not be a loss. After all, she was a top student from Peking University. Upon hearing the phrase personal secretary, Xie Yul felt her surprise swiftly overshadow her anxiety. This title was far more than a mere change in job description. It was a passport into the very core of Jiang Chun's circle of influence. It signified unparalleled trust, unimaginable authority, and access to elite resources. Its significance was beyond anything she could compare to her current role as a client manager. Mr. Jiang, Xie Yul replied enthusiastically, I would be absolutely delighted. It is my honor, and even more so, my opportunity. I vow to dedicate myself wholeheartedly, with unwavering loyalty, the highest professional standards, and 200% efficiency to accomplish every task you assign. I will never betray your trust and guidance. Her promise was resolute, resonating with conviction. Jiang Chun remarked, then, Secretary Xie, come over and put your theoretical knowledge into practice. Xie Yul slowly approached him, and Jiang Chun nodded in satisfaction at her movements. Though petite, she could certainly contribute in other ways. He appreciated her obedience and understanding. With just a word, a gesture, or a glance, she knew precisely what to do. In a hidden corner of Pengcheng, a starkly contrasting scene unfolded within a discreet, yet fortified residential complex. Here, there were no dazzling lights, only a serene solemnity. The exterior appeared unremarkable, even somewhat antiquated. However, the interior was heavily guarded, with sentinels stationed every few steps. Security personnel, clad in plain clothes, yet exuding a sharp gaze and upright posture, patrolled silently from the shadows. Their formidable presence and the subtle outlines of their concealed weapons silently proclaimed the extraordinary nature of this place. Within one inconspicuous building, the lighting was soft. Yi Shubai reclined in a spacious armchair, meticulously polishing a finely crafted silver handgun component with a soft cloth. Across from him sat three men, each exuding a distinct aura, clearly figures of the inner circle. The first, a burly young man with an air of defiance, spoke first, his voice laced with confusion and barely contained hostility. Brother Yi, why extend such courtesy to that surnamed Jiang? According to what you taught us, those whose abilities do not match their wealth should not possess so much money. Why bother cooperating with him? We could simply take it. Yi Shubai continued his task without pause, not even lifting his eyelids, as though he hadn't heard a word. Another man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding a more composed demeanor, interjected with an unwavering defense of Yi Shubai's decision. Lao Lu, remain calm. Since Brother Yi has chosen to collaborate with him, there must be profound reasoning behind it. You cannot merely judge by appearances. The fact that Jiang Chun could suddenly assume control of Jinping Yuxian Huaxia Company is no simple matter. Brother Yi always acts with careful consideration. Lao Lu, the burly man, curled his lip, seemingly ready to retort, but upon observing Yi Shubai's calm demeanor as he focused on the cold metal, he swallowed his words, though defiance still flickered in his eyes. At that moment, the third man, a taciturn yet keen-eyed middle-aged figure, finally spoke, his voice deep and gravelly. Lao Lu, you are oversimplifying things. That surname Jiang is not the real issue. The Saint Light Foundation behind him is far more complex than you realize. He paused, his gaze laden with meaning as he regarded Yi Shubai's hands, still tending to the firearm. Yi Shubai finally ceased his polishing. He expertly reassembled the last gleaming piece with a precise click, his movements fluid and powerful. He then lifted his gaze, calmly surveying the trio before settling on the skeptical Lao Lu. His eyes, though not piercing, emanated a subtle, unsettling pressure that instinctively caused Lao Lu to shrink his neck. Take it directly? Yi Shubai's voice was low, tinged with a hint of amusement, clear yet frigid. Lao Lu, you remain as impulsive as ever. Money is the easiest thing to acquire, yet it is also the most perilous. His money is a hot potato. The connections he has pull at the very nerves of the international capital market. To provoke him would create an uproar, leading to endless repercussions. Yi Shubai's fingers lightly tapped the cold metal of the firearm. Moreover, how do you think the Saint Light Foundation would react? Have you considered the consequences? At our level, we only grow increasingly wary of the Saint Light Foundation. I do not fear Jiang Chun. What I dread is the foundation behind him. No one knows when this foundation was established, yet its influence can be felt across nations. He paused, allowing a deeper contemplation to settle in, rather than exerting effort to seize a box that may contain unknown explosives. It is far wiser to encourage him to willingly open the box and share its contents with us. Cooperation minimizes risk and maximizes profit. We shall provide him with unrestricted access in this territory, and in return, he will bring us the funding, technology, and global network we require. This is the path to prosperity and longevity. Furthermore, Yi Shubai's lips curved into a faint yet chilling smile as he surveyed the handgun. To seize by force is so uninteresting. Watching a formidable dragon navigate our waters, ultimately becoming an asset for us, now that is where the real intrigue lies. He picked up the gun, casually weighing it in his hand, as the cold metal seemed to extend his will. Lao Lu, enlightened by Yi Shubai's discourse and glancing at the firearm, felt a bead of cold sweat form at his temple and lowered his head. Brother Yi, I was reckless. Yi Shubai no longer regarded him, securing the gun and returning to a neutral tone. Remember, problems that can be solved with intellect should not be addressed with force. Goals that can be achieved through collaboration should not be pursued through theft. The times have changed, our methods must adapt. His gaze was cast out into the somber night beyond the window, as if penetrating the very fabric of space, allowing him a glimpse of Jiang Chun within the hotel, an admirable partner for collaboration, and a pawn worthy of meticulous guidance. He resolved to keep a vigilant watch over him, ensuring that Jiang Chun felt that aligning with us was indeed his most astute decision. Yet, beneath this layer of consideration, a deeper sense of apprehension lingered unspoken among the three before him. He had expended nearly all his resources to uncover Jiang Chen's background, only to be met with the cryptic response of top secret. In the realm of the domestic landscape, the number of individuals whose core backgrounds eluded even Yi Shubai's scrutiny was exceedingly rare. Each of these individuals was emblematic of unfathomable, formidable power or vast systems lurking in the shadows. He was acutely aware of what lay behind this veil, prompting him to approach his strategy with Jiang Chun with heightened caution and restraint. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chun, someone was currently preoccupied with thoughts of him. At this moment, he was assessing whether Xie Yuli's theoretical knowledge truly held practical viability. Strangely enough, it was indeed quite an experience. After swallowing the trenchu, Xie Yulu inquired, Mr. Jiang, should I resign from my position at the China Merchants Bank? Being appointed as Jiang Chen's personal secretary implied a need for her complete dedication, available around the clock. Clearly, her role at the bank had diminished in significance and could potentially become a burden. Leaning against the expansive headboard of the bed, Jiang Chun maintained a relaxed posture. Upon hearing her question, he turned his head to regard her, a glimmer of post-pleasure satisfaction in his eyes. He countered, What are your primary responsibilities at the China Merchants Bank? Xie Yulu paused, momentarily taken aback before she quickly regained her composure. The faint blush that had just begun to fade crept back onto her cheeks, and her voice became barely audible. It is, to serve you. Her position at P14 existed solely due to Jiang Chun as a top-tier client. Without him, she was nothing within the bank. Then it is settled. Since your primary duty is to serve me, and you are still engaged in that role, even more intimately and thoroughly, why then would you consider resigning from the position that provides you with a salary? He extended his hand, his fingertips gently brushing against her flushed cheek. Keep this position. That way, you can receive an additional salary. My dear Secretary Xie, you must learn to manage your finances wisely. Yes, Mr. Jiang, I understand.